Good morning from a beautiful sunny Donington Park, where we are in for a very busy Caterham race day. We've nearly got race one about to start very shortly. The cars will be lining up behind me here, which is the Caterham 7 UK cars. But we've got our safety car here right in front of us, which is a Caterham 360R. So this is quite a quick Caterham. They handle very nicely. This is just going to take the cars down to turn one. Then this will pull off at the red gate corner. So the cars are about to join us on the grid. We've got 8 races this morning, then we've got lunch break, and then 7 more races this afternoon. But stay with us at lunchtime, because we'll be showing what's going on in the paddock today. So we'll just wait for these guys to line up on the grid, and hopefully I shall go and have a few interviews with some of them. Very pleased with Jake Swan finishing 4th yesterday. He was very happy with that. So he starts 4th today. But what can these guys do with the championship? Obviously Aaron Head is not in the running for the championship, but he spiced it up, getting in between the guys at the front. So we've got Stephen Lyle and Lewis Thompson fighting for that championship. I wonder who is going to be crowned that champion today. So let's dive in, have a quick word with Stephen. Good morning, Stephen. How are you feeling for today's race?
Yeah, feeling good. A bit early for this though.
It is very early, isn't it?
Yeah, well, my alarm went off at 7 in the morning, and I was just saying to Lewis, I thought, can I just count it's a drop score? But no, once you're on the grid, it's all good. Yeah,
get focused and you'll be in that zone, and hopefully coming out the end with the position you want.
As long as we can keep on pulling some points. I mean, it's unlikely we'll win the championship, but I'd love it to go to Silverstone. That's always been the aim for the last few rounds, to take the championship to the last round for the touring car event, but take it as it comes.
Yeah, exactly. Well, wish you all the best. Yeah, so like Stephen said, these guys have got one more round, which will be in 3 weeks' time at Silverstone, which will be on the touring car package. So they will be racing with big crowds, and that will be on ITV. So you won't see me there, but that would be a great one to watch. So yeah, hopefully the championship will come down to that round, but it can still be won by Lewis today. So we'll see how they do. Let's have a quick word with Lewis. Lewis, quick word. How are you feeling about today's race?
Yeah, very confident. We had those troubles yesterday, but I'm pretty sure we fixed those now, and we're back up the front, so looking good, feel good. Yeah, should be good. Excellent.
Wish you all the best.
Thank you.
And then we'll move on down. I just want to speak I was going to speak to Ben Collins, actually. He's further up here. Sorry, not Ben Collins, Ben Simmons. He had a great race yesterday, and great for his AM driver. Good morning.
Morning, sir. Are you all right?
Yes, good. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Hopefully got a little bit more experience than yesterday now, so we hopefully go forward today.
Yeah, well, you're doing great. Your pace is brilliant. You know, you've joined this second half of the season. You're doing great.
Yeah, these guys have got some serious experience, and I've got a lot to learn, but I'm really enjoying it, and it's good to be in the mix.
It is, yeah, excellent. Well, we'll look forward to seeing what you can do today.
Thank you.
And let's have a quick word with Matt Dyer. Good morning, Matt.
Morning, Sam. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, really well. Thanks. Really well.
So, how are you enjoying the season this year?
Yeah, it's been a bit up and down, to be honest with you. A few accidents and a bit of damage, but yeah, race one yesterday was a lot of fun. So looking forward to this one.
How many years have you been racing Caterhams now?
Since 2012, I think I started. I had a few years off, but yeah, back and enjoying it again.
It's addictive, though, isn't it? You can't leave for too long.
Yeah, it really is, and got to get back in it now.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, good luck for the race.
Thank you. Cheers.
And Angus, let's have a quick word with Angus if he doesn't mind. I'm just going to dive in here if he doesn't. Sorry to interrupt, guys. Just a quick word, Angus. How was yesterday's race for you?
Not great. I've had a gremlin in the braking system, so I've had no confidence in the brakes. And with this crowd, if you brake 2 meters early, you get mugged, so I really struggled. We have almost an entirely new brake system on the car overnight, so hopefully today I can do better.
We'll see. Thank you. Good luck. I think we might have to move off the grid in a moment. Oh no, everyone's still on here, so maybe we'll just quickly walk down, have another quick word with some of these guys. Let's have a quick word from Oliver Smith. Oliver, how are you feeling for today's race?
I'm good. It's a little early to be honest, but I'm ready, I think. Good position, sort of halfway up-ish, so as long as I can keep a good start, I think, try and hold the position. Should be fun.
Excellent. Well done. Good luck. And let's have a word with James Taylor. Hello, James. How are you getting on this weekend? How are you enjoying it?
Oh, it's brilliant. Just really happy to be here. I'm very lucky because I'm here as a guest, writer for Evo magazine. So kind of here for one weekend only, and it's just fantastic fun. Intense, but really good fun.
And it was great to see you last night. I was alongside you last night, wasn't I, on the parade? You were in the Evo, which is a 420, isn't it?
That's right. It's a kind of special Evo edition because obviously 50 years of Caterham this year and also 25 years of Evo. So to celebrate the double birthday, it's a special spec that Caterham have put together for the magazine.
It was great to be part of that parade last night, wasn't it? Just to see that many Caterhams on this grid was just, I felt quite honoured to be part of it.
Yeah, me too. It was quite mind-blowing. 7 times 400 something. It's probably the most fun I've had driving at 10 miles an hour because we did that lap in tandem, as you say, and it was really good fun. Yeah,
that's it. I know we going around the circuit. Obviously, you want to go quickly. You get the chance to do that, but even just driving around at 40 miles an hour, it was just delightful. And with the beautiful weather as well that we had last night.
Yeah, it's a proper dream sunset, and it kind of shows how Caterhams can be really fun. Driving slowly as well as quickly. It can be a kind of Sunday evening car to go for a drive, or it can be a mental track car like this one. It's great, the bandwidth.
Exactly, you get the best of both worlds, don't you? Well, I'll leave you to get focused, but wish you all the best. Enjoy. Right, we'll just have that's Tom Eden here. Just have a quick word with Tom. Tom, I'm still getting used to you being in a blue car.
I know, it's strange,
I'm used to the yellow.
No, I know, yeah, we just fancied a change, but it's been yellow for so long, isn't it?
Yeah. Can you keep it the same next year? If you do it next year, keep it the same all year long, so we know it's you.
We will next year, yeah. It's going to stay blue now, so yeah.
Oh, it's a very lovely blue, actually.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, Santorini blue apparently, but no, really pleased with it. It looks nice, doesn't it? Yeah. Just rather a little further forward, but.
Yeah, it's not your usual starting place, is it?
A bit of a scrappy day yesterday, to be honest. It was all a bit leery, and we sort of went off a couple of times, got involved in incidents, but hopefully can be a bit cleaner today. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, fingers crossed. Wish you all the best of luck. Right, I think everyone's off the grid. We need to move off now, so we'll hand back to Chris and Dave in the commentary box, and we shall see you after the race.
Well, thanks very much, Sam. Good morning from the commentary box, race fans, and welcome once again to Donington Park on this beautiful late summer morning here in the North Midlands for the second day of this very special weekend here on BARC TV as we celebrate the 50th birthday of Caterham Card. Yes, it really was 50 years ago that Graham Nairn took over the production of Colin Chapman's famous brainchild, the Lotus 7, found in Caterham Cars down in the town of Caterham in Surrey, and the design has been in production in various evolutions ever since. We've got a whole host of different Caterham classes. It's 100% Caterham racing all day today here at Donington Park, kicking off with the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK. That's followed by the CSCC Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, a whole variety of different 7 types, not just Caterhams in that series, organised by the Classic Sports Car Club. Good to have them here this weekend. We've got the Mossel Caterham 7 310R Championship. The championship battle all but concluded there. We'll see that finally confirmed, hopefully, in that first race of the day. We've also got the Caterham Graduates, the Morphy Caterham Graduates Championship in their 2 divisions, the Sigma 150 and Sigmax classes racing together, the Sigma 135s as well. We also have the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship, very close indeed, their championship this year. And we've also got the novice racers in the Caterham Academy, sponsored by Adrian Flux Insurance, and the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship as well, taking us through until lunchtime. But it's the quickest cars of all, organised by the factory supported Caterham series, the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK. Up first, Chris Hutchinson alongside me. We are in for something very special here today.
It's a fantastic day's events. But let's confirm the grid order before we get into exactly what's going to happen today then.
Yes, this grid based on the results of the first race held yesterday, and it's Aaron Head, the reigning champion, number 1 on pole position as the cars move off for their green flag lap. Stephen Lyle, number 43, alongside him. Championship leader Lewis Thompson, number 79 on row 2, alongside 66 of Jake Swan. Row 3, 24 Paul Donkin, the amateur class points leader, alongside 77 Gordon Sawyer. 4th row, number 8 Chris Fraser, and 64 Dale Head, brother of Aaron, completing the top 10 number 14 Ben Simmons, and 21 making his debut at this level in the UK Championship in the 420R, Harry Landy, number 21. Row 6 is number 9 Matt Dyer alongside 61 Angus McLean. Then on row 7, 22 Gary Curtis starts alongside the number 4 of Ollie Smith, competing in a couple of our championships this weekend. 11 Carl Jones, who had a trip through the gravel at the Old Hairpin in yesterday's race, starts alongside number 7 James Taylor, the motoring journalist for Evo magazine. Row 9, Mike Evans 93, Tom Eden in 99. They both failed to finish yesterday's race, as did Gary Lapidus, not Guy Lapidus. He was a late entry, so a slight misprint on our graphics there. Apologies there to Gary in the number 16. And Finlay Cooper, good to see him back out. He had an accident at the chicane, went into the barriers, brought out the red flag early on in race 1 yesterday, but the car is repaired, and the son of long-time Caterham racer Chris Cooper starts from the back of the field.
Yep, you can see the drivers all weaving to get their tyres, or their Avon slick tyres, warmed up. Their Avon tyres sponsor this championship, and thanks ever so much to all of their efforts over the course of the last several decades. But yeah, all the drivers ready to go. You could hear that some of them weren't particularly happy with being up this early. They're not used to it. They normally get a sort of later time slot, but they have got another race. It's a final, well, 2 more races today, so this one and one further along through the day this afternoon about 4 o'clock, so they'll have a little bit of time just to get themselves in the running order. But yeah, great racing yesterday, and it's still, whilst they've still got a round to go at Silverstone on 23rd of September, we can still, Lewis Thompson can still wrap it up this weekend. So he needs a win and a second or third place, depending on where Stephen Lyle goes, and he can still wrap the championship up this weekend. He'll be trying to do that, and we'll be following along to see whether he can. But Lyle will obviously be working to stop that, and Aaron Head, our current reigning champion, is on that pole position. He'll be acting interference as well. But they're all coming to the grid then for the start of today's action, which is going to be monumental. So much action to bring you all throughout the course of today, and I can't wait.
I can't wait either. We're ready for 20 minutes of Caterham racing then from the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 UK Championship, race 2 of 3 this weekend. Aaron Head, the reigning champion, not contesting the full season this year, so he's not a factor for the championship. He's on pole, the black car with the sort of bright pink roll cage, alongside the red, white and black car of Stephen Lyle, looking to close the gap on Lewis Thompson in the championship. He's in the British Racing green car on row 2. Jake Swan alongside him in the white car with the blue roll cage. The red lights come on then. 20 minutes of Caterham racing coming your way to kick off the day at Donington. Away we go. Great starts by Aaron Head from pole position. Going alongside him is Stephen Lyle down towards the right-hander at Redgate corner. Lewis Thompson having a look on the inside, almost 3 wide into Redgate for the first time. Paul Donkin tucked in there as well, the red and white car on the inside, number 24, as they make their way round for the first time. Finlay Cooper's already making up places from the back of the grid, 3 wide as they go down the famous Craner curves, and Lewis Thompson's got the inside and he's taken the lead, third to first down the Craner curves. They go round the right hander now into the Old Hairpin. Everybody round the first few corners okay by the look of things. There's Gary Curtis, number 22. Gary Lapidus was an early casualty, pulled off at the end of the green flag lap, and there's a spinner. Now, who's that?
That might have been Harry Landy. It looked like Harry Landy's car.
Yes.
Not exactly sure, but side by side for the lead again. It looked like he'd be able to get back in, but not sure why he went out there. I'm guessing there's a bit of dew on the grass, and as soon as you get slick tyres on grass, you will you won't get adhesion anymore. But Head leads it again, as you've got Thompson right on his tail, pulling out then for a sight that we will see all today, side by side, 3 wide maybe even down here as they come into the chicane. The outside line wasn't working yesterday, and again Lewis Thompson makes the inside line work, and it is Stephen Lyle slots into that third place. Donkin behind him, Swan and Sawyer also reigniting their battle for third place in the championship.
Aaron Head jinks to the outside, he's forced wide by Lewis Thompson. They go wheel to wheel into Redgate corner. Lewis Thompson holds the lead. It's Stephen Lyle third and Paul Donkin going with them in the number 24. The first 4 breaking away very slightly down the Craner curves for a second time, and it's Lewis Thompson under fire from Aaron Head up the inside of the Craner curves. He goes through. Seen a few overtakes at the Craners so far this weekend. Pretty brave to go for an overtake through there. Jake Swan side by side with Gordon Sawyer. They were battling away for 4th place in yesterday's race. That's the battle for 5th place this time around, up through Schwantz curve. This is where Aaron Head took the lead a lap ago on towards the right-hander at McLean's corner. It's Lewis Thompson who has just about held his lead there. Then it's the climb up towards the double apex right-hander at Coppice, on the trickiest corners on this Donington Park national circuit. And Angus McLean in the pits in number 61. Problems for him.
We heard that he was having to change his brakes, didn't we, ahead of the race on the interviews on the grid, so maybe there's still something there working the gremlins out of the system. He'll be trying to get that sorted so he can be out for the race a little later on. We're side by side going into the chicane once more, and Lyle does hold on from Donkin, but Donkin's actually pushing forward, isn't he, in this race? He really looks like he wants our leading Pro-Am driver, or Am driver, and he's looking like he wants to get involved in this actual podium, but Head alongside Thompson around the outside, but Head's going to persist a little bit, but it's the sweep and the extra momentum around the outside work today. Again, absolutely still outside, not a breath of wind flying around. So here's the Harry Landy incident. You can see that 3 cars just got together and it just pushed Harry out onto the grass. Absolutely nowhere else for him to go. I think it might have been Chris Fraser alongside him when that happened, and maybe that's where Angus McLean also got. Maybe he also got some contact, and that's why he's come in to get that all checked out as the rest of the field come through. But Harry Landy, a little bit of space over there, so hopefully he didn't meet that barrier as we go to live pictures, and they're coming up through that piece of the track, and I can't see the yellow flag, so I think he must have rejoined.
Yes, and Angus McLean's rejoined as well. He's come back out of the pits. So Aaron Head leads the way. Lewis Thompson on his tail into Coppice for the 3rd time. Aaron Head has got the fastest lap, 1:13.147. So a couple of seconds off the pace they were setting yesterday. Obviously, slightly cooler conditions on this summer morning here at Donington. Lewis Thompson up the inside to the chicane, does it again, retakes the lead from the reigning champion Aaron Head. Out of the chicane down the straight, the first 4 now being reeled in slightly by Gordon Sawyer, who's got ahead of Jake Swan. 7th behind them is Dale Head. He picked up a little bit of damage in yesterday's race. Brother of Aaron, he's up there in 7th, and then the battle for P8 is headed by Ben Simmons with number 8 of Chris Fraser trying to get around the outside. The turquoise liveried car there. Number 9 of Matt Dyer tucked in behind ahead of Mike Evans, a retirement for him yesterday. There go the leaders down towards the old hairpin once again. Aaron Head has got the lead back again. Stephen Lyle under pressure from Paul Donkin, a regular winner in the Caterham online sim racing series this year, where Christian Saruta it was who took the title. And here comes Aaron Head again. They're side by side on the run out of Schwantz Curve, up the hill into McLean's. It's Lewis Thompson who holds the lead.
Aaron Head was very close to going onto the grass there. Yeah, Mike Evans just recently got married and was on his honeymoon and got stuck out with all the plane issues that we've had, and just about managed to get back here. But yesterday's race didn't go to plan, did it? He had an issue in qualifying as well, so they did manage to get the car out but didn't finish. We are side by side once more. You can see by going side by side into this Roberts chicane just how much of a block it acts for the cars behind, so it can be a really good defensive manoeuvre for the lead drivers to stop anyone from fighting back from 3rd place. But as we saw yesterday, as the race progresses, people are more than willing to put that 3 or even 4 wide. You can see Donkin and Lyle fighting away there on the inside of the track. It's obviously not the racing line, but as long as you can protect your inside line around this Donington Park circuit, you can really act defensively and slow the rest of the pack down.
Still side by side there for 8th, Ben Simmons and Chris Fraser, with Evans and Dyer behind them, and Finlay Cooper as well in the number 5. You'll notice a couple of rather non-standard or discoloured parts on his car after that shunt yesterday. He went off at the chicane into the recticel barriers, brought out the red flag, which meant we had a slightly shortened restart, but Finn's fine, and so is the car. Good repair effort by him, and he's gained 8 places from the back of the grid.
Yeah, we said yesterday, they put cars back together again from miracles, and well done to the team for putting that car back together and getting them out there on track and fully involved in this battle. Clearly everything is pointing in the right direction, but we are closing in. Sawyer's got past Swan again and has joined the rear of this pack. Swan is struggling there a little bit to keep up, but now it's Sawyer versus Donkin. We saw that through quite a lot of the race, and Sawyer just lost out a little bit in the tail end of the race. I think it's the last corner. Side by side, Lyle does dive down 3 wide into the Roberts chicane and takes overhead and Thompson as they went into the Roberts chicane that time, but her Head calmly just pulls out and will go back ahead as they pull into Redgate. He's got the momentum around the outside. Lyle's going to protect that inside. Thompson's going to try and make it 3 wide, and there goes Head around that outside and will carry that momentum. I imagine he's going to take that through the crane of curves, but you never know. But Swan is probably going to be able to catch up because they are stopping each other from going fast at the front, and therefore Swan should be able to get himself back involved as it's still side by side through the crane of curves, and Thompson protecting the inside there again. An unusual position, but it's worked out really nicely for him.
It may be early in the morning for these drivers. They've certainly had their morning coffee, haven't they? This is a fantastic race for the front of the field between the championship contenders Thompson and Lyle. Paul Donkin 3rd in the points, but it's between those top 2 for the championship with 4 races to go this season, with 5 races to go this season, including this one. Here comes Paul Donkin now, and Gordon Sawyer in the yellow car as well. Jake Swan trying to make it 6 for the lead. Dale Head's not far away either in the number 64. Just catch a glimpse of him there in the background. What's going to happen into the chicane this time? Aaron Head will get the inside line away from Lewis Thompson. He'll go up the inside to retake the lead. There's a bit of debris there on the inside. Somebody's lost a wing. I'd imagine that's further back in the pack. We've had a bit of contact there because I haven't seen any contact between this leading group. Now here they go down the weak cross straight. Lewis Thompson is going to try and go round the outside, as Aaron Head did to him and Stephen Lyle a lap ago. Lyle tucked in behind them in third place. No, Thompson goes for the cutback coming out towards Hollywood and then dropping down the Craner curves once again. There's Dale Head in 7th. They're well ahead of the rest, who are busy squabbling for 8th position. Looks like it's Mike Evans who's got through into P8 there alongside Ben Simmons. It's a 6-car train for the lead through the old hairpin.
Yeah, I know Thompson was really not happy he ended up in 3rd place. He'd been so used to winning this year as he jinks outside from, goes up the inside of fronts as they head up into McLean's, and he was really unhappy yesterday. He made some changes and he's clearly finding the speed in that car, but he was fully involved in the battle yesterday, and Head still looks relatively under control at this point, still just over halfway, under half distance, so there's still plenty of time left in this first of 2 races for them today. 20 minutes each. Every Caterham piece of action we've got from the official championships is 20 minutes. Head and Thompson go side by side. The inside lines work. Lyle's going to see whether he can take the round the outside. Thompson backs away from it and says, okay, I'll be happy in 3rd place just for now, but later in the race I think we'll see him persist with that a little bit more.
They start to do the shake, rattle and roll down the straight, then trying to break the toe. Look at them weaving about as they come through there. They're down towards Redgate. This is the battle for 8th position. Further back, we've got Chris Fraser in there, Ben Simmons, Mike Evans has been shuffled back a couple of spots, Matt Dyer is next, then it's Cooper and Ollie Smith in the number 4. Charging up the inside there goes, I think that was Evans getting ahead of Ben Simmons. The leaders meanwhile are down at the old hairpin. I don't know which order they're going to be in. Here they are. It's Aaron Head who's gone back to the front ahead of Lyle and Thompson. So the same order that they were in at the start finish line. Donkin and Sawyer trying to close up, and then Jake Swan trying to hang on to the back of them.
Does look like Dale Head's going to join this battle by the end as well. We've seen some real good speed from Dale throughout the course of the year, and it's good to see him back up here fighting to get back to that lead group, just dripping onto the greenery there. Got to be careful not to do that and trip the sensors that are here at Donington Park, which then do an automatic track limits. Didn't see too much of that as an issue yesterday. We saw a couple of drivers getting 5-second penalties, but Head heads them as it's Lyle in 2nd place. Thompson looking to see whether there's anything on the inside, but Lyle absolutely said, no way, Jose, I'm not letting you down the inside. Does let Aaron Head have the nice swoop. He's going to have a little bit of a gap as he goes across the line this time. Lyle having to get his car under control over the big bumps on the inside of the chicane, and now Thompson going to the outside, see if he can do anything, and then the weaving again continues. Donkin seeing if he can get involved on the outside of Redgate. He's got a good head of speed. He might be able to go around the outside of Thompson, but Thompson's going to hold on him and push him out to the edge of the track. Lyle's going to make his way back through, as well as then behind Swan and Sawyer also getting involved.
This is going to be very interesting into the old hairpin. They could go 3 wide here because Paul Donkin's now back in the clutches of Sawyer and Swan after they both ran wide through the exit of Redgate there. Thompson still holding off Stephen Lyle in that 2nd place. Gordon Sawyer, the number 77 car, 4th in the points coming into this round, has had I think just the 1 podium this year at Portimao in Portugal, so aiming for podium number 2 here. It's Aaron Head who leads the way. He had a win out he had a couple of wins out in Portugal and one at Snetterton as well. We've only seen him make 4 appearances in the championship so far this year. He leads down towards the chicane down the exhibition straights once again. Trying to make a move to the outside is Stephen Lyle. Lewis Thompson moves to the outside now. He's going to try and get through under braking for the chicanes. He's going to make it around the outside. No, he's not. Can't quite get the overlap. He'll go for the outside on the exit again. No, you don't, says Aaron Head. Here comes Stephen Lyle. Now, was that a mistake by Thompson to move across there coming out of the chicane? Because Lyle's going to try and go around the outside. Paul Donkin to the inside, dodging across to try and defend. From all of them is Aaron Head, and somehow he's held it. Donkin through into 3rd place though.
Yeah, that was a bit unusual there from Thompson. He had the line into the chicane, but just didn't seem to get the left hand hooked up, and maybe it's just a compromise by the position of Aaron's car, and that's cost him a couple of places. Donkin saying thank you very much, I'll have that place, and puts his red machine there, but straight down the inside. We've seen that before from Thompson. He's immediately back on it, but Donkin's got a lot of speed, just nowhere to use it. You can see how the cars in the slipstream do get a bit compressed as they go up this hill. Aaron Head is ever so close to that grass every single time he comes up towards the camera in this position, but he currently heads it. Lyle now in that 2nd place. Thompson back into that 3rd place, but Donkin's not going to let him have it easy. Swan's back ahead of Sawyer.
Well, they'll come through in a completely different order, I'm sure, as they come out of the Roberts chicane this time through. Here they come then onto the exhibition straight, and Aaron Head will start to defend right from the moment they exit the corner. Stephen Lyle going for the outside. We haven't seen this work so far. It's not going to work again because, again, Aaron Head is late on the brakes. So just under 8 minutes of this race still to go for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 UK Championship. But Weed starts again down the Wheatcroft straight. They've dropped Gordon Sawyer very slightly by a car's length or so as Lyle goes to the inside, and Aaron Head's not going to get back across in time to defend from him. Lyle takes the lead into Redgate. Thompson goes for the undercut on both of them going down the Craner curves. You won't get 3 wide through there, surely. Here comes Jake Swan around the outside. He's going for Paul Donkin for P4. Is Lewis Thompson going to go for the inside here? Well, Head's got the lead back again, and Thompson goes through into second place. By the time he finished talking about one move, it's all changed again.
And look at this battle here, Swan and Sawyer, and getting through past Dale Head, sort of catching up still in the background there, but Donkin really had just got shuffled back there. Remember, he's in the AM Championship, so he's not really fighting the guys around him. His next battle is with Simmons, but he's a fair way back through the field, so he's got a little bit more to lose than these guys. He's firmly in the lead of that AM Championship, and he certainly won't want to lose out in his red machinery. As you come down here, Aaron Head's managed to hold on for a little bit out front. Lyle jinking around, seeing what he can do. The outside line over the course of this weekend so far hasn't worked, but can Thompson go against that? No, still Aaron Head is absolutely devastatingly late on the brakes into that corner. Thompson has got nowhere to go, but he's happy to sit in that second place just for now with Lyle in that third, but the outside line just hasn't worked this whole weekend.
They start switching their lines again as they come down the straight then. Here's the battle further back. Ben Simmons at the head of this fight for, well, P9 it is now, because it was Matt Dyer who got away at the head of them, but he's dropped back in behind Ben Simmons there at the chicane. There's Dyer side by side with Mike Evans. Behind them Chris Fraser and James Taylor, the man from Evo magazine, going around the outside. I remember Roger Green, who worked for Evo for many years, was a successful Caterham racer, and as we heard, Evo magazine celebrating its own 25th birthday this year, founded by the great Harry Metcalf. You may have seen him on YouTube as Harry's Garage over the years with his car collection. It is Aaron Head who still leads here ahead of Thompson, Lyle, Swan, and now Sawyer up to 5th. Donkin down to P6.
Yeah, Donkin, like I say, lost out in that sequence, but he's still firmly in the battle. We've got just over 5 minutes, or 5 to 6 minutes left to go, so still a lot of opportunity to make moves. We're going to start that 3-wide battle then. Aaron Head's made this inside line work for him every single time, and he makes it work again. He's also crossing the line first as well, so it's no opportunity for people once that chicanes happen. There's not really a chance to get by the time we get to the line, especially because we haven't got a headwind this time. You can see that it was pulled out to alongside, but it was Head that crossed that line first. It's going to be important for our last lap battles. This is Thompson down the inside. Is he going to persist with this? He is, and he's got a little bit of an overlap as the Heads. In fact, he shoves Aaron a little bit wide there onto the curb, and Lyle's going to say, I'm going to put my wheels down the inside so you cannot come back in line. Aaron Head holds on round the outside, and the outside of Hollywood is getting grippier, isn't it? But we've seen Thompson make this move 3 times already, so he's done it again down the inside and he managed to block the momentum of the car. You can see he just pulls across to the right hand side, stops the momentum of Aaron as he comes up the hill.
Well, the way these 6 are throwing it at each other, they're so close, more like a MotoGP race out in front at the moment. This is brilliant stuff. Aaron Head back up the inside, where he takes the lead into McLean's corner, side by side between Thompson and Lyle. Lyle's got the inside run towards Coppice corner, up the rise into the right-hander. He's through into second place. Here comes Jake Swan in the 66. Gordon Sawyer is on the inside for him, and right behind them is still Paul Donkin. They dodge about down the exhibition straight once again. Aaron Head's going to hold his lead on the inside. Jake Swan's trying to go through the middle. He could get second place here with a bit of luck on the brakes. No, Stephen Lyle holds the inside, and Swan's got past Gordon Sawyer. Where's Thompson? He's down to P5.
Yeah, Sawyer got through as well, so this is really not what Thompson wants with only 4 minutes left of this race. I'm seeing Donkin pull to one side, and other drivers trying to pull out the slipstream. I think they've got some overheating potential that we said yesterday, saps some speed, but Aaron Head is out front with the clean air and therefore having a nice cool breeze over his radiator. So that Sawyer makes it into the 3rd place then. Lyle's got a bit of a gap. Thompson's down into that 4th place, and Donkin and Swan, who's initiated all those manoeuvres, are down in that 5th and 6th place, but Donkin's still holding on in there, but Swan's moved down the chicane really threw the cat amongst the pigeons.
Yes, it's mixed things up a little, but Lewis Thompson recovering now down to as low as 5th, which is the lowest he's been pretty much all season this year. I don't think he's dropped out of the top 5 almost at any point this year. His lowest position in a race this year was a 4th at Portimao in race 3. He's had at least 1 win at every round this year. Here's the second group going through now, with Dyer, Evans and Simmons fighting it out for 8th place in a battle almost as frantic as that for the lead of the race. Here come the leaders. Lyle and Head have broken clear slightly now of Gordon Sawyer in that third place. Incidentally, Paul Donkin's got the fastest lap of the race, 1:11.799, as Thompson doesn't quite manage to get up with Gordon Sawyer as they head over the line. Now going for the inside with 2 wheels on the grass there is Lewis Thompson. 3 wide as Jake Swan goes around the outside of both of them. Donkin's on the outside as well. It's now 4 for third place. The first 2 of Head and Lyle have broken away at the top of the order.
Lyle could really do with getting in front of Head to take that extra couple of points that it gives you at for the win, and that will help him in his championship, especially with Thompson down here. Thompson, a little bit of desperation there. Gordon Sawyer right out onto the curb there. He would have been a bit of a scared moment there as he used up every single last bit of the track. He was offline as he went in. But yeah, Lyle needs those extra points, and he needs Thompson to stay in that 4th place, or in 3rd place as it is now. Thompson, though, 2 wheels on the grass in a place that really wasn't their space there, so he was lucky to get away with it. But there is a championship rival disappearing off up the road. He's still doing enough at the moment with Lyle in 2nd place to sort of keep his championship. I mean, obviously they've got another round to go, but he can solidify it today by staying in that 3rd place.
Yes, he needs to keep that 3rd as a minimum here to keep him in with a chance of winning the title this weekend if he can win race 3. But it's Aaron Head looking good for a double at the moment. We don't want to put the curse of the commentator on things, of course. They come over the line, 2 laps to go. This time in his first race of the day, the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK. It's Head from Lyle. We have a look at a replay from further back. That's Ollie Smith getting a bit sideways in the number 4 there, chasing Carl Jones. Him who's lost the wing, I noticed there. And Ollie Smith just taking a little trip through the gravel. Very easy to do there on the exit of the old hairpin.
Absolutely. Well, if you don't get the weight transfer right and you've got a little bit too much speed, it's all off camber and it'll immediately take you off and put you in that gravel trap, as we saw there. You can see the car was just never settled. Here is our lead duo, though. Aaron Head leads Stephen Lyle. Stephen Lyle will want to take that position back. Thompson seeing if he can do anything about this this gap in front of him with only 1 minute of this race left to go. Aaron Head, though, still sitting up there. Every time he's been involved in a race weekend, he's been fully ensconced in that battle, our current reigning champion, but not in the championship hunt this year due to not being at every single round. Lyle needs those with the extra points, so for a win you get 25 points. For 2nd place is Head onto the grass on the exit of Coppice there. That's not usual. Lyle's going to get the inside line, is he? How did Head carry the momentum? Lyle is going to make that move. He takes that 25 points if he stays in that position to the end. This is going to coming on to the last lap then, yeah, and it's 23 points for 2nd, so you get an extra point gap, and it's so important in the championship.
Lewis Thompson trying to go after our 2 leaders, see what the gap is as they cross the line to the last lap. It's just over 2 seconds between 2nd and 3rd place. Aaron Head back around the outside, he retakes the lead, got the slipstream down the straight, but Stephen Lyle is certainly not finished yet as they head down towards the Craner Curves for the last time.
Yep, Head leads Lyle then. Lyle's searching for that extra point. Clock's going to run out. This will be the last lap, as we've said, as they come across the line. How are they going to manage this situation? The inside line into the chicane. Whoever's on that inside line does seem to be able to make and hold on. So who's going to make that move? Lyle's going to make a move up through Swans this time. Thompson's not going to come and figure in this. Donkin's made his way back up into that 4th ahead of Swan, and now it's Sawyer having to defend from Head, so he's having a struggling in the latter part of this race. But it is Head who currently leads Lyle. Is he going to get the inside line? Head's going to defend to the inside for his life now.
Yes, here we come down towards the chicane. Stephen Lyle's got to get the inside line here as they come down the chicane. No, you don't, says Aaron Head. He moves across, plants the car on the inside. Lyle's going to try and slipstream around the outside. He could get him here. If he's late on the brakes, this is going to be very close. He's not quite got him on the brakes. He'll have to slipstream on the run to the line. He won't get close enough. It's going to be 2 out of 2 this weekend for the number 1 of Aaron Head. He takes his 2nd win. Who's going to be 3rd? It is Lewis Thompson. 4th for Paul Donkin. Swan is 5th. The photo finish for 6th. Gordon Sawyer just beats Dale Head home. And what about the battle for 8th? Ben Simmons and Matt Dyer side by side. Carl Jones in behind them. Where's he come from in the number 11? Simmons loses out off the chicane, and 8th place is going to go to Matt Dyer in the number 9. It's 3 and 4 abreast behind. Well, 5 abreast as they cross the line there. Further back, we'll have to wait for the photo to work that result out, I think. And there is the number 21 of Harry Landy, who had a spin early on. Angus McLean still going as well. They make their way home in behind Gary Lapidus in the number 16 car. Ollie Smith is further back as well after his moments at the old hairpin there. Angus McLean finishing a lap down after his visit into the pits early on after that bit of contact with Harry Landy.
Yeah, fantastic opening to the events today then. Plenty of Caterham action, and the seven Championship UK drivers all showing good form there. Aaron Head though managed to keep ahead of Lyle. Lyle gave it a good go around the outside, but just the outside line's not working today, and Lyle was in that second place then, ahead of Thompson, who will be again disappointed in that third place, but at one point he was down to about 5th or 6th, so he will be pleased that he managed to recover it that far at least. Donkin, yeah, in his AM Championship, I think he's pretty much sat atop that championship without being able to be beaten. Swan throwing it down the inside through the chicane and scattering everyone away, but he made it stick, and Sawyer ending up in that 6th place.
Provisional results as follows. Aaron Head taking the win by 0.439 of a second over Stephen Lyle. Lewis Thompson was 3rd, so still in with a small chance of taking the title here this weekend. Paul Donkin in 4th place. It was Jake Swan in 5th place who got the fastest lap on the very last lap, 1:11.765. Gordon Sawyer 6th in a photo finish with Dale Head, and then the battle for 8th was topped by Matt Dyer, and only a couple of seconds covered the next 6 home. Chris Fraser, Ben Simmons, Carl Jones, Finley Cooper from the back of the grid, Mike Evans and Gary Curtis, and just behind them was James Taylor, number 7. Further back was the 99 of Tom Eden, then Gary Lapidus, Harry Landy, Ollie Smith and Angus McLean finishing a lap down. All 20 cars making it home in our first race of the day for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK. So can Aaron Head take a maximum? We've seen 2 hat-tricks, both pulled off by Lewis Thompson at the start of the season at Alton Park and Croft. Let's head down to Sam Parker in Parc Ferme to catch up with our podium finishers.
So, same results as yesterday's race. Let's go and dive in and speak to these guys. Aaron, congratulations, another win. I bet you wish you'd done the whole championship, whole season now, don't you?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, if only I wasn't getting married, honestly. Actually, it was my best mate, to be fair, so it's his fault. Yeah, no, it was really, really good race. You know, I was with Lewis a lot on the first half. I honestly thought we were going to pull away from the pack a little bit because it looked like they were getting into a good battle. And then I think Lewis must have just got swamped into the chicane, I think, and obviously Steve was just in front, so he was able to stay out of it, and yeah, it looked like they got a bit of a battle on, and he just sat behind me, so I was able to just do lap time by lap time, and eventually we just pulled away a little bit. So yeah, it was a good race, enjoyed it.
How hard is it to keep the focus when you're being, you know, hunted down that much?
It's hard because when you're in the lead and you've got a little bit of a gap, you see everyone battling behind, you're constantly going from slipstream to slipstream to give someone a bit more slipstream, just so that they're all in line for the corner.
Yeah.
So it's always concentrating on that, you know, focusing where you want to be to not give someone who's quicker a tow so that they stay in front and then just catch you up again. You know, you always want to focus on who may be a little bit slower and then give them the tow to get in front. So it's always just focusing on that really, and then just keeping consistent at the front and looking after the tyres for race 3 as well. So yeah, we'll see how that one goes.
Excellent, can't wait to watch that one. Let's have a word with Stephen. Here he is, he's behind me. Stephen, congratulations. You did say you wanted it to go down to Silverstone. I think it might actually come down to Silverstone.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be with a, I don't know the words for it, but it's going to be a long shot, let's put it that way. I mean, we're literally down to all I've just got to keep on beating him. We can't beat Lewis every round. I mean, we've seen what he's done this year. So, yeah, we're on a bit of a high at the moment, and we keep on chipping away, but he's only got to beat me once, I think. So
we'll see. Never say never.
Hey, never say never.
Excellent, congratulations, great race. Let's have a word with Lewis. Jake Swan got fastest lap.
Oh, did he?
He did.
Was it Jake in the end?
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt that. Well, another podium for you. I know it's probably not the position you wanted, but you got a bit swamped at the chicane, didn't you?
Yeah, it's just a bit carnage going into that chicane, and then as soon as one of the DPR boys got through, he just backed me all up, and so Aaron and Steve could get away. It's just a bit frustrating, obviously, not having my wingman up there, but yeah, you know, we'll go out there in the last race looking for a win, and yeah, hopefully we'll get it. So
excellent. Congratulations anyway. Thank you. Right, I think we've got some highlights next, and then we will have the Mag 7 race next. So we'll see you shortly.
Yes, thanks. Great to hear from some of the drivers down there. Harry Landy in that opening race today sent spinning off into Schwantz Curve first time around, bit of contact with Angus McLean, and a stunning side-by-side battle ensued at the front of the field between Aaron Head and Lewis Thompson, with Stephen Lyle and Paul Donkin, the early names, trying to get involved. Jake Swan and Gordon Sawyer joining the battle as well. Some great moves down into the chicane, coming from nowhere on the inside at one point. Stephen Lyle to go from third to first, but he didn't hold his lead for long. It's 3 wide frequently down into the chicane. Aaron Head seemingly the only driver who could make the outside line work through the midpoint of that first race of the day. Paul Donkin eventually falling back into the clutches of Sawyer and Swan as he tried to go around the outside. Some terrific weaving and jinking down the straights. Classic Caterham slipstreaming action. It was an even bigger battle further back, if anything, for that 8th and 9th places. Hard to know where to look at times with 2 battles taking place at once. Gordon Sawyer nearly losing it at the Craner curves, and a brief mistake from Aaron Head gave Stephen Lyle some hope, but he couldn't quite hold his lead through to the checkered flag.
It's great stuff from as we see Aaron Head working it around the outside late on in the race then, and just managed to make it through. I can hear the noise out of our commentary window, which means that the action never stops, does it? And we're up and running with the CSCC Gold Arts Mag 7s Championship.
Yes, the Classic Sports Car Club Gold Arts Magnificent 7s, a long-established series. Great to have them here as part of our Caterham package this weekend. First time we've seen them on BARC TV. It's a mixture of different Caterhams and other 7 types in this series, various classes based on power output and what tyres they use, so we'll do our best to guide you through that as the race goes on. There's also grid penalties been introduced for previous winners in different groups and classes over the course of the season. Pole position in the qualifying session yesterday went to number 51 Christian Pittard in his Caterham CSR, running in Class I, and he starts alongside 46 Stephen Nuttall's Caterham Supersport. Second row is number 88 Richard Webb. He's in the Atomic Racing MK Cup 200, that's a motorcycle engine kit car, alongside number 92 Colin Watson's Caterham C400. Row 3, number 10 Tim Bishop in a Caterham Roadsport, and 42 Richard Carter in a Caterham R300. There are some cars out there in this race with well over 300 horsepower under the driver's right foot, and when you consider how little a Caterham weighs, that's something quite impressive indeed. 94 Matthew Starbuck in a C400 alongside the CSR Superlight of 89 Bruce Wilson, a stalwart of this series. Completing the top 10, 241, which is William Redman in his 420R alongside the CSR of Robert Forsdyke, number 188. The 6th row of the grid, number 553, which is Ashley Haig Boyles in a Caterham 420. Stephen Boyles will race that car in race 2 later on, and Mark Lanyon alongside him in his Superlight R. On row 7, it's Johnny Pittard. He's one of our drivers with a grid penalty. He's in a supercharged CSR, one of the most powerful cars on the grid. He was actually quickest in qualifying yesterday. No, second quickest, I apologise, in qualifying yesterday, but he's got a grid penalty. Alongside him, Stephen Collins, car number 69 with a 420R. Row 8 is Charles Holroyd, number 35, and number 80, Tim Davis. Now, he will probably be the favourite for victory here, along with Johnny Pittard. He's on a grid penalty back on row 8. He will fly through this field. Row 9, Andy Yeomans, 36, and Martin Dolan, car number 7. The 10th row, 99, Peter French, probably the longest-serving Magnificent Sevens driver, alongside Malcolm Ash, number 21. And the last few cars in the group, we've got David Stephen, number 41, and 16, Martin Ledbetter on row 11. Row 12 is number 3, Jeremy Adams, and 75, Stephen Trinder. And on row 13 is Luke Suru, the Greek Cypriot descended driver in his Caterham Supersports. Now, there are 2 groups in this series. Classes A, B, and C are Group 1 for the less powerful cars, and Luke Tsuru has won the group so many times he got a 25 place grid penalty for this race, so he has to start from the back of the grid. This will be a slightly longer race at 30 minutes. It is the number 51 of Christian Pittard on pole in the orange car with the blue and white stripe. One of the cars to watch is that orange and black car of Tim Davis. I've seen him against bigger fields of Mag 7s than this here at Donington start from the pit lane, and he was still leading within about 4 laps. That's how powerful that number 80 car is, the ex-TVR racer Tim Davis in the Boss Racing Caterham C400. The other car to watch is starting just ahead of him, the black and gold JPS, Johnny Pittard Special of the eponymous Johnny Pittard. He's in a Caterham 7 CSR with a supercharged 2.5 litre engine. Those 2 cars will be up with Christian Pittard and Stephen Nuttall for the lead before very long. Colin Watson in the Boss Racing car, the white and Dayglow orange car, is going to be one to watch as well. Those cars in Class I for the most powerful cars. Power output of over 300 horsepower in Class I. And also you've got Richard Webb in the bike-engined MK Cup 200 as well. The most powerful and some of the fastest Caterhams you will see here this weekend about to get underway. The CSCC Magnificent 7, sponsored by Gold Arts Jewellers, and a terrible start. Well, the pole sitter hasn't got away at all. Christian Pittard has stalled it in the 51. As cars on the grass avoiding him there, and it is, by the look of it, Stephen Nuttall who has got the lead into Redgate for the first time. Watch for number 80, Tim Davis, as he starts to come through, and 81, Johnny Pittard in the black and gold car should be up there very shortly as well, but it is Nuttall who leads, Richard Webb in second, Colin Watson is in third. Webb goes for the lead down into the old hairpin and goes through for the first time, but a disastrous start for our pole sitter Christian Pittard. Was lucky not to get walloped as they came off the grid there.
Yeah, bravo to all the drivers following to spot that car going slowly and avoid, like you say, some having to take to the grass, but it keeps them all in the race, and Pittard will be up and running. There's Stephen Nuttall chasing down then Webb in front of the Stephen Nuttall is number 46, and if you follow him on the official Caterham Motorsport ladder, you'll know he was the champion in 21 in the 7 Championship UK, which we've just watched, but this is a different machine entirely as he comes down the outside. He's made the outside line work into the Robert chicane. Has he? No, he's still going to. Webb's going to defend back, and these two go side by side. So the outside line is really not working at all. But Nuttall is going to go across the line. A little bit of a gap then back to our third place drivers side by side once more as they go over the line. Nuttall seeing if the outside line to Redgate's going to work, but no, it's Webb going to hold on down the inside.
Yeah, Stephen Nuttall, an incredibly quick driver of all Caterhams, and look, Tim Davis is already up into the top 5. He could get 4th place here with a bit of luck. That's Robert Forsdyke ahead of him in the Class H Caterham CSR 2.5 litre engine. Class H is cars with a power output of 261 to 300 brake horsepower for the second most powerful class. But Tim Davis just straight past him down the Craner curves there. He's up in 4th position now. Richard Carter's up there as well, number 42. He's in Class G. That's 231 to 260 brake horsepower. He's in a Caterham R300 with a 2 litre engine. The colour described as isotope green. That's number 42 car. We'll try and get a sight of that as it comes through here.
And whenever you hear the horsepower rating, so 300 horsepower, that's going to be 600 horsepower per tonne, because these cars all weigh roughly half a tonne each. It's like same kind of weight as a Mini. So you can imagine driving a Mini with 300 horsepower. That's what these guys are doing out there in these Mag 7 machinery. Stephen Nuttall now down the inside of Webb, makes that stick. Webb having to capitulate that time through, but Stephen Nuttall looks like he's got speed in different places. Webb's really good on those brakes, so Stephen Nuttall managing to outbrake in that time. You can see the slight different stances of these two cars out front. Nuttall's going to see if he can hold on, but Webb's back down the inside. Really good on the brakes, late on the brakes there. Nuttall I've spoken to earlier today, and he's saying he's now got a sequential box with flappy paddles on the back of his steering wheel there to do changing, which is great. Well, number 3's had an accident. Radiator's looking a bit punctured there.
Yeah, that's the number 3 of Jeremy Adams, the Boss Racing Caterham 420R. That's up at Coppice, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a safety car if you can't get that move from there. Johnny Pittard is now making a move, the number 81, the JPS. It's in black and gold JPS colours. Johnny Pittard Special it stands for, and he's got the supercharged 2.5 litre engine in his car, and certainly the quickest, along with Christian Pittard in qualifying in yesterday's race. Jeremy Adams got the car back out of the way, I noticed there, onto the grass. There were yellow flags out there. Well done to the marshals for helping him to get clear. So it's Nuttall, Webb, Colin Watson in third. I first saw him race at Hensford Raceway in the National Hot Rods many years ago in a Toyota Starlet. It was a similar colour, the Dayglow orange and white, to his Boss Racing Caterham C400 here. There he is in the background in third place. It's Davis 4th, there he is. Forsdyke is back in 5th place. The only other non-Caterham in this race, incidentally, number 16, Martin Ledbetter. He's in a Procomp LA Gold kit car. Procomp Motorsport based in Birmingham built that machine, and then you'll recognise that car as it comes through because it's in a very bright orange. You know the colour of dyno rod vans that you see out on the road? It's in exactly the colour of those.
There you go. Pittard made himself up to 4th in class. That's going to be 6th overall, so making his way back through after that disastrous getaway, in fact no non-getaway from the line. Watson stuck a little bit no man's land, isn't he? Seeing whether he can close in. He's 3.6 seconds back at the moment. A little bit longer race this one, so it's a half an hour race for all these drivers out here. They've got another chance for another race later on today. Number 27 goes through, so Zuru goes through ahead of Lanyon in there as well. So yeah, the Boss colours are sort of magnificent across all these championships. You can see them in their white and orange, and Watson obviously one of their sister cars up in 3rd place.
Looking at the class leaders, well, we mentioned classes A, B and C. They form Group 1 for some of the less powerful cars, and that's already being led by Luke Suru, who started from the back of the grid. He'll have an even bigger grid penalty for the next race. I think it's five place grid penalty per group win. Webb in Class K, the only bike-engined car out there in the top group. He's battling it out with the Class I car of Stephen Nuttall. They're swapping places for fun for the overall race lead.
It's got no side screens on that car, so you can see him soaring away. Watch his elbow sort of flicking at the wheel. You can see how rare it is for the car, that all the wheels to be sort of stuck to the floor. You're floating these Caterhams around, especially with the power that they're running in these cars out there. So absolutely sort of dancing the cars around. Watson even more in no man's land, so he's going to have a bit of a lonely race today, but it's certainly not lonely up front with Webb and Nuttall going at it.
Christian Pittard has set the fastest lap of the race, 1:10.094, going even quicker than the Caterham 7 Championship UK cars were earlier on. So recovering to P8 now after stalling on the grid. Side by side between the two leaders, once again down towards the chicane. Richard Webb gets the lead back once again. We'll quickly run you through the other class leaders. Class H is being led by Ron Forsdyke in 5th place. Class G by Richard Carter in 6th. Class D by Ashley Haig Boyles. Class E by number 69 Stephen Collins, who's raced in a variety of Caterham series over the years. William Redman leads Class F. Luke Suru Class C. Class B is led by the number 21 of Malcolm Ash, and Class A by David Stephen, car number 41. So those are your class leaders. The classes all based on different power outputs and also what tyres the car's using. There's Christian Pittard on his recovery drive. He's got past Forsdyke now, up into P5. We said how quick Christian Pittard's car is. There's Richard Carter just behind them as well. So Christian Pittard is up to 5th. Johnny Pittard is showing as 5th, and Christian Pittard in 7th. He's just gained another place past Forsdyke there, so I'm getting the Pittards mixed up. Apologies there.
But yeah, still there, still lots of time, so 23 minutes left, so still time to break across gaps and get your car back into the position you need to be in. I believe Nuttall, as well as trying to go for this Mag 7's championship, after this race is complete, he's going to get in his car and drive up to Croft, because he's going to be driving in a Chevron in another championship. So such is the life of a racing driver of Nuttall's calibre. He's got to go and try and win another championship this afternoon, as we see Webb crossed that line first last time through, and this time see whether he crosses again. But Nuttall's got a busy day ahead of him then, looking for Forsdyke and Pittard on our screen. So there's 188 of Forsdyke.
Yes, I believe it's the HSCC Guards Trophy, if I remember rightly, that Stephen Nuttall will be racing in a little bit later on. So we want Richard Carter, regular race winner in this series over the years, attacking Rob Forsdyke. This is for P7 overall. Goes through. Carter leading Class G. His only rival is Bruce Wilson. There's a few classes with only 1 or 2 entries in them. A bit further back, the most numerous class is Class F with 6 cars, and that's being led by Will Redman, who's in P13. Further back in the order with his Caterham 420R. Luke Suru has just lost a place to number 94 of Matthew Starbuck, who's in a more powerful Class F car. Luke Suru leading Class C and leading Group 1 as he has been for most of this season. Christian Pittard, another new fastest lap, 1:08.776. There's Bruce Wilson being chased by the number 69 of Stephen Collins in the Purified Air sponsored car. Notice all the cars displaying the name Gold Arts. That's Gold Arts Jewellers, based down on the south coast. A long-time Caterham racer Doug Newman Sr.'s business. He raced Caterhams for many years and has been a sponsor of this series almost since it started out with the Classic Sports Car Club many years back. Stephen Collins there leading Class E in P12. Powered by Carlsberg, he tells us that car is yesterday. No drinking and driving, of course, as he chases Bruce Wilson here, who's second in Class G to Richard Carter, who we saw in the bright green car. And here comes William Redman, number 241. He leads Class F. Class F for cars with 186 to 230 brake horsepower. That's another of the Boss Racing cars. They've got about 7 or 8 cars in this grid, and they're running Freddie Chiddicks this weekend as well. Boss Racing have certainly bossed it in this series for many, many years now. This next group headed up by, I think that's the 54 of Mark Lanyon, the older style number 54 car. The Super Light R, the 1.8 litre engine. William Redman, number 241, he's got a 2 litre engine in his 420R. The 2 leaders well clear now of Tim Davis, who's got ahead of Colin Watson, his Boss Racing teammate, but he's still 10 seconds back on Nuttall and Webb. I thought he'd be up with the leaders fairly quickly. but it does show how his opposition have advanced over the years, because Tim Davies used to win these races almost for fun.
Yeah, there's an engineering effort here as well, isn't there? Different machinery comes along and different ways of generating speed. We've seen so many different types of 7, and this is the engineering side of things, isn't it? Pushing it, see how far you can go, see what toys and things and setup changes you can make that push things forward. And they often have battles across, cross championships and cross sort of classes as well. And they're all out here enjoying the delights of driving the Donington National Circuit, this 2-mile famous strip of tarmac. And if you've never been out here driving on this tarmac, and I highly encourage it, especially if you like track days and whatever. So yeah, it's really great to be out here, and these are enjoying the racing as we see some more side-by-side action there going into Redgate.
There is Luke Suru, dominated Group 1 so far this year, classes A, B and C. Leading Class C is only rival number 7 Martin Dolan, who's a few places further back. William Redman under fire from another of the Boss Racing cars, Matthew Starbuck in Class F, the 2-litre Caterham C400. But this, as we said, is open to any 7 type, any Caterham or Lotus 7 type of car. Got the kit cars out there as well. And they even competed in a 24-hour race recently at the Anglesey circuit. Not a continuous 24 hours, run a bit like on the lines of the Le Mans Classic. It was a 24-hour Classic Sports Car Club event with all their series competing in back-to-back races. Oh, Colin Watson has just pulled into the pits. He was up there battling with the Pitards for 4th position, so Colin Watson has had a problem. The 92 car is in pit lane, and Tim Bishop, number 10, has pulled into the pits as well.
Yeah, so I guess 24 hours is not an insignificant length of time to keep a car running, especially one of them that are so tightly tuned as this. You imagine trying to keep all that engineering in order. Here is that Nuttall on the right there, still getting sort of sweeping through. But where is Webb? In fact, Nuttall's ahead of Webb, isn't he? So yeah, Webb's following along behind.
3 seconds back.
Nuttall's sort of broken the elastic on that, hasn't he? He's managed to make his way through the field, and that extra speed we're seeing is just trying to chop through the lapping cars here. There's a lot of speed difference between the front of this lap. 108 is at the front, and I think there's a 126 in qualifying at the back. So quite a significant speed difference. So traffic and lead cars are definitely a part of Mag 7 racing.
Yes, with so many different power outputs, encountering traffic is inevitable. They're not as closely bunched as the other Caterhams we see so far this weekend. There's that Pro Comp LA Gold that we told you about there, the very bright orange car, number 16 of Martin Ledbetter. He's at the back of the pack, a couple of laps down now at the moment. Colin Watson has rejoined from the pits. We don't know what the problem was there. He's had a quick visit to the pits. There's only one car, I believe, that's retired so far. It's Jeremy Adams. He won Group 1 in the 24-hour race at Anglesey when the aggregate of, I think it was 4 races for the Magnificent Sevens was added together. The orange car there being lapped is Peter French, one of the longest serving drivers in the Mag 7s, with his Caterham Superlights R400, the orange car. They make their way down towards the Craner curves once again. We're still only just coming up to half distance in the first of 2 races today for the CSCC Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. Peter French just being lapped there. Now normally they're slightly longer races for this series, up to about 40 minutes in length, and they normally have a mandatory pit stop, with some cars having a driver change between 2 drivers. But today 2 30-minute races, no pit stops, and there's only one car being shared by 2 drivers. 553, the Boyles family. Ashley Haig Boyles driving in this race, and Stephen Boyles, the ex-Porsche racer, will take over for race 2 as Stephen Nuttall continues to dominate.
Look at those, the tyres there screaming enough from Steve Nuttall, but he wasn't willing to let go of that accelerator, cutting through the field. We see him in his SJN, another sort of black and gold livery. He's kept that since he started back in the academy with Matt Dyer, we saw earlier on in 2012. So racing these Caterham, and multiple Caterham champion. He's won 4-5 championships now with Caterham, every single step of the ladder. In fact, I think he's one of the only drivers to have ever done that. So great for him to see him out there in this Mag 7 championship, and cutting his way through this field. There's Webb in that 2nd place. He's also sort of cutting through his field. Once Steve Nuttall's been through, they all know he's coming now, so they'll keep an eye on their mirrors a little bit more. So Nuttall's got to sort of initially do the cutting through, but Webb is benefiting from that. But at the moment 4.6 seconds is coming out of reach, but we are only at halfway point of this race.
Yes, he's slowly but surely pulling away, Stephen Nuttall, from Richard Webb. Tim Davis still in 3rd place, 2nd in Class I behind Nuttall. Then it's the Pitards, Christian in 4th, ahead of Johnny in 5th place. So the orange car's got back ahead of the black and gold machine. Then it's a gap back to Richard Carter in 6th position. Peter Forsdyke is down to 7th in the 1.8 machine. He's running in Class H, so he's leading the class there because the only other Class H car is in pit lane. Tim Bishop, he's out of the race. Completing the top 10, Colin Watson, who didn't lose that much ground with his brief visit to the pits. He's still in 8th place. Then Ashley Haig Boyles and Bruce Wilson rounding up the top 10. And this is Bruce Wilson, the number 89. Still got the number plates and lights there. He's lost a wing as well. The right rear wheel arch has gone missing from his car. And then behind them we've got the battle between Collins and Starbuck. 69 Stephen Collins. One podium, he was telling us, in his career. That was at Brands Hatch a few years back when a couple of cars ahead of him got penalised. He stopped in the pit lane and was wondering why on earth he'd been pulled over by the marshals. Turns out he'd finished in 3rd place and he hadn't realised. Race is purely for enjoyment. Stephen Collins battling it out with Matthew Starbuck in the number 94, the Boss Racing car. Starbuck leading Class F. He's got ahead of William Redmond, we saw earlier. The Boss Racing car climbing slowly but surely through the field. The lead gap is up to nearly 6 seconds now. It's Nuttall pulled away by over a second last time through. There are the Pittards running together. Christian in the orange car, Johnny in black. There's Will Redmond. There's Christian Pittard, the orange car. So that means that the Pittards, I think, have lapped Will Redmond possibly now. Over 13 minutes of this race to go from the CSCC Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens, the first of 2 races for them here at Donington Park today. There is the Johnny Pittard special. Wonderful sounding supercharged engine. In the background there, Luke Tsuru, 27, he is still leading Class C. There is Redmond in the 241. We've lost out on the class lead to Matthew Starbuck, who's continuing his climb through the field. Nuttall's lead now up to 7.3 seconds. He's continuing to pull away by the rate of now about 1.5 seconds a lap from Richard Webb in 2nd place in the MK Cup 200, the motorcycle engined MK machine. Tim Davis still in 3rd place, but he's quite a way behind our 2 leaders, so I thought he'd overcome his grid penalty fairly quickly. The grid penalty used to be that if you'd won the previous race, you'd have to start from the pit lane when this series first started. And the likes of Mark Coling, I remember, and Carl Woodwiss used to regularly start from the pit lane and still win, so they had to change things a little bit. The grid penalty system organised by the CSCC, the Classic Sports Car Club, follows along the lines of the time penalties they have in other series as well, where you have, if you win a race, you carry over a 30-second penalty for the rest of the season in their other sports car and GT series.
It's like Nuttall slicing through the field here, just left and right. Wherever there's a gap, he can put that car in it. He does it. So I can see that Pittard is 1.2. He's catching up by seconds and seconds over Davis in that 3rd place on track, 2nd in class. So yeah, Pittard looks like he's going to get back through into that 2nd place in class at this stage.
And Stephen Nuttall comes through to complete another lap. 16 laps in the book then, with 11 minutes of this race still to go. He's lapped everybody now up to Richard Carter, who's in 6th position. That's how dominant Stephen Nuttall is now. He's pulled away from Richard Webb. Nearly 2, yeah, he gained another near enough 2 seconds on that last lap over the MK. Slices past another back marker as he comes down the Craner curves. Still Tim Davis in 3rd, then the Pittards, then Carter and Rob Forsdyke, number 188. Colin Watson still there in 8th after his pit visits. And Ashley Haig Boyles and Bruce Wilson still rounding out the top 10. Just a couple of retirements. We lost Jeremy Adams up at Coppice on the 2nd lap, and Tim Bishop, number 10, having pulled into the pits in the Class H Caterham Roadsport, the 2.3 litre Furbish Homes sponsored car. Here's a battle just in front of our race leader. We've got Mark Lanyon in there at the front of it with the old roll cage design on his machine. 35 coming through. There's Charles Holroyd family have raced not only Caterhams over the years, but I remember David Holroyd in his classic Lotus Elan in the Swinging 60s series run by the CSCC, among others. The leader coming up to lap.
And overtaking 2 as we go down into Redgate, just at will he can put that car wherever he needs to do. We saw Stephen Trinder on screen briefly, one of the drivers sort of with those lower spec cars and doing 124s compared to 108. Can you imagine the speed difference that feels like in these lead cars? Your neck must be screaming as you head round this straight. It goes not a lot of room down the inside for the number 41 there, was there? That's Stephen going through on the number 21 of Ash.
Yeah, that was David Stephen, the Class A leader, passing Malcolm Ash, the Class B leader, for position. They're fighting for 20th place overall. They're 3 laps down on our race leader now. We have seen these races quite frequently won by a full lap, given the gulf in performance between some of these cars. But the Classic Sports Car Club, their motto is motorsport for cars of all ages. And as long as you have a 7 type, you can race it with this series, no matter what its performance, really. So we do see quite a gulf in performance between the quicker and the slower cars.
There's 2 humps on the back straight there going down the exhibition straight. Normally in a Caterham we brake just after the second hump to get it slowed down, but it's such as the speed of Nuttall's car that he's having to brake, I think, just slightly before the rise in the track, and then manages brakes over it. But as we see, I think Pittard probably going to come across the line ahead of Davies this time through. He was riding on his tail last time through, so we'll see. Or is it still there, nose to tail, I think, going across? But let's keep an eye on whether Pittard's made it back up to 3rd.
There's Richard Webb in the doorless MK Cup 200. He's still 2nd. He drops a long way back from Stephen Nuttall now, and it is Christian Pittard who has come through into 3rd. He'll be wondering what might have been after stalling on the line, because I'm sure he'd be up with Stephen Nuttall. Let's just have a look at their lap times. Yeah, his last lap was nearly 2 seconds quicker than Nuttall.
Yeah, so he's got that speed in that car, just not necessarily going to have the time, is he? He's got 11 and then a 14-second gap to come across, so it is very unlikely in the last 7 minutes, 7.5 minutes, he's going to be able to do that. As we watch a little bit further back there.
That's Rob Forsdyke.
Yeah, and he's only just ahead of Watson, right?
Richard Carter's pulled into the pits as well, so another leading player in problems. So Carter has pitted in the number 42 with some sort of an issue. Saw Colin Watson pull in earlier. He didn't lose too much time because he's one of the quicker and more powerful Class I cars, the most powerful class of aside for power outputs of over 301 horsepower. Of course, classes J and K are for the cars and motorcycle engines, so we haven't got any Class J entries, so the only Class K is Rich Webb, who's still there in 2nd. There is Peter French, the number 99, was out with the Classic Sports Car Club at Mallory Park on Bank Holiday Monday just gone. So a couple of weekends of racing in the Midlands for him. Where is Peter French in the classification? P19 at the moment, 4th in Class F, which is still led by Matthew Starbuck. That's another couple of seconds lost by Richard Webb last time round. Now, what's the gap between Webb and Christian Pittard? It's 10.2 seconds at the line last time through, and he's lapping nearly 2 seconds quicker, so I reckon Christian Pittard will get P2 before the end of this race.
Yep, so after that stall or misfire at the start and went all the way to the back of this field, he's had an adventure to come all the way back up to 2nd in class, 3rd on the road. Webb's the next man up the road, 2 seconds a lap faster. We should easily see that before the end of this 6 minutes, as long as nothing else goes wrong and traffic works in his favour.
So for 6 minutes of this race to go then. There's Luke Tsuru, and he's being reeled in by number 81 of Johnny Pittard, 4th in class, 5th overall. How far behind Tim Davis is he? 24 seconds, that's where. Tim Davis, in fact, is only a couple of seconds, 3.2 seconds behind Christian Pittard, but Pittard lapping a second quicker now as he reels in Richard Webb. The gap between P2 and P3 down to 7.5 seconds as the orange number 51 tries to catch the white number 88 for 2nd. The 46 continues to lead the way, Stephen Nuttall. The 51 of Christian Pittard continuing to chase down Rich Webb for 2nd place.
Yep, Nuttall disappearing off. You could see as he was going around Coppice then how much he's pushing that car. It really is jiving away, and you can see that it's floating over this in the slick tyres that he's running on in the number 46 SJN black and gold machinery of Stephen Nuttall, looking to see whether he can secure this championship and then later on today secure a second one. What a day as he swoops through Redgate, and we follow back. There's a car stuck on the outside of the chicane there. I don't know if you hit the barrier. You can see him double waved yellows, so whether he's met the barrier, but he's certainly stuck on the edge of the track, isn't he?
Yeah, I think that might have been Bruce Wilson, number 89. I think he's moved it from there. Now we can see just on the left, he's got into the pit lane, I think. He stopped in the pit lane entrance. You can just see on the right of your screen. We'll pick up who that is in a moment if we can. I think it may have been Bruce Wilson. Now there is the 51 of Christian Pittard. He's got the gap down to just over 6 seconds now. Obviously, he'll be slowed by the yellow flag of the chicane. He's got the fastest lap of the race and trying to chase down Rich Webb for second place. So Christian Pittard, the number 51. This car is a Caterham 7 CSR with a 2.5 litre engine. Again, with that power to weight of over 600 horsepower per tonne, most likely, in that car. He's been racing with this series for many years, as has Johnny Pittard. And he's going to try and get P2 away from Rich Webb if he can close in. Just ahead of him there is Richard Carter, who's rejoined after a pit stop. He's down in P18.
See, even the front wheel arches on that the Pittard car has aerodynamics on them compared to the championships we've been seeing. There's very strict rules and regulations as he goes through into that yellow flag, but it's all move is done and dusted by the time he gets there, so no problem. They still haven't obviously cleared that car out of pit lane entry, but yeah, even the aerodynamics of the mudguards changes as they're allowed to sort of fiddle with their timing regulations.
Still not certain who that is up there. Johnny Pittard's lost 2 places, number 81 on our timing screen there. He's not come through on this latest lap. Is that him in pit lane entrance? It looked to me as though when I caught a glimpse of the car parked on the curb, there's Johnny Pittard, he stops.
That's someone else.
Now, is that the run up to Coppice?
Is that old hairpin exit maybe? It's hard to say. Maybe McLean's exit, like you say, yeah, it probably is up there, but a car stuck on the outside. How are they going to deal with this with only 3 minutes to go? If they put the safety car out, that'll probably be the end of the race. Will they cover it under double yellows just to see this race with the last 2 minutes 50 seconds to complete?
Stephen Trinder is the car that stopped in pit lane entrance, number 75. He's in a Caterham Academy car in Class A, so that's the car we've lost coming out of the final chicane, and the red flag is coming out.
Yep, so a couple of pit lane entrance blocked, a car stuck between McLean's and Coppice, so they've decided they will red flag this. I doubt very much they will get that back up and running. They are being sent into the pit lane around Trinder's stricken car. A little bit of dirt on the inside of the chicane, and we saw his car at a funny angle on the exit of the chicane, so I'm not sure what went on there, but hopefully he didn't make it to the barrier.
I'm wondering if he spun it through the chicane or gone over the gravel, tried to make it into pit lane, then maybe realised he's got no steering or something.
It could well be that, but Nuttall then takes that win by a comfortable margin. We were robbed a bit of Pittard trying to catch up with Webb at the end of that race, weren't we? But didn't quite make it. So Nuttall will be classed as the winner therefore, and yeah, that job one done for him today.
Yes, indeed. Stephen Nuttall taking the win, where the result just being counted back to the end of lap 22 by the look of things, so he'll win by 20.3 seconds. Stephen Nuttall, he had a close fight with Richard Webb early on, but the Caterham proving the more durable than the MK Cup 200. Christian Pittard got to within 4.25 seconds or so of Richard Webb before the red flag came out there with Johnny Pittard and Stephen Trinder stranded. Stephen Trinder stranded. Try saying that when you've had a few out on circuit there. Christian Pittard, good recovery after stalling on the line, will take 3rd place. And Tim Davis, not too often we see him off the podium in Magnificent 7 races. He's down in 4th. Colin Watson, good recovery after making a pit stop. He rounds out the top 5. We'll run you through the result in a moment and the class winners as well. We lost Martin Ledbetter, the bright orange Pro Comp, as well into the pits a few laps from home as well. Let's have a look back at some of the highlights. Well, Christian Pittard didn't go anywhere from pole position, and there was a scatter as everybody fortunately managed to miss him. 1 or 2 cars going onto the grass. That's allowed Stephen Nuttall and Rich Webb to get clear into the first corner, and they had a good sparring contest in the early stages of that race, the Caterham against the MK. Jeremy Adams went spinning. We didn't see if there was any contact there. The number 3 car, some damage to the nose cone and the radiator. That was his race over after just a couple of laps.
I'd suggest there was some contact.
Yes, we didn't see who was involved. I was trying to say there. As Stephen Nuttall sliced his way through back markers as the race progressed. Martin Dolan and Rob Forsdyke, we see there. Good battle between 2 of our class winners in that race, David Stephen and Malcolm Ash further back. And this is the incident for Stephen Trinder. Wheel onto the grass coming out of the chicane and wallop straight into the tyre wall.
Just like you said, he obviously figured out he didn't have any steering by the time he pulled it across the track, and there is that 81 stricken out on track as well.
Looks great, doesn't it? The Johnny Pittard special in that matte black livery. Don't know what the problem is. So Stephen Nuttall takes the win by 20 seconds over Rich Webb, who wins Class K. Nuttall winning Class I. The other class winners, Rob Forsdyke in P6. He won Class H. Bruce Wilson winning Class G with number 89. Because we lost Richard Carter into the pits, of course. Class D went to Ashley Haig-Boyles, number 553. Class F to Matthew Starbuck in the number 94. Stephen Collins won Class E in car number 69 in 11th place. Group 1 and Class C was won by Luke Zuru from the back of the grid in number 27. And further back, Class B went to Malcolm Ash in car 21. And number 41 of David Stephen won Class A. 4 retirements in that race. We lost Martin Ledbetter and Tim Bishop into the pits, and we saw what happened to Stephen Trinder and Johnny Pittard. And of course we lost Jeremy Adams as well early on. Well, next up on track today we've got the Mottle Caterham 7 310R Championship. That's just once the volunteer marshals have recovered the couple of cars stranded out on circuit. Of course, we've got repairs ongoing at the exit of the chicane at the moment. This is what would bring out the red flags when Stephen Trinder spun into the tyre wall.
Yeah, it was quite a bump, wasn't it, for Trinder as he headed into the tyre wall there. A little bit of work to get the conveyor belt, you can see in front of those tyres, just fixed up. And yeah, I'm going to take this opportunity as ever to thank our marshals out on track as they clear up after these messy drivers. And they do that job all throughout the year all across our UK circuits and around the world. Some of these marshals will travel and take their expertise to other circuits around the world. Really enjoy it, and yeah, perfect job by them this weekend. Nice sun to greet them, but on behalf of all our drivers out here across all of the championships we've got running, thank you ever so much to our marshals. I know that we tend to try and feed them chocolates, and I know that the Academy are arranging to send some over to our marshals, so I'm glad that we can keep them fueled up and ready to do things like this job of tidying up the barriers on the air. Not an often times hit barrier, that one actually. It's kind of an unusual accident. You can spin out from the outside, but the more usual is to drift wide and then carry on going to the outside of the track. So, but you can see why the tyre wall.
Do you speak from experience on that?
I've seen it plenty of times, but I've not seen anyone hit the inside there. So well, sort of a Trinder. Yeah, hopefully his car will be back out this afternoon, but he's got a little bit of work to get that done. But yeah, so again, looking resplendent out there, and we've talked all day, talked all yesterday about how much action we've got, and we've still got lots of action even before lunch break today, so do stay tuned all day with us. We've got Caterham's galore. Starting next up with the Caterham 7 310R Championship, and we'll talk you through the runners and riders on that one.
First of all, I think we can head down to Sam in pit lane.
So I've just come into Caterham Hospitality and I have found Duncan Mallet. Duncan, how's your weekend going so far?
Not amazing. It's sort of been a bit of a it's had a few peaks and a few troughs. So started the weekend quite badly. Came 13th in qualifying. For my first race, I got all the way up to 5th. I kept making my way through the pack, which is great, until I had a brake failure on the final lap. So that, unfortunately, that means I'm starting 22nd today.
You've got some work to do today.
It's a new challenge. I'm quite excited, actually. And I've also got, because Charlie also had an issue yesterday, so I've got him starting at the back as well, so maybe we can help each other today to get back to the front. But, I'm still aiming quite highly. I hope to be able to get back to the front by the end of race 1, and then fight in race 2, and then fight in race 3, hopefully.
Yeah.
That'd be ideal.
Yeah, exactly. And because obviously Ben Timmons was in the race as a guest driver yesterday as well, after winning the Roadsport Championship back at Snetterton. He did amazingly well, a bit like yourself. You jump in this different championship and all of a sudden you're right at the front. So clearly, you've got taken all that learning from the last couple of years and put it into the 270, which is not an easy thing to do, is it?
No, I mean, well, with Ben, I saw him on track towards the end of race 1 yesterday. It was great to fight with him again. I mean, it's been ages. It's been absolutely ages for me and him to fight again. But yeah, no, I think it's because I think 270 is a challenge, not because of pace. The pace is fine. The pace is there for both of us. It's about how you race, how you work with your other competitors in order to get closer and closer to winning. It's a completely different challenge to, say, Academy or Roadsport.
Yeah. Yeah. But how do you feel also when you're in the race, knowing that the championship is decided this weekend with Charlie Lowe and Freddie Chiddicks? How do you feel about getting in the mix with that? You're quite conscious of that. You don't want to, trip them up or get in their way.
Honestly, it doesn't bother me that much because obviously I don't take points. So if I say I came second, whoever's third will get the points for second. And so far I haven't tripped either of them up or anyone up. So I mean, I don't really think about that sort of thing. Yeah. It doesn't bother me that much actually.
So I'm looking forward to seeing you coming from the back then. I can't wait to see it. You're going to be storming through with a mission on your mind.
Absolutely. I'm really excited actually. I've got no pressure on me, which is great.
Yeah, that is the beauty of it, isn't it? You literally can only go forward.
Exactly.
So
yeah, thank you very much.
Well done. Thanks, Duncan. We'll see you later.
See you later.
Thanks, Sam. Nice to hear from young Duncan Mallet down there. Yes, we saw him go flying off at McLean's on the last lap of yesterday's race, and that's the reason why his brake pedal went to the floor. So we'll see Duncan out a little bit later on. But next up it is the Mottl Caterham 7 310R Championship. And the championship yesterday all but sewn up by Jack Sales, I believe.
Yeah, he is the champion-elect. He, even if he doesn't take part in these next 2 races, and even if Hoffman wins with fastest lap, it goes to a tie-break, which Jack Sales wins on the count of the fact that he's got 4 second places over Hoffman's 2 second places over the course of the weekend, over the year, sorry. So yeah, Jack Sales is champion-elect, and we're yet to hear whether he will be taking part in this race. He's got a decision to make, because obviously if you've got enough points to win it without taking part, and you do take part and get points on your licence, it costs you penalty points on your championship as well. So it's a kind of decision as to, do you want to risk it, get involved, or do you want to sit on the sidelines and just let the season hang out? I know that Jack Sales is really keen to race today, so it'll be just his head over his heart decision as to whether he gets involved. He's leaping off the tyre barrier there for one of our support crew. as they're just getting these the conveyor belt, as we call it, over the top of those tyre barriers, sort of all hitched and back up again. Is such an important part of modern track safety. That conveyor belt was really improved at the sort of dissipates the energy across all the tyre stacks, and it stops cars. It helps to stop cars going underneath and missing out on there before they hit the concrete walls. So great to see them all nearly back up and running. Few last bolts and getting all the machinery now out the way, just pushing and shoving everything as it should be. But we will be up and running again shortly. As we said, Jack Sayles has sewn up the championship, and we'll see whether he's out there racing. But still, Hoffman and Taylor O'Flanagan are going head to head for second place. Hoffman is pretty safe there, even if Taylor O'Flanagan wins and gets fastest lap in the next 2 races that they've got over the course of this finals weekend. Hoffman's just needs a 4th and a 3rd, but he's been there or thereabouts all season, so there's no reason why he wouldn't do that. And certainly the odds are in his favour. Taylor O'Flanagan is safe in that 3rd place though, so he has got a confirmed 3rd place in that championship. So this is finals weekend for all but the 7 Championship UK as far as the official Caterham Motorsport ladder goes. So we will see lots of champions throughout the course of today. Jack Sayles has been that. We've already got Ben Timmins in the Roadsport is elected champion, but we've got Academy. We've still got the 270 to decide in quite an exciting race a little bit later on, and so plenty more action. And we've also got to sort out the sort of lower steps of the podiums as well throughout the course of the day. But at the moment, in this next race coming up, it is between Hoffman and Taylor O'Flanagan, the 4th step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. Still the Academy car underneath all of the additional upgrades they've had at the end of each year. They'll have upgraded their car for the last 3 years to get it into this 310R spec, and they've got now 155 horsepower under their right foot. They've got a limited slip differential, which is one of the big differentiators between this and the 270R class that we're also seeing a little bit later. Yeah, there's plenty of experience out there, multiple champions on this grid, and a very big grid of cars as well. It's a really, really popular series, a really good balance of car to driver performance, and the chassis, it really works well with the Avon ZZRs that we run in this championship, and they're setting some spectacular times here around the Donington National 2-mile circuit.
So it looks like the barrier repair is almost complete there at the chicane. We get ready for the second race of the weekend for the Mottall Caterham 7 310R Championship, and full credit to Hugo Bush, 5th in the points coming into this weekend, who took his first win of the season yesterday, joining Jack Sayles, Lars Alexander Hoffman, Taylor O'Flanagan and Harry Cook, who are here this weekend. Also seeing wins for Tom Willis and Dominic Mansberger earlier this year, who are not out at this weekend's meeting. Their championship is over for 2023. So Lars Hoffman with 4 wins coming into this weekend. Jack Sayles has 6. And the grid reads as follows for our next race based on the result of yesterday's race. Hugo Bush, number 22 on pole. Harry Cook, number 9 alongside him. It's a couple of tenths in it at the end of yesterday's race. Lars Hoffman and Jack Sayles provisionally on row 2. And Taylor O'Flanagan, a mistake at the chicane when he went across the gravel, cost him in yesterday's race. Starts alongside Andrew Murgatroyd in the number 84 car. Philip Bianchi from Malta, number 92 on row 4 alongside Graham McDonald, the former Caterham Cars CEO. And completing the top 10, number 50 Wes Payne and 71 Alan Cooper. The 6th row will be number 43, Alan Curtis. He starts alongside the 15 of David Yates. Had a gravelly moment at the Old Hairpin in yesterday's race, and a retirement from one of the 3 races at Snetterton has harmed his points total as well. Row 7, number 28, Ryan Lovett, alongside 55 of Harry Eyre. And then on row 8, number 14, Fraser Jones, alongside 16, Steve Metcalf. Row 9, number 8, Darrell Cresswell, and 77, Kevin Cooper. The 10th row, Ben Lopez Appleton, number 5, and 85 of Robert Bullen. Row 11 is 68 Chris Welch and 38 of Jeff Price. Then Tim Steele, the 53, and 33 Ryan Errol. Row 13, 99 Michael Curley had a half spin on the first corner yesterday. Starts alongside 52 of Pete Wales. Then we've got 65 Duncan Cook alongside 98 James Hall. Row 15 is number 10 Stephen Lancaster and 64 Paul Herndon. 12 Ron Mounsey and 49 of Henry Williams, who ended up in the gravel yesterday at the chicane. On row 16, Matt Shepherd also failed to finish yesterday's race, car number 80. He will start on row 17 alongside Johnny Jarrett, number 27, who failed to start yesterday in the Oakmere Racing Cup. So he will hopefully get some laps in today. That's your grid then for Motor Caterham 7 310R Championship, racing over 20 minutes.
Yep, 20-minute race, and they'll have 3 over the course of this weekend. We had one yesterday, so we've got 2 more today, including this one. So 20 minutes, 40 minutes of track action to try and sort out 2nd and 3rd in the championship. And with between Taylor O'Flanagan and Lars Alexander Hoffman, all the cards lie with Hoffman at the moment, but Taylor O'Flanagan, his yellow machine, can do it. Ones to watch out for: Matt Shepherd had, we saw him going across the gravel. He had an A-frame failure, which moves him to the back, and he's back here as a guest driver just for the final couple of rounds of this series, and good to see him out there, and he's hoping for a much better result out there. But watch for him in his yellow machinery, see whether he can move forward. And didn't see whether Jack Sales was out there. We'll have to look out to see whether that lead car, is he on the grid?
It's a white car with a green cage. I think that's him there, possibly. A bit difficult to tell in the glare of the sun at the
It looks about a white and green cage in 4th place, so yeah, he's obviously happy that he wants to go racing, maybe his final race weekend for a little bit, so thinking, yep, need to get out there and get involved, and why not? He's had a great season so far, and there's a little bit of risk involved in that. Obviously he doesn't want to get penalty points, which would then obviously affect his championship and could detrimentally lose it. But it's Hugo Bush who's going to be lining up then on that pole position. Great to see him get a win finally. It's been close there or thereabouts most of the season, so he finally ticks that box. Harry Cook has been close a number of times and also won an event out there, so good to see those two on the front row ahead of Hoffman and Jack Sales, our championship contenders from yesterday. Jack Sales just clinching it though in the T&A Accountancy white alongside the Motul coloured Hoffman there. Taylor O'Flanagan seeing whether he can overhaul Hoffman. He's got to get in front, he's got to put some significant points between him and Hoffman to get that done. And then Murgatroyd, who's been there or thereabouts again. Every time he's joined us, he's just not done a full campaign, but he's up there 6th place on the grid ahead of Bianchi, another driver who's not done a full season, followed by Graham McDonald. Great to see him out there in starting 8th place today. So who is going to make the best start then? 2nd 20-minute race for the Motul sponsored Caterham 310R Championship.
Hugo Bush, the grey and red car on pole position alongside Harry Cook, black car with a bit of red trim. The course car pulling into line at the back. Just you can see Matt Shepherd there, the yellow car, failed to finish yesterday, lining up towards the back of the field. Hopefully Johnny Jarrett is there as well, who failed to start yesterday in the Oakmere run car. Looks like everybody is into line. We get the all clear from the marshals. The red lights come on and the revs rise in the 1600cc engines. Away we go with the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship. Bush gets away well, so does Taylor O'Flanagan, the yellow car down the inside. Lars Hoffman jinks across to the outside to try and defend, trying to go around the outside of Harry Cook, and he's done so up into 2nd place. Murgatroyd goes side by side with the yellow machine of O'Flanagan. Everybody's made it through Redgate A-OK by the look of things, side by side almost to the lead, but Hugo Bush just about holding off a very determined looking Lars Hoffman in that 2nd place. Jack Sales has dropped away a few spots. He's down to about 7th or 8th place.
Yeah, now he's side by side going through Old Hairpin. Not a comfortable place to be. Remember, he's kind of going in with that mindset of, I've got to be a little bit careful. I saw David Yates deep in the field having a bad start that time, and cars having to scatter left and right. So David Yates in his Matt Blythe Motorsport car will be seeing whether he can fight back through. But it's Hoffman who leads ahead of Bush as they head up into McLean's this time. Cook is fighting away with Taylor O'Flanagan. Murgatroyd comes next, and then Jack Sales did manage to defend off that move from the car behind him as they went through the Old Hairpin that time.
Down the exhibition straight it is then, where Lars Hoffman continues to lead. My voice is running out already, showing how frantic the racing has been so far this weekend. Hugo Bush round the outside. It's 3 wide for 3rd place. A lock-up there from O'Flanagan. He did that yesterday. A big lock-up further back in there as well. That's the number 16 car of Steve Metcalf, I think. Bush got the lead through the chicane. Hoffman back around the outside. It's Murgatroyd up to 3rd place. Then O'Flanagan, 3rd in the points coming into this weekend, is in 4th position as they head round Redgate for the 2nd time. Harry Cook is 5th, then Graham McDonald, Jack Sales down to P7.
Yeah, Jack Sales definitely having to be a little bit defensive, isn't he? And you can see immediately, we've never seen Jack Sales that far down the order this early on, especially losing all those positions. But he really does have to be a little bit careful out there. Graham McDonald just ahead of him. There's the recovering David Yates, got Wes Payne just in front of him. So there's the number 15. A little bit of grass being kicked up there. So again, it's easy to drift away at the end of the Old Hairpin. It's off camber, really fast right-hand sweeper. If you don't completely get that apex, you lose out. But Hoffman leads this field then. He is in good position to solidify that second place. Ahead of Hugo Bush, Murgatroyd's moved up into that third place. Taylor O'Flanagan comes next. Cook's drifted away a little bit in this early phase.
Round Coppice they go, and there's the green car. That's the former Caterham CAO, Graham the Boss McDonald, as we call him. Hoffman just about has the lead, with Bush trying to get down the outside. Murgatroyd's going for the inside. He could get P2 here. Yes, he's done so in the blue car, the number 84. Getting a little bit crossed up there on the exit of the chicane. They'll start to fan out once again. Not weaving about as much as the Caterham 7 UK Championship cars were earlier on, although Taylor O'Flanagan decides to. He's going for the inside to try to take third. There's Sales on the inside, the back of this group, battling with Alan Cooper. 8 of them together for the lead, starting to break away a little from Yates, who's recovered to 9th, and Wesley Payne in that almost pearlescent liveried car rounding out the top 10.
McDonald wheel banging there with Cook as they went around Redgate that time through, but they all ended up pointing in the right direction. But Cook definitely didn't look like he appreciated that little bit of contact there, a bit of a squeeze as they went through. Arriere here following on behind Lovett in the sort of green flamed car going up through Schwantz curve, and he looks like he might lose out of position to Harrier, though. He's up by the inside. It's Hugo Bush though pushing to the inside of McLean's this time. Hoffman has to sit into that second place. They've been battling throughout the course of this year. Taylor O'Flanagan now on the outside of Murgatroyd, but Murgatroyd will be able to defend onto the inside of Coppice, but that will slow him down slightly out onto the straight. You see that little gap develop, so Taylor O'Flanagan will be looking to see whether he can go down the inside. Remember, the outside line's not really been working well. See whether Taylor O'Flanagan can reverse that. He's got cars in front of him, which is going to help him in his pursuit. Hoffman does take that lead, but no, Murgatroyd still manages to put his car back into that third place.
So Lars Hoffman it is who leads the way as they cross the line, looking for win number 5 of the season, the German. Here comes Hugo Bush on the inside though to try and retake the lead, and he does so on the run down into Redgate corner. Here's Harry Cook having a look at the inside on Taylor O'Flanagan. Harry Cook, who had a win on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit earlier this season, takes O'Flanagan out well wide there. He's up into 4th position. Forceful driving from the number 9, the man from Wimborne. O'Flanagan goes down to P5. 6 behind them is McDonald. It's Alan Cooper 7th. Jack Sales just keeping a watching brief from that 8th place. He knows he's already done enough to secure the 310R Championship for this year, his first Caterham title in 9 seasons. The next group is headed up by Payne, Yates. Philip Bianchi is in there as well, and Alan Curtis, the 43. But it's still Hoffman who leads the way from Bush. Harry Cook now going for 3rd on the inside of Andrew Murgatroyd as they go into Coppice. He's got the tighter line. Murgatroyd goes out wide. He takes the place away.
Yeah, if Hoffman wins this, it doesn't matter what the Taylor Flanagan does, that will be solidified 2nd place. So Hoffman being in the lead of this race does take away the opportunity for Hoffman to try and take that 3rd, but like I say, it's a long shot anyway. But Hugo Bush, let's concentrate on the actual race, because Hugo Bush is in the lead as they head down. David Yates is the next man, who's Jack Sales is hoping doesn't manage to catch up in his wing mirror. There's quite a significant little gap back to there, so it'll take a little while for him to come across, even if he has got the speed to do so. Hoffman though in the lead. Hugo Bush got Cook down the inside. Taylor Flanagan sits in that 4th place, and then it's Murgatroyd, McDonald, it's Cooper's in there, and Jack Sales just sitting on the rear of this pack watching everyone do, and see, he'll work out later on whether he wants to try and move a little bit further forward depending on how the race pans out.
Full credit to Johnny Jarrett, who's up to P21, having started from the back of this 34 car field, and only 4.5 laps into this race so far for the Mossel Caterham 310R Championship. Here comes Harry Cook having a look on the inside. He's drew into 2nd place behind Lars Hoffman. Can he get through at Schwantz curve? Yes, he can. Harry Cook takes the lead in the black number 9 car, the Williams Motorsport run car, chased by Lars Hoffman. Bush in 3rd place, then O'Flanagan, Murgatroyd, McDonald, Cooper and Sales. No change in the order behind the 2 leaders, the 3 leaders there. Here comes Hoffman again to the outside. Which side is Hugo Bush going to go? He's looking for his 2nd win of the season. Scored his 1st at this level yesterday. Hoffman holds them off as they go into the chicane. He's retaken the lead from Harry Cook.
Absolutely denied any run that Hugo Bush had down the outside there. He said, no, I'm going to come across and prevent you from using that extra speed. But Cook, after 2nd place yesterday, he wants to go one better, doesn't he? He's in the lead currently. Hugo Bush looking down the inside of Hoffman, so Hoffman's dropped a couple of places in that course of those couple of corners. Taylor Flanagan up next with Murgatroyd following through. Cook been won a race this year already, but close, and nearly on the last corner he was ahead at Thruxton and then got taken into the tyre firewall with someone else at the last corner, and Nova was very frustrated by that. But he leads this 310R pack of 8 cars there, I think, in that lead group. Then a little bit of a gap back to Payne now last time across the line. So yes, it is Payne, I think, ahead of David Yates. So they're trying to work together to see whether they can do anything about this. While out front they are battling, that's going to cost them time. So it will give a chance for that following group. You can see they are catching in, I think, this chase group of another 6 cars that are going to could join that, tailed by Harrier just at the moment. We love it in those green flames just ahead of him.
That's Ryan Lovett coming under fire from Harrier to P13. Here's the lead battle. Cody 3 abreast here into the chicane. Hugo Bush up the inside retakes the lead. He always seems to there, and then Lars Hoffman gets in on the Wheatcroft straight. Cook in third, then O'Flanagan. The first 3 breaking away very slightly. Hoffman goes out to the left, right as we look at it, as Harry Cook goes to the outside on Hugo Bush. Has that slipstreaming work? Can he carry the speed around the outside? Maybe not quite. Hugo Bush keeps the line. Hoffman cuts back in now to the inside. It's 2 wheels on the grass. That could have been dicey there. He's lucky not to get sideways, else he would have spun and taken the rest of the lead pack with him if he'd gone around just there. Here comes Alan Cooper on the inside as well into the old hairpin. He's diving at Andrew Murgatroyd. Gets crossed up. Well, that could have been a bit dodgy. Andrew Murgatroyd has to go wide to avoid him. The loss of momentum has allowed Graham McDonald up the inside now as they run up towards Schwantz curve. Jack Sales lifted off the throttle, I think, there and decided to keep out of it.
Definitely, but I've seen he's lost a wing already, so there's a little bit of contact there. Something's happened because he's lost that ring. We saw someone getting a wing run over, so maybe that's Jack Sales or the remainder of his wing from last time through. But you can see there in that TN Accountancy sponsored car that it is usually loose. It's got a wheel exposed at the rear. Won't slow him down. In fact, it sometimes helps with a bit of tyre cooling. But here we come down to the chicane again. Hoffman to the outside. Hugo Bush is in his wheel tracks. It's Cook alongside on the inside. That might be the first time that we've seen the outside line kind of work for Hoffman there. Taylor O'Flanagan in that 4th place. Murgatroyd follows on. Graham McDonald and having that fight with Alan Cooper through old hairpin. Jack Sales seeing if he can do anything about it in his 3-winged car. As Cook comes down the inside then. Hoffman holding on round the outside of Hugo Bush. Hugo Bush is not willing to give this one up yet, and Taylor O'Flanagan's headed forward, so this could reverse those opportunities for that 3rd place in the championship. But whilst Hoffman still remains up there, still looking good for him in 2nd.
5 of them absolutely together down the Craner curves. Bush and Hoffman side by side. The second it's Harry Cook who leads the way in the black number 9 car. Less than a second covered these 5 at the line. It's Wes Payne, incidentally, in the second group, if you like, who's got the fastest lap of the race, just under 1:17.208. So lapping a few tenths quicker than our leaders. Everybody, though, lapping in the 1:17s last time around. Still Hoffman, who's got the lead away from Harry Cook once again. Every lap the lead changes, usually up in the run-up towards McLean through Schwantz curve. Seems to be the common passing place in this race, as is the chicane. Here comes Harry Cook on the inside. 3rd place is Hugo Bush, and here comes Andrew Murgatroyd up the inside on Bush and O'Flanagan. We go 3 wide. Harry Cook's got the lead back again. It's O'Flanagan, I think, up into 3rd position.
Evaporated gap between that lead group and the trailing group now, so we've got a group of about 14-15 cars, I think, all nose to tail as they head out, as we just reached the halfway point. So they spent the first half of the race spreading out just a little bit, and they've decided they would now come and bring it all together as Jack Sales just gets past McDonald. He sees the cars coming behind, sees Wes Payne coming up rapidly into the rear view mirror and thinks, right, I'm going to get up front and try and ping off the front and save my bacon again. I don't want to get involved in any battles. Cook heads the battles, though, ahead of Hoffman, Taylor O'Flanagan, Bush at this stage of the race.
Along past the old Starkeys Bridge up towards Schwantz curve. Once again, Cook and Hoffman go side by side once more. They swap places on every lap of this Caterham 7-310R championship race. So far it is the Mottl car that is back in front, the number 70 of Hoffman. Taylor O'Flanagan shadowing in that 3rd position. Harry Cook shadowing Lars Hoffman in turn. Right up with them is Hugo Bush, the winner yesterday, his first ever 310R victory. Down the straight they come, they start to spread out. Harry Cook's going for the inside. O'Flanagan defending the inside from Hugo Bush further back for 3rd place as Harry Cook retakes the lead once again.
Absolutely, and the kind of little bit of cooperation at the front there. They're definitely doing a little bit of leapfrogging, as we'd call it, where they did let go and Taylor Flanagan, seeing whether he can get down the inside of Hoffman. I think he's managed it, so is he going to be able to outbrake him into Redgate? No, Hoffman's got a good speed around the outside. In fact, it's sort of late on the brakes there, so he's going to get hung out to dry a little bit by Cook onto the AstroTurf. That will leave the door open for Taylor O'Flanagan. Cook comes out wide, lets Taylor O'Flanagan take the inside line. That really sort of balked Hoffman. Taylor O'Flanagan's going to find himself on the dusty patch and will have to get back into third place. They're all sort of getting back into that line. Jack Sales moving forward. They've kind of taken Wes Payne with them, so we've got a 9-car group for the lead now, but there is a gap behind Wes as I think it's David Yates and following along. I think it's probably Harry Eyre as well with them.
Alan Curtis in that group as well, a little bit further back, but it is still Hoffman who heads the pack. Hugo Bush trying to go for third place. Here comes Alan Cooper, leans across on Andrew Murgatroyd, who's got the inside line for Coppice and goes through. That's the battle for P5. They've got Sales and McDonald just behind them. Wes Payne trying to join in as well to make this a 9-car train now for the lead. Cook goes to the inside. O'Flanagan jinks out, goes to the outside. Is he going to get round there? Hoffman's going to be swallowed up. Yes, he's down to third. Cook takes the lead. O'Flanagan up into second place, so O'Flanagan, one of the few drivers who can make the outside line work.
Yep, he moved late and it didn't really give Hoffman a chance to do anything about it. Hoffman's going to see whether he can return the favour. Hugo Bush chooses him as his towing partner to get down into Redgate. That's going to move Hoffman to the front. He does sweep across and around the outside, so he was able to take that wider line. Hugo Bush also got a head of steam around the outside of Redgate, which might see him ahead of Cook as they go down through the Craner curves this time through. But Hoffman in the Motul-sponsored car there out front in this Motul-sponsored championship is doing all the right things and all the right moves to try and solidify his second place. Taylor Flanagan trying everything he can to try and hold on and see whether he can keep that dream of second alive. Jack Sales just holding on to the rear of this group, saying I'm keeping out of trouble and you guys can carry on battling, as Murgatroyd now goes side by side. I think that was with Alan Cooper, who's injecting himself in this battle late on. Another driver who we've seen right at the front and hasn't had his win yet, and maybe he's looking to see whether he can do that today.
Classic Lotus colours are number 20 of number 55 rather, Harry Eyre. He's just got ahead there of this battle for 10th position past Alan Curtis in the 43. Also in there David Yates and Philip Bianchi, the number 92, has dropped back a little as Taylor O'Flanagan goes for the inside and he takes the lead of a race for the first time this weekend. Had 2 wins at Thruxton earlier this year, looking for win number 3. The yellow machine hits the front.
Yeah, multiple Caterham champion as well in his own right, as is Hoffman. And so, yeah, like all these drivers know how to construct a championship, put them together. Hoffman to the outside then. Is he going to try that sweep across? No, Taylor Flanagan's going to tuck it to the inside and just balk that speed. We've not seen too many sort of undercuts coming out of Redgate. Doesn't seem to work, and with the new tarmac that's down here at Donington, maybe it's just sort of subdued that move a little bit. Cook's going to make an advantage down the inside. They go contact with Hoffman. Big contact as they went down the Craner curves that time. He got bumped on the curve, and Murgatroyd's caught up in that as well. His car's coming across the track, just about managing to avoid. Well done, bravo to the drivers. Nasty accident there, but that is our Hoffman and Cook. Yeah, Cook was squeezed onto the curb and it just bounced his car wide. Very scary moment there, but everyone back under control. See whether Hoffman can get going. I think there was significant damage to one of his corners though, so he probably will be stuck there. We might well see a safety car or a red flag, given that we've got only 4 minutes of this race to go.
Yeah, 4.5 minutes left. I wouldn't be surprised to see a red flag there with Hoffman's car on the track, but I don't know about the drivers. My heart was in my mouth there as Harry Cook rather charged down the grass there. I thought he was going to come straight back across at the old hairpin and T-bone somebody. That was very, very lucky indeed that he got the car stopped on the grass and on the edge of the track. So it is O'Flanagan that leads. Bush has come through into second place. It's now Alan Cooper third, Jack Sales up to fourth, and Wes Payne is in fifth. Graham McDonald's dropped back into the second group there. There's just over 4 minutes to go, and the race continuing at the moment. Alan Cooper's got the fastest lap. There's yellow flags at the Craner curves, of course, so no passing there. Alan Cooper, I think, just got the move done there on Hugo Bush before the yellow flag zone. Now, is Hoffman's car still there? No, it's not. He's got it moved. So the race does continue. There's Graham McDonald ahead of the second group, ahead of Harry Eyre. David Yates is in there as well, Ryan Lovett, and Wes Payne was caught up in that too because he's dropped back.
Yeah, I can see Murgatroyd's car just stuck there on the inside. He burst a radiator as part of that and getting caught up in that issue, so that's his car out the way. Wings out wide, so a nasty incident there coming down through Craner curves. Glad to see everyone still pointing in the right direction and the race up and running. So obviously Hoffman did manage to get that car manoeuvred back out on track. There is the curtailed Murgatroyd car. You can see the steam coming off there as the punctured radiator. He will continue on later on today as they get a new radiator pumped on that. Taylor Flanagan, nice little gap though ahead of Hugo Bush, and it's Alan Cooper in that third place. Then Jack Sales finds himself in fourth by want of the attrition rate, but Taylor Flanagan doing what he needs to do now then to try and see whether he can still take that second in the championship with a Hoffman DNF, and he'll have to start from the rear of this field for the race 3 later on today. It could be a dream still alive there.
There were yellow flags out at the chicane there. There's somebody in the gravel on the outside. I think it might be Henry Williams, number 49. Here's a replay of that incident at the Craner curves. Harry Cook up the inside. There wasn't room on the inside. Wallop into the rear corner of Lars Hoffman, sending him spinning around. And then this is the scariest moment because Harry Cook straight across. It's a good job that gravel slowed him down because that car charging down the grass, he was so close to T-boning somebody as he came back on.
Well observed by the drivers coming around old Hairpin there to see he was going there. Given there's Jeff Price then in just stuck in the gravel. So again, 2 minutes. He's in quite a prone position. He can't get it completely beached there. You can see these big deep gravel traps here at Donington.
That's at Redgate, I think.
Is it Redgate? Yeah. So turn 1 if that's the case, and he's not going to get out of there with 2 minutes left to go. So there'll be definitely more double waved yellows as they head in this time through. Hugo Bush currently heads then as they go through this time against Taylor O'Flanagan. Double wave yellows again once more. I think, like you say, there is someone in the gravel on the exit of the chicane as well. So the cars kind of everywhere at the moment. Remember, there's double wave. There could be yellows in here. In fact, Taylor O'Flanagan has to move out of that manoeuvre because of the yellow flags as they head through turn 1 this time through. We'll see there is Jeff Price. They're trying. Marshall's desperately trying to push it. So well done the drivers for slowing down, seeing that. They get the green flag as they go down through the old hairpin, down towards old hairpin this time through. And it's currently Hugo Bush that leads it. And it's going to be touch and go. I think they've got 1 minute and 14 left. There's still a couple of laps left in the books to go to see how we're going to end this 3-turn championship.
Well, it's certainly a chaotic race this has turned into. Bush and O'Flanagan now side by side ahead of Cooper, Sales and Wes Payne. I thought he'd dropped back, but he is still up there. Apologies there in P5. O'Flanagan's got the lead back again as they go through McLean's. Now, will there still be yellows out at the Roberts chicane this time? They're coming around to start their final lap. Taylor O'Flanagan looking for win number 3 of his season. Hugo Bush looking for his second win of the season and of this weekend. And Alan Cooper up there, the number 71, looking for his first win. He's in 6th place in the points coming into this weekend. Jack Sales is there in P4. As dust being kicked up on the outside. There's Henry Williams' car backwards in the gravel. That's the second time he's ended up in the gravel at the chicane. It's on the other side of the circuit this time as we go into the last lap. And Alan Cooper's not holding back here. He's lunging at the leaders. Here he comes down the inside into Redgate. Bush has held the lead in the 22. The yellow flag has been withdrawn there at Redgate, so he's able to have a go. Cooper not quite able to get ahead of O'Flanagan.
There was still a yellow flag into the chicane, but it was right at the entrance to the chicane, so actually as long as he got past on the slipstream down, which is I think what we saw from Taylor O'Flanagan there, it was okay to do that manoeuvre. But Hugo Bush has come out on top as the clock ticks to 0. Taylor O'Flanagan look up the inside. Schwantz, that's an awkward place to try and get by as well. Hugo Bush is in the outside of Schwantz, but that does mean the inside of McLean's, and this chase group also still battling there with Graham McDonald, who's faded just a bit, but Taylor Flanagan is out front of Hugo Bush, who's just trying to fend off from Cooper. Jack Sales, our champion-elect, in that 4th place now, and following him through is Wes Payne in that pearlescent coloured car, so great result for him if he can keep it going.
Here they come then down the exhibition straight towards the checkered flag as they come through the chicane. This time they start weaving about. Hugo Bush is going to go for a last corner lunge up the inside. He's going to try and get the inside line away on O'Flanagan. Can he turn it back? He goes over the gravel. It's going to be a photo finish between the 2 of them. Cooper's coming up as well. It's going to be a photo finish between 4 of them. Look at this. It's going to be, I think, Taylor O'Flanagan. Jack Sales comes through. O'Flanagan got it by 0.136 of a second. Jack Sales through to 2nd place over the line to to confirm his title, and Alan Cooper completes the podium. Bad luck, Hugo Bush just went a little bit too far there into the chicane. Somebody else on the grass. Is that Hoffman in the background? Yes, it is. He's still trying to corkscrew his way around. Bad luck as well to Harry Eyre. He got a 5-second penalty, presumably for track limits, dropping into P11. But it's Taylor O'Flanagan picks up his third win of the season by 0.136 of a second. Jack Sales beat Alan Cooper for second by 25 1,000ths of a second. Then Bush fourth, Payne fifth, Alan Curtis in sixth place, McDonnell, Yates, Lovett and Bianchi rounding out the top 10. What a chaotic race.
It was crazy, wasn't it? There was a bit of everything there, a little bit of a nasty manoeuvre, a nasty moment halfway through, and cars sort of littered everywhere, but Jack Sales kept his powder dry, just kept watching until all heck broke loose around him, and he took that second place. You only need to be in that second place once over the line.
So Taylor O'Flanagan wins it by 0.136 of a second ahead of our champion Jack Sales. Alan Cooper in third, 0.025 of a second between second and third places, and only 2 tenths back was Hugo Bush after that mistake at the chicane for fourth. Alan Cooper getting the fastest lap as well. Wes Payne a good fifth place ahead of Alan Curtis, then Graham McDonald, David Yates, Ryan Lovett and Philip Bianchi rounding up the top 10. Harry Eyre getting a 5-second penalty which dropped him down to P11 ahead of Ben Lopez, Appleton, Fraser Jones, Matt Shepherd from the back of the grid up to P14, and Johnny Jarrett from the back as well after failing to start yesterday, got through to 16th place. Harry Cook did keep going in his damaged car after the incident. He ended up in P15, good recovery from him. Lars Hoffman, did he make it home? Yes, in 29th place. Only 3 retirements. Jeff Price came into the pits after his spin at Redgate. And of course we lost Andrew Murgatroyd and Henry Williams.
Well, quite an exciting 310R race. We've got another race for them a little bit later on today, as we can see the track cars just going out to make sure that it's swept up and nice and clean, ready for our next race out on track. But the cars will be coming into Parc Fermé then, so Sam will be there to listen to all the stories from that eventful 310R race. So let's go and hear from our drivers.
What an incredible race that was, and you can probably hear Taylor's fans behind me. They are ecstatic for him. I could actually hear them in the suites up here before Taylor came in. But we'll jump in there and grab a word with Taylor, who will be very happy. But what a great race! I mean, a bit eventful. We're sorry for Lars, Harry Cook, and Andrew Murgatroyd, but look at this chap. Taylor, congratulations. I'll let you go and see your family. Oh, you can go to them now then, yeah. Look at that. They're so happy for him. He drove brilliantly. That was a fantastic race. And did you see all the carnage that happened behind you?
Yeah, well, I saw it after the old hairpin. I just saw there was a big gap or something. I was like, okay, now it's go time. But I didn't see what actually happened. Hopefully everybody's okay. I assume a couple of cars are out. But yeah, from then it was just concentration until the end, and they started to catch. Then lots of yellow flags. It was, yeah, pretty hectic. But yeah, buzzing, super happy.
Buzzing. I mean, it gave you a bit of breathing space actually then, didn't it, with the cars going off?
Yeah, a little bit. And then it's always a funny one under yellows, how much is to slow, because the packs start catching you up. So it's yeah, obviously got to be super careful, everybody out there. But yeah, amazing, super happy.
Excellent, well done, congratulations. Right, where's Jack? Because this means Jack. I think this now means provisional 310R champion, and congratulations on second place.
Woohoo! Well, that was mad, wasn't it?
I mean, were you trying to take it easy on that one?
Well, I was just trying to stay out of trouble, and I think everyone else was trying to get into trouble, and I just let everyone crash in front of me, and yeah, we nearly won.
I know, that would have been, well, maybe later.
I was driving like an idiot for most of the race. I had an awful start, made loads of mistakes, but hey ho, it doesn't matter.
You're on the podium, and you're champion.
Happy days.
Well, provisional champion.
Yeah, provisional champion. Get excluded for something now.
No. Are you taking part in race 3?
I don't think so, but I'll think about it.
Okay. We hope to see you back in race 3. Right, where's Alan? Could we have a quick word with you, please? On the podium, 3rd place. Fantastic drive.
Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, it's been a long time coming this year. Alton Park was great, but since then it's just been downhill. So yeah, great to finally be back on the podium.
Yeah, you've had a lot of close moments, haven't you? You've been right up there with the pack, the front pack.
Yeah, not always there, but just never close enough. So just Jack still picked me over the line the last lap, but yeah, he's champion this year.
It was so close, though.
It was great. Yeah, that was great. It was a really good race. So.
Well, congratulations, well done. So we've got some highlights for you now, and then we will be back out for some more Caterham racing in a minute.
Thank you, Sam. Let's have a look at some highlights of that very eventful Montel Caterham 310R race. It was Lars Hoffmann, Harry Cook and Hugo Busch scrapping away in the early stages for the victory. On stage, Hoffmann getting a couple of wheels onto the grass coming down the Craner curves. Alan Cooper, a bit of a mistake at the old hairpin, sending Andrew Murgatroyd running out wide. As Hoffmann and Cook continued to duel for the lead, with Taylor O'Flanagan shadowing them. The 98 car bouncing out wide at one point there. That was Matthew Hall further back in the pack, but it got busier and busier towards the front of the field, with Taylor O'Flanagan getting involved in the lead battle in the second half of the race, eventually taking the lead down into the chicane from the German Lars Hoffmann. As Harry Cook tried to defend that 3rd place in the number 9, but then it all came apart with Cook and Hoffmann collided going through the Craner curves. Andrew Murgatroyd getting caught up as well, taking all 3 out of contention. Harry Cook lucky not to slide back on in front of the pack, almost catching Wes Payne there as he slid back on. Hugo Busch and Taylor O'Flanagan entered the final corner side by side. Hugo Busch a little bit over enthusiastic and ended up going over the curves and into the gravel at the chicane as they went through for the final time. And on the run to the line, Jack Sales almost lucked in for victory as Alan Cooper came swarming past as well. It was nearly 3 wide over the line. O'Flanagan just hanging on for his 3rd victory of the season. One or two cars being towed here. I think that's Andrew Murgatroyd's car just being towed back as we get ready for our next race, which is the Morph My Caterham Graduates Championship, the Sigma 150 and Sig Max Championships. The Sig Max cars you can recognise by the blue logos on our graphics. They're the slightly less powerful category with the Ford Sig Max engines. The Caterham Graduates Championship celebrating its 25th anniversary in 2023, originally formed for graduates of the old Caterham Scholarship, which preceded the Caterham Academy back in the 1990s. The championship this year in the Sigma 150 division has been a tale of 2 Harrys, and they occupy the front row here. The grid here set by the 2nd fastest time for each driver in qualifying yesterday. It's Harry Kramer in pole position, the championship leader, alongside Harry Senior, the reigning champion. 2nd row, yesterday's winner, Will Stillwell, relative newcomer to Caterham Racing, starts alongside the first of the Sig Max cars. That's young gun Thomas Horton. Row 3, 64, Amanda Anderson, the leading lady of Caterham Racing, alongside Doug Christie in car number 67. Good 4th place for him yesterday. Row 4, number 50, James McCall, and 61, Angus McLean. We've already seen him out in the Caterham 7 UK Championship earlier. Row 5, 2nd of the Sig Maxes, that's Steve Arnell, alongside 83 of Jonathan Ems. On the 6th row of the grid, 101, Paul Fielder starts alongside 112 of Andrew Whitten. Then on row 7 we've got 58 Rob Warner, and the leader of the points in Sig Max, that is Dan Livingston, had an off on the first corner of yesterday's race but recovered. Row 8, number 80 Fraser Riddington, alongside 3 Ollie Smith, another man we've already seen out in action today. Row 9, 34 Neil Evans and 15 of Kim Raymonts. 10th row, 54 John Curry and 96 in his Sig Max Danny Scarborough. The 11th row is the club chairman Matt Willoughby, local man from Newark in Nottinghamshire, in the number 82 car. Hopefully 33 Gareth Cordy is there. He blew his engine in yesterday's race and we saw a red flag due to an oil slick at the Craner curves, which sent several cars spinning. Row 12, number 9 Martin Gleach and 30 of Steve Evans. 169 Paul Vokes on row 13 with Rob Appleton for company in number 7, and 32 Ian Anderson will start from the back of the grid. That's your lineup then for the Morph My Caterham Graduates. Coming up after this, we've got the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship and 3 more races after that before our lunch break. We've got the Caterham Academy, the Adrian Flux sponsored Caterham Academy in their 2 groups. They had their qualifying yesterday evening. We've got another race for the graduates as well, the Sigma 135 category for the slightly less powerful machinery. And we start up again after lunch with the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship. Their championship already won by Ben Timmons. He's off playing with the 270Rs now. But next up we have the Morphy Caterham Graduates Championship. Morphy Graphics, their title sponsor for the first time this year, and we thank them for their support. A new tyre supplier this year as well, now on Toyo tyres as opposed to the Yokohamas of previous years, so new lap records to be set across the course of this weekend as well. So is it going to be a tale of two Harrys once again? Will Stillwell. I'll say that again. Is Will Stillwell going to upset the establishment once again? He had a win on his debut at Snetterton on a one-off appearance earlier this year. Then he came out again at Croft, scored a hat-trick in Sigma 150. Other than that, it's been the two Harrys all the way, with the exception of one race at Thruxton, which was won by Amanda Anderson. While in the Sig Max category, Thomas Horton's had a few wins since his debut at Snetterton, but he isn't scoring points, I believe. So it's Dan Livingston who is on top in their championship, ahead of Steve Arnell and Gareth Cordy. With Matt Willoughby's had a few wins as well. He sits fourth in the championship.
Yeah, Dan Livingston ended up in the gravel on the first corner, didn't he? Had to fight all the way back. Didn't have a stellar performance. 17th on grid, but third in class. But Steve Arnell was significantly further up the field, and it was Horton that was sticking it to the front group of 150s and keeping involved there and in his Sig Max. Will Stillwell coming out on top yesterday though, but obviously the way they do qualifying in the graduates, it's the second fastest time that signifies the starting position in your second fastest time in your qualifying that signifies your starting position for this race too. So it's reset with the two Harrys out front and Stillwell just following on, but he didn't look happy sitting in third, fourth place yesterday, did he? So I imagine he's going to be trying to push forward again, see whether he can do the double.
I think I spotted Gareth Cordy's black and green car on the grid, so it's good to see that he's repaired after his blow up in yesterday's race. We had oil all over the Craner curves, which sent the majority of the field spinning around, but the race was red flagged, and thankfully there wasn't much major damage.
Yeah, we got away with that one, I think, and it was, like I say, lucky they all sort of spinning in different directions.
Yes, there he is, the black car with the green cage, just in front of the Braun GP lookalike of Martin Gleisch.
Absolutely. So 20 minutes of action then in this this second race for them, of a 25-minute race, sorry, I think it's is showing on my timing screen. So it's a slightly longer race in this second one before the Morphy 150 and Sig Maxes.
Yes, the second race is always a slightly longer one in the Caterham Graduates Championship. Give the drivers a bit more track time, a bit more bang for their buck.
So we say that the sort of opening 5 minutes is a kind of interesting time. This race is going to have a middle 5 minutes, isn't it, before we get to that final end of the race period, where they'll start thinking about the more of the tactics and see where they are in the pack and in the group, and seeing what's going to happen. Spread out a little bit yesterday before coming together kind of late in that race, and then the oil slick prematurely ended their action out on track. Let's hope that doesn't happen today. But yeah, let's see whether the two Harrys can regain their crowns at the top of the field.
Watch for Ian Anderson from the back of the grid here, the number 32 Sig Max. He unfortunately pulled into the pits early in yesterday's race, so looking for better fortune. So Harry Craner, the all-red car, in pole position. Harry Senior in blue and black alongside him. A change of livery for him mid-season this year, was in red and black. Second row, Will Stillwell is the black car with the yellow cage, and we've got the white car with the red cage is young gun Thomas Horton, making the move from saloon car racing this season. Amanda Anderson in the orange car on row 3 alongside the all-black of number 67 Doug Christie. James McCall in his turquoise car starts alongside Angus McLean in purple and red. We've already seen him out today in the 7 UK Championship, one of a couple of drivers with 2 cars here this weekend. Paul Vokes got 2 cars as well, and Ollie Smith, who's further back on this grid, in number 3. So fair play to them for their commitments. The revs beginning to rise, then everybody in position for this 25-minute race. The red light is on, and off they go. Here we go, down towards the first corner. Harry Craner gets away well, so does Thomas Horton. Now remember, he's in a less powerful Sig Max. Somebody on the grass towards the back of the field. I think it might be Matt Willoughby, the number 82. There's a bit of a lock-up in the pack there. I thought we'd had some contact, but I think they've got away with that. Harry Senior, not the best of starts. He's down into P4 as they head around Redgate for the first time. It's Harry Craner who's got the lead, led the points by a fairly clear margin coming into this weekend of 22 points. Will Stillwell in second place. Harry Senior forces his way back up the inside, takes P3 away from Sigmax class leader Thomas Horton, and so far everybody is round okay. Matt Willoughby's got going again after his grassy moments at the back.
Yeah,
speaking of grassy moments,
still well on the grass on the exit of Schwantz that time through. Wing hanging out there at the exit of the old hairpin as well. Will Stillwell looks like he's going to lose out to Senior as they come up this time. Horton did this yesterday, didn't he? He was early speed in his Sigmax, but as the race developed, he sort of slipped through the pack of cars that he was racing with. Just slightly less power in that Sigmax car than the 150s that he's racing against, but it generates speed in a different way a little bit earlier on. So off the line, he seems to be able to pick up and get up and running really quickly. He finds himself in that 4th place right now as it's Kramer Senior, then Stillwell, a little bit of a lock up back a bit further back into the chicane there. Everyone does make it through there. We see Gleisch going down the inside.
There's Martin Gleisch over the curb there on the inside as Kramer leads the opening lap. Then the Sigmax leader is once again Thomas Horton in a superb 4th overall, as Will Stillwell going for the inside into Redgate. He takes the lead from Harry Kramer. So Will Stillwell, he's certainly been upsetting the establishment at the front of the field in his occasional appearances this year. It's only his 3rd meeting in Caterham racing. He's won at all 3 of them so far. He had a win yesterday, a hat-trick at Croft, a win at Snetterton as well, but he's lost out again to Harry Kramer there. Here comes Senior down the inside as well, side by side coming out of the old hairpin. Thomas Horton's got the grandstand view looking on from that 4th place, just ahead of, I think that's Angus McLean up there in 5th. He's going well.
Yeah, great start for McLean there. Arnell is well distant the 2nd place in that Sigmax, and he needs to get himself in a group that's broken away, but he's not putting himself in the ideal position for that as Kramer goes back down the inside of Stillwell, who'd made it back to the lead. Stillwell's going to hold on round the outside. That might give Senior a bit of a look up the inside, and we know the inside of the chicane's working well today. Stillwell has a bit of a run round the outside, but I don't think, in fact, Kramer's having to come across to try and block Senior off, so that might let Stillwell have the run into the chicane as Horton follows on behind.
Senior up the inside, can he go from 3rd to 1st in one move? Yes, he can. Superb from Harry Senior, under braking for the chicane. Stillwell in 2nd, Kramer goes down to 3rd. Who's this behind Thomas Horton now? It's like Jonathan Ems in the orange, number 83, has got ahead of McLean. Rob Warner in behind him, then it's Doug Christie. And Whitten and Anderson round out the top 10 behind James McCall as Will Stillwell retakes the lead, slipstreams his way through at Redgate just as he did a lap earlier. James McCall in the turquoise car running wide there over the curbs at Redgate. But it's Will Stillwell who's got the lead ahead of Harry Senior, still holding off Kramer for 2nd place. Jonathan Ems running well, but he's about to lose out to Rob Warner at the old hairpin. The blue and orange car goes through up into 5th position. Ems goes down to 6th. Angus McLean is just behind them as they climb up towards McLean's. Once again, there's a bit of debris there. That's the wing that went flying earlier on. We don't know yet who it belongs to.
No, I haven't seen that, but it's sort of sat there offline on the inside, and hopefully it will just gently get manoeuvred to the edge of the track as this pack of lead cars. There's Arnell in the 2nd place in the Sigmax. He's got Livingston now right on his tail, so Livingston coming through nicely. Arnell's got nowhere to go. He had to sort of hit the rear of the panel of the car in front, and that meant Dan Livingston's got a free run around the outside. I don't know whether the car in front of Arnell missed a gear there, but we're going to go side by side once more for the lead. Horton's sort of fully involved in this lead pack as well, isn't he? So it's Harry Senior then to the lead, ahead of Stillwell in the black with the yellow roll cage. And then we've got Kramer in the red car, slipping to 3rd at this stage, and Horton hanging on in there in this Sigmax in the white car.
Well, fastest lap of the race has just been done by Rob Warner in 5th place. He's catching the lead group now. The blue and orange number 58 car. Here comes Harry Kramer up the insides, 3 wide into Redgate. He's going to try and go through for 2nd place, Kramer, and it's the 2 Harrys, 1 and 2 once again as Jonathan Ems runs wide in the number 83 car. He's in 6th position. 5 of them line astern for the lead, including the Sigmax. Now the Sigmax has about 10 brake horsepower less than the Sigma 150 cars, and Harry Kramer's gone wide. Kramer running wide at the old hairpin, not too sure what happened there, whether he suddenly lost drive or something through there. That was a very sudden slowdown by the 121 car, and he's down to about 6th position.
He was offline as well, wasn't he? I wonder whether he clipped the grass. It is possible to do that, then slightly outbrake yourself because you can't get the car arrested, and off camber all down there as we've mentioned already today. But it's a Senior then looking good up front, taking Will Stillwell, and there's a little gap back now to Horton. and it's Warner, Ems in his Clockwork Orange car really getting involved in this front battle now as well. But Kramer finding himself now deep in this field, got a bit of work to do to fight back, but still plenty of time, still 20 minutes on the clock. Stillwell trying the outside line, not going to work as it hasn't done for most, although Harry Senior was really locked up and a skew whiff as he went into the Roberts chicane. Kramer does make it back a place there. There's Jonathan Ems and the rest of the pack's all trying to be on the same piece of tarmac at once.
Rob Warner up into third position now. He started back in 13th on the grid, so he's flying through. Kramer back up into fourth, using the slight power advantage over the Sigmax of Thomas Horton, who's down to P5 over the line. Jonathan Ems has got through there as well, I think, going through Redgate. Angus McLean and James McCall are in behind them. Then rounding out the top 10, Doug Christie, who got fourth place yesterday. Andrew Whitten rounds out the top 10. Has he got his biscuits on board today, Doug Christie, do we know?
Let's hope so. I didn't get to speak to him and ask him whether that's still a tradition for him as he heads off around then, but he obviously got hit with that penalty yesterday, so he found himself deeper in the fields for the start at the end of that race than he was than he crossed the line.
The penalty was rescinded, I read on TSL later on, so he did get that fourth place.
There you go, so he was back in that fourth place then, and also fighting it out here in that 8th place last time across the line, fighting with Whitten, who he's raced with over many, many years. But it is Stillwell out in front ahead of Senior. Kramer's fought his way back up, hasn't he, into that 3rd place. The speed will out and the cream is rising to the crop. It's the two Harrys again, line astern, as we've seen them most of this season. And following along their Warner car, as there is that the Clockwork Orange sponsored, or not sponsored, liveried car.
Over the line they come then. Will Stillwell completes 5 laps. Fastest lap for Harry Kramer, who's back up into P3 ahead of Rob Warner. Senior going for the outside into Redgate. Thomas Horton battling with James McCall. Thomas Horton, a hugely talented young racer, started his career racing a Ford Fiesta in the CSCC Tin Tops series before moving from Fiestas into Caterhams this year. He's already taken a few class wins, although I believe he's not registered for points in the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. He doesn't appear in the Sigmax points chart, sliding the car there through the old hairpin. He's really on it, taking on the slightly more powerful cars. He's well clear in Sigmax. Second in the class is Livingston in 12th place, and Steve Arnell, after being delayed earlier on, he's down to P14 overall, 3rd in class. As Stillwell and Senior still side by side. Harry Kramer's going to try and make it 3 wide on the run into Coppice. He won't get through there. He's got to be mindful that Rob Warner's up there behind him as well, as Senior goes out wide through Coppice, maybe trying to position himself on the outside line. But was that a mistake? Because Harry Kramer's up alongside now. The two Harrys harrying Will Stillwell for the lead here. Rob Warner trying to get a piece of this as well. They're 4 square down into the hairpin, and Rob Warner's hit the back of Harry Kramer. Missed his braking point there. Kramer goes off, Warner goes off. It all came to a head there. They cut across the Goddard's corner on the longer circuit the wrong way there almost, and that's left 3 of them fighting for the lead in the shape of Stillwell, Senior and Ems.
Good awareness from both of them to take to that escape route though, down a little track there just on the inside of the gravel. Kramer maybe a little bit tentative turning in that time, so I'm not sure. He did seem to squeeze, didn't he, to the edge of the track, and then the contact just caused them to both mean that they couldn't make that corner. Means that Stillwell and Senior are well clear, and Ems, who was just watching it all happen in front of him, comes out of that in 3rd place.
Now these two rejoining has backed everybody else up as they came back on in front of Thomas Horton. James McCall has gone wide there as well, perhaps as a result of that. So they start to sort themselves out. Harry Kramer's still there in 4th place. There are the leaders, still Stillwell and Senior battling it out ahead of Jonathan Ems up to 3rd place. There's Kramer, Warner, then it's Horton. Andrew Whitten's up into 7th place ahead of James McCall. There's Doug Christie in the black car, Angus McLean behind him, and Ollie Smith has come through quite nicely as well. He was quite a way down the field on the grid. This was checking where he started. Yeah, he was back in 16th on the grid at the start of this race. As here come your leaders. Senior on the outside, Stillwell on the inside. Stillwell has the lead as they come through the chicane. We've still got over 15 minutes of this race still to go, so we're only about 2/3 the way through this.
Amazing the difference that extra 5 minutes makes, doesn't it, to the middle phase of this race, and we've seen the incidents that's happened. Stillwell though takes the outside line. Harry Senior's tyres look like they're getting a bit angry on him. He was sliding as he came out of Roberts that time, and again car squirming. He can see Jonathan Ems coming up in his rear view mirror, and Kramer's still not far away. He's had to do a couple of recoveries already, hasn't he? So he's on his his next recovery. But again, 15 minutes of this race left to go, so Stillwell will be kind of so thinking, what do I have to do to keep out in front and move away? But Harry Senior absolutely not letting him get away at this point. That wing's still firmly sitting there, isn't it, waiting for someone to try and go side by side, but it really isn't on the racing line. We've got a car off onto the grass there. It was a red car. I don't think it was Kramer, so someone a little bit further back.
Possibly Andrew Whitten, number 112. He's a red car with a green cage. We'll check that in a moment. So Stillwell on the inside, Senior on the outside as they go up into the right-hander at Coppice once again. Tucked in behind them is Ems, and Kramer's caught them back up as well in the 1-2-1 car, now missing a wing after he was clipped by Rob Warner into the chicane a couple of laps ago. Senior going round the outside. Will he get ahead of Will Stillwell? No, he won't, as they swing their way into the Robert chicane, once again named after Robert Fennell, the man who revived racing here at Donington at the end of the 1970s. Yeah, again further back at the car that ran off wide, it wasn't Andrew Whitten, it might be Amanda Anderson in there, quite possibly. Yeah, the number 64 car bouncing over the grass there. Yes, Amanda Anderson is, I think the car's dropped back a few spots. She's down to P16, so that was her who ran wide as Harry Kramer makes a move at the top of the Craner curves up into P3. Will Stillwell continues to lead the way with another recovery drive by Harry Kramer, the Sigma 150 championship leader. Thomas Horton down to P6 now, but he's still leading Sigmax ahead of Livingston, and up into in third place Steve Arnell.
Yep, great to see them all up there. Stillwell still protecting Kramer back ahead of Ems then in his red car, so red overtaken from orange, and we've got the blue car of Senior still firmly there. But Stillwell has been quite persistent in the lead, hasn't he, for the last few laps. He's sort of hung on in there and he's leading everyone else to have their battles, but it's all coming back together there, and Horton still managing to stick in that slipstream. Glad we're going 3 wide this time then. To the inside is Senior. He's going to make that stick. Stillwell had to really brake, and I think Kramer might have actually tapped the rear of Stillwell. It certainly looked like there was a little bit of a neck movement from Stillwell in his car there. Stillwell, though, is going to pull to the outside of Senior as they come down into turn 1. Then Ems seeing whether he can do the same for Kramer, and Horton seeing whether he can get round the outside of Warner as well.
That's the inside. Look at Jonathan Ems. He was very late on the brakes there. A daring move from the 83. Nearly got the lead away. That came from nowhere, the orange 83 car. Look at this. We've got 7 of them. They're trying to go 7 wide as they come down the Craner curve. James McCall in there at the back of it. Oh, tank of Harry Kramer. Off goes Kramer and Jonathan Ems. This is going to be a big impact. Wallop straight in they go. Huge accident at the Craner curves. Well, thankfully, both drivers moving around. Ems and Kramer clearly out of the race.
Kramer getting pushed quite heavily into the barriers, but as you say, he's moving around in the car, and Jonathan Ems had a sort of light contact, but hopefully they will let go of the steering wheel to make sure that didn't have any impact as the rest of the cars. I'm sure they'll cover that under W-Wave to start with, and we'll keep an eye whether that's going to bring out any safety car.
They're quite a way off the circuit there, so I think we may be okay as long as the drivers are all right. It's the way that Kramer hit the barriers there that was...
He was deep in the rear left.
He seems to be okay.
So he did go deep into those barriers. To say there he is, jumped out of the car then. So good to see him on the other side of the barrier. Disappointed drivers there. They just interlocked their wheels, and as soon as those wheels interlocked, there was nowhere. They just got speared sideways, and they just could not stop on this still probably damp grass out there as these trying to get under it. Stillwell leading this group then, ahead of Senior in second, and it's now Horton up into that third place in the Sigmax car. Warner follows him, and McCall is trailing along, seeing whether he can do anything about that as they head down Craner curves.
Yeah, you could just...
Still went acknowledging the yellow flags as they went down there.
Yes, you could just see it coming, couldn't you? With 7 of them so close together, something had to give there coming down the Craner curves, and that something was Harry Kramer and Jonathan Ems. Red flags coming out, race stopped. Presumably due to damage to the barriers there as well at the Craner curves.
Again, we've seen one accident already happening there. Not sure.
It's Rob Warner going off.
I'm not sure what happened to Warner then, but maybe he probably didn't spot the red flag that other people had and had to take avoiding action. That's what I think probably has happened there. But yeah, so cars well offline. Here is a replay then. You can see Jonathan Ems is on the inside there. Kramer just is on the outside of him. Jonathan Ems drifts a little bit wide, and it just 2 cars coming together. The front left just really contacted him. I think, I'm not sure you can attribute that. I hope he did let go. There's a lot of momentum into that barrier, wasn't there? There's a nice thick bit of barrier there, and he did use every single last bit of that, but you can tell by the disappointment rather than any pain there that he ended in that barrier. So it's not good for his championship either, and Jonathan Ems obviously disappointing out there as well, but I think it was just one of those racing incidents.
Yeah, the way he was impacted into the barrier there, in between the barrier and the other car as well. Harry Kramer is a lucky man, and that shows how strong these little cars are.
They absolutely are. Yep, their fundamental chassis underneath is very, very strong on these Caterhams, and like you say, there's a couple of cars' momentum being headed into that barrier. But good, Donington Park, as ever, around. You can see the amount of padding and against the wall there. So it really is set up. But you can see the disappointment on both those drivers to end up in that barrier. But like I say, they'll look tomorrow and be thankful that everything worked as it should. All the safety devices, the hands devices, the seat belts, the tyre barrier, and everything else that goes into making racing as safe as it is nowadays.
That's such a shame for Jonathan Ems as well, because he's only down in P17 in the championship, and was on for what I think was his first podium there in that battle potentially, but sadly it's come apart for him. I would imagine that's going to be result declared, because I think the cars have come back into pit lane, so that will be a win for Will Stillwell. The timing screen is showing end of lap 10 as the completion point. So it'll be Will Stillwell the winner, ahead of Harry Senior. And Thomas Horton, third overall, will win the Sigmax. Let's have a look at some highlights. Matt Willoughby on the grass off the line there as Harry Kramer made the best of the starts. Will Stillwell on the grass as he pushed through Schwantz curve in the early stages. It was 3 wide into chicane. Harry Senior charging through on the inside. Great fight between these three at the front of the field. Thomas Horton a cut above the rest in Sigmax. Steve Arnell caught out by a slowing car coming through the top of the course at Coppice. Then Harry Kramer ran wide through the old hairpin and lost a bit of ground, had to fight his way back up into the top 3. Rob Warner was going well, and Jonathan Ems getting involved in the battle as well. Thomas Horton taking on the more powerful cars, and then down into the chicane. Rob Warner's missing his braking point there, clipping the back of Harry Kramer. Both cars ran wide onto the Grand Prix loop there, briefly taking to Goddard's corner and using the escape road to get back on. That created a little bit of a hole in the field, and then everything started to get more frantic. It all started with that move by Jonathan Ems down the inside to try and take the lead. Then Harry Kramer just locking wheels with Jonathan Ems. The two cars tangled up and going flying off onto the grass. Nasty impact with the barriers.
Yep, absolutely. It was, you could see there that Kramer just moved across just as Jonathan Ems was expecting him to move to the left. He was actually still moving a little bit to the right to give himself space, and there was just two cars coming together on that same bit of tarmac. But you can see in the background everything. They are cars that they're not in the pit lane, are they? They're sort of being held short of it. So you can see that they may well be getting this race up and running. So let's keep an eye on that, whether they will. They can if they choose and don't have the time in the schedule, they can choose to pull them into the pit lane. I didn't see what the clock was when we had that incident. So
I think it was about 11 minutes.
So there's still quite a substantial period of that race then,
yes,
given that it's a 25-minute race. So they see how much long it's going to take them to do the barriers, and I'm sure they'll be making the call as to whether they do continue this race. Otherwise, they might be under the risk of not actually scoring full points. Obviously, lots of championships say you need to complete 3/4 or at least half distance before you start getting some points, and 3/4 before you score full points.
Yes, I thought they pulled the cars into the top end of the pit lane. We couldn't see from out of our commentary box window, but now we see that they've stopped them at the top end of the grid. So we're waiting to see what the decision of the clerk of the course is here, before whether we get this one back underway over a reduced distance.
So I imagine the clerk and the course stewards are just working to see what these marshals say about how long it's going to take to do this barrier, about whether the timetable has got enough time to fit all the action that we've still got remaining. You can see that very battered Kramer's car there. It really is looking quite poorly, sort of very bent. It's like a banana, isn't it? So again, like you said, lucky that all the safety and everything is in place in these cars. He's got a lot of damage to his car there.
Yeah, Josh Bennett, our senior clerk of the course today, along with Darren McClinton for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. So they will make the decision on what's going to happen with this race. And hopefully repairs won't take too long, and we may see a few more racing laps, a few more minutes of action for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. If not, and 10 laps have been completed. Harry Stillwell at the top of the score sheet at the moment, ahead of Harry Senior and Thomas Horton, the leader of the Sig Max category. But we'll take a pause, and as soon as we know more information as the clear-up continues here at Donington Park, we'll let you know. We'll be back underway as soon as we can. Well, as we can see, the cars are making their way back onto the grid here at Donington Park. And we are going to see a restart. And the clock showing 12 minutes on the TSL timing screen. So it looks like we are going to have a 12-minute restart. The race split into two, effectively, by that incident at the Craner Curves involving number 121 Harry Kramer and 83 Jonathan Ems tangling up and going into the tyre wall. The two drivers, thankfully, appear to be okay. The tyre wall currently being rebuilt and the cars recovered. The drivers will be taken to the medical centre as a precaution, just for a checkup. And the cars re-gridding with Harry Senior, number one, in pole position. I think he was leading at the time when the red flag went out, ahead of the 11 of Will Stillwell. Second row, Thomas Horton alongside Rob Warner, and James McCall and Angus McLean on the third row of the grid. So we will see a restart shortly once repairs have been completed at the Craner Curves with this Morph My Caterham Graduates Championship Sigma 150 Sig Max race over 12 minutes. Well, it looks like repairs are nearing completion to our tyre wall at the crane occurs. Full credit to our Orange family, as they're known, the volunteer marshals and all the other officials down there. A rapid repair after that incident involving Harry Kramer and Jonathan Ems. And it will be a 12-minute restart for the Morphy Caterham Graduates Championship Sigma 150 and Sig Max. Harry Senior and Will Stillwell on the front row. It'd be quite a story if Thomas Horton could get to the frontier and a Sig Max could beat the Sigma 150s, the more powerful cars, home in this one.
After his rapid starts in the last two starts that we've had, obviously this is the third start they're going to go for. I don't put that past him in his experienced motorsport number 128. The white machinery that we'll see on the grid, but Stillwell and Cena, they've been waiting a little while now, haven't they, in their cars, getting hotter, more bothered as the race goes on. So it's still lots for them to do, but great to see this field ready to rock. There they are in the sunshine that we have here at Donington. I am reliably informed, but it's absolutely baking out there at the moment. Really is hot and humid, so not a breath of air either. The absolutely no wind in the trees that I can see out my commentary box at all. So really kind of perfect conditions for having a nice sit around, maybe not for fixing tyre barriers. So again, as we've said many times, thank you so much to the marshals out there as we wait to get this, the Caterham Graduates Championship Sigma 150 and Sig Match Championship back up and running with looks like it's going to be a 12-minute race. So sort of half, they've got half done already, but it will be a complete restart. There's the gaps that they've developed won't mean anything now, so all the cars will be back together ready for 12 minutes of full-on action.
Yes, mentioning Thomas Horton there, he may only be a young gun, but he works full-time as a racing instructor as well as his own racing. Check out his website, tjchracing.com, or check out Thomas Horton Racing on social media. So if you want to improve your race driving, maybe Thomas Horton is the man to see. If you want a bit of tuition, full-time racer and racing instructor, driving the Alpha 7 Motorsports Caterham here, backed by Experience Motorsports. Let's see if he can take on the more powerful Sigma 150s, the white car there on the second row of this revised grid for this restart. So we are close to getting going again. They'll do another green flag lap to get some heat back into their Toyo tyres, and they'll be underway over
also
12 minutes.
Opportunity to see the track conditions. Obviously a couple of cars left the circuit. Shouldn't be the conditions should be exactly as they're expecting. There's no oil or fluid down that we know of, so the conditions will be out there. But anyway, you get to go do a full tour of the circuit, check everything is still in the same order as you left it, check all the marshals posts once more before getting this racing up and running again. And here at Donington Park National. So for those joining us a little bit later this morning, we've got still plenty of action before lunchtime, and then many more Caterhams. If you love Caterham action, then this is the place to be. Here is all our camera crew out there in the heat then across this they're waving to us out there in that heat, and good to see, and thanks very much for your efforts bringing us all these fantastic pictures and the action that we got here today.
Yes, certainly thanks to all our crew this weekend, our camera crew, directors and so on, for bringing us the action to talk about. And we'll almost be ready now, I think. Yep, the hooter goes in the pit lane, so we are ready for the cars to be unleashed onto their green flag lap. The Morphy Caterham Graduates Championship celebrating their 25th birthday. I was in the commentary box here at Donington for their 20th anniversary meeting 5 years ago. They had a 4-hour relay race in teams, and well, there were 4 of us in the commentary box on that occasion, and the racing was incidental. It was just more like test match special. We were just having a chat over the PA. It was great fun. Motorsport should be fun.
Absolutely, and we've seen relay races in the official Caterham Motorsport ladder as well. They've done a pre-season, instead of a pre-season test, they did a pre-season relay race, and it was great fun to be involved with those. Caterham's capable of running in sort of more endurance-based racing, as well as the sprint racing where we more traditionally see them. I see one car without his nose cone a little bit further back.
That's Neil Evans, number 34.
So, Neil Evans missing his nose cone there, a little bit of a drag, but once he's following along other cars it won't be an issue. It'll only be when he pulls out of the slipstream that he'll start feeling that little bit of a slowness that causes. as they feed down then in this resplendent greenery of here at Donington Park as they come down the Craner curves this time through.
It is a lovely weekend at last. Some late summer weather arrives. Will Stillwell and Harry Senior lead them round, ready to resume their dice at the front of the field. It's a shame we haven't got Harry Kramer and Jonathan Ems out there to continue that brilliant battle. We had 7 cars just before the stoppage battling away for the lead of that race.
It was just building, wasn't it? It was building to a nice crescendo there as they all brought it together. 7 cars, nose to tail, and unfortunately just a bit of a misunderstanding about car positioning and where everyone was and what they were going to do next just caused a little bit of a wheel interlock, and as soon as that happened, the 2 cars were just sort of ploughing across the grass together and no opportunity to slow before they hit that barrier. I'm glad to see everyone jumping out of those cars and able to sort of remonstrate and bemoan their decisions and whatever else in their life, because it was good to see them stepping out. Here we go then. We're going to get this race back underway. 12 minutes of this action left to go.
There's Neil Evans with the missing nose cone. Back of the grid there, Rob Appleton in the powder blue and orange car. There has to be a powder blue and orange Golf liveried car at every racing event in the UK. It's the rules.
It's pretty much the law now, isn't it, that you must do that? And all our drivers every year do seem to comply with that rule, whether knowingly or not. Some years you get more than one even in the championship. But Stillwell's going to lead them round then. They should be a bit more versed with how do they find their positions on the grid. They were just lined up, and so they've got a good now reference point, which should be a little bit quicker to get them lined up back on their grid. We've seen a few issues over the course of this weekend, haven't we, of people finding their grid spots, but we get there in the end. See the marshal out my window ready to receive our pole position car of Will Stillwell. He had broken clear with Harry Senior. In fact, Harry Senior's on the
yes, he should be on pole because he'd just taken the lead when the red flag came out.
So yeah, it's Harry Senior, but they had just broken free, hadn't they, of the chase group a little bit earlier in that race, and they'll be seeing whether they can do that again. But let's see whether the fast-tying Horton can also make an impression from 4th on the grid, 3rd on the grid.
Rob Warner could be one to watch as well. At one stage he had the fastest lap and had come through from, I think it's 13th on the grid to be battling for the podium. It's that blue and orange car on the outside of row 2 could be one to watch here, I reckon, Rob Warner. 3rd row of the grid, James McCall in the turquoise number 50 car alongside Angus McLean in the purple number 61. And Doug Christie as well in the 67, a very experienced name in the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, close to a podium in yesterday's race. So the red lights come on, ready for the restart. Over 12 minutes, the Morph My Caterham Graduates Championship. We get underway. Decent start by Thomas Horton from the 2nd row, but it's Will Stillwell who will take the lead on the run down into Redgate Corner. Rob Warner holding the outside. They're going to be 4 wide as we go into Redgate for the first time. It's Stillwell who leads from Senior. Horton up into 3rd position. And who's that making his way around the outside? That looks like Dan Livingston, the 85. He's had a great getaway in the 2nd of the Sig Max cars, and he's up into 6th position behind James McCall as they head down to the old hairpin for the first time. 3 wide behind. Who's that in there? I think that's Paul Fielder, Ollie Smith, and Andrew Whitten in there as well.
Yeah, Livingston seeing all the fun that Horton's having up front, saying he'll want to have a go at that as well. We saw Whitten going off onto the grass, didn't we? So he's got an opportunity to fight his way back through in his red machinery. But yeah, Dan Livingston, great move around the outside, side by side for the lead. Stillwell alongside Senior, and Stillwell's up the inside, and it's Horton in that 3rd place. So he has made up that position off of the line, and it is, it's Warner behind them.
Out of coppice they come then. Thomas Horton holding off Rob Warner. Remember, he's got that slight power disadvantage in the Sigmax category to the Sigma 150 class. I think Harry Senior moves from outside to inside to try to take the lead. Doesn't work. Rob Warner tucked in there in 4th ahead of James McCall in the number 50. This could still harm Harry Kramer's championship chances with a no score in this race, because Harry Senior, if he wins this, will close in. They do have a round to go at Alton Park. There are 2 more races to come in a few weeks' time. Harry Senior going for the outside. Doesn't work this time. Stillwell still has the lead. Horton in 3rd. McCall is up to 4th. He's got ahead of Rob Warner. It's Dan Livingston. Struggled a bit in yesterday's race, but the points leader in the Sigmax category is going well up there. P2 in the class ahead of Doug Christie. Then Ollie Smith going well in the number 3 out in the Caterham 7 UK Championship this weekend, as is Angus McLean, who's 2 places further back.
There is Livingston with the Sigmax car and this slight lack of top end power. there. You can see him having to manage the toe everywhere he goes. He's using the extra power of the 150 to drag himself along as we go side by side. And you can see Horton having to do that as well, just constantly sitting in the toe as much as possible to drag his car along. Stillwell trying to protect to the inside of Coppice. He's not left himself a lot of room there, and Harry Sena's trying to pump it around the outside. Not going to make that work for this time through, and I think Stillwell will protect to the inside. It's going to give Horton a chance to make contact with Stillwell and Harry Senior. Then they've taken themselves off. A little bit of disagreement again, and they're going to end up in the barrier. I think they'll both be able to continue, but that was quite significant contact. Horton finds himself in the lead then over Warner.
Well, in the middle of the straight there, I certainly didn't expect that. Will Stillwell and Harry Senior tangle wheels and go off, and now Thomas Horton leads this race. The Sigmax car leads the Sigma 150s. There's Stillwell getting going again. So his record of a win in every meeting he's competed in with the Caterham graduates in his career so far is going to come to an end, surely, unless something bizarre happens. So Thomas Horton leads this race, Rob Warner in second, it's McCall in third, Dan Livingston up to fourth. We've got two Sigmax cars in the top 4 places overall. Then it's Doug Christie, Ollie Smith, Andrew Whitten alongside Angus McLean, then Steve Arnell there in the car with the yellow bonnet coming back into this as well. He's had a couple of class wins in the Sigmax division this year. He's second in the points behind Dan Livingston. And well, so many front runners hitting problems in this race. We're going to see a quite bizarre result here. Here's what happened.
Stillwell on the sort of inside of the track. It just absolutely just slight touch of wheels, and it just happened, didn't it? Stillwell was on the inside. They both looked like they were fairly tracking straight. It's just slightly into each other, and again, an unusual incident, and the cars reacted not just in a bouncing off each other way, it sort of brought them together, which is always a risk there. Horton's managed to hold on to this little tiny advantage he's got. It's not going to last, but Warner and McCall go neck to neck, and we've got a bit of a lock up there on the outside. Someone having to take to the gravel. Ollie Smith taking to the gravel, going to make it through to that escape road, but he's going to lose an awful lot of places. But Horton still manages to hold on. Looks like Livingston's trying to get down the inside of Christie there. In fact, Christie's going past him in the number 67, and then next up it is Whitten, and then Arnell's the next Sigmax, seeing whether he can get joined in.
So Warner and McCall are going to start to close down Thomas Horton here, because remember, he's in a slightly less powerful car, and he really needs to use the toe to keep up with them, but he's out in front. Here comes Rob Warner in the 58 car. He's going for the overall lead. James McCall is in third position, and Thomas Horton is going to have to use all his skill here to try and hang on. It's not often we see the Sigmax cars up there fighting for overall victories. We've seen a couple of podiums from them over the course of this year. Rob Warner up there in second place, then McCall, Christie, Dan Livingston still in the top 5 overall ahead of Andrew Whitten, who's third in the points in the Sigma 150 division, albeit well behind the two Harrys, who are now out of the picture after those couple of tangles. Just under 7 minutes to go. Thomas Horton still leads, and this is exactly what he wants, because look at the way McCall and Warner are battling it out. The harder they fight each other, the more Horton's going to be able to pull away.
Some tracks do suit the Sigmax car. It's got slightly different gear ratios. It's going in the old Ford Sierra box. It looked like there might be contact in the background there, although
looks like Rob Warner hit the stack on the inside of the chicane
I
there.
think there will be a puff of I think it was more of a lock-up. Let's see what happens. But yeah, the slightly different gear ratios in that box allow them to get away and use their power in different ways, and something like Brands Hatch Indy, where it's not so top-end dependent, they can really get up there. And yeah, the slightly more power there. Donington is generally speaking a power circuit as they drive around, so he's doing a great job. I could see he was absolutely hitting his marks and maximising the full width of the track, while McCall and Warner were fighting each other. As soon as you go side by side round Donington, you're going to lose yourself at least a second off your lap time, if not another one. Arnell drifting a little bit wide that time through Old Hairpin. He's lost momentum, and the 101 of Fielder's going to get through on him, I think.
Well, at the back of this group, the number 32 Ian Anderson, who started last on the grid after problems in qualifying yesterday. So Ian Anderson is 32, is up into 10th. Where's Amanda Anderson? She's 13th in the 64 car. Paul Fielder, 101 running wide. Let's go let Steve Arnell have an attack into Coppice corner, as Thomas Horton continues to lead the way in the 1-2-8. This is going to be a famous victory for him if he can hang on in front of the Sigma 150 cars here. James McCall in second place, 5th in the points. He's had, I think, 3 second places so far this year. He's yet to take a win in the Sigma 150 division this year. He's ahead of Rob Warner. Doug Christie is up there in 4th now, in 3rd in the class, ahead of Dan Livingston. Then Whitten holding off Angus McLean further back, and this has become a chance for some of the slightly lesser lights of the championship to shine.
Yeah, definitely. So Horton is a kind of fascinating battle, isn't he? He's just about got enough speed ahead of these two 150s when they battle each other, and as soon as they stop and go nose to tail, the gap starts reducing. But he is absolutely hitting every single mark and every single breaking point and maximising every single last bit of this Donington track to make that happen. Doug Christie is coming though. We saw him come late in the race yesterday, and he's got 4 3/4 minutes to see whether he can get through and ahead of the drivers in front of him. But he's waiting there. Dan Livingston's getting drawn along in his tow as well. Arnell looking up the inside of that chase pack to see whether he can do anything about getting across to this group.
That was an attack on Ian Anderson there, and Matt Willoughby's in behind them as well, the club chairman in car number 82. Still these two fighting it out. They don't really care about Thomas Horton being in front of them because they're in a different category. They're fighting for the lead effectively of their championship, the Sigma 150 race, James McCall and Rob Warner. So they're content, I think, to battle each other. They won't mind about Thomas Horton too much being out in the overall lead of this race. Here's the battle further back. Steve Arnell's lost out there to Matt Willoughby, the 82. He's got Paul Fielder, number 101, behind him now. This group battling for 8th position overall. Andrew Whitten coming under fire from Angus McLean for P6. McLean down the inside of the 112 car of Whitten, who through more consistency than out-and-out speed is 3rd in the Sigma 150, points ahead of Amanda Anderson. Down the hill they come. James McCall leads the Sigma 150s. Yes, 3 second places, 2 at Thruxton and 1 at Croft have been his best results so far this year.
Consistency really does work for a driver over the course of a season. The problem comes when you get to drop scores, and that's when the top results count. So you really do need to make those top steps of the podium to try and compete for the championship as soon as those drop scores come into account. Dan Livingston there just holding, clinging on, as there is Andy Whitten driving with the number 61 of McLean, just having a nice battle. He's had plenty of track time this weekend, hasn't he, McLean? We saw him in the 7th Championship UK as well.
Here they come down the straight then. Incidentally, Will Stillwell is out of the race. He's pulled into the pits. Harry Senior's still going. He's in P19 after that tangle earlier on. Just looking down the timing tower. Here's our battle further back. This is the fight between the 82 and the 32. Ian Anderson and Matt Willoughby, with Steve Arnell and Paul Fielder tucked in behind. This is for 8th place overall and for 3rd in the Sigmax division, because Ian Anderson, Matt Willoughby and Steve Arnell are all Sigmax runners. Paul Fielder is in a Sigma 150. Neil Evans, you can see his noseless car just behind, ahead of Amanda Anderson in the 64 car. The lead gap is just under a second. McCall closed in by 0.2 of a second on Thomas Horton last time through. Arnell side by side with Paul Fielder. The 3 Sigmaxes, this is for 2nd in their category, remember. Diving through the old hairpin. Arnell just about hanging on ahead of the 101. He's had a couple of class wins, Steve Arnell, this year, including at Brands Hatch earlier this year with his nose cone and his bonnet missing.
Yeah, it was a very sort of torn apart Caterham, wasn't it? But it carried on going and he made it to the end. Yeah, they've got a great set of results for him this year. But Dan Livingston just has that little bit of an advantage, and even in this race now, he's got several cars between him and Arnell at this point. So Dan Livingston doing what he needs to do. But Horton is still out front there. But that gap, they play the Jaws music. We've got a minute and a half of this race left to go before the clock extinguishes. So we're going to have maybe this is the penultimate lap, I think they're coming on to now as they cross the line. And yeah, it does look like McCall has got the bit between his teeth. He's shaken the attentions of Warner, and it does look like that gap's coming down rapidly.
I'm not sure if we will get 2 laps out of this. This might be the last lap. We'll have to wait and see what happens as they cross the line this time around. This may be the last lap. It's hard to tell because they were right on the cusp as they crossed the line there. James McCall has got the gap down, and he's just done the fastest lap of the race. James McCall 1:18.570. The gap is down to 0.6 of a second. He's right with Thomas Horton now. He's going for the overall win. James McCall, he's all set to take his first Sigma 150 win of the year, but now he can see a chance to take the overall victory. Through Starkeys they go up towards Schwantz Curve. Rob Warner still in 3rd place and 2nd of the Sigma 150s ahead of Doug Christie. It's about these two different classes, but they're fighting for overall victory. Up towards Coppice they go for what could be the final time. I've got to wait and see if they get the checkered flag this time round. It's going to be tight.
It really is. Watch that clock, top left, 22 seconds. If it goes to 0 before they cross the line, it will be the final lap. You can see some of the debris left from earlier in the race. In fact, I think that must have been from a later incident because it wasn't there last time through. But down the inside though,
of the inside. James McCall snatches the lead going into the chicane. Now Thomas Horton will be hoping the checkered flag doesn't come out this time around. Is it going to be checkered flag this time? No checkered flag. We've got one more lap to run. The clock counted down to 0 just as they crossed the line. James McCall was 2 seconds early as he came over the line. So now we're into the last lap. We're going to have a grandstand finish here. Can Thomas Horton fight back? He wants an overall win, but has he got the guile? Has he got the power to take James McCall? He's got the slightly less powerful car we already mentioned. It's McCall who leads from Horton. This is going to be special into that final chicane.
Such a tough ask, though. He's going to have to use all of the extra toe, and then if it's a momentum that will carry him through, but it's such a tough ask for him to do it from second place. He just needed that one lap less, didn't he? In fact, 2 laps less than we got in the end, so he is in that second place. I can't see him coming back, but we've seen more strange things happen in Caterham racing.
Especially just in this race alone, all the front runners seem to fall apart around them. Thomas Horton's not finished yet. He is closer there as they come up towards Coppice Corner for the last time. He's got to be mindful that Rob Warner is there as well. It's going to be between these three. There's 2 more cars behind them, Christie and Livingston. 5 of them line astern. What's going to happen here? Horton's going for it down the outside. Warner's going for it down the outside. Here they come into the chicane. Has Horton got it? Can he get it stopped in time? Around the outside of James McCall. Not quite. McCall very late on the brakes. He gets crossed up. Horton's going to go for the inside. They're going to finish side by side. Here they come. It's going to be a photo finish. Who's going to win the drag to the line? We could have our closest finish of the weekend here. Over the line they come. It's almost a dead heat.
It's given to Horton.
Horton's got it, 11 thousandths of a second. Incredible. How did he do that?
I have no idea. They were absolutely on the raggedy edge of brakes going into the chicane as we watch the rest of this field coming through. A great end to that race for Horton. You could see he knew in the car he had done it. He was cheering his arm out the car, but Horton making it by 1/100th of a second, 11 thousandths of a second over the line ahead of McCall Warner. Like you say, they weren't actually fighting for the actual same points out there, but nevertheless, what a great result to see the Sigmax take it over the top of the 150s.
How the heck did Thomas Horton do that? I do not know. I was certain James McCall had got it turned back there. He somehow managed to slipstream in between the chicane and the finish line. You can see it's not a long distance out of the last chicane here. And that's in the less powerful Sigmax car. The Sigmax has beaten the Sigma 150.
So McCall was so late on the brakes to keep that inside line. I just don't think he could contain it on the exit. He had to come out the throttle, and that just gave Horton what he needed, didn't it, just to get back on the throttle. And remember, I've said it's slightly different gear ratios. You get a little bit more boost in the early part of the acceleration, so it's clearly just enough. It's all conspired together to give him that win. He's going to be absolutely chuffed with that.
Well, there it is confirmed. Thomas Horton takes the win by 0.011 of a second over James McCall. Credit to James McCall, who takes his first Sigma 150 victory of the season, and Thomas Horton at the Sigmax wins overall. Rob Warner completes the podium ahead of Doug Christie. Dan Livingston second of the Sigmaxes, and that could be enough, I think, to give him the title in that division. Andrew Whitten next ahead of Angus McLean. Then Matt Willoughby tops his battle with Steve Arnell and Ian Anderson. Harry Senior made it back through to finish in P11 after his tangle. Good going from him ahead of Neil Evans, Amanda Anderson and Gareth Cordy. A couple of drivers got penalties there. 5-second penalty for Steve Evans, number 30 further back, and for Paul Fielder as well, who got a 30-second penalty. We know not why, dropping him down to P19. Not sure how to sum that up. What an incredible finish.
No, it's brilliant. Absolutely fantastic from the Morph My Caterham Sigmax and 150 Championship here at Donington. So really great stuff. You can see the heat haze over the spectator banks over here at Donington Park for this race weekend. Friends, family, enjoying the weather out there.
Well, we'll wait to hand down to Parc Ferme, and I can't wait to hear Thomas Horton's reaction there. He's going to be absolutely elated.
He was chuffed yesterday, wasn't he? So to take the win, we go down there. Anyway, Sam is down in Parc Ferme with our drivers, so let's head down to Sam and hear from Horton and the rest of them.
great eventful race for these guys. There's a lot of extremely happy people. Look at Tom Horton behind. He did actually win the race outright, but he's obviously stopped in the class behind because he's in the lower category car. So, but we'll grab a word with James McCall when he jumps out. And we'll try and get a quick word with Tom as well. James, congratulations, and you got fastest lap.
Wow, yeah, I mean, it was there was a lot going on in that race.
How do you stay focused with the red flag?
I think it's something to do with adrenaline.
Well done, mate, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, what a great race. It's a shame to see so much carnage, but it was very, very close at the front. And then the last 3 laps with Tom, who squeezed every ounce of performance out of that Sigmax, was really fun. I'm not even sure who crossed the line first, me or him.
Well, on TSL it shows Tom.
Yeah, I thought he got there by like an inch or something like that.
But whether that's been changed, I'm not sure. But yeah, for now it's Tom did actually cross the line first. But still, you are still the winner.
Well, great, and I'll definitely take that.
Definitely take that. Excellent. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Right, that's Rob.
Yes.
Hello, Rob. How did you find that race? I was just saying, hot, and also with the red flag, it sort of throws your momentum out with your mind.
Yeah, absolutely. You sat there for hours, it seems, getting roasting in all your black gear in a hot car, thinking, I've already made up 10 places. How much better can I get? But yeah, absolutely stunning to get here. It's my birthday today, so all the family.
Oh, happy birthday!
Thank you very much. Yeah, all the family have turned up, so yeah, really, really lovely. For great result for me. Great place to come racing. You know, club is just lovely. James and I race quite often this year, get on really well, and just great battle. Just lovely. Really good racing.
And that's what it's all about. You've got to enjoy it, haven't you?
Absolutely. There's no point coming here and getting on the podium and being miserable about it. I don't do it often enough. You know, I always say when I'm, third time this year, it's one for the slightly larger gentlemen, slightly older gentlemen, shall we say? But yeah, it's always good when you can do it.
Yeah.
So it's
excellent. Well, well done. Enjoy the moment.
Thank you very much.
Here he is again. We spoke yesterday. Congratulations again.
We spoke yesterday. Actually, I didn't finish third yesterday. That's the crazy thing. At one point I was 8th, then I was 4th, but that was a bonus interview. I'll take that this time. I'm definitely third.
You definitely got that position.
Absolutely brilliant. I mean, what was going on? I mean, I was cursing the red flag. We were sat there roasting. I was thinking, I've got no more energy in me. Just throw the checkered flag, and then just seemed to go my way, and cars came off, and suddenly, there's a podium there. So that'll do. 2 interviews in a weekend. I'm definitely banking that.
Excellent. It's been a great weekend so far, hasn't it? Another race later, though.
No, not for us. Not for the
guys.
No,
is this it?
I need to lay down after that. That was a double race there. We had 2 races in one, so we definitely got our money's worth anyway.
Excellent. That's great. Well, enjoy it, and we'll speak to you soon. But I've got to have a quick word with this man here. Hello. You've won outright, and your class, and you are in the lower category class. Like, fantastic. You must be overjoyed right now.
I'm actually, I've got a rare moment of emotion coming on right now. It's genuinely staggering. I mean, it was a lucky win. I will not take much credit, as much as I might do, because Harry and one other coming off the Craners, and then Harry Senior and Will having contact on the exit of Coppice really helped me. But I'm just a bit lost for words, to be honest. To win in the slower class of car, it's all that down to the car and all down to just everyone chipping in everywhere. Just thank you to everyone.
Excellent. Well, enjoy this moment.
I'm going to.
Savour it. There'll be podium shortly for you. But I've been given someone's face to wear as well, which I'm not going to put on at the moment. But yeah, we've got the 270R Championship coming up next, which will be very eventful. I can't wait to see where Charlie is going to be. See you later.
Let's have a look at some highlights of that rather crazy Caterham graduates race then. The first part of the race, it was Senior, Kramer and Stillwell having their usual fight at the front of the field. Paul Fielder was the man who slowed up through the right-hander at Coppice, holding up Steve Arnell. Kramer then ran wide through the old hairpin inexplicably and dropped a little bit of ground. The lead battle continued though, with Kramer fighting his way back up onto their tails. Thomas Horton continued to dominate the Sigmax category. Rob Warner then clipping the back of Harry Kramer, having missed his braking point into the chicane. They had to take to the escape road, with Kramer having it all to do again. And then, as Jonathan Ems made his rather kamikaze lunge up the inside into Redgate, something had to give as 7 cars went to the Craner curves together, and unfortunately that something was Ems himself and Harry Kramer. Big impact with the tyre wall, bringing out the red flags. On the restarts, it was Will Stillwell who once again set the pace ahead of Harry Senior, with Thomas Horton again at the front of the Sig Max category, but Stillwell and Senior then tangle coming down the exhibition straight. Ollie Smith later going off at the chicane. James McCall took the fight to Thomas Horton. It looked as though the more powerful Sigma 150 had done enough to overhaul Thomas Horton coming towards the chicane for the last time, but somehow Thomas Horton got the tighter exit. The drag race to the line amazingly won by the slightly less powerful Sig Max, and Horton took the overall win by 11,000th of a second. Now, will the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship be as lively as that? Let's take a look at the grid for their second race of the weekend. It's Championship leader Freddie Chiddick's number 66 in pole position. This grid based on the results of their race yesterday. Mark Kendall starts alongside Mark Jones and Ben Timmons, the Roadsport champion, on the second row of the grid. James Cook and Matt Larby on row 3. It's Jonathan Ramsey and David Rook on the 4th row. Alex Vincent and Toby Boys completing the top 10. Row 6 is Peter Mott in 96, Theo Theato number 72. Row 7, number 20 James Empson and 27 Chris Ephraimidis. Row 8, 71 Giles Perry and the 84 of Joe Pridate. The 9th row, Rog Patke, who struggled in yesterday's race, number 29, and number 10 of Gareth Lucas. The 11th row, the 10th row rather, 74 Alan Venters and 22 Louise Deason. Then it's Chris Broom, number 5, and number 4 Duncan Mallet, who went off with a brake failure on the last lap of yesterday's race. He starts on the 11th row. Row 12, 23 Alan Bateman and number 6 of Marcus Eels. 65 Lydia Gould and 98 Rob Mason on row 13. Row 14, 63 Andy Palmer and 88 Charles Vincent. And watch out for fireworks from the back of the grid. Charlie Lower, second in the championship, fighting with Freddie Chiddick for the points lead. His gear lever broke while he was fighting for the lead in yesterday's race. He has to start from the back. Apologies for rushing through the grid slightly there, but the cars are already in position on the grid. Freddie Chiddick's the black car with the red nose on the front row alongside the green machine of Mark Kendall. On the worst for a start line shunt last time out at Snetterton. Watch for the black and blue car of Charlie Lower, who starts dead last on the grid. He's got to be up there with Freddie Chiddick if he's going to continue the fight for the championship. They were only 2 points apart coming into this weekend. That was the first no score this season for Charlie Lower. Let's see if he can come through. The red lights are on the gantry. The Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship gets underway. Lower's off like a rocket from the back of the grid already. Mark Kendall gets away well. Watch for Ben Timmons. It's his first weekend in 270R. He's already won the Road Sports Championship. He's in the purple car, trying to get round the outside there on the first corner of Mark Jones, who had a strong run to third place in race 1 yesterday in car number 2. But it's Mark Kendall who's got the early lead down the grid. Got a tangle in the middle of the field though. That's the 84 car that's gone off sideways. That is Joe Pridate. I can't see who he's collided with. It's number 20, I think, of James Empson. Yes, he's getting going in, but Joe Pridate stuck in the middle of the road. He gets it going. Race continues. Mark Kendall and Freddie Chiddick side by side.
Yeah, could have been a lot worse with the car sideways there. We've got to watch out to see how Lower's getting on if he wants to stay in the chance. And this time another contact there. That's Mark Jones going off a little bit up into the cleans that time. I think that was Kendall he contacted because he rubbed tyre rub on Kendall. But Kendall's car's misbehaving, so it looks like he's got a bit of an issue there. And so a really action-packed opening. And see where Charlie Lower's got through to. He needs to get back to the front. That's the wing stay rubbing on that tyre. It's not going to last too long at this point. I think he is going to have to pull off. It's certainly slowing his car in a straight line as well. As Timmons goes to the outside then of Chiddick's into the chicane, but the inside line's worked all day so far and does continue to do so. Mark Kendall seeing what he can do. He's going to see whether he can carry on, but really that tyre is really pushing hard against that wing stay, and I don't think there's anything he's going to be able to do to recover that. And he probably will get the orange meatball flag as Timmons goes to the outside once more. Chiddick's on the inside, watching out for where Lower comes across the line this time through then.
Let's look down the timing screen then as Chiddick and Timmons go side by side. Charlie Lower's gained 12 places. He's up to P17 on our tiny screen. There he is, the black and blue car, just behind Rog Patke in the pink machine. It's Chiddix who leads the way just ahead of Timmins. And it's Matt Larby up into third place. Had a fairly luckless season with a couple of shunts this year. He's up there in third position ahead of number 15, which is James Cook, Captain Cook as we call him, the Welshman, in fourth position. David Rook, the Scottish space driver in the red car, is behind him, and Toby Boy is running well in sixth in the number 99. So the mayhem has picked up where it left off really in the previous race on this first lap for the Mission Motorsports Caterham 270R Championship. There's Duncan Mallet, and flying off at McLean's on the last lap yesterday with brake failure, chasing the number 17 car of Alex Vincent. Gareth Lucas in the number 10 is in behind them.
Duncan Mallet making 11 places up last time through as well, so great start for him as we watched Chiddix. He's doing what he needs to do at the moment to take this championship. If Chiddix finishes ahead of Lower in this race, he takes that provisional championship. He will be champion-elect, but it's Larby looking really speedy up there in that second place. Ben Timmins struggling a little bit at this stage to catch to keep up with Cook, and then Rook in their show continues onwards side by side, and a little bit further, the car pulling to the inside. Is that no, it's not Kendall, so it's another car.
Yeah, somebody pulling off there. I can't quite see it. It's Theo Theato, the orange car. He's out of it.
Maybe punctured, actually, so maybe he had some contact with Kendall, which is why we're seeing that tyre rub, and his tyre looked to be deflated on that. We'll see whether that is the case. Chiddix, though, serenely heads on ahead of this field, ahead of Larby in that second place. A bit of a tail-out moment there for Lower, as you see him now following on behind Kendall, so he's made his way all the way up to that sort of top 10 already after on the second lap through. So great stuff from Lower. He's got the bit between his teeth. There is that car stuck on the barrier on the inside. Hopefully that will be able to be covered by a waved flag just for one lap, and then the drivers will know it's there as we see that battle continuing on.
He's had contact into the chicane. I can see damage to the nose and a bit of steam, so he's damaged his radiator, so that's what's put the Macat, as that car's known as, out of the race, as Freddie Chiddix still hangs on in the lead. Here comes Matt Larby, though, looking to lead a race for the first time this year. Ben Timmins trying to make it 3 wide, the Roadsports champion. He's certainly impressing on his 270R debut. Can he get the car stopped in time? Yes, he has. He's taken the lead, and Chiddix is relegated to third because Larby comes through as well. Behind them is David Rook. Then it's James Cook in the 15. We've got Rook and Cook running together as they were yesterday. And then behind them we've got the number 14 of Jonathan Ramsey. Duncan Mallet's up there as well. He's flying through.
22nd on the grid, so Duncan Mallet's also made his absolutely slice through this field. Freddie Chiddix is going to be shocked at who he's seeing in his rear view mirror soon, because there is Charlie Lower right on the tail, just ahead of Vincent, and coming into the top 10. So across the line last time through he was 11th, but he is making ground and slicing through this field. It's Timmins, his second ever 270R race, out front of another fellow Academy driver from a couple of years back, and he took the Matt Larby in second place. Chiddix finds himself in that third place, which is still enough because he's ahead of his competitor Lower, but Lower is coming, and all he needs to do is win this race. That's all that's on his mind, that's for sure.
Well, Charlie Lower, he was furious with himself. He snapped his gear lever while fighting for the lead in yesterday's race, and it snapped when it was in neutral as well, so he couldn't even cruise round in the gear it was in. He was out of the race. He's come up from position 29. We'll see if he's into the top 10 this time through. Look for the black car with the blue nose somewhere in that train of cars that's snaking its way down towards the chicane. Chiddix on the outside. He's been one of the few drivers who can make the outside line work there this weekend. Matt Larby holds that second place, but it is still Ben Timmins who leads the way, upgrading his car. He's gone wide, though, coming out of the chicane there, nearly onto the grass, just about holding it together. Now, where is Lower? He's into the top 10. He's in P9. He's in there just behind you. Just see him pull out of the slipstream of the car ahead of him, Toby Boy's there, as Matt Larby has a look for the lead as they go into Redgate. This is a classic slipstreamer here at Donington Park.
A little bit wide there for Lower as he came out of Redgate that time. He's really pushing this car, and he's going to have to keep that momentum. And Duncan Mallet, though, is still a couple of places ahead of him, and there is a slight gap off the back of Cook's car there. But anyway, the race continues on. There is Charlie Lower ahead of this little group of pack. There's Gareth Lucas, who's already seen Charlie Lower go past. Kendall's that tyre rub does seem to have faded away, so either the wing stay has been bent back or the rubber's sufficiently clear now. But either way, he's up and running. Timmins fight for the lead then between himself and Larby. Chiddix still in that third place. He's got Rook just behind him, Ramsey, then Cook, and then it's not too far back beyond that we've got Lower.
Here they come into Coppice then, and Timmins running just a little bit wide there. He'll move back across and try and position himself ready for the chicane. That's what you've got to do. It's all about positioning down this straight. He moves back across again to try and deceive Freddie Chiddicks. Is this going to allow Matt Larby to get down the inside? Rook is behind them, then Cook, and coming up the inside, Jonathan Ramsey. He's running well in the number 14 car, the man from Wigan in Lancashire, the timber company boss. He's fighting his way, trying to get towards the top 5. He is into 5th place now. Going for the outside is Chiddicks. Now there is Lower. He's getting past Toby Boys now. And he's up into, well, I think his 8th place.
Yeah, he's taken that place over Boys that time, so one more place, and certainly firmly in that lead group. We're not even at halfway distance, and they're firmly ensconced in that front group, as is Duncan Mallett from 22nd on the grid. Timmins still leads them down, though. Chiddicks has made his way back past Larby into Redgate that time, and Cook is up the inside of Ramsey, who's got Mallett, and then Lower. Here comes Lower in the 21, looking to see whether he can do anything about the number 4 of Duncan Mallett. We spoke to him briefly just before this race, didn't we, earlier in the day, and it's great to see him up there. He said he was going to be up here fighting, and that's what he's done.
12.5 minutes of this race to go then. There's a slight breakaway of 4 cars at the front of the field. Watch out for Charlie Lower. There he is in the middle of this group ahead of Toby Boys. He's got Alex Vincent and Gareth Lucas on his tail as they swing their way through Coppice once again. Next target for Charlie Lower is going to be the number 14, I think, of Jonathan Ramsey. Also in there is James Cook in the number 15. Timmins side by side with Chiddicks now for the lead. Chiddicks round the outside. We said he'd make that move work yesterday. Somebody getting a wheel onto the dust there. That was Lower, I think, in the 21. It may have been Toby Boys. He was a bit unsettled through the chicane. So Chiddicks leads, but here comes Timmins back around the outside. Larby and Rook now up behind them. It's Cook in 5th place. Down to 6th goes Ramsey. Mallett 7th. There's Lower. Going for the inside on Duncan Mallett. 3 wide further back. Boys, Vincent and Lucas in together. There's battles everywhere you look at. It's incredibly close. Second race of the weekend for the Mission Motorsport Caterham 270R Championship. Timmins retakes the lead at the top of the Craner curves once again. Matt Larby holding that 3rd place ahead of David Rook, and then James Cook in the Welsh flag liveried car trying to get onto the podium once again. This is frantic.
Got 10 minutes left, or 11 minutes left for Lower to see whether he can get through this next little pack of cars to kind of come across the gap to the lead group, including Larby, Timmins and Chiddicks. Chiddicks heading this field at the moment, doing what he needs to do. Timmins, don't forget, to be in the Roadsport champion. He's also Roadsport champion elect, and he is just seeing what he can do in this 270R class for the tail end of the season. There is the number 21 of Lower. He's still got several cars between him and where he really, actually absolutely needs to be, as it's side by side once more between our Roadsport champion for this year. Really has fitted in nicely into this 270R grid and shown that he's got the pace in this upgraded car. He'll be looking at one of the main championship contenders next year for sure.
Lower's picked off Jonathan Ramsey now, and he's up into P6. He's on the tail of this 5-car group for the leader. This is incredible from Charlie Lower. He is flying through this field. Here he comes alongside James Cook now. He's got the inside line from Redgate. Timmins still leads. Up to 5th goes Charlie Lower as Alex Vincent battling it out with Gareth Lucas in the number 10. They're having a good little scrap, but there is Lower, the black car with the dark blue nose. His next target is David Rook as Freddie Chiddicks retakes the lead at Hollywood. But Freddie Chiddicks will soon be able to see that Charlie Lower is there almost behind him.
He'll certainly be looking. David Rook is his teammate in the Team Hardline there, so I'm wondering whether in the quadlock number, whether you see that quadlock sponsorship in his rear view mirror and will let his teammate go through. He knows what he has to do as part of this race. Obviously teammates at this level of motorsport doesn't really mean too much, but Charlie Lower is up the inside then of Rook, moving himself up into that 4th place, just behind Larby there in that 3rd place, with Timmins ahead and Chiddicks still leading this group. So he's up to 4th. We've got the contact with Rook going across the gravel there, so a little bit of contact. I think that must have been Cook or
it's either Cook or Ramsey banged wheels with him there, I think.
Yeah, that sent him across the gravel, and he's tumbled down the order. But there we go, the top 4 then. Timmins, Chiddicks down the inside. We then got Larby and Lower.
Yep, Charlie Lower is with the top 3 now. It won't be long before he makes his move. He can drive like the wind blows, Charlie Lower. Here they come. They're going to go 3 wide to try and keep Lower out of it. He could go up the inside of all 3 if he plays his cards right here into Redgate corner. He is going to try and go up the inside of all 3. Look at this. He's got 2nd position. He didn't quite get Chiddicks, but Ben Timmins gets shuffled back in there. The DPR car is Matt Larby, number 73, as they head down the hill, but it's Freddie Chiddicks in the Boss Racing car that leads, but his championship rival is on his tail. He's fired up. He knows what he needs to do. Here comes Charlie Lower, and onto the grass goes Ben Timmins. He's been squeezed out wide there. Good save. Ben Timmins keeps his foot in through the gravel. That's going to drop him down the order, but he's kept it going. That's the main thing. There just wasn't room for the 4 of them as they came through the old hairpin there. The leaders are going up towards McLean's. It's still Chiddix, but there is Lower on his tail. I just noticed the number 20 car, James Empson, out of the commentary box window, pulling up on the pit straight. He's out of it, and I can also tell you Toby Boys has got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. The number 99 car currently running in P7, but we watch the three leaders together. Matt Larby keeping up with the two championship contenders. Here they come down the chicane. Lower round the outside. Who's going to be late on the brakes? He cuts in. He's got the lead. Position 29 up to P1. Charlie Lower. That's what you call a burn from the stern.
Unbelievable there to get to the lead of this race with still 7 minutes to go, but it's not going to be easy even now. He's in the lead of the group. He's done a hard part of what he had to do in this race, but it only keeps his championship alive. He needs that fastest lap as well, which he does have on the 19.5. So on his way through, he's also got that extra point, and those are going to be so crucial for him. It's just such a tall order. He's doing everything he needs to right now, but he's still got the whole next race to get through as well, and still keep ahead of Chiddix. And how difficult it is to maintain your position in this field, but he has got that bit between his teeth. Unfortunately, Timmons there disappearing off out wide, but just doing the calculations, he still needs that win and fastest lap here and in the next race to guarantee the championship, and then it'll depend what Freddie Chiddix does. But he's doing everything he needs to, and in the last 7 minutes he's going to see whether he can hang on in there.
Round the outside at McLean's. Is he going to retake it here on the run up to Coppice? Chiddix holding firm on that inside line. We saw how angry and furious that Charlie Lower was when he had to retire from yesterday's race. He cuts back in on the run through Coppice. He's channeling that anger into his driving here in this second race today. The drivers are loving this. They're so fired up. Look who's coming up behind them now. Duncan Mallet, where's he come from? And Matt Larby's going for the inside. 3 wide as chicane. Larby could get the lead here with a bit of luck. He does get the lead on the inside. I don't think even Chiddix and Lower were expecting that. This is amazing stuff.
No, remember, Lower can't afford to be in second or third. Definitely can't afford to be following Chiddix home, so he needs to make a most. He's carrying the speed out the chicane, so Larby took all the speed through the middle bit of it, but the Chiddix and Lower who are going to take the speed through the remainder of it into Redgate. It's ever so close between Larby and Lower there. Larby not giving any room, and Duncan Mallet forcing his way down the inside there. Nowhere to go. He had to back out of that. That's going to cost him some time against Cook, who's there going to move down the inside as they go through the left-hander of Craner Curves. Get the cars slowed down slightly ahead of the old hairpin as they flow on through, and it's exciting second 270R race of the weekend.
Chiddix from Larby, then Lower back to third place, and Lower will be trying to get Matt Larby out of the way here on the run up into McLean's. Trying to keep it clean around the outside. He will get around. Oh, he's gone too wide. He's into the gravel. Charlie Lower trying too hard there. And he's got it all to do once again. He was pushing too hard to try and get back ahead of Matt Larby. And Larby's taken the lead now from Freddie Chiddix. That's let James Cook up into third. Mallet is fourth. And we'll wait to see where Lower comes through. Surely he can't come through again in the last 5.5 minutes.
That's a real tough call. It's such a change of psychology as we watch them coming down here side by side once more into the chicane. The change of psychology from cutting through the field. In fact, it looks like he might have radiator damage. That is going to be racy. Yeah, he needs to pull across, otherwise he's going to break that engine. That is championship over, unfortunately, for Charlie Lower. He's got to pull off, otherwise that will be the end of his engine as well. Chiddix, though, leads Larby. He can't believe he's done all that work. The change of psychology to from fighting through the field to then maintaining, because you've got no one else to drag you forward at that point, and he just drifted off wide. Whether he had a bit of contact, whether he touched the grass, I saw him on the grass there the lap before. He was definitely taking some risks, but he had to get to and do what he had to. Duncan Mallet, though, a little bit of tyre of smoke off the inside of his rear wheel arch, so I wonder whether that's got anyone else had involved in that process. As we watch the 96 of Mott as well, ahead of Patke, who's making good progress in the latter stages of this race.
Well, what a race of contrasting emotions, and Freddie Chiddix provisionally is the champion-elect as he comes up into the right-hander at McLean's, the man from Manningtree in the south east. Somebody else going wide there at McLean's. That was Toby Boys, I think, in the number 99. He's already got a penalty for exceeding track limits. There is Charlie Lower. He's crawling his way down the exhibition straight. He's lost the nose cone. He's out of the race, and he's out of the championship, very sadly indeed. Poor Charlie Lower. He pulls up.
That car's not in an ideal position, is it? That's almost a safety car-esque position there if that car can't make any further movement forward. Certainly be double waved yellows into there, definitely in the firing line. So let's see what happens with that, but they're going to go back to green flag racing with Chiddix out front at the moment, ahead of Cook, who's come through all the way up into that second place. Larby, who's been there or thereabouts, is still sitting in that podium position. Ramsey also up there, but Duncan Mallet looking thirsty for that podium position. Wouldn't that be a great result for him from the back of the field? They head down Hollywood and down through the Craner curves then once more. This is the first time Chiddix has had a little breath of air in front, but it is low. It is Mallet then having to protect from Vincent behind, so he made all that progress early, and he's also struggled once they've got to this lead group to maintain the pressure of that forward momentum. But it is Cook in that second place, and that's great for him in the championship. He can't overtake Rook or Kendall, but he can certainly move himself up from where he came into this weekend, which was 8th.
Well, James Cook has had one podium this year at Croft earlier in the season, chasing Freddie Chiddix. Third place Matt Larby has also had one podium at the season opener at Alton Park, where he unfortunately crashed out of the third race of the weekend. Fourth place behind them is the number 14 of Jonathan Ramsey, who's further down the points chart. He's yet to score a podium this year. At the inside, James Cook trying to close up onto the tail of Freddie Chiddix. 2.5 minutes of this race to go. Over the line they go to start what will be their penultimate lap of the race. They're side by side. There's the number 20 of Emson parked against the wall on the far side. He dropped out of the race a few laps ago. We've had a few retirements. In fact, we've lost Theo Theato, of course. Mark Kendall did eventually pull into the pits. We lost Joe Priday on the first lap. We lost Gareth Lucas as well. Deason. We lost a couple more. Louise Deason and the number 5 of Chris Broome tangle up. Broome in the gravel. And if he can't get out of there, I don't think he will. That will be yellow flags at the chicane next time around.
Significant contact there, and like you say, that again, not in a place where I think we will see either red flags or a safety car to finish this race. And just also to confirm, if that is a DNF for Charlie Lowe, which I think we have confirmed, it doesn't matter what Chiddix does now. He has become champion for this year in the 270R class. He could DNF himself and it would still be a championship win for him. Charlie Lowe cannot overtake him even if he gets the win in the fastest lap in the next race. So Chiddix in the Boss car is going to be our champion-elect for the 2023 season at the end of this race. Cook following him home with Larby behind. They're going to have double wave yellows. There is that flag. You see the marshals trying to get that car out of the way. They can't do it. They're going to be in that firing line. Everyone has got to get this back under control. In fact, Cook did overtake Chiddix there, so I'm not sure. It depends whether he was ahead by the time they saw that first yellow flag. The marshals obviously doing what they need to do, and bravo for them for putting themselves in that line to keep this race going. This will be the final lap. They've got a little bit more opportunity to try and get that car out of the way, but I think that will be it for Chiddix is champion for us this year.
Well, James Cook has gone down to about P5 there, so whether he did realise that and move over, I'm not too sure there, but he's gone down to P5. It is Chiddix back in front ahead of Matt Larby. Jonathan Ramsey's up there in third, and Duncan Mallet in that fourth position. They come down the Craner curves the last time. It looks like they are going to guard that with double waved yellows for the final couple of laps, so at least we finish under racing conditions. But it's Freddie Chiddix from Manningtree in Suffolk, the number 66 for Boss Racing, who leads the way. But Matt Larby is not finished yet. He wants a first win here, the former Academy star in the number 73. It would be a great turnaround after some bad luck earlier in the season. And great to see Jonathan Ramsey up there as well. The timber company owner is up there in third. He could get a run here out of the chicane, and Duncan Mallet as well, but the yellow flags are still out, so they're not going to get the chance. They haven't got that number 5 car of Chris Broome moved, so they will have to stay single file. It's going to be Freddie Chiddix unless Matt Larby can get a run on the exit of the chicane. If they come out of the yellow flag zone, there is Broome's stranded car. They need more than a broom to clear the gravel out of that, I think, as here they come out of the chicane up towards the checkered flag. Freddie Chiddix takes the win and the 270R championship for 2023. Second place goes to Matt Larby. Third, it is Jonathan Ramsey. Great result for him. Then Mallet, Cook, Alex Vincent in 6. Ben Timmons fought back for P7 after he's off at the old hairpin.
And fastest lap.
He did indeed get the fastest lap as well, Ben Timmons. He's proving a bit useful at the wheel of a 270R. Peter Mott in 8th, the subdued Rudge Patke in 9th position. And rounding at the top 10, Chris Ephraimidis, the Greek driver. Toby Boys, that's 5-second penalty, drops him to P14. Mark Jones, after he's off early on, could only make it back up to P12. Just waiting for the last couple of cars to come in. Louise Deason survived after that tangle. She comes in P18, just behind Lydia Gould. Quite a few retirements in that race, the most significant sadly being the unfortunate Charlie Lowe. Such a shame after his effort to gain 28 places from the back of the field.
Did all the hard bit, didn't he, to get to the front in the lead pack, and then it was just about that change of psychology and just pushing so hard. It looked like couldn't see whether there was any contact, but he just drifted wide at McLean's, and that was the end. He had that nose cone, so it feels like he put a rum into the back of someone maybe. Just worth mentioning Lydia Gould. I think she's doing doubling up this weekend here in the 270 as well as in the Caterham graduates. So good to see her. She's incredibly rapid, and and really good to see her out there on the grid.
Provisional result then: Freddie Chiddick's the winner by 0.4 of a second ahead of Matt Larby, who equals his best result of the season. And Jonathan Ramsey, his first podium in third. Duncan Mallet coming through for fourth from towards the back of the grid as well. Great run by him. James Cook ends up in fifth position then. Alex Vincent. Ben Timmons fighting back for seventh and fastest lap. And Rog Patke down in ninth place, continuing his run back after problems in the first race. Peter Mott just ahead of him. It's Ephraimidis, Perry, Jones, Venters and Toby Boys after that 5-second penalty. And David Rook dropped to P15 as well in the closing stages there. Plenty of retirements. We saw Chris Broom off at the chicane, Charlie Lower retiring that front end damage. We also lost Gareth Lucas, James Empson, Mark Kendall with that early damage, Theo Theato pulled off, and Joe Priday was also a non-finisher. Let's head down to Sam in Park Fermé.
So we now have a champion. Freddie, congratulations, championship is done. What an incredible race. What did you think when you saw Charlie in your rearview mirror?
I knew he'd catch up. I thought he might be quicker to catch up with us, but yeah, I knew I'd see him in my mirror at some point. Once I saw him behind, I knew what I still needed to do. I think he hit me, went off. I'm not sure what happened really, but yeah, brilliant to win the race and finally to get a championship.
Yeah, honestly, well deserved. Absolutely awesome driving. Brilliant.
Yeah, just a really big thank you to Boss Racing, who've sorted my car for the weekend, looking after me here. So.
Excellent. Well, you can enjoy the celebrations. And where is Matt Larby? Matt's gone all the way down here. Let's go and grab him back. Maybe he's forgotten what he's got to do when he's on the podium.
Awesome, mate.
Matt, we need a word quickly. That's okay. Congratulations. That was an awesome race. We were hooked in the garage watching that. It was fantastic.
So the story is the first Caterham rolled off the production line 50 years ago, around about July and August, and I was born at the same time. So I'm celebrating my 50th like a couple of weeks ago. So I've been desperate for a podium this weekend, so I got it.
Oh, congratulations.
It was really manic out there. I think there might a few words with a few people afterwards, but I'll let the clerks figure that out. But mine was lovely, clear. Freddie was, I'm gutted for Cookie. Cookie's such a good driver, and I think he might have just missed a flag, or he was fair though, pulled over. So I'm going to go and give him a big cuddle now because he deserves it.
Yeah, brilliant. Well done. Thanks, Matt. And then let's find Jonathan Ramsey. Here he is. He's waited by his car. He knows what to do. Congratulations, first podium of the year.
Yep,
absolutely fantastic. And how did it feel to be up there with Freddie?
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, so close and competitive up there. You know, millimetres between each car. Gets a little bit frantic at times, obviously. Some drivers don't want to give up places, and it makes it difficult, you know. But entertaining, thoroughly enjoyed it, and really pleased to be getting a podium, yeah, it was great.
Well
Thank you.
Well, enjoy the moment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, these guys are still at one more race this afternoon, so that would be another one to make sure you watch. But we've got more Caterham racing, we've got Academy next, so we'll hand back to Chris and Dave for that.
Well, then we had a great 270R race. It was action-packed throughout, wasn't it? Mark Jones disappearing stage left off the track there as we went into the early part of this race, but it never really relented as we were watching Theo Theato. They're having to take to the grass. Looked like he had technical issues, didn't it? And early retirement for him. We were watching the recovery drive of Mallet and Charlie Lower at this stage, but it was three wide for the front, and it was Larby and Ben Timmons both inserted themselves in front of Chiddick's early doors. And further behind, we were watching, here is the relentless progress of Charlie Lower through that field, through his competitors, doing all the hard work he needed to. Remember, he needed to win this race and get fastest lap. A little contact there between him and Ramsey, it looked like, as they're heading up to the right-hander at Coppice that time through. He did make it to the front, but not before that Rook was dispatched to stage left at Coppice. That's Charlie Lower's teammate there, so he had just led his Charlie Lower through and unfortunately got caught up in an incident. It was a battle for the lead. He did sweep around the outside then of the chicane in front of Chiddix and took that lead. What a fantastic moment that was for him, but unfortunately it wasn't the end of the race. It wasn't how it ended. It wasn't the fairy tale that he was hoping for. A clump of 4 cars lower in the middle. We had Larby down the inside overtaking 2 cars into the chicane, so proving that inside line is so powerful this race weekend. Malik just sitting there in that 4th place at this stage. Larby still in there. We had Charlie Lower though disappearing stage left. He said Chiddix said there may have been some contact with his rear panel then, and you can see that just broke his radiator, and that is the end of his Caterham and his championship hopes for this season. He will be back though. He is our academy champion. Lee Deason had a bit of an incident, real bad contact into the driver's side there, and that caused the yellow flags which sort of ceased racing towards the end. But Chiddix crossed that line first, taking his win, taking the championship. Congratulations to Freddie Chiddix.
Okay, so a couple of cars needing clearing away here by the marshalling team. We move on next to the Adrian Flux Caterham Academy. It's their season finale next up. Of course, they have 2 groups, white and green, which are Caterham's corporate colours. The white group is going first with their last race of the season. And coming into this race, with drop scores taken into account, the top 4 are covered by just 3 points in the championship.
Indeed, this is all coming down to a battle between Neil, Demes, Kirtland and Keane. Any one of those could win it. However, it's Neil and Demes who come in here in the good seats. And welcome back to our Caterham stream, our Caterham viewers. Apologies for the stream issue there, but we are back up and running, and welcome back to the action. We're just about to start with the Caterham White Group Championship. Neil, Demes, Kirtland and Keane are in the battle for the win, and it's Neil and Demes who is looking like they're going to be our best positioned drivers. Can be Keane and Kirtland can do it, but they've got to overhaul and they've got to hope for bad results for Neil and Demes. So let's keep an eye out for what's going on. I'll try and keep my spreadsheet up to date, Dave, so we can keep along and abreast of everything that's going on. But I have a feeling this one's going to go right down to the checkered flag.
It's going to go down to the last chicane, I reckon, as long as there's no yellow flags or anything else. So it's the Caterham Academy White Group next up. The green group of the other section is the last race before lunch. In between that, we've got more Caterham graduates, the Sigma 135 category. Coming up after lunch, we've got the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship for their second 20-minute race of the weekend. But then we've got the CSCC Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens back out. Stephen Nuttall dominating their first race if you missed it this morning, and he'll be out to do the double. Then we've got the Caterham 7 UK Championship back out, sponsored by Avon Tyres. Then the Mottle 310Rs. We saw a rather chaotic race for them earlier on. Then the 270Rs come back out, and then finally it's the Caterham Academy Autumn Trophy, and what that is a non-championship race with the green and white groups racing together. There'll be a huge grid for that one, and that should be a cracker to round off today's action as we celebrate 50 years of the Caterham Cars Company.
Yeah, first chance for them to race against each other later on this afternoon, so they've still got their matter of their final championship race as we see the cars coming out then to start their green flag lap. But yep, we've got the graduates before we get the green group, then we've got a little bit of a lunch break before we bring in all the other action, so looking forward to that. Yeah, but the all kind of poised well after qualifying for the academy though, to keep everything alive and of interest. And certainly, like I say, the interest here is to see whether Kirtland and King could do anything about Demes and Neil to get out in front and reverse those positions.
Okay, we'll give you the grid in just a second then. I'll tell you it's qualifying took place yesterday afternoon. It was Adam Keane, number 88, to set pole position. He's in a very dark green machine, and Istvan Demes, the Hungarian driver, will be alongside him in car number 55. So 88 and 55 on the front row. Second row, number 2, Matthew Kirtland, and number 28, Daniel Neal. So all of our top 4 championship contenders are in the top 4 places on the grid. Third row, 37, Henry Speaks, all the way from Hong Kong, lines up alongside number 76, Monty Hind. On the fourth row, 68, Scott Graham, and Gerthed Ducey in number 30 completes the fourth row. Row 5 is number 89, which is Patrick Cunningham, alongside 96 of David Jarvis. Row 6 of the grid will be number 34, Rob Cowan, and number 19 of Lee James. He briefly stopped out on track in qualifying yesterday, but was okay at the end of the session. Row 7, number 4, Neville Sykes, alongside 40, Dean Pollen. Row 8, we've got 25 of Chris Coates and 94, Joel Meyer-Potts. Row 9, 62, Graham Handy and 15, Miles Ainan. Row 10, 20, Chris Tuck and 77, Norman Jeeves. And the final row, 65, Andrew Mackay and 33, Darren Pinder. So I should see a 22-car grid out there. What will be a 20-minute race.
Yep, plenty of cars out there, plenty of actions as the cars do start aligning up themselves on the grid then. Just to give you a kind of overview of the kind of some of the conversations that could happen. So if if Neil wins ahead of Demes or leads him home, then he should be able to take that championship win, as long as Kane and Kirtland aren't heading them by significant points. And if Demes wins, he still needs Neil not to get second place and the fastest lap. It's really going to come down to those final few points. How are they going to do it? How is this Caterham Academy group, the final race, the final championship race for the Caterham Academy White group? Hadrian Flux Insurance sponsor this. Little bit of Marshall's signalling there to one of the drivers to get it across and into their correct grid spot. And they've managed to do that. But thank you to all our sponsors here, and the kind of final race then for the Academy in their championship this year. How are they going to tail off their season? Can they get this all done? Who is going to take the championship crown? It's between 4 drivers, and we're going to have 20 minutes to find that out.
Well, there they are, the top 4 on the grid. The very dark green car of number 88 in pole position. The red lights are on. They go out now, and we're underway. And it is poleman Adam Keane who gets away well. A fair bit of tyre smoke from Lee James there, the number 19. Keane will try and take the lead. Daniel Neal round the outside, the blue and pink number 28 car up into second place. It's Is van der Mesch in the blue and white number 55 in third place. Not the best of starts for our other contender, Matthew Kirtland, in the Rothmans Williams lookalike, the blue, yellow and white car. The 92 Nigel Mansell lookalike has lost a couple of places there off the line. They swing their way down towards the old hairpin for the first time. Looks like it's Monty Hind who's got away well up into fourth position in car number 76 as the tail end of the field comes through the old hairpin. It is still our pole sitter Adam Keane who has the lead. Had a win at Cadwell Park earlier this season, was leading the points up until he was overhauled over the last couple of races. Second place is Daniel Neal, the current points leader, but only by 1 point ahead of Is van der Mesch. A little further back in the order, charging around outside Scott Graham, the man from Birmingham, in car number 68. So if you've not seen the Caterham Academy before, all these drivers were novices at the beginning of 2023. This series open only to novice drivers who've never held a race licence before, and you get your race licence and training as part of your package when you buy a Caterham Academy car. It's the perfect route into motorsports for a newcomer. There's the number 96, the emerald green car. It's David Jarvis. Leaders across the line, the first 3 have broken away slightly. It's Adam Keane who leads from Daniel Neal, Is van der Mesch. Daniel Neal has a look up the inside, can't quite get there. Adam Keane holds his lead.
Neil's been there or thereabouts every single race this year. He just had a slightly disappointing result at Snetterton in their first race we had at Snetterton last time out. He recovered it back through to take the podium to recover his championship chances, but he's taken 3 wins already this season. He had a disappointing Cadwell Park, and he only got 1 point after that for a fastest lap. But Neil doing everything he can, although he's on the grass, he's doing everything he can and a little bit more. Cost him some speed there. Neil's going to get a run up the inside of him as they head up then into McLean's this time through. The rest of the field stringing themselves out slightly compared to the racing we had earlier, but Neil now does head in his light blue coloured car ahead of the green sort of RF type colours of Keane there into the second place. Demes following along. Remember, this is Neil and Demes are the key chargers here. If they have disappointing results, then it's when Kirtland and Keane can come into play.
Yes, it's van der Mesch who took a win in the sprint that opened the season. They start the meeting with season with an against the clock sprint at the Kerbera venue in Staffordshire, and he's also had a win at Snetterton as well. But damage took him out of the second race. Is van der Mesch, the southeast of England based Hungarian, he's still there in third place. Monty Hind in fourth position. Over the line comes Henry Speaks, number 37 in fifth, and there you can see the blue and yellow of that 90s Williams lookalike of Matthew Kirtland. He's currently out of championship contention down in P6, needs to improve. If Daniel Neal can hang on in front here, then he will take the White Group Championship title. But fighting back on the inside is Adam Keane. Daniel Neal's left a bit of a gap there on the inside as they come down towards the old hairpin, but he covers it, keeps his lead. As Henry Speaks, he's just done the fastest lap in 5th position.
Did well to carry that momentum. Remember, fastest lap is going to be important. Henry Speaks having a really disappointing Snetterton, didn't he, in the end, and cost him. He pushed himself out of contention, but still carrying a lot of speed here in that one with the fastest lap currently, taking the bonus point that you get for that. But if Neil, as you say, sits here in front, he's doing everything he needs to do. He needs to just sit in front of Demes, and in fact, he's got a car in between himself and Demes, so that's a good little buffer zone just for now as we head into the 16 minutes left of this race. So lots still to happen, but that pale blue car does look like it may be pulling just a couple of car lengths free.
Van der Best trying to have a go at Adam Keane for that 2nd place. Monty Hines still there in 4th, then Speaks. 6th position is Matthew Kirkman. Behind them is Patrick Cunningham, then Scott Graham. Lee James over the curb there on the inside of the chicane in 10th position in the number 19. Here comes Monty Hine having a look for 3rd place around the outside. Monty is down in 9th place in the points. He gets to take a podium this season. Further back in the order there is James, number 19. He's up to 9th now. He's got ahead of Robert Cowan in the number 10 car. Rob Cowan had a bit of a disaster at Snetterton in the previous round. Got some damage in the first race. Down the Craner curves they come. It's still Daniel Neal who leads the way. Comes from Potters Bar in Hertfordshire, looking for the title on his debut season. If he can hang on in front, he will be the champion. Henry Speaks coming under fire now from Matthew Kirkman, who wants to haul himself back into contention.
Demes has got it all to do at the moment, hasn't he? He's drifted away a little bit off those lead 2, and he needs to be in front of that light blue car we can see, so he's trailing a little bit at the moment. Monty Hines' battle and attack sort of seems to have faded just a little at this stage. As we watch the rest of this field coming through this colourful Caterham Academy white group grid with all the wraps and colour schemes and drivers expressing their personality out there on track. As we watch the number 30 come through, that's Busey. It's a little bit of a bobble, hasn't it, over there? Change for the lead though. Keen to the outside. Downside's not worked. Neil still does hold on the inside, but that's going to allow the chase group to catch up, and that's exactly what Demes needs.
Somebody had a half spin, I noticed there, coming through Coppice Corner. We'll try and pick up on who that was. Going to the outside is the number 88 of Adam Keane. Here he comes, trying to go through the middle is Istvan Demes. This is a brave move. 3 wide down into Redgate. Daniel Neal holds the lead. Demes cuts to the inside of Adam Keane. He could get 2nd place here with a bit of luck. Up behind them now is Henry Speaks. He's got through into 4th place, and also up with them is Monty Hine. They're really starting to battle now for 2nd. This is exactly what Daniel Neal wants, because he's able to pull away as they start to squabble. Speaks going through into 3rd place. He's really throwing that 37 car around, the Hong Kong based driver, up into 3rd position. This is allowing Matthew Kirtland, the number 2, to close up onto the back of them as well. Looking further down, it was the number 4 car of Neville Sykes that had that moment up at Coppice.
So yeah, it's quite easy to do, especially on these Avon Caterham Academy dedicated tyres. You can see they understeer there a little bit from Keane as he shoved it down the inside. That's cost Neil a bit of momentum, and he's going to come into the clutches of Speaks then. Speaks isn't involved in the championship anymore, but he's certainly going to act as interference in between the group of championship contenders that we've got here. Kirtland starting to recover back in that 6th place, but he's not where he needs to be. He's got to do a lot towards the end of this race. James, though, has taken that fastest lap of the 23.94. Keane, as Neil looking around down the inside again, does make that position stick against Keane, who's now going to be back into that 2nd position now that we've made it one more lap through this race.
Line astern, they head out of the chicane. Got 7 of them together at least now. 2nd group starting to close up on them now. There's Patrick Cunningham, number 89, starting to get on the tails of the lead group. As Adam Keane up the inside on Daniel Neal. They're continuing to swap places at the front of the field. It was Neal who led at the line, trying to keep his foot in as they go towards the Craner curve. Speaks in behind them, then it's Hind. Kirtland is up into 5th position. Monty Hines dropped back quite considerably as well. He's down into 9th place, lost 4 places on that last lap. Daniel Neal trying to go around the outside at the old hairpin. That's never going to work. And Adam Keane holds the lead. Here comes Kirtland into the battle now. Can't watch for car number 2, the yellow and blue, the Nigel Mansell Williams look-alike, climbing up towards the right-hander at McLean's once again. It's on the tail there of our 4th place man, which is Istvan Demes. Moving to the inside there. Just got a glimpse as they head into Coppice Corner. Speaks goes a bit wide. Demes is going to go through into 3rd place. This is allowing the front 2 to escape once again.
Yeah, it's kind of deja vu all over again, isn't it? As the front two do pull a little gap, and they've been threatening to do this quite a lot. But Speaks brought that gap back quickly last time. They went for battling between these front two. It is, though, it is Demes down the inside. A little bit of a bump and barge there, so number 2 is having to drop back. So that's Kirtland losing spaces again. It's not what he needs. They're only halfway through this race, though. Still plenty of time. No time to panic as Speaks dives to the inside of Demes on the inside of Redgate. We're going Neil down the inside of Keane to take that lead once more. Manages to gather it all together as they head through the right at the exit of Redgate. They'll continue that right-hand turn all the way through Hollywood and then down as before they turn left. They pick their left-hand turning point and absolutely flat out, foot flat to the floor before then easing out of the throttle to try and get through the old hairpin. It is still all the championship contenders still up there and involved. Kirtland's the one that's lost out most, and he's got the most to do. Keane and Neil doing what they need to do. Neil is going to still be sitting pretty whilst he's in that second place.
Good to see Paddy Cunningham running with the leaders here. He's yet to score a podium this year. The number 89 comes from Guernsey. Certainly an international field we've got in the Caterham Academy this year. Up towards McLean's once again go the leaders. So just under 10.5 minutes of this race to go for the Adrian Flux Caterham Academy white group. Here's some of our battlers further back down the order.
Kirtland being warned for track limits as well, so that's another thing he's going to have to be careful of in the number 2 there. One of our championship contenders, he's now been given a warning flag for track limits, so if he goes over track limits even more, he will get Keane hanging on to the car there. I don't know how he did it, but he's lost a bit of speed, and that's going to allow Neil and the rest of them to come up alongside him. Look, Speaks is going to see whether he can demote him another place. Neil's going to hold on to the lead as he comes into the corner this time. It looks like Keane might drop back all the way to 5th place if he's unlucky going around the outside, but no, he just about holds on to 3rd place, but Speaks is on his outside. You see all the yellow novice crosses. Once they've got 6 signatures, they can take that off, so they may be just wanting to keep it there a few races longer, but nevertheless, as they head down Craner Curves this time, then Neil still leading, still therefore the champion-elect in the positions finished. That Speaks taking points away from Keane, but who's going to take the podium? This is what's all on offer in this final 9 minutes.
In the closing stages of the season for the Caterham Academy white group, sponsored by Adrian Flux Insurance. There's a good battle going on just outside the top 10, I think that is. We caught a glimpse of there at Starkey's, but it's still Daniel Neal who leads, and there's contact there coming out of McLean's. That's between Adam Keane
and Speaks,
and
I think.
Henry Speaks. Yes, now have they continued? I think Adam Keane may have gone off to the inside there.
Managed to get back on by the looks of it. I think he just had enough to get back, but that's going to have interrupted his flow, isn't it? I think that is still Keane.
Yes, he's
in
there.
The 4th on that run. So it was a contact. It didn't end up in the barrier, which is quite lucky, and Speaks even ended up still in the 2nd place there. That's let Neil ping off the front. We're going 3 wide into the chicane. Keane going to make all those places back up immediately the next time off offering.
Delay? What delay? He says. Nothing happened up there, nothing to see here. I'm still in 2nd place, side by side for 3rd between Demesh and Speaks over the line. Now here comes Paddy Cunningham up on the back of them, the 89, and Monty Hines recovered as well. Cunningham's just on the fastest lap of the race. He lunges down the inside into Redgate. He's taken Demesh, and now he's on the tail of, he's right on the tail of Henry Speaks. He clipped the tail of Henry Speaks there going through Redgate. There's a bit of needle creeping into this battle, and look how much that's allowed Daniel Neal to escape. He's, at the moment, looks to be heading for the championship.
As soon as you go side by side, it's going to cost you 1 to 2 seconds in lap time, as you can't use all of the width that you need to generate the speed round here at Donington. And there is Cunningham. It just set that fastest lap, 23.8, but he's deep in that battle for this race point. Position 2, as you say, Neil out front there. He's doing everything he needs to do to guarantee himself the championship. 7 minutes is still long enough for Keane to get back across to him, but even if he does, he needs Neil to drop further down the order if he's in any hope. Kirtland still looking back in 7th. He's not going to, he's going to fade. Demes is the next best position, but he needs to beat Neil without the fastest lap and below 2nd. So still lots to do for all the other drivers. Neil's doing everything he needs to right now.
Yes, if he stays out in front, he'll take the title. 2nd place is still Adam Keane. Great recovery after that little contretemps up at the exit of McLean's. Demesh in 3rd, Speaks in 4th place, and Matthew Kirtland, who dropped right down the order after that little moment earlier on, is fighting his way back up as well. We'll see if we can see him in the background as they head over the line here. As he's in P7 at the moment, just behind Monty Hind. He's in the 2nd group now as the leaders head through. There's the 2nd place fight coming down towards Hollywood. Adam Keane still holding off Istvan Demesh for that second place. Then Speaks, Cunningham and Hind running together. Demesh thought about a look there coming down the Craner curves. There wasn't enough room, so he thought better of it. The lead gap is 2.3 seconds. Cunningham's still got the fastest lap of the race. It's a good performance. He'll get the extra point for fastest lap if he can hang on to it here. There's the second group. Should be headed up by Matthew Kirtland in car number 2, seeing his championship chances slip away.
If Demes has done his homework, he'll know that he must get ahead of Keane, and he must then pull back to the lead of this race. Keane defending heavily to the inside of Coppice there. He absolutely squeezed him, but that's cost him time. That is going to let Demes go through. Can he do anything about the gap in front? So Keane was so intent on squeezing Demes to the inside there that he missed just the corner himself and went all the way to the edge of the track. Again, it's not really cost him any time. I don't know how he's doing it. He's magicking speed out of his green machinery there as Speaks comes back through down the inside. They're side by side as they go through the chicane that time through, but somehow Keane still manages to keep ahead, and that makes Demes's work even harder as they come across the line this time through.
Henry Speaks sneaking through there down the exhibition straight, and I think Adam Keane was so busy watching his mirror there going into Coppice, he missed his turning points. He was too busy watching what Demesh was doing behind him. Here comes Paddy Cunningham up behind them. There's Monty Hind behind them as well, and the lead gap as a result of all that dicing is now up to over 3 seconds with Daniel Neal, who is provisionally heading for the championship as things stand at the moment. Henry Speaks now up into second place, ahead of Keane, Demesh, then Cunningham, Hind, Kirtland, James, Ducey and Cowan rounding out the top 10. All 22 cars are still running. Of course, we saw Neville Sykes drop to the back of the field with a couple of moments further back in the order. So here comes our second place like Keane up the inside. He leans, Speaks out wide onto the green paint on the outside. It's going to allow Demes to come through as well. These two desperate to go after Daniel Neal at the front of the field. They know that Henry Speaks isn't quite in championship contention. He's 10 points off Adam Keane in 5th position in the points. And they're starting to fight it out as they come down the straight once again. Speaks trying to get back around the outside. Demes in the middle. Keane will cover the inside. Can Demes get round the outside of the 88s? They're still side by side. He's got the cut through and he's done it. Good driving, Istvan Demesh.
One of the first times we've seen that work all weekend. He just got a bit of momentum in that 3 wide and managed to actually carry that speed through the middle of the corner, really tight through the middle of the corner. And is Keane trying to get back on the outside of Redgate, but he's going to be Demes doing what he needs to do, except for Speaks is interfering with his line. He wasn't able to carry it, so it's all going to be changed once more. I've been in the position that Demes is in. Everything you want to do screams I want to go forward, and the drivers around you just aren't following your own plan. But remember, the plan is only for Demes, and Keane's got his own battles to fight. These are fighting for absolutely second in the championship right now, Keane and Demes. Who's going to come out on top? If positions stay how they are now, it would be Demes still taking it by 1 point over Keane in second place, so he can't afford to lose any more positions right now.
The battle continues as they head up towards McLean's once again. Still Henry Speaks holding that second place. There's Daniel Neal. We haven't forgotten about it. He's leading by nearly 3.5 seconds. A big margin in Caterham terms. Who's this coming up onto the back of the lead? I think that's Paddy Cunningham going for the inside. Yes, on the back of Istvan Demesh. Monty Hind is with them, and Matthew Kirtland as well, the 4th of our championship contenders. I think that wing in the background belongs to Henry Speaks. He's lost his left front wheel arch there. Here they come down into the chicane once again. We've got 3 minutes of this race to go, so this should be the penultimate lap this time through. We'll wait and see as they come over the line next time. There goes Daniel Neal. Speaks under fire from Adam Keane. Still this 6 cars line astern. Kirtland's got ahead of Monty Hind up in a P6. Here's a battle further back in the order. The number 77, that's Norman Jeeves, ahead of the number 25 of Chris Coates. And they're battling for P13, the lead. The second place battle now approaching the Craner curves. Here comes Speaks, still side by side with Adam Keane. And I think these two are getting a bit frustrated with Henry Speaks. They want to go after Daniel Neal to try and catch him for the championship, and Speaks is frustrating them every move.
They've taken a second out of that lead though, just by settling down. Demes really just has to follow. As long as he's got no cars in between him and Keane, he will still take that second position in the championship in the position. But whether he knows that or not is another factor. He'll just be trying to push forward all the time, looking for that championship. Whether Keane knows that either. But if Speaks gets in between them, that could be where the things sort of tip on their head. But at the moment, Neal, like you say, absolutely out front. But 2.5, 1 second per lap, maybe 2 laps to go. It looks like he might have done everything he can without any other outside interference going into it. They go past that rear wheel arch. Keane still in that second place now. Demes looking to see round the outside. Can he make that work once more? Speaks is following along. Can he do anything from here? Can he act as that interference? He's lost that front wheel arch, hasn't he, as he go through that awkward line there through Demes. He's going to lose some momentum. That's going to let Keane pull away from him a little bit.
Over the line they come then. 1 minute 27 on the clock, so we might get another lap after this. It was close as they came over the line there. Daniel Neal is in the clear. He's heading for the championship. 5-second penalty for Matt Kirtland, car number 2. So that's going to put the kibosh on any chance of a decent finish here. That's his championship hopes over. Unfortunately, the number 2, the Williams lookalike. So here comes the second place fight down the hill. It's 3 of them together now. Speaks in the middle of Keane and Dinesh. They have dropped Monty Hind in the number 76, the blue and black car. Behind Kirtland on track is Lee James. He's just got ahead of Paddy Cunningham, who lost 3 places on that last lap. Yeah, his last lap was 7 seconds off his personal best, so Cunningham's had a moment somewhere around the last lap. Here they come up towards Coppice.
That gap is still coming down. Look, 2.2 the last time across the line. It looks even less than that now. I think Neil's going to be hoping that this is the last lap. We're 124 best lap so far. Whether was there 124 on the clock left, I don't recall seeing the last lap board. So he's going to be hoping to see a checkered flag, but he's not necessarily going to get it. We've got side by side Speaks alongside Keane. Remember, this is going to be crucial for that second place. At the moment, Speaks is ahead, and therefore Demes is still going to be able to keep in that battle. It's so close. There's no room on the exit to do that. He's going to be pushed out onto the greenery, has to capitulate and come out the throttle, but that's going to give Speaks, last lap board being handed out now. So Neil's got to hold on one more lap. Speaks is on his way, 1.2 seconds back, so each lap they're coming back about second on him.
Yeah, they took 1.5 seconds out of Daniel Neal's lead on that last lap alone. This is going to be interesting. They could still catch him here. Daniel Neal is going to have to work a little bit to try and hold on. Henry Speaks in second place. He's the spoiler in among the championship contenders here, with no disrespect meant to, of course. He has every right to be up there fighting away in second place. Keane still ahead of Dinesh in third and fourth. They've got to work together to try and get towards the front of the field. They can see Dan Neal ahead of them now in the number 28 car. It looked like it was all sewn up. It looked like he got away. He was 3.5 seconds clear, but that gap is coming down all the time. It's only the right-hander at Coppice and then through the chicane that he's got to survive, but they're almost in his slipstream now. Demes is not finished yet. He's up the inside. He takes Adam Keane into Coppice. Speaks is right with the leader now. Here they come then. This is going to be interesting into the chicane for the last time. Henry Speaks is going to go for the win. He's going for the outside. Daniel Neal will just want to stay ahead of his fellow championship rivals here in second place. I think Speaks around the outside. Keane up the inside retakes Istvan Dinesh. You're going to have to get on the calculators at the end of this one now. Here they come towards the checkered flag. Henry Speaks is going to take the win. Daniel Neal second. Keane third. Dinesh fourth. They take the checkered flag. Henry Speaks picks up his first victory of the season. Daniel Neal in second. Is that enough for the championship? I would think so by my calculations, but we'll wait and confirm that in a second as the rest of the field comes over the line. So provisionally Daniel Neal is your white group champion for this year. We'll go to the calculators in a moment. It was Monty Hind in fifth, Lee James sixth, Matthew Kirtland's 5-second penalty drops into eighth behind Rob Cowan. And Paddy Cunningham dropped back again on that last lap into P9 ahead of Scott Graham in the number 68. The rest of the field make their way over the line to conclude the white group season. And provisionally the championship goes as we have a notification of another penalty. 5 seconds for Scott Graham. That drops him down to P12. So into the top 10 comes Graham Handy, number 62.
Congratulations to Henry Speaks, who did take that win and the fastest lap on that last lap. But it is Daniel Neal who takes the Caterham White Group Championship ahead of Istvan Demes in second and Adam Keane in third. Obviously all provisional until we've had that all confirmed, but as we head into Parc Ferme, Daniel Neal takes the championship ahead of Demes and Adam Keane. But congratulations to Henry Speaks for taking that win and fastest lap.
So Daniel Neal takes the title, but Henry Speaks picks up his first ever victory of his racing career by 0.38 of a second ahead of Daniel Neal, provisionally the new champion in our Caterham Academy white group. Adam Keane in third, terrific battle with Istvan Dinesh, then Monty Hind, Lee James, Rob Cowan, Matthew Kirtland with the penalty, Paddy Cunningham, good run in the early stages in the top five, had to settle for ninth, and then Graham Handy, Gertes Juicy Scott Graham with a penalty. Norman Jeeves topped his battle with Chris Coates as well. Then David Jarvis, Darren Pinder from the back of the grid to P16. Then Chris Tuck, Andrew Mackay, Miles Ainon, Neville Sykes after a couple of moments early on, and Dean Pollen and Joel Meyer-Potts completed the finishers.
What a great result then for our drivers getting to the end of their official season. They've still got one chance to go out on track later in the Caterham Autumn Trophy, but fantastic for these White Group drivers to complete their first season of racing, and we'll see plenty of more of them in the Roadsport season. But Sam is ready, I think, to receive our drivers then down in Parc Fermé. So let's go and hear from our happy drivers. Henry Speaks taking the win, and Neil and Keane there too as well.
That was a fantastic race. What great battles with these guys. That was amazing. So, Henry Speaks takes his first win of the season. And what an amazing battle that was.
I cannot believe it.
That was incredible.
Absolute disbelief. That was everything I could have hoped for a season finale. Oh my God. And what an amazing group of guys to be racing with. That was fair. That was what racing should be. Yeah. Brilliant stuff.
And you got fastest lap.
Oh, that's nice. Nice little bonus there. Thank you very much.
That's all right.
Oh,
taking the moment. Enjoy.
Are you?
But we have a champion.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Henry.
Caterham Academy champion. How does that sound?
Pretty surreal. Firstly, big thank you to the family, especially Lisa, that's been amazingly supportive this year. Our two boys, Nico and Leon, love you so much. My mum, dad, and uncle are here today, just over there. Great for them to see it. So many people this year to thank for everything. The guys at CTS for doing transport for me, because I unfortunately don't have a trailer. Yeah, what a season. I mean, Henry came at me at the end. I thought I'd done enough, so I wasn't going to defend it to the end of the world. But, you know, really pleased for Henry to get a win. He's definitely deserved it this year, the way he's driven. But, yeah.
You had that lead, a little lead, didn't you?
Yeah,
you thought, I'm safe here, actually.
Yeah, I built up a gap, but I made a mistake on the second or third lap from the end. I could just see the time evaporating. I was trying to get my head back together and just head down, focus on what I needed to do. I could see Esteban wasn't anywhere near, so that was good. So could carry on, being kind of measured and committed. And yeah, did enough today.
Well, congratulations. Amazing. Enjoy it. Let's go and speak to Adam Keane. Adam, it was almost there, wasn't it? Some great lunges and overtakes there, and you even went off a little bit, got back on and made it back up to second, and then it was a very, I feel like you drove your heart out in that race.
Yeah, I left it all out there. Yeah, they had a bit of everything, right?
Yeah.
Had a good start, had lots of overtaking, had lots of being overtaken.
Yeah.
Unfortunately more of the latter, but it was awesome. I'm so happy for Dan. He was quick, and Henry to get his first podium. Sorry, not his first podium. His first top step was incredible. He was so quick. He just came out of nowhere a few times. Had some great battles with Istvan. Glad I picked him in the end. Some lunges, like you said, but it was awesome. I'm happy. I'm sad. I'm a bit mixed emotion, to be honest.
But still second in the championship. That is amazing for your first year racing.
Am I? I don't know if I am, but yeah, I might be. Hopefully, if that's true, then that's awesome.
Or maybe it's Istvan actually.
I think
it could be actually. Yeah.
Yeah. I think I might be third.
Third's still good.
I'll take third. I'll take third. Thanks, Sam. No, it was really good and an incredible race, and I can't wait to see it all again next year.
Yeah. Excellent. Good. We'll look forward to having you back. Thanks a lot. Right, we've got some highlights from that race now, so we'll have a look at those.
All right then, so we've had a fantastic academy race. It was Keane early on, wasn't it, to put himself in the best position, but he took a bit of gravel and grass to take that, and that's pretty much where Neil was fighting with him tooth and nail. As we watched Speaks coming along behind to see how he could race towards the end, and we all know how that ended. Demes was having to fend off this angry pack. A little bit of contact through the chicane that time, wasn't it? That's when Cunningham was still up with us, but he lost places towards the end of this race. It was duck and dive, switch backwards and forwards for this lead to Keane and Neil doing everything they could to keep each other off that top step, but Neil knew that all he had to do was keep ahead of the cars behind. There was that bit of a slide out from Speaks, which then caused Keane to have to dive to the inside and onto the grass, so he didn't lose too much time and was straight back the next time we came down to that hairpin. You had Neil disappearing off the road at this point. Keane still having to fight for tooth and nail with Demes and Speaks to see whether he could hold on. Kirtland's championship charge had already lost. We lost someone into the gravel there, didn't we? It's quite spectacular drift style. That's the number 94 car there. Well done for holding on to that, sir, as he headed round. But it was this Speaks heading ahead and keen at this point, but would they catch up? Would they manage to catch up and pull back Speaks? They did. But it was Speaks who took that championship, the win over the line, but it was Daniel Neal who took the ultimate win. So you've got the next race coming up, though.
Yes, next up is the Morphy Caterham Graduates Championships Sigma 135 category. And our cameraman sobered up there. Okay, here's your grid, their second race of the weekend. This is set by the second fastest time setting qualifying by each driver yesterday, and it is Luke Waitman who takes his second pole position of the weekend, with Chris Griffith number 20 alongside. 56 Paul Armitage on row 2, with yesterday's winner Ben Wheatley number 53 for company. Row 3, number 77 Giles Derry, he was well involved in the fight for the lead yesterday. He's alongside number 21 Adam Waitman, and that car being shared between Adam and his dad Mike. Mike raced yesterday, started from the back, and Adam, brother of Luke, will start on row 3 today. Neil Warnock on row 4 alongside Andrew Bergbaum. Row 5 Andrew Sagar and Kevin Turner. 6th row of the grid, Richard Groom, number 23, came into this weekend leading the championship. Unfortunately had a couple of moments in yesterday's race and finished quite a way down the order. He starts alongside Stefano Mara, the Italian, in car number 94. Row 7, number 70 Tom Power, 3rd in the championship, had a win at Spa-Francorchamps earlier this season, but had a subdued race yesterday. Starts alongside Alaric Barney, number 88. Row 8, Oliver Knight and Paul Vokes. The 9th row is Paul Higginbottom and Sean Cronin. Row 10 is Andrew Cooper and John Vincent. Then row 11, Simon Martin in 155, 57 Simon White. Row 12, Lydia Gould, number 65 and 92 Aki Hussain. Row 13, 27 Simon Nicholas alongside Liam Baslington in 132. They've got David Poulter in 174, 13 Merton Wood, 89 Michael Segal, and 163 Russell Gunter. The Gunter family sharing a car. It was Thomas Gunter who raced yesterday, so Russell has to start from the back for race 2. This will be a 25-minute race, and we've already seen plenty of mayhem from the other classes in the Caterham Graduates Championship. The Sigma 135s on the grid, then Luke Waitman, the black and orange car, on pole position. He made a poor start yesterday, looking to make up for that in his second pole of the weekend in black and red. Chris Griffith, number 20, alongside him. Ben Wheatley could well be the one to watch from the outside of row 2, the black car with the red cage alongside the black and day-glow yellow of number 56 Paul Armitage. In green on row 3 it is Giles Derry, with the British Racing green and white car of Adam Waitman starts alongside him. Marshall at the back of the grid, just getting the last couple of cars lined up in the correct places. Watch for Richard Groom from row 6 of the grid in his red and black car. Struggled in yesterday's race, looking to get back to winning ways. The red lights are on, 25 minutes of racing. That's getting underway for the Morphy Caterham Graduates Sigma 135s. Here we go. Good start by Ben Wheatley, but he tucks in across the nose there of Paul Armitage. We've got Andrew Sagar 119 on the grass, and it's Luke Waitman who's got it right this time. He leads the way into the first corner at Red Gates. Looks like they're all round okay. A bit of dust being kicked up on the outside. I think that might be Adam Waitman that's gone wide in there, the number 21 car from the 3rd row of the grid. He rejoins further down the pack. We'll confirm that as they come back into clear view in a moment. It's Luke Waitman who leads the way, but Ben Wheatley looks to have got through ahead of Chris Griffin in a second.
Yeah, great start from our Graduates 135. They strung themselves out a little bit in race 1 yesterday. We'll see whether they can get it all back under control, but it's Waitman Wheatley that is at the front with Luke Waitman out wide. So head up then into McLean's this time through. 25 minutes again for the 135, so that 5 minutes extra. We saw how early in the 150 race it does make quite a big difference to the style of race, doesn't it? We see Griffith going around the outside for 3rd then, as they feed back down onto the exhibition straight this time through. Great to see the weather here has met us all weekend as the battles commence deep as we come into the Robert Chicane. We've seen that inside line not working for working only for the drivers on the inside line. We've seen only a couple of overtakes around the outside as we head on through to start lap 2 of this race.
So Ben Wheatley it is who's got the lead ahead of our pole man Luke Waitman. Side by side the 3rd, Griffith and Armitage, and we've got Giles Derry Armitage up the inside to take third place away. Going through Redgate, there's Giles Derry, the green car. Richard Groom has made a great start this time. He went off on the first corner yesterday, ran wide through the gravel, but he's got it right today. He's up into 6th position, has gained 5 places off the line. Chris Griffith very nearly lost it there, the tail twitching badly down the Craner curves. I think a few more things will be twitching as a result of that as well in that car.
His rear tyres are not up to temperature yet. I think he's found that out now as he turned the left in there. The rear said absolutely no way and slid on him. And he is going to be figuring out that he needs to get those tyres a little bit warmer and wait maybe a couple more corners before pushing quite that hard through. But as I say, Wheatley, Waitman, and we'll see whether Groom can make any progress up from that 6th place. We're expecting to see him higher up yesterday, weren't we? So let's see whether he can make that progress. Derry also was fighting for that lead all the way through the race yesterday, and he finds himself in that 5th place. So after that, the regrid that they have in the Caterham graduates based on the 2nd fastest lap in qualifying meant that he's got a bit of work to do before he can get back to that lead group and see whether he can make it any higher up the podium than he did yesterday, which was to 3rd place.
Tom Power defending there from Andrew Cooper a little further down the order. We're used to seeing Tom Power towards the sharp end of the pack. He's had a subdued weekend so far in the number 70. Waitman side by side with Paul Armitage trying to get round the outside. Chris Griffiths rather, I knew he was going to do that eventually, under fire from Giles Derry, side by side as we go towards Hollywood. There's Richard Groom behind the red car with the white stripe on the rear panel. He's got Kevin Turner, number 62, in behind him as Ben Wheatley continues to lead the way. He's had 8 wins so far this year, entered this weekend 21 points behind Richard Groom in the championship, so trying to close the gap with a round to go. 2 more races coming up after this at Alton Park in Cheshire. So up the hill they come towards McLean's once again, and Luke Waitman has retaken the lead.
And Waitman takes to the lead then, ahead of Wheatley, and then Armitage is up there as well. So yeah, absolutely flying through Coppice this time through. Absolutely, you see the novice flag. We've got a car there. That's the number 57. Who's that?
Simon White.
Simon White pulled off on that. Looks like towards the chicane. Is that?
No, that's the entry to Redgate. They've just passed the pit lane exit.
So there is a way of extracting cars from there. So hopefully that won't affect the race too heavily. Got a car going across.
That's Waitman. That was the leader.
Waitman from the lead then going across the gravel this time through.
Yes, I'm not sure whether I thought something had broken there for a second because he just didn't seem to turn in at the chicane. He's lost about 7 places there. Yeah, down to P7 goes Luke Waitman over the line. So Wheatley back into the lead ahead of Armitage. Giles Derry up into P3. Kevin Turner side by side with Chris Griffith a little further forward. And look who's up to 4th. Richard Groom has benefited from that mistake by Luke Waitman. Where's Adam Waitman? We saw him run wide on the first corner. He's down to 16th now, the green and white car. Further back in the order. There's Luke Waitman. He's just trying to hold off the number 29, which is Andrew Bergbaum in the orange car. He's going well, just ahead of Neil Warnock and Alaric Barney in the number 88. The black car there, a little further back in the top 10. So Wheatley leads the way. He's gone a little bit wide there coming out of McLean's. Very easy to do though. Seen it a few times this weekend. Neil Warnock under fire from Stefano Mara, the London-based Italian with the Italian tricolore proudly displayed on his bonnet. He gets through there. Big twitch from Neil Warnock as he tries to turn it back across. His car's proving a little tricky to handle.
See Mara, they're soaring away at the wheel. I don't know whether the track conditions are maybe hotter than they're expecting and therefore they've got too higher pressure in some of those tyres and it's not giving them the grip they're expecting in these 135 Caterham graduate cars heading down then to complete their 4th lap in the books. Still Wheatley heading Armitage, and then it's Derry, so he has made up those couple of places, but that 4th place, as we've said, Groom coming across. Bit of a tyre rub there again, isn't there, from Waitman behind. See, its rear left looks like it's rubbing on something. Hopefully that won't cause him too many problems. It is slowing him down though, I think.
Are we sure that's tyre smoke or it might be engine smoke? I mean, it's coming from the right rear corner.
It could be coming out the exhaust, couldn't it?
Yeah.
So it might, in fact, no, it was tyre up.
Yeah, the tyre's exploded.
It was the wheel arch that got sent flying. So the wheel arch was rubbing on the tyre and it just unpinged itself and exploded the wheel arch everywhere. Yeah, everyone else did well to dive and avoid it.
At least that was the wheel arch. I thought for a second it was the tyre and he was going to be sent spinning. So that was a lucky escape there for Luke Waitman, but he didn't take the right rear Toyo tyre with it. So we've got 18.5 minutes of this race to go. Ben Wheatley continues to lead. Richard Groom, though, has done the fastest lap of the race. He's trying to fight his way up onto the tail of the leaders. Disaster for Luke Waitman, our pole sitter. A poor start lost him his advantage in the race yesterday, and now that damage, he's still there, he's still in the top 5, as Ben Wheatley stays ahead of Giles Derry down into the chicane. It's Armitage in third. There's Richard Groom, the championship leader in the Sigma 135 category, trying to close up onto the tail of the 3 leaders. There's Wakeman in 5th place, car a little light now with that bit of bodywork shed. Behind him, Kevin Turner, Chris Griffith, and Bergbaum is next to, I think, no, Andrew Bergbaum's dropped back, so next to is Alaric Barney. Tom Powers up to 9th now, and Wakeman, despite that little moment, did the fastest lap on that lap, so the bit of weight shedding must have helped.
Yeah, definitely. Sometimes it does help to cool up the tyres, but Richard Groom has got the look of a car that's got a bit of momentum under him, and he is starting to make that move forward. He did temporarily have 3rd place. He has lost it again as they head into Old Hairpin. The following group as well, headed by Mara at the moment, heading down through the Old Hairpin as well. But yeah, Richard Groom's got the look of that car that is on a move forward, and Derry and Wheatley will be certainly looking in their mirrors to see where he's up to, but he's currently a bit stalled in 4th. In fact, he's being dragged back in by the rapid Wakeman now that he's lost that rear arch.
Here comes Giles Derry, the number 77, trying to close down our race leader, 53, Ben Wheatley from Great Dunmow in Essex, trying to close the gap on Richard Groom in the championship. Groom with 4 wins to Ben Wheatley's 8, but Ben Wheatley had a non-finish earlier this year, but he's lost the lead to Giles Derry, and trying to come through as well is Paul Armitage for that 2nd place. Doesn't quite manage to do it, found his way blocked at the chicane. Wakeman's still there in 4th. He's got back ahead of Richard Groom. As we said, Ben Wheatley had a non-finish at Croft, and given how close the points scale is in the Caterham Graduates Championship, a non-finish can set you back quite badly, as Ben Wheatley retakes the lead from Giles Derry, who's 5th in the points. He's yet to win this year. The best result he's had is a 2nd place at Croft in North Yorkshire. He's desperate for that first win of the season. Paul Armitage, meanwhile, has only contested a couple of rounds so far this year, and has scored a best of 3rd at Thruxton.
I think that's number 77 car is the ex-Chris Hoy car, so a bit of history to that, our Olympic cycling champion, as he's in that class, as he heads up the hill then. And Derry was leading across the line last time, but he's currently in that 2nd place to Wheatley, and it's all come back together again, hasn't it? But where's Richard Groom gone? He's lost speed, and he's now down in that 5th place. He's got Turner right on his tail as well.
Yes, Richard Groom, what was his last lap time? Was a couple of seconds off his personal best. We'll keep an eye on Richard Groom here, because he certainly has dropped back. Is there a problem here for the number 23 car of Groom? Here comes Paul Armitage, meanwhile, attacking the 2 leaders. Giles Derry will hold the lead as they go into the chicane. Now there is Richard Groom. Has he run wide somewhere, possibly? I can't see any muck on the tyres of his car. He's still there, and starting to close back up. We'll see what his lap time is as he goes over the line. Yeah, 1:21.1, so he's still on the pace. Side by side for the lead. Derry on the inside, sweeping around the outside. Ben Wheatley retakes the lead, and now Groom has closed back up on our 4th place man, Luke Wakeman, and taking Kevin Turner with him. We're soon going to have 6 for the lead.
I can only imagine that it was either a mistake or just an overtake, as Wakeman went through, so maybe Wakeman's move past him maybe at the chicane was just cost him that time. But anyway, back up to speed, whatever it was. He's certainly looking back in the battle for this front of the group. And again, it was Derry last time over the line, but it's not him as a lead down into the Old Hairpin, but it's over the line where you do want to lead, and he's done that for the last couple of laps.
Up through the top section of the circuit then, McLean's climbing up to Coppice, who's leading the 2nd group in this race. There's Chris Griffith on his own in 7th. Here's the next group, headed by Andrew Bergbaum now in the 29s, with Alaric Barney in number 88, the man from Reading in behind him. Stefan O'Mara in the number 94 as they swing through Coppice corner. Here come the leaders. Still Giles Derry round the outside there, has got the lead back again from Ben Wheatley. They're swapping places out in front. Paul Armitage holding off Luke Wakeman. Then on his own, Chris Griffith. He's got nobody to slipstream with, so he's rather stuck in no man's land at the moment. See the leaders ahead of him, but he just hasn't got that extra push to catch them, as Ben Wheatley again retakes the lead into Redgate.
As soon as they go battling though in this front group, that will give him the opportunity to catch up, because he won't need the slipstream at that point, because they'll be slowing each other up as we watch into the chicane then. Here's side by side for a bit further back.
A little fight further back in the order. Plenty of battles everywhere you look. That's the number 36 car involved there of Sean Cronin. We saw fighting it out with I think that was the 27 of Simon Nicholas he was battling with. In that case, they're fighting for 20th place overall. There's your 6-car lead battle headed by Ben Wheatley, chased by Derry. Leader runs a little bit wide there coming out of McLean's. Black and white flag has just been shown to the number 100 car. It's Oliver Knight further back in the order for a warning for track limits.
So Richard Groom having a big oversteer moment down at Old Hairpin. Again, we've seen that from quite a few of these cars, haven't we? The rear of the car is just not sticking as they might expect, and maybe that's what's causing him to suddenly go off the pace, because each time he tries to turn in, he's having to control handfuls of opposite lock. He's still in the battle, but every now and again he just drops away, and he's done that again. He's in that 5th or 6th place now, and it's to 6th place, isn't it, over the line, so he's lost a bit of time again. And you know, he's obviously came in here as a championship winner. I wonder whether he's just trying to protect that little bit too much and actually not doing enough. Maybe he's got to get back on song for the latter part of this race. We go side by side for second.
Yeah, Paul Armitage had got through for second there at the chicane, but Giles Derry trying to take it back in the green car on the inside. They're both being monstered by Luke Wakeman as well as they come down the Craner curves. He wants to try and fight back. He's still got the fastest lap of the race, 120.403. They swing their way onto the bottom section of the circuit. These four going slightly clear of Kevin Turner and Richard Groom now. Yes, you can see Groom is dropping away, so he's got some sort of an issue with that car. I don't know what it is. He just hasn't got the pace at all that we saw earlier this season. Though he's able to close back up as Turner gets a bit wide there through McLean. So going even wider is Chris Griffith in the number 20 car. Alaric Barney is 8th. Then 9th behind him is Andrew Bergbaum, and this group coming through behind. That's Neil Warnock being reeled in by the number 155 car, which is Simon Martin, the man from Witney in Oxfordshire. Good little scrap developing between that group. It's Groom closing back up onto the tail of the leaders now.
Gone up another degree Celsius on the outside temperature, so I'm sure track temperature's gone up by a few degrees as we bake underneath this great late summer sunshine, and I'm wondering whether that just is saying the balance, and he's just not got the confidence in that car. Certainly he sees him drifting back to the back of the group or wherever he is, but we've got 3 wide. Mara down the inside there as they head into Redgate then. In fact, we're trying to go 4 wide briefly, but Mara does hold that inside line. The number 70 Power sweeping round the outside, but gets pushed onto the greenery. Did well to hang on to that, didn't he? And like you say, normally used to seeing Power a little bit further up the order and fighting for the lead. So disappointing weekend for him so far.
It's all playing into the hands of Ben Wheatley in terms of maybe catching the championship leaders, because he's the only one of the 3 contenders who's really able to fight at the top of the order in racing this weekend. This is their second race for the Sigma 135s. They have the double header to come at Alton Park as well, so their season not quite over yet, but great to have the Caterham Graduates Racing Club as part of the 50th birthday celebrations for the Caterham Mark. It's their own 25th birthday this year. There's Tom Power, the green number 70, and here comes the lead battle down into the chicane. Paul Armitage trying to take the lead away from Giles Derry. Ben Wheatley's been shuffled back into 3rd place while all that was going on in the midfield. Here come Wakeman and Turner as well. Richard Groom trying to hang on to their coattails. Around the outside goes Paul Armitage. To the middle goes Ben Wheatley, who's going to come out of this with the lead. Then Wheatley goes through the middle, and he's done it. Brilliant. Threads the eye of the needle at Redgate.
Yeah, not easy to do that, and say you've got to be confident about the people around you as well. As they head down, a little bit of grass being snipped as they go. I think a back marker may be coming into play in a second as well. Groom trying to switch sides. He's going to run out of room. He did a Gordon Sawyer from earlier on. Just about gets it all back under control, but doesn't take all of that speed that he needs to. Fighting for Turner on the outside here as they go through Swans this time. And yeah, it's not going to work out for him. Wakeman, though, losing a bit of pace as well. There goes that back mark, so they have dispatched with them quite satisfactorily as they head up to McLean's this time. And Derry finds himself down in that 3rd place now, but there's a little bit of a gap behind him, so he's got a bit of breathing room before the start of the next lap. 9 minutes of this race to go.
Yes, Michael Seagal was the back marker there, being lapped a stalwart of the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Richard Groom, incidentally, has done the fastest lap of the race, 120.250, so he's still on the pace. We've got yellow flags coming out of Coppice down towards the chicane. I'm not quite sure of the reason there. There was some debris at Coppice, I noticed, so maybe it was for that. So we didn't see any cars off as the leaders run a bit wide there coming out of the chicane. I can't see any cars off anywhere. We've lost 1 car into the pits. Number 21, Adam Wakeman, Luke's brother, has pulled the 21 car in. The car he shares with their father, Mike Wakeman. They've got the 2 cars, and the 3 of them share them in various combinations over the course of the season. 3 cars line astern for the lead. Ben Wheatley's got the lead back again ahead of Paul Armitage and Giles Derry. Then the second group, has Groom got through to the front of that group? Yes, he has now. So Richard Groom is back on it, and he's going after our 3 leaders.
Yep, looking to see whether he can make his car in the latter stage of this race come good. And definitely looking like he's going to come back across that gap. He's done it once before, and like I say, it was strange to see him then fade away again. But Wheatley and Armitage Derry, the group in front, so we'll see whether he can make it through and across that gap. But he's having to still pay attention to the group behind, so Turner's still trying to get back past.
Almost 3 wide there on the end of Coppice. Giles Derry went to the inside. Wheatley was in the middle, but it's Paul Armitage who has retaken the lead once again. The yellow flag may well have been, we've lost Simon Martin, number 155 somewhere. He's disappeared from the TSL timing screen, so he may have pulled over somewhere at Coppice. Here come your leaders. Paul Armitage under fire from Wheatley, who's going to retake the lead into the chicane. Derry could get through for second place as well. Terrific fight between these 3. Derry does indeed get through. Ben Wheatley, the man from Essex, leads the way then. Giles Derry back up into second. This is allowing the next 3 to tow onto the back of them. There's Bergbaum ahead of Tom Power. Neil Warnock, the number 63 car, the silver car, in behind them. And here comes Luke Wakeman fighting back around the outside of Richard Groom, the championship leader. He's still there in P4 though. Kevin Turner is in behind them. Soon it's going to be 6 together again.
Absolutely coming back to be nose to tail, although the front 2 are threatening again. It's kind of been one of those races where it's just threatening to break up, but they're just about dragging it all back together. And I think by the end of this lap, by the time we get to the chicane, we are going to see them all nose to tail once more. 22 of Wakeman looking to see whether he can get past Groom. He was ahead of him this time the lap before, and looks like he's going to go around the outside of McLean's that time through. Is the number 65 there, and that's Gould, Lydia Gould, heading this little group of cars. She's fighting with Hussein Bulsing as well there.
Yes, this is the battle for 22nd place, so there really are scraps everywhere you look. Lydia Gould is racing a couple of classes this weekend, trying to hang on ahead of Aki Hussein, who hasn't got up the inside. He had a spin coming out of the chicane yesterday's race. He goes through. Here come your leaders. 53 car of Ben Wheatley. Now he has got the black and white flag for a warning for track limits, as has Paul Armitage, so they've both been warned. They need to be careful here. If they get another ping for track limits, then they could get a penalty. Neil Warnock through the middle of this frantic scrap further back. Tom Power and Andrew Bergbaum now in behind. This is the battle for 9th position, as Luke Wakeman tries to go around the outside of Richard Groom. Kevin Turner is in there. These 3 have dropped away again because they're so busy squabbling with each other. Giles Derry has got the lead away from Ben Wheatley. It was Wheatley who led at the line. We've got 5.5 minutes of this race to go for the Caterham Graduates Championship, and Richard Groom slides wide again. You can see that car not handling as well as those around him.
Yeah, just rear left, looks like it gives up on him a bit too soon, and if he doesn't get his line perfect, he then gets pushed out wide around that corner. I don't think they can decide what they want to do at the moment. It's had so many different personalities this race. I think everyone's had a go at the front at one point or another. Derry now losing out once more in that second battle. So number 77 there of Derry. But yeah, I don't think they can work out who wants to lead, who wants to do what, and whether they're going to break away or whether they're going to sit there and be happy. But we've got more back markers, I think, coming into play as well.
Yes, indeed. It'll be the 13 of Merton Wood, who's about to be lapped. Giles Derry having a look down the inside. Wakeman side by side with Richard Groom. He'll go through at the chicane. A couple of track limits penalties, 5-second penalties for Stefan O'Mara and for Oliver Knights, the number 100. And we know that 53 Wheatley and 56 Armitage are on a warning. As Armitage tries to move back across at Giles Derry, Ben Wheatley again leads out of the chicane. They lap the number 13 of Merton Wood into Redgates. Into the closing stages now, less than 5 minutes still to run in this Morph My Caterham Graduate Sigma 135 category race. Ben Wheatley leads them down the hill, looking for win number 9 this season. Close the gap on Richard Groom in the championship, but Groom is there in that second group behind them, battling with Luke Wakeman.
Indeedy, as they head up then towards McLean's again, 3 minutes 50 to go, so at least a couple more laps, if not 3 more laps to go. There's Stefan O'Mara, who we know's got that penalty. In fact, someone else has just been given a penalty. Griffith has been given a penalty as well, currently in the 8th place. So the track limits sensors being pinged, and unfortunately that's going to cost them a lot of positions in a Caterham race. 5 seconds out there is a lot of Caterhams in that, although they have got some gaps to settle into, but here is that lead battle, and Derry down the inside. Everyone's made that inside line work. Can he do the same? He's really tucked himself to the inside. That's really compromised his line. It's going to slow them all down as they go through here, so we'll start bunching up once more as they head over the line then to complete lap number 16 of this race. They're heading into their 17th lap.
Side by side for the lead. Ben Wheatley trying to get around the outside. Here comes Luke Wakeman. He's caught the 3 leaders now. We are going to have 6 together, I reckon, by the end of this race. 3 minutes to go. Luke Wakeman, the pole sitter, is not finished yet. Up towards the Craner curves they come. Down the drop. Another back marker just ahead of them. That's Russell Gunter, I think, in car number 163, who started from the back of the grid. Wheatley leads. Giles Derry sideways through the old hairpin. He's going to run wide over the gravel. Disaster for Giles Derry. That's going to drop him down into P6. Great shame for him.
Well, awkward angle he hit the gravel at then as well. Sometimes you can hit that gravel without taking too much speed off, but he was a bit too early into it. He had to do a bit of steering to get him back to the track, and that's going to see him struggling to get back into this lead group, isn't it? So I don't think he's going to have enough time with only 2 minutes 20 on the clock remains. Groom's currently got that fastest lap at 120.25. Still got debris on the inside of Coppice, but it's been there a while and they haven't upset them so far. So Derry was in the lead as they went over the line last time, but I think he's counted himself out for the championship, well, the win this time.
Yes, he's out of the lead battle now as here comes Richard Groom, now launching his attack in these closing stages. He's passed Luke Wakeman once again, now trying to catch our 2 leaders, trying to get a toe off the back marker. Russell Gunter here as they come down the straights. 2 laps to go this time through. Wheatley leads, Armitage in second now. The battle for third is between Groom and Wakeman. Kevin Turner is in behind them. Yes, Giles Derry lost about 7 seconds with that off. He's down into P6. He's 3 seconds off Kevin Turner in P5. Down the crane as they come for the penultimate time. And if anything, Ben Wheatley is making a break.
Definitely looks like that way, doesn't it? But we've seen them come back. Armitage trying to see what he can do. In fact, he's gone off to the gravel. So another driver suffering there. That's Armitage out of second place. So that gap to Wheatley is going to be even bigger at the moment. And I think it's going to be, is it Groom up next or is Luke Wakeman now into that second place?
Wakeman's still there in second, but this is all playing into the hands of Richard Groom. Now he just needs Ben Wheatley to make a mistake, and all his major rivals have gone because Luke Wakeman is further down the points because, of course, the Wakeman family share the car. They don't tend to do all the races, and he won't be up there in the points, not scoring in every round, well, so he's not a factor.
The leaders are taking it into turn, aren't they, to go off, so maybe it is Wheatley's time this time. On the last lap of the race, there's hope that he can bring it all together, but yeah, like I say, it's all playing into the hands of Richard Groom then, with the other drivers throwing it into the scenery in their pursuit of him. Such is the speed of these drivers, though, that Wheatley is in front and setting a faster lap there than Wakeman in behind.
Wheatley leads into the final lap then, only 20 seconds left on the clock. It's Wakeman in second. Kevin Turner's now up into third position. He's got back ahead of Richard Groom at the chicane, so Groom's dropped back again. It almost seems like nobody wants to challenge for a podium in this race. They all seem to be throwing it away in the closing laps. Let's hope Ben Wheatley doesn't throw it away. He's heading for his second win of the weekend and his 9th of the season. He's got it through the old hairpin okay. Luke Wakeman looking safe in second at the moment, despite that bit of damage to the back of his car. And then Turner and Groom fighting it out. Kevin Turner has yet to score a podium this year, so this will be his best finish of the season. Richard Groom there in fourth, so he would lose a bit of ground to Ben Wheatley in the championship with a round to go. Here they come into Coppice for the final time. Can Luke Wakeman get within range for his maiden win? You can see the novice cross on the back of his car. He's going to try and get into the slipstream of Ben Wheatley. Here they come. He goes to the outside. He's going to try and go the long way around this chicane. He's got the lead. Now Ben Wheatley's going to try and slipstream him back again here. He gets the inside line on the brakes. Oh, goodness me. And Ben Wheatley, that was a brave move back down the inside. And here he comes, and he's going to take the win. There's the checkered flag. Wheatley tours the double here at Donington. Second for Luke Wakeman. A great drive by him. Kevin Turner scores his first podium of the season in third place. Stefano Maro, we mentioned the tricolore on his nose cone. Well, he's lost the nose cone. He's going to come in to finish behind Andrew Bergbaum, but he'll be dropped down a bit by that penalty.
I think Maro may have just got back faster as they went out there. But like you say,
he ends up in P14.
Penalties to be applied as he drifts down because of that 5-second penalty. Yep.
Okay, so Paul Armitage ended up fifth, Richard Groom fourth, and Giles Derry got a penalty as well. before exceeding track limits. Well, he certainly did at the old hairpin, didn't he? He ends up in P7 behind Alaric Barney.
Be quite cruel of a marshal to call that, though. I mean, it can happen artificially. It is a track limits, but it could be a bit cruel there. But as we see the rest of the drivers coming across, waiting for that Usain Gould and Balsing battle, we can see coming down here. Lydia Gould, I don't think will mind me saying, 60-year-old, and she's running both the championships this weekend. Our action woman there. She's absolutely brilliant and great to speak to in the paddock. So many different stories about all the sports and action she takes part in. So great to see her here in the Graduates Championship as well.
So the rest of the field comes home. We'll confirm the provisional results in a moment. Quite a few track limits penalties in that race. Only a couple of retirements though. We lost Simon White, he pulled up on the pit straight. Simon Martin we lost as well, and Adam Wakeman pulled into the pits in the number 21 car. So Ben Wheatley takes the win by just under a second. 0.98 of a second was the gap. Luke Wakeman, a good drive by him despite that bit of damage midway through. He takes second, his best finish of the year, and Kevin Turner gets his first podium in third. Richard Groom in fourth place, keeps the championship lead ahead of Paul Armitage, then Alaric Barney, Giles Derry, bad luck to him getting that off, and then track limits penalty dropping into seventh. Chris Griffith also got a 5-second penalty, he ends up eighth, and Andrew Bergbaum in ninth ahead of Andrew Sagar, Andrew Cooper, Paul Vokes, Tom Power, Stefan O'Mara. Tom Power third in the championship coming into this round, only down in P13. That was Warnock completing the top 15. Just those three retirements further back. So one more race to come before lunch. The Adrian Flux Caterham Academy Green Group have their season finale. We'll take a short break for lunch before we resume with the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship. That championship already won by Ben Timmons. The battle for the runner-up place between Lionel Tolmash and Toby Ballard, among others, will be fought out straight after lunch. We're heading down to Parc Fermé with Sam Parker fairly shortly to hear from our drivers, Caterham Graduate Sigma 135.
What a race. It all changed for second and third in the last few laps there. So some people managed to just wait for their slot, like Luke Wakeman. But congratulations to Ben, fantastic. And for Kevin Turner, first podium of the season. So let's dive in and have a word. Congratulations, another win. Fantastic. What a drive.
Thank you. Yeah, I had to work hard for that one. Yeah, really close, and Luke, incredible job. He's in his novice season. I think he's actually still wearing his novice cross, and he gave me a really good run for my money, and came down to the last corner on the last lap, and yeah, I wasn't going to let him have that one. It was good. It was really
quite a brave move at the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, you've got to, haven't you? So he left a gap and was incredibly fair. So I can't say fairer than that. But yeah, what a weekend, double win, and really pleased.
Fabulous, well done. Thank you. Luke, congratulations. That was an amazing race. Were you just sitting there waiting for the position to come to you?
Pretty much, yeah. That was just like, there's so much happening ahead. I just thought the best wait, just see what happened, and it's paid off. Yeah, Ben's in a league of his own at the moment, so to finish second is pretty good. I need to go on.
Got your fan club, yeah, no problem. Well done. And Kevin Turner. Where's Kevin? Oh, Kevin, your first podium.
Okay, yeah.
Fantastic.
Yes, you're right, it is. I still can't quite understand it at the moment.
Enjoy the moment.
I'm trying.
Yeah. So was it a podium on the cards, did you think, today?
It's a track I know quite well, and I knew I had some pace, but my qualifications were poor, so I was starting from, I think, 10th or 11th. So I didn't think it was a big chance, but I kept plugging away and managed to find it in the end. So yeah, pleased with that.
In Caterham racing, anything can happen.
Oh yeah, nearly every time.
Excellent. Well done. Congratulations. There we go. We've got some highlights for you next, and then it would be back to another Academy race.
So plenty of lively battles in that Sigma 135 race. One or two early incidents further back in the order. The number 36 car was an early spinner up at Coppice Corner, Sean Cronin. Luke Wakeman had some bodywork explode off his car. In his wake, Alaric Barney nearly lost it getting two wheels onto the grass. But the lead battle was between Ben Wheatley, Giles Derry and Paul Armitage. Great place swapping between all three of them. Plenty of fights further back in the order as well. Andrew Bergbaum having a good battle with Stefan O'Mara and Tom Power, who got forced out wide almost into the gravel at Redgate at one point. That was what claimed Simon Martin, the 155 car. It was the debris from his car as a result of that collision that brought out the yellow flag at Coppice Corner. Richard Groom tried his hardest to catch the leaders, but seemed to be struggling with one or two handling issues as he tried to chase them down. Luke Wakeman fought his way back up after that bit of damage earlier on. 6 cars in the lead battle for much of the way. Giles Derry and Ben Wheatley swapping places at the front of the field, with Paul Armitage eventually getting his nose in front as well. But it all came apart for Giles Derry. Too quick into the old hairpin, slid wide over the gravel, lucky not to spin out, and that dropped him out of the top 5. Eventually would get a penalty as well. Stefan O'Mara lost his nose cone down the pit straight. Paul Armitage threw his chances of a podium away as well with an excursion at the old hairpin. Ben Wheatley it was who took his second win of the weekend. 2 first-time podium finishers as well in Luke Wakeman and Kevin Turner. Well, next up we go back to the Adrian Flux Caterham Academy. It's our other grid of novices. The green group is out next. It's certainly going to be close at the top with our championship contenders all lining up on the inside line of the grid qualifying yesterday. This is our last race before a short break for lunch. We resume action at 2:40 p.m. with the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship, then 5 races to go after that. We've got the CSCC at Magnificent 7 sponsored by Gold Arts, the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK, the Motul 310Rs, the Mission Motorsport 270Rs and the Caterham Academy, then all racing together for their autumn trophy at the end of the programme. That'll be a great way to round off this celebration weekend of all things Caterham here at Donington Park. We had a parade of over 200 Caterhams on the circuit yesterday evening, including some of our Academy cars that came out for that one, but they're ready to race in their Green Group season finale next up. And one of the championship contenders did set pole position yesterday, number 43 Jonathan Emery, with a time of 1:22.705. He took the pole position. Barry Hanif and his best ever qualifying effort, the number 11, the man from Scotland, will start alongside on the front row. I'll give you the full grid in just a moment. Nick Heighton, Jonathan Emery, Barry Thompson are the championship contenders coming into this round. We did see Callum McIntyre leading the points early this season. He had a bit of a disaster at Snetterton, damage putting him out of race 2.
Yep, indeed, and it is Heighton, Emery and Thompson who are the only 3 that can make it to the top step of the championship podium. But Thompson needs to do an awful lot to overturn the lead that Heighton and Emery have. It's just the way the season's worked out and how the drop scores work. It's against him right now, but he's still got an opportunity to do it. He must win, and Heighton and Emery must be off the podium for that to happen. More spectacular things have happened already this weekend. Nick Heighton comes in here after a stretch of 5 fastest laps in a row, as well as having taken 2 victories this year. Jonathan Emery's it's between Heighton and Emery really for the championship if everything goes to plan, and Emery has also had 2 wins, but he carries an extra second place position, so in any tie-break situation Emery's got a little bit of an advantage there, but he comes in with a 1-point disadvantage when we take into account those drop scores. So there's various different connotations, but ultimately if Heighton or Emery win this race, they do become Caterham a Green Group champion for 2023, and then if anything else happens or if they're not in those winners steps, then it varies depending on things like fastest laps and how many cars are there. But then green and white groups of the Academy, all about the Caterham colours, so it's all to do with the corporate colours of Caterham. There's no other difference between the 2 groups out there. They're completely independent championships. Such is the popularity of the Academy that we can't fit them all onto one grid until the end of the season, which we'll come on to at the end of this weekend. But yeah, throughout the season we race as 2 parallel championships to give maximum opportunity for people to become racing drivers out there. And over the last 25 years or so, we've been making many people into racing drivers, including yours truly here on the commentary box. Started in 2013 through this Academy Championship, and now love talking about it and telling everyone about the championship as they are. So if anyone's out there wondering how do you get involved in Caterham action, how do you get out there racing, well, the Caterham Academy is a fantastic way of doing it, and many of the people racing here this weekend would have started in the Academy at one point or other. Go to caterhamcars.com for all the information about that and how do they get involved. Just good financing options for anyone who hasn't got all the money up front as well. And remember, you actually buy the car and the racing package comes free with that. So you get all of this thrown in. You do have to go and buy your own race suit and helmet and other bits and bobs and paraphernalia, but it's great value motorsports and really is motorsport at its truest sense. Completely road legal car as well, so you can drive the car all the time throughout the middle. When you're not on track and racing, you can drive the car on the road, and many people do choose to do that. It's good practice and good to get to know how to drive these Caterhams. So
yeah. Some of them drive them on the road to the race meetings, don't they, occasionally?
Yeah, absolutely. As part of it, you can drive your car to a race meeting, unbelievably, do testing, qualifying, racing, and then pack it all up again and drive it home again. And like I say, plenty of drivers have done that over the course of the Academy series. And it's proper club motorsports and true to absolutely keeping things as even as possible. All the cars absolutely identical, bought new at the beginning of the year. All the drivers as identical as you can make them because they've got no experience. They can't have held a race license or a karting license before entering the Academy, and you only get one chance to do it. You don't get to repeat your Academy year. It's one chance and one chance only, and so it's quite a special thing to be an Academy champion.
Perhaps there should be bonus points as an incentive for drivers to drive their cars to the meeting. I know a couple of historic championships do that. You get bonuses if you drive your car on the road to the event.
There you go. We'll put that idea to Simon. I think over the years, though, people have happy to trailer their cars. It's all part of being the part of motorsport. I think modern day motorsport, especially if you do have an accident out on track, it is a bit tricky getting home if you haven't got a car to take you there.
There did used to be the Slick 50 Road Saloons Championship a few years ago, the 80s and 90s, where you had to drive your car to the event. But I think on safety grounds they ended that practice.
Do have to be road legal though, so they have to have their full. They don't have to have an MOT specifically, but they do have to be fully eligible for an MOT and therefore road legal. I mean, not everyone chooses to do that, but they have to go through the IVA and they do have to get to that stage. You'll see them running number plates and lights and windscreens, so that sort of signifies this Academy. The Roadsport also run with the lights and windscreen because they also remain road legal after the end of their first season. But it is beyond that, then they'll start upgrading their car again. But this Academy car is used all the way up to the 310R Championship, and we've seen the graduates as well where you can use it. Let's confirm then the starting order.
Yes, it is one of our championship contenders on pole then for this green group finale. Jonathan Emery alongside number 11 Barry Hanif, the man from Glasgow. Great effort by him. Second row, another contender, that's Nick Highton, number 78, alongside Megan Bruce in the number 9, the Marlborough McLaren lookalike car. Barry Thompson, our third title contender. Seen his son Lewis in action already in the Caterham 7 UK Championship, where he leads the points. Barry goes off row 3 alongside number 5 Henry Morris. Row 4 Callum McIntyre, who led the points earlier in the season, car number 61, alongside Django Jones in the number 8. Row 5 number 74 Arif Hanif, brother of Barry, and Franco Hoffman, number 48, completing the top 10. Row 6 we have number 12 Paul Goldstein, or Goldmember as he's known to his friends, alongside number 21 Orlando Morris. 17 Andrew Porter alongside the 13 of Jack English. Next we've got 23 Shiraz Ramzan and 18 of Ollie Brown. Row 9 26 Tim Payne and 22 Neil Bell. Then row 10 is number 6 Anthony Nichols, 73 Brian Joyce. None the worse for a shunt at Snetterton last time out. I think he tangled with Shiraz Ramzan, if memory serves me correctly, coming through Williams Corner. Row 11 16 of Andrew Miles alongside 75, which is Reuben Hunter. Penultimate row, Kevin Pinto, 53, and Shahid Siddiqui in number 14, and Anne Hall, number 63, goes from the back of the grid.
Say an exciting race then in proposition. 20 minutes of action for them as they're heading down here to start forming up on the grid. Had their qualifying session yesterday evening, so this has been a long wait for them to get their racing action underway, but they are the final racing action before our lunch break today, and we will be crowning our new champions and new sort of second and third in those championships as well. Like I say, Highton, Emery and Thompson are the only people in it for a win. The only other person who can make it onto a championship podium is Callum McIntyre, who currently comes in here in 4th place. He needs Thompson to be lower than second, and McIntyre needs to be winning or come second with the fastest lap. So it's all going to be exciting times to see who's going to make it. Heighton and Emery are in the best opportunities out front there. Either of them win, that's the most simple solution. If either of them win this race, they will be Caterham Academy green group champion for 2023. So let's see whether they can get on there. Let's see how Megan Bruce can get on in that, because she's becoming good towards the end of this season, and I'm looking forward to seeing if she can make it to the front of this grid. She's had a podium this year. Can she make it higher up than third?
So onto the grid then, the purple and white car of Jonathan Emery in pole position, Barry Hanif in green and black alongside. The blue and grey car with the yellow windscreen, that's Nick Heighton on row 2. The other championship contender, Barry Thompson's in like a black and white dazzle camouflage livery car with the red roll cage. Megan Bruce is in the red and white, the Marlboro McLaren Formula 1 look-alike. As the revs rise, the red lights come on. About to get underway, the green group finale is go. A lot of wheel spin there for one of our contenders. That was Nick Heighton. A terrible start by Nick. He's right back into the pack, and it's Barry Hanif who gets into the lead. In fact, all our title contenders made a fairly poor start there. It's the number 5 car of Henry Morris who's got through from the third row of the grid into second place. Barry Thompson, I think, is there in third. One car running wide at the back. That was Megan Bruce, I think. And a lot of our leading qualifiers got a very poor start there.
Speaking to some drivers yesterday, they think that the kind of grip levels on the start-finish straight maybe not as high as they're expecting, and easy to get the wheels sliding, and as soon as they do start sliding, it's hard to get them stopped. It looked like Goldstein going down the inside there of Old Hairpin did manage to keep it all within bounds, but yes, who is leading as they come up towards us then? Like you say, Heighton having that bad start, that's not what he wants to do. It's not how he wants to start this race, sorry.
Okay, so they start to sort themselves out. Barry Thompson is in third place. It's Barry Hanif who leads the way, under threat from Henry Morris in the number 5 at the inside into Coppice Corner. Morris takes the lead. Barry Hanif a little bit sideways there on the inside. They try and get these tyres warmed up. Here they come into the exhibition straight then. It's the 2 green and grey cars. Henry Morris from Cobham in Surrey. Barry Hanif all the way from Glasgow. Trying to go through the middle is Barry Thompson in the number 79. Jonathan Emery, another of our title contenders, there in 4th. Then it's Callum McIntyre, and the number 48 of Franco Hoffman from 10th on the grid is up in the top 6 there as well. Arif Hanif is behind him as they go over the line for the first time. Somebody going wide onto the grass there towards the back. Couldn't quite identify who that was. As still with the lead of the race, it is Henry Morris. Barry Thompson now going through into second position. Number 8, Django Jones, Django Unchained as we call him, getting around the outside there in the number 8 car. I think the number plate says Django Insane on his car.
And you have to be fairly crazy to come and race in these Caterhams, but they're awesome racing, as you can see, close as you like. Henry Morris making 5 places up to take that lead over the line, still maintaining that lead as well over Thompson. Remember, Thompson's doing it kind of what he needs to do, which is be in that top part of the championship, whilst Heighton and Emery are further down. So Emery currently in that 4th place, and it's Thompson just about doing what he needs to do. He could do with getting in front of Morris out front though as they come towards us up at McLean. Some of them using that greenery on the exit there, which is going to cost them a little bit of a track limits ping there, but that is the number 48 then going a little bit wide. That's Hoffman heading around Coppice this time.
Well, Megan Bruce all the way down in P16 as she came across the line. Great qualifying. She was briefly quickest in qualifying yesterday. Started P4, didn't get going at all at the start of this race. Here come your leaders then. Henry Morris still just about hanging on ahead of Barry Thompson and Jonathan Emery. Callum McIntyre in the turquoise car is up into 4th position. There's Megan Bruce battling it out a little bit further back, and a spin. A couple of cars going off there. Contact the number 6 car of Anthony Nichols, clipping the back of the 22 car. Neil Bell has been sent into a spin there. Damaged the back of Bell's car. You can see the rear wing off it in the middle of the chicane there. Hopefully Neil can get that going again. Yes, he has.
There was a wing sat there as well, wasn't there? The car ran backwards a little bit there, which is probably why it just took a little time to fire up again. If they flood themselves if they run backwards a little bit, so it's good that he did get that fired back up. He's back joining the race, and hopefully it's just a wing damage that we're talking about, but we're still seeing issues for Hanif there, drifting a little bit wide, so he's trying to chase down his brother, and Barry's actually drifted back to 5th now in the group. It's Morris still in the lead. Well done that Marshall for getting there. It's not easy running through that gravel. Thompson still, in fact, Thompson's got down to 3rd place now, and as Emery recovers back through, McIntyre's fighting alongside with Hoffman here as they head into Coppice, so it's all changed at the front.
It certainly is, yes. hard to keep up with this. Emery's taken the lead from Henry Morris, who's yet to have a podium this year, so looking for his best ever result. Barry Thompson in third. Looks like it's Hanif still in fourth. It may be Callum McIntyre there, though, in fourth place. We'll try and identify that as they come into the chicane. Yes, McIntyre is there. Franco Hoffman up behind him, and it's Jonathan Emery who leads the way. If he can stay in front here, he could well lift the championship. He's in the pound seat going into this race. There's Arif Hanif heading the second group. Barry Hanif is going backwards in the green and black car. Where's Nick Heighton? He's in P9, just behind poor gold member Goldstein. There he is, the livery living up to his name, the very gold number 12 car, quite dazzling to his opposition, he says, when they're behind him. Maybe that's the trick.
Remember, Heighton has to win this race to guarantee his championship. He's fading away to 9th place. It's not looking likely, especially as Emery, his closest championship rival, is leading this race currently, and all he has to do is stay where he is with the last 15 minutes of this race. So they've only been out there 5 minutes. It feels like they've packed in quite a lot of action already. Thompson's still in that third place, and Emery and Morris still holding on to that place. So it wasn't just a flash in the pan early speed, was it? He is still there and holding on.
Out of McLean's they come. There's another bit of bodywork goes flying. Somebody's collected that there. That was Heighton, I think, that's run through it. I hope that hasn't punctured any of his tyres. There is Megan Bruce chasing after the number 26 there, which is Tim Payne. Somebody off. That is the number 14 car of Shahid Siddiqui. That's down at the old hairpin has gone off. I didn't see if there was any contact there, but he's rejoined. Didn't look as if there was any damage to the car. As Henry Morris up the inside retakes the lead into the chicane. Having a cracking little dice at the front of the field here. Third place is still Barry Thompson, so he's still in championship contention. Now, where is Nick Heighton? He's made his way back up to 7th now. So there he is, the blue and green car behind this group of 6 at the front. Emery takes the lead back again round the outside. Callum McIntyre 3rd, then Thompson 4th, Hoffman 5th, and Barry Hanif hanging onto this group as well in 6th position. Goldstein, Jones and Arif Hanif rounding out the top 10.
To get on that podium, McIntyre needs to get in front of the 2 cars in front of him and hold Barry behind him. It's the only way he can make it onto that championship podium. He's going to be gunning to do that after an early part of the season where he had a lot of speed, but Barry's not got anywhere to go. Thompson has to capitulate and come out the throttle, as we've seen many times before, but Emery still leading as we head up here. He didn't lead across the line. Henry Morris still saying, I may have qualified in 6th place, but I want to be right up here in this lead battle. So Emery does lead, and then Thompson has lost out then to McIntyre, but McIntyre's still got a bit more to do before he's threatening for that 3rd place. And it is still Heighton who's languishing further down, and nothing he can do at the moment to bring this championship back towards him.
Down the exhibition straight then, Jonathan Emery moves to cover as they head down towards the chicane. To the outside goes Henry Morris. Barry Thompson trying to get back around Callum McIntyre, who's wiggling under braking there. Franco Hoffman up the inside. That's a brave dive. He's got through into 4th position. Barry Thompson was not expecting that in the 79. I don't think a father and son have ever won Caterham titles in the same season before, but that's what the Thompsons are aiming for if Barry can get up to the front in this race, because Lewis Thompson, his son, looks set to win the Caterham 7 UK Championship title. We'll see what he can do in their 3rd race later this afternoon. And who's this closing up onto the back of Barry Hanif now? That's Nick Heighton, I think. Look for the yellow windscreen.
He set fastest lap last time out. Goldstein's since taken it away again from this time through, but clearly there's that chase pack have got some pace with them, haven't they, to come across this gap as they head down then into the old hairpin. There's Barry Hanif going through the old hairpin. And as we come up here, Emery's still looking quite comfortable now, with McIntyre fighting Henry Morris for that 2nd place. Remember, McIntyre's trying to keep Thompson further back and trying to get to 2nd place with the fastest lap to try and usurp him. He's doing everything he can right now. Goldstein coming onto the back of the group behind him.
He's sliding just a little bit wide there as they came through the top of the circuit. Somebody going even wider there. Who was that? I think it was Jack English, the number 13 car. Yes, unlucky 13 for him in this race. He's holding it together there, just behind Megan Bruce in the number 9, who's down in P14. Here come your leaders down into the chicane. Callum McIntyre had a quick look. Henry Morris locks up the left front as he heads over the curb there. Callum McIntyre's in position here to slipstream through into 2nd place. Barry Thompson trying to get in his slipstream. He's setting the car up, ready for the run into Redgate. Changes his mind, moves across. He thinks he can duck underneath both of them here. That's a good, careful move there by Barry Thompson as Callum McIntyre slides wide. Thompson's got that absolutely right, but has Henry Morris got the cut back on the inside as they head into the Craner curves?
I think Thompson's got their line down the inside, and therefore he will take that second place. There's been disaster, a couple of corners for McIntyre. It looked like he was going to take the wide sweeper around the outside, just didn't find the grip he was expecting out wide, sent him wider, and he had to control a lot of oversteer, which meant that he lost momentum, and now he's back to, he's got all that work to do again. Still got half the race to do it in, so still the opportunity to do that. Emery still leading by nearly a second last time across the lap, and actually looks like that gap may be increasing very slightly over Thompson, and Morris still up there fighting away with for that top podium.
Arif Hanif running just a little bit wide in there as they came through the exit of McLean's. He's got the number 21 car in behind him there. That's Orlando Morris. Django Jones somewhere in that battle as well, the number 8 car. Here comes Henry Morris, certainly looking very determined indeed here. And so is Franco Hoffman. He's tried that move at the chicane a couple of times before, bouncing over the curb on the inside. It's still Jonathan Emery who has the lead. You can see Hoffman side by side now with Nick Heighton further back, and Heighton's going to go through and take 5th position away. He's got Paul Goldstein chasing him in the gold number 12 car. Barry Thompson still there in second. The gap is 1.5 seconds. He needs to hunt down Jonathan Emery to keep his championship chances alive. Barry Thompson. Henry Morris looking for his first podium of his career. Down the drop they come once again towards the old hairpin. Callum McIntyre, that machine handling rather waywardly. He got 2 wheels onto the curb, almost onto the grass there as they came through towards the old hairpin.
Driving it really hard though. That's what was causing that slight Hall there. We're watching Anne Hall lead to James Hall in the 310R Championship over the course of this year as well. So another family out here enjoying their racing and fighting that battle with, I think it's Pinto, isn't it, as well, yes. In the for 23rd and 24th. So again, battles everywhere you look up and down the Academy Green Group Championship. But yeah, Heighton not doing what he needs to do after a really good, strong set of results. Emery doing exactly what he wants, and at the moment, Thompson's doing enough to hold off 3rd place. But McIntyre pushing so hard in that car. He has caught back up those cars, so he is going to be able to challenge again before the end of this race.
Jonathan Emery continues to lead. Franco Hoffman's dropped back behind Paul Goldstein. They're having a good scrap there ahead of Barry Hanif, who led briefly at the start of this race. He's now down in 8th position. Nick Heighton is going after our race leaders, the man from Bolton in Greater Manchester, trying to chase down the number 61 of Callum McIntyre, one of the media partners of the Caterham Championships this year. Been producing plenty of good YouTube content, so we're getting some good video today, I'm sure. He's trying to chase down Henry Morris for that 3rd place. He's got Nick Heighton on his tail. There's Goldstein in the number 12, the sun glinting off that gold livery, and somebody's run wide there, put a wheel onto the dirt. That was Henry Morris. Morris has dropped himself back. He's put 2 wheels into the gravel on the exit of the old hairpin, and that's dropped into the rear of this 8-car lead group.
What a shame for Henry Morris. He's had a couple of 4th places this year. He was looking good for a podium until that moment. McIntyre defending heavily up there at the inside. Oh, a little bit of a jig back. He left the door open, and great opportunistic move by Heighton there. He sold him the dummy and said, okay, I will capitulate and let you go. He dived back, straight back down the inside, so he was saying, anything you could do, I could do better. We got a car off in the gravel. That's the number 8 there. Maybe the
exit chicane.
That's Django Jones with a rear wheel hanging at a very strange angle there, so it doesn't look like he's not going to be taking any but further part driver out of that car though. And I wonder where the
safety car.
Yeah, we're going to have a safety car to recover that. It is in the chicane. Look, and contact with another car.
That's Arif Hanif, I think.
Yep. So again, another bit of contact there, and that's the end of Django's race.
Yeah, Django certainly is unchained as far as this race is, and Hall's off as well at the old hairpin.
Can see why that safety car's been deployed then. We've got cars littering the circuit right now. 6 minutes 50 seconds. Oh, great job by the marshals to get a bit of momentum, and that will dig Anne out of that gravel. Great job by our marshals, thank you so much. And on behalf of Anne to push her clear and free, and she can go and continue those battles then. And also it's a speedier recovery than having to load them onto a low loader.
Yes, Arif Hanif has pulled into the pits as a result of that contact with Django Jones at the chicane. And Hall gets going again in the psychedelic liveried number 63 car. So the safety car will pick up our race leader Jonathan Emery with just over 6 minutes left on the clock. Hopefully we won't be behind the safety car for too long. It's the first time we see the safety car, the Ford Focus out there as opposed to the Caterham we saw on track this morning.
6 minutes then. They are going to get another lap in, I think, because it shouldn't take too long to clear that car away, although it hasn't got wheels and maybe it will affect them slightly. But yeah, we'll hopefully get them back up and running. So Anne Hall, just for, if you're out there wondering what the protocol is, she's expected now to catch back up with the rear of that chain of drivers relatively speedily, so it gives a nice gap out there on the circuit for the marshals to work and recover the car or push it to a position where they're happy to continue that racing. It's going to be tight for that final race, but here comes the lifter to get that car out the way. Speedy work again to get that ready to move, and hopefully, maybe not this next lap, but the lap after, we'll get going.
They call it a snatch vehicle in Marshall speak, and it's going to snatch Django Jones's car out of the gravel. Nice to see in our YouTube chat, we've got some fans cheering on the Hanif brothers. Rizwan Gohir and Jakir Hussain cheering on the Hanifs. Stuart McIntyre says, come on Callum. Great to see you cheering on your favourite drivers on our YouTube stream. Thanks very much indeed for watching and partaking as the marshalling team get ready to lift the number 8 car of Django Jones from Lydney in Gloucestershire back into the paddock. That's the end of his race. Hopefully they can repair that car for the autumn trophy later on. We'll hopefully see all the drivers out there for that one. Arif Hanif will be back in the pit lane. He's making repairs. Here comes the safety car. There's a back marker there by the looking of it. I think that's Shahid Siddiqui's car in front of the leader's
that's
car.
going to act interference unless they do wave that car through. The TSL might well say they could wave that car through, although it's the turquoise car. Is that not? Oh no, there's
McIntyre's
McIntyre's a bit further back, so like you say,
they are waving him through.
Yeah, so there you go. So he is going to go through, so they do have the leader. Hopefully he picks up that signal. He does. He's going to go and hopefully accelerate quickly around this circuit to get him out the way and rejoining back. If everything ends as it is now, Jonathan Emery will be the champion. Nick Heighton will take the second and Thompson will take third, but Heighton is starting. He's up there in that third place, so he kind of coming back right through the field. And remember, if he wins this race, then he does become champion over Emery. So he's doing what he needs to do to get to the top. But is he going to have enough laps left? He's certainly going to be within a shot because the safety car should lead them nose to tail. But let's see whether they can get this race going for this what might be a final lap or maybe a 2-lap final stint of this race.
I had to mention there, Brian Joyce, number 73. Is his car meant to be a tribute of Matt Larby's? It's the same number and it's meant to be the same colours.
Maybe he's just taken a fancy to Matt Larby's colour schemes and wanted to go for it. But yeah, it's again, we talked about it earlier, the wraps that these guys have on all their cars. It's fantastic that they look so similar out there on track and have their own personalities, and even their helmets, sometimes they're painting them, even in the academy. Normally we save that for a little bit further down the line, but yeah, it looks like it's going to be ever so close as whether it's 1 or 2 laps left. If we can get going, the cars looks like it's clear, but the lights are still on. They'll go out as they go down the exhibition straight if they are going to get going, because that'll be the last chance for everyone to notice that the lights have gone out. And if not, we'll have one more lap behind the safety car, and it might be that we end under safety car. So let's hope that they have got everything done that they need to get to a final lap shootout.
Are we going to see a single lap shootout for the title? Barry Thompson on the tail of Jonathan Emery, and Nick Heighton did get up into third place, so the championship contenders are all there, ready for what could be a shootout for the title. Tension begins to mount. As things stand at the moment, if it stays like this, Jonathan Emery, according to the championship worker outerer here in the box, will be champion by 2 points. But the lights, I believe, have gone out on top of the Ford Focus safety car.
We are going to get that lap, and is it going to be a single lap? They've been running 1 minute 23 seconds, so maybe just a single lap by the time they get to this for the championship. Emery currently leads. He has done for nearly the entire race, but he's got Thompson here right behind him, and he's got then Heighton. The 3 championship contenders have made it to the top of this field. How are they going to manage with this single lap, I think it is, by the time they get to the line, shootout for the championship?
Here we go then, the green group shootout gets underway. It is going to be one lap by the look of things. Jonathan Emery leads them off. They move into the slipstream. Nick Hyten's going to go for the outside. McIntyre tries to go with him. The three championship contenders in the top three places. Barry Thompson goes to the inside. Here comes Paul Goldstein going for a big lunge around the outside. Emery's held his lead. Goldstein goes too wide, gets a wheel onto the curb. Callum McIntyre fights back in second. Contact there. Callum McIntyre clipped the rear wheel, I think, of Barry Thompson. Nick Hyten is through into second place in the blue and green car, chasing down the purple machine. We've got one car going down the grass on the inside of the Craner curves. That was Barry Hanif in the number 11, but he's held it together. We'll concentrate on our top three as they head up towards McLean's for the last lap of the season.
I didn't see a last lap board being hung out, but it doesn't mean it's not the last lap, so we will just have to wait for that checkered flag. It is our two championship leaders in first and second, though. Hyten is making moves to see whether he can get past Emery. If he can get by, he will be champion, but Emery currently holds that championship in front as they go into Coppice for what potentially could be the last time.
Barry Thompson's been shuffled back potentially into P5, so it looks like his chance has gone, because here comes Goldstein on the inside. Here comes Nick Hyten. He's going for it. He knows he's got to go for it here because they could see the checkered flag as they come through this time. He's round the outside. He gets the move done. Brilliant from Nick Hyten on Jonathan Emery. Now, is the checkered flag going to go out?
See the flag.
This time through.
It is.
Nick Hyten is going to win the title on the last bend of the season. He's done it. Brilliant from Nick Hyten. The most timely move of the season, and he pinches the title from Jonathan Emery on the last bend of the season. Jack English and Ollie Brown leaning on each other there over the line. I thought Ollie Brown was ready for the pit wall. Goodness me. Hyten wins it for Emery. McIntyre, Barry Thompson got shuffled back to fifth, so sadly we won't see the father-son double this year. Paul Goldstein got fourth position. Henry Morris recovered from his off to take fifth, but the glory is with Nick Hyten round the outside into the chicane on the last corner of the season for the Caterham Academy Green Group.
What an end to that race, and absolutely brilliant by Nick Hyten. It just all looked done, didn't it? But he's, I think Emery's going to be gutted, but Hyten's going to be on absolute cloud nine to take that. They'll enjoy the fact it did go down to the wire, but yet it's Hyten who takes it by a point then. By a couple of points over Jonathan Emery then in the end, and what a result for him to turn that over. And Emery is going to be a bit gutted, and I'm sure that'll be a bit sore for him to take. But Barry Thompson will take I think that third place. Let me just confirm that third place in the championship as well.
We'll confirm the results of the race in just a moment. What an epic finish, a one-lap shootout. Won by Nick Hyten by 0.185 of a second with a move around the outside into the chicane for the last time ahead of Jonathan Emery. Callum McIntyre completes the podium ahead of Paul Goldstein. Barry Thompson provisionally third in the championship with about fifth ahead of Morris Hoffman. Barry Hanif, the early leader. Orlando Morris, Megan Bruce fighting back to 10th. Then Jack English and Ollie Brown, they nearly fell over each other coming over the line. Tim Payne, Anthony Nichols, Andrew Miles, Neil Bell was next home, and the rest of them, those two retirements, Sarif Hanif and Django Jones after their tangle at the chicane.
Woo, you can't get closer than that. That's an amazing result there for Nick Hyten to take the Caterham Academy Green Group Champion of 2023 on his way in, ahead of Emery, who finishes second in the championship, and Thompson does do enough to clinch that third place championship trophy. Callum McIntyre got close, but not enough. He will take a third place trophy from today, but not the championship trophy. Congratulations to all our Academy drivers for making it through their first season of racing. They've still got the autumn trophy if they'd like to take part in a bit later on today, and we'll look forward to that. But great action from them all through today.
Yes, quite brilliant from both of their races here today. A little bit of debris to be cleared up around the circuit before our marshals get a short break for lunch, a little bit shorter than anticipated with the red flags earlier on, but we will get a chance to have a quick lunch break. We'll hand down to Park Ferme shortly.
We have another Academy champion, Nick Hyten. There's Lewis Thompson congratulating him. I'll let him take his helmet off first, but what an amazing last lap that was. Incredible champion. Forget the rubbish start. You're champion.
That's fantastic. I didn't think I was going to get there after being in, I think, 10th. I don't know. That was the horrendous start. That is insane.
The safety car threw it all out, didn't it?
He let me get back on Jono, and you're going to get him on the back straight out under the brakes. So that was basically it. Ecstatic. I can't actually believe that.
No, it's going to take a while to sink in, isn't it?
I've lost the words, honestly.
Oh, brilliant.
My wingman here.
Oh, well done, Barry.
Thank you.
He's the man. That was a great race as well. It was a very tough race.
Yeah, I'm glad we got the obviously one extra lap after the safety car. I didn't want the championship to end on the safety car. When I saw that Nick was behind me, I thought he's going to have a good go at it here. So fair play to him, fair play to Jono. It's been a good year.
It has, yeah. Your first year in Caterham racing. Are you going to come back next year?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we both love it, and yeah, it's great for the family as well with Lewis, and yeah, definitely.
Now on to Lewis's championship later then.
Yeah, nail biting times, I think.
Certainly.
He started to show the nerves, so yeah, definitely.
Excellent. Well, well done. Well done, Barry. Jono, congratulations.
Yeah, kind of.
almost there. I mean, literally, that safety car really did throw it in the mix, didn't it?
Yeah, a bit. I know they would have caught up anyway, to be fair. They've been doing it all season, working together 2 against 1, but Barry was brake checking me loads to start the race just to bring us back into the pack. So I knew it was coming. Safety car come out, and then last lap dash really, but I didn't know it was the last lap until I let him go, thinking I've got another lap to get him in front, and that was the end of it. So never mind. There's a lot to learn, isn't it?
Still, First season, exactly. What an amazing year. What's the highlight been from this year?
Oh, the camaraderie, the people. The racing's epic. Don't get me wrong, but the stories, the fun, just the banter and everything. It's absolutely brilliant. And Caterham do a wonderful job. 50th year anniversary, so fair play. We've had a great day, and with a parade lap last night, I seen you there. It was awesome. So yeah, really pleased. I'll come back stronger next year.
Good. Look forward to it. Thank you. Congratulations. Well done. Right. Hopefully we can make our way through this barrier. We're going to go and show you Project V. Let's see if I can get out of here. Come on, John. Follow me. Let's just close that Park Fairmay gate. There we go. Right, we're going to have a walk into Garage 39 where we have Project V on display. It's been doing some laps around the paddock as well, so it's been lovely to see it in the flesh. I've only seen pictures before today, so let's go in, and hopefully Bob Lashley is in there with it and we can have a chat with him. Let's move in. It's in a beautiful colour as well. Let's go inside. Hopefully it doesn't change our signal. There is Bob. But look at this beautiful car. It's just a concept, but it's a real car at the moment. Beautiful. We're just going to move in and speak to Bob. Bob, this has had a lot of interest, this car, hasn't it? It's absolutely beautiful. It's so good to see it in the flesh, because I've only seen pictures before now. It was shown at Goodwood Festive Speed. Tell us a little bit more about it.
Well, thanks for that. I mean, it has had a wonderful reception. We're planning on launching this in 2026. We've had a whole load of customers show their interest. It's a complete departure from the 7, but it's not there to replace the 7. So the important message from us is that the 7 will carry on. We're going to make i7s. We're making them into the next decade. This is a second product to complement the 7. It's launched around 26. EV, lightest weight EV we can produce. Trying to stick to Caterham's core DNA of lightweight, fun to drive, simplicity, and it'll be a driver's car that's an EV, and we're aiming for a weight of around just under 1,200 kilograms.
Wow, fantastic. And how many does it seat?
3. We are going to make a 2+2 available, but this configuration here is a 2+1, and a lot of people find that strange, but the reality is that by only having to protect 3 occupants, we can make the car lighter, because in the event of a crash, the overall weight of the car is a lot lighter. So everything's driven to try and minimise the weight of the vehicle, and one of those things is to have less occupants in it in the event of something unfortunate happening.
Fantastic. I mean, it's absolutely beautiful. I love it. Can I have a go in one day?
Of course you can.
Thank you. Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. Love it. So it's been great to talk to you about the car and to see it in the flesh, and we can show everybody at home that can't make it. So thank you, Bob, for your time, and enjoy the rest of the weekend. I'm having a great time. It's such a great weekend. And you were in the parade last night in the 420 Cup, weren't you?
I was, yeah, and that was
leading
amazing.
the way.
Well, trying to lead the way, and then looking back at the assembled 250 cars on the grid, it was a spectacle indeed.
Makes you proud to be part of Caterham, doesn't it?
It really does. It's a fantastic brand, fantastic customers, very loyal, and it's been a wonderful weekend to celebrate the 50th anniversary.
And we've got the best weather ever as well.
I know, it's unbelievable.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Bob. Right, so you've seen the Project V now, so we're going to have a little short break, head back to the commentators for a little bit, and we'll be back with some more racing and maybe a little bit of what's going on in the paddock. We'll see you in a little bit. So we've come all the way down to the launch pad now, where we've got the Caterham and Lotus 7 Owners Club have set up here, and the launch pad behind is full of Caterhams, different variants, and I've got Martin and Richard here from the club. So it's 40 years of the club this year.
It is, yeah, 40, and hopefully another 40 years to come, maybe even longer.
Oh, I'm sure it will go on for many, 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 many years. So how long have you been part of the club?
About 20 years, actually. I've owned 2 cars, so I joined the club obviously when I was looking to buy my first car, which is now 20 years ago. That time flies, doesn't it? And then clearly I've upgraded, because we all like to buy a car and then upgrade to the next model.
Of course, that's the natural way.
Of time, you always want the bigger car than the guy next to you with the faster engine and the bigger wheels. It's just natural.
Yeah. And what about you, sir?
Well, I'm an exception to that, because I've got my original 2010 Roadsport 125. But one of the reasons I've kept that original car is that my wife bought it for me as a surprise birthday gift.
Aww.
Quite a gift.
That's an amazing gift.
I know, so I've upgraded it a little bit in terms of the spec, carbon dash, carbon front wings, but it's the original car, which we've done over 40,000 miles in those 12 or 13 years, including some fabulous trips overseas to Spa and to France, the Champagne region, and I genuinely love driving it as much today as I did when I first got it 13 years ago.
Brilliant. And the club do lots of trips, don't they? Where have they been to this year?
Yeah, so I think actually, as Martin was saying, I think the thing people are somewhat surprised at is it's not a bad touring car. People think of it as motorsport, but like Martin, we've been to the south of Italy, we've been all round Nuremberg. Last year we did the North Coast 500, came back home, changed the underpants and went straight down to Spain. So we've been to Spain, we've been to Classic Le Mans, you name it, Europe. There's always a 7 in each European country at any one time, driving around enjoying themselves.
Yeah. Do you know how many members you have in total, approximately?
We have just under 3,000 members, but that doesn't include joint members where partners are also on the membership ticket, so it's 3,000 individual members roughly, most of which are in the UK, but we do have good membership followings in a number of overseas countries like France, Belgium, Germany, Japan even, and others that I probably forget to mention. But it's a great club, and I joined the club soon after I got my car. Then a few years after that, the chance came to put something back, and I took over the role of treasurer.
Fantastic. I mean, it's a great atmosphere, though, isn't it? Like the whole being part of this club. There's a great atmosphere, and you all get together, and you've come up. I think designed your own hoods for the cars, haven't you, over the time, and designed lots of different things, and everyone helps each other out, and it's a bit like it's just an extension from the Caterham family, isn't it?
I've always been surprised at the number of people who kept the cars because of the club, which is quite an unusual thing. Most of us have got more than maybe one car that we consider a hobby, but I can think of 4 or 5 people who have kept the car because they want to continue to be part of the club, and that's quite a rarity. I'm not aware of that in any other community, and it's an egalitarian community. It doesn't matter whether you've got a car that's 50 years old or whether you've got a car that's 5 months old. It's the fact that it's a Caterham. It's always been the same, and there's no snobbery, there's no one-upmanship, despite what I said earlier. It's the culture, it's the atmosphere, and that's what most people enjoy about it. Whether it's as a couple or whether it's as individuals, people like getting together. Yeah. And it's through the whole season. I mean, this year we start with a run through Wales. This year we had 300 cars through Wales from one part to other. When you see that sort of number driving in a glorious sunshine like this, hey, there's nothing better than it.
I was going to say, it doesn't get much better than that, does it?
It doesn't get much better than that. It really doesn't. It's the cheapest tonic in terms of my mental health. This is the cheapest way to keep my positive attitude. It's worth every penny.
And keep you smiling.
And I keep telling my wife it's worth every single penny, and and frankly, I should be spending more.
Oh, it's been lovely to talk to you guys. Thank you for your time, and for the people that haven't come down here that are here at Donington, come down and see the club and the amount of cars we've got on the launch pad. It's fantastic.
And join it. Join the club.
If you're a 7, yeah, definitely, 100%. If you're a 7 owner, get in touch with these guys and be part of this community. It's fantastic. But we'll hand back to the comms box for now, and we will see you soon for more racing.
Good to hear from Sam and some of our displays down at trackside. We've got a few minutes left of the lunch break, so we're back with you for our next race, which is scheduled for around 2:40 p.m. That's the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship coming up shortly. A little bit of breaking news on that. The lunch break has been extended by a few minutes. 14:50, in fact, will be the start time next race. 2:50 p.m. we go racing with the Vertex Caterham Roadsports. Well, good afternoon and welcome back here on BARC TV at Donington Park after the lunch break here on Caterham 50th birthday weekend. Dave Goddard and Chris Hutchinson here with you, and we've got some birthday cake here in the commentary box as well. Thanks, Chris.
No worries. We've like to please you as we go through the rest of this day. We've still got an afternoon of racing to come, starting with the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship, their second of their two 20-minute races. We've already crowned our Roadsport champion, but we've still got to figure out who is second and third there. Then we've got the CSSE Gold Arts Mag 7s Championship, followed by the last outing for the 7 Championship UK cars at 4:10. Then we've got the Motul Caterham 7 310R Championship. We've sewn that one up already, but again, we've got to figure out who's second and third. Mission Motorsport 7 270R Championship comes next. And we've already crowned our champion there, and in fact, I think we've set out our podium. And we'll finish off today's action with a very exciting proposition just before 6 scheduled time. Caterham Academy Autumn Trophy. We've already seen the Caterham Academy give us 2 spectacular races today, and championship highlights. If you haven't watched that, go back and watch that at some point. But they will be all combined into one big grid of cars around this Donington National 2-mile circuit. Green and white groups combined together for who's going to win that autumn trophy. It's a voluntary race, so they don't have to do it, but lots of them choose to do that. But it is Roadsport up first today then for this afternoon's action to bring us to the conclusion of this Caterham 50th anniversary for the weekend racing. We still go to track day tomorrow, but here is how the grid lines up then for the Roadsport race today.
Well, Rob Kennelly on pole position for the second time this weekend. This grid set by the result of yesterday's race. Rob Kennelly scored his first win of the season, and he lines up alongside number 3 Edward Cozzy, looking for his second win of the year. Row 2, 88 Ryan Wilby and 22 Lionel Tolmash, who's in contention for runner-up in the championship this year. Row 3 is Craig Boyle. He had a win at Thruxton earlier this season alongside 89 Tom McEwing, the former Academy champion. Row 4, 99, which is Dan Hope, and 21 Richard Harris. Completing the top 10, 65 Sol Rogers, and 87, which is Henry Littlejohn. Row 6, number 68 Darren Butler, and number 10 Alistair Davidson. On row 7, Simon Sabin in number 70, and 72 Toby Ballard, who's got his work cut out here if he's going to take the second place in the championship up against Lionel Tolmash, and further back is Ryan Wilby. Row 8, we've got 55 of Guy Crossman alongside 66 Oliver Kibblewhite. On row 9, 77 Harvey Lawrence and 5 Tony Jenner. Row 10 is 40 Rob Gregor from Australia and 23 Gary Cross. The 11th row is number 60, which is Mark Soden, and 31 Andrew Bailey. Row 12, 19 Will Jarvis. Already seen his dad David Jarvis out in action earlier today. 28 Nick Bryant, a 10-place grid penalty for Nick following a misdemeanour in yesterday's race. Penultimate row, 18 Ian Bettis, and number 13 Craig Jarvis making his return after a few years away this weekend. At the back of the grid, the 2 cars that didn't finish yesterday's race, Rob Lowe, number 44, and 33 Zach Lower. So low and lower on the final row of the grid. 28 cars scheduled to take the start of this Vertex Watches Caterham Roadsport Championship race. Let's hope for a more successful first corner than yesterday, because it seemed like about 12 cars dove into the gravel at Redgate.
Yeah, I asked a few of the drivers if there was any particular issue out there, whether it was unduly slippy or some fluid or whatever had gone down. They said nope, just taking too much speed into turn 1. So many of those Roadsport drivers did that yesterday. We've already crowned our champion Ben Timmons, we've been seen racing in the 270R class quite successfully, but it's Lionel Tolmash and Toby Ballard who is going to try to work out who is second and third in the championship. At the moment, Tolmash has got a real good handle hold on that second place, but it's not guaranteed. Toby Ballard needs to beat him in the top 6 and also have cars in between himself and Tolmash. Tolmash will win on any tie break that we may have, because he's got 2 wins and Ballard doesn't yet have a win to his name. He's got 3 seconds and 2 thirds. So it's Ben Timmons has taken the majority of the wins this year, but it's there are wins up for grabs for other people. And it's this Roadsport grid. So Caterham Academy graduates from last year for their Roadsport season, the concluding race to their 2023 race season. A fantastic season it's been for them as well. But I'm sure Tolmash will want to take that second place, and Ballard will be seeing what he can do so. He starts a little bit deeper in the field. So still Tolmash starts in 4th. And Ballard where's he, down in 15th. So he's got a bit of work to do to get over the top and put cars between himself.
So this will be a 20-minute race, the final race of the season for the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship.
stuff. We're looking at them coming out here then to the far end of the circuit on their green flag formation lap. A chance for them to get used to their cars underneath them, seeing what they've got. Cozzy there, you can see with his bright yellow number plate. Road legal cars, these are, can I say, Academy cars, but they've just got the Avon ZZ S tyres and a rear anti-roll bar added, so they gain about 2 seconds per lap just with those 2 minor upgrades, and really does move this car on. But yeah, the Academy cars we saw a bit earlier, this is the next step. So they've still got windscreens, they've still got lights, still got the number plates, you can still drive them on the road, but they've had a whole season of Academy and now a whole season of Roadsport. You can't race this championship twice. Once you've done it once, that's it, and you also can't race this championship if you've got any more experience than a Caterham Academy driver would do leaving the Academy Championship. So restricted, you can only get one chance to do it. So again, the Roadsport champion is a you know, it's quite a novel one that to get, and Ben Timmons sewed that up before this final round.
Cars being brought into line then. Rob Kennelly in grey and orange on the front row of the grid, along with the darker grey car with the yellow number plate. That's Edward Cozzy. In silver and orange is number 88, Ryan Wilby. Alongside him is the black and gold of Lionel Tolmas, still in contention for the runners-up spot in the championship. And on row 3 we've got Craig Boyle, the fastest lap specialist, in the sort of lime green and orange car, unusual colour scheme on his car, alongside the bright green of 89, Tom McEwing. Row 4 is Dan Hope in the orange and black number 99. He's got the Dutch Barn Vodka sponsored turquoise number 21 of Richard Harris alongside him. Completing the top 10 is Solomon Rogers in the white car with the yellow wheels, and the maroon car with the blue and white stripe number 87, which is Henry Littlejohn. That's your top 10 on the grid. It's waiting for the last couple of cars to move.
Richard Harris, by his own admission, had a terrible start yesterday. Came right back through the field to get there, and you can see him on the right-hand side of your screen behind Lionel Tolmash in the dark car and the green car of Tom McEwing. So he'll be seeing what he can do with a better start today, hopefully.
Okay, looks like we're going to get that to get the all clear from the marshal at the back of the grid with the green flag there. We've got one car a bit out of position. That's Zach Lower, number 44, just being brought into line. Now there's the green flag. The marshals are happy. Once the clerk of the course is happy, the red lights will come on when they go out. 20 minutes of Vertex Caterham Roadsport racing will be underway. The red lights go out very quickly, and here we go. Edward Cozzy gets away well from the outside the front row. Craig Boyle with a good start down the inside of Ryan Wilby as well. He could get up into the top 3 here with a bit of luck, but it is Cozzy who will lead the way ahead of Rob Kennelly into the first corner. Boyle side by side with Lionel Tolmash. Better start this time for Richard Harris, the turquoise car, up into 6th position as they make their way down towards the Craner curves for the first time. It is Edward Cozzy who leads the way, looking for his second win of the season. He won at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit earlier this year. Just missed out on the win to Rob Kennelly yesterday. He leads Kennelly and Craig Boyle through the old hairpin for the first time.
Indeed, as they flow down here, then 27 cars on this grid, 28 cars, sorry, on this grid as they come up here towards McLean's then for the first time of their second 20-minute race they've had this race weekend. A great first action we had yesterday. They've been waiting patiently through the lunch break to get their action underway. Cozzy lost out there to Kennelly just as they went up into McLean's that time. Boyle, as you said, making that great start to who now heads Wilby as they go through this double apex right-hander at Coppice, and it is Kennelly who's now having to defend for Cozzy, who's looking down the inside, and actually by positioning on the inside he's stopping Boyle from making a move. We've seen that inside line work. Tolmarsh to the outside, 3 wide with Ryan Wilby. That's going to need a little bit of sorting out before they turn in. Richard Harris is absolutely putting his car there. Rear wheel arch, the first of the day for the Roadsport, also lands on the outside of the chicane.
Yeah, we'll find out who that belongs to. There goes the first one. It won't be the last if I'm any judges. There comes number 14, Rob Kennelly, down the inside of Ed Cozzy into the first corner to try and take up the lead, and he does so. Boyle is third, Wilby fourth, then Tolmash. Harris side by side with Dan Hope, then Tom McEwing. Hope runs out a bit wide there in the orange car as they come out towards Hollywood. Side by side for the lead between these two. Nothing between Cozzy and Kennelly all the way through this weekend. Ed Cozzy takes the lead once again. Craig Boyle, who always seems to struggle in qualifying and then charge his way through in the racing, in the races in that sort of lime citrus green car, is in there as well. Harvey Lawrence in the 77, attacking Guy Crossman in number 55, a little bit further back in the order. They're fighting over P16. Towards McLean's they go, and it's Kennelly back in the lead.
Lawrence, not a great result yesterday, finishing far down the order, further down than he would expect to as a championship contender there. But as they come up to the line, it's Kennelly back at the lead. Ryan Wilby, I think they're locking up there to avoid contact, although there was a bit of debris on there. A couple of other cars looked like they made contact going through there, but it is Kennelly who leads Cozzy, who leads. It looks like Boyle might be going around the outside of Wilby. Then Tolmarsh tucks to the inside, protecting away from from Harris. And then we've got Hope on the outside there. A bit of a better line for him today, so see whether he can make it back to the front of that grid after a couple of difficult races. Harris is, though, after that good start compared to yesterday, still in that mix and fighting Tolmarsh currently.
It's a great crocodile of cars. Somebody getting squeezed towards the grass there a little bit further back. We'll try and work out who that was.
Littlejohn, I think.
It was Henry Littlejohn with the stripes down the bonnet. He's managed to recover that as they start to sort themselves out again. A couple of cars off. That's that's Harvey Lawrence. The two cars we saw scrapping a lap ago. Harvey Lawrence got through, but Guy Crossman's in the gravel at Redgate, backwards in the 55. As Cozzy continues to lead the way. Sol Rogers making a move there on the number 72. That's Toby Ballard, one of our battlers for second place in the championship. He's quite a way down the order, just on the fringe of the top 10 at the moment, and with Lionel Tolmarsh up there in 5th place ahead of him. And we could see a change for second in the points in this final race of the year. Cozzy leads from Kennelly. Ryan Wilby on their tails, and will be moving towards the inside, having got ahead of Craig Boyle.
So yeah, Ballard needs to make it all the way through the field over the top of Tolmarsh, we can see in the middle of our screen in the dark colour just behind Wilby there, and put cars between him and Tolmarsh. So it's all to do for Ballard, not looking particularly likely, but you never know. And we've had the safety car today already, first of our weekend, amazingly. But it is Kennelly who leads Ryan Wilby, and it's Cozzy down to 3rd now. Boyle sitting in that 4th place, and Tolmarsh just following along behind him.
Craig Boyle, great to see him at the sharp end for a change in the early stages of a race after his good finish yesterday. Normally fights his way through after a struggle in qualifying. Cozzy down to 3rd place because here comes Ryan Wilby trying to go for the lead. It's Rob Kennelly looking for his weekend double. He only sits down in 8th place in the points coming into this weekend. Yet to score a podium before yesterday's race. Scored his first ever win. Ben Timmons has done the vast majority of the winning this year, but he's moved off to the 270R Championship here this weekend. Side by side further back, Darren Butler, 68. Thankfully, none the worse for a shunt in testing on Friday. You'll notice the left rear wing of his car doesn't match the rest of it. It's a different colour. He said he's had those wings on there since it was an Academy car, and he's gutted to have had to replace one.
You know, proudly I kept an Academy wing all the way through to Supersport, what is now 310R Championship. So I was you do cling on to those wings as dearly as you can. It's certainly a sign that you're keeping things nice and tidy and clean, isn't it? As we watch the number 33 of Chazak Lower making good progress up through the field there. He was right at the back of the field, wasn't he? Saw him re-gridding himself, and he's now up into 16th. But it's Wilby who now takes his turn at the front. Kennelly sits in that 2nd place, Cozzy 3rd, and then it's everyone trying to get through a little bit tight there. I don't know if everyone's going to make it out of that side to Hope. Looks like he did make it outside. Harris on the outside of Tolmarsh, and we have got a couple of cars onto the grass then. That's Sol Rogers. He's having a bit of a rock and roll race already. McEwing just in front of him. He was in the championship hunt and unfortunately had a couple of weekends away, so he's not going to figure in the championship. But Boyle there in that top 4, and everyone else kind of figuring out how they could survive deep in this Roadsport field. It's so competitive into that chicane. They all wanted to be on the same piece of time at that time, Drew.
Alistair Davidson was the car we saw get bounced wide down the grass there, the number 10. He's gathered up again and keeps it going as they swing their way into the old hairpin once again. Still plenty of time left, only 14 minutes left in this 20-minute race. Somebody else goes ploughing on the outside. Darren Butler again, not having the happiest of weekends here at Donington.
No, a bumpy ride across the grass. Seen a couple
Richard
of
Harris getting wheels on the grass there as well.
And we've seen that a number of times this weekend, haven't they? They really are pushing the limits. There's actually some grippy grass down at the exit of Old Hairpin. It looked like Butler found it. He certainly kept his foot in, didn't he? But it is Kennelly who's keeping his foot in at the front of this field, ahead of Wilby. And then comes the Cozzy car, plus a Boyle, and then Hope making good progress up through the field. He's just tucked in there. You can't see him on screen, but Kennelly leads then as they go down. Wilby settling in for that 2nd place. Kennelly's got a good pair of a good bit of speed under there. Cozzy having to protect the inside away from Boyle, and then Hope as they head through the Robert chicane to complete their 5th lap.
Daniel Hope trying to run with the leaders now, the number 99, as they come down the straight. Ryan Wilby's going to try and take the lead of the race on the inside. Further back in the order, Tom McEwing having a go Richard Harris. There's Davidson behind. Toby Ballard's in there as well, and Sol Rogers on the inside in the number 65. Ryan Wilby did get the move done there as they came through Redgate. He's got the lead as they head down the Craner. He and Kennelly starting to pull away a bit now from Edward Cosy.
Got a little bit of a gap, haven't they? I think it will evaporate. It will be one of those gaps that just ebbs and flows as we go through. Having spent a little bit of time outside our air-conditioned commentary box over lunchtime, I can tell you it really is getting quite warm and temperate out there. Everyone it's warm on those banks again, using a lot of that curb on the exit of Schronson up towards McLean's as they head through on this Donington Park National Circuit. Wilby heads this Roadsport field ahead of Kennelly for now, and Cosy's happy in that third place. There comes Sol Rogers on his adventures in Roadsport racing this afternoon, and he's got Ballard behind him. Remember, Ballard looking to see whether he can move up, but unable to at the moment, and lost one of his rear wings already.
The Snake starts to move across the straight then as they start to try and break the toe. Here comes Kennelly going for the outside on Ryan Wilby. You won't get close enough there into the chicane. Wilby late on the brakes, and the 88 car continues to set the pace here in the second race of the weekend, the final race of the season for the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship. Down the straight they come. Is Rob Kennelly going to try another move here? Cosy in third place, then Boyle, Hope, Tolmash is on the back of this group, the black and gold car, and Kennelly around the outside retakes the lead, having a fantastic weekend here at Donington Park at this 50th anniversary celebration. Tolmash has got through into 5th place there as well, and the second group is headed up by McEwing ahead of Harris, Davidson and Rogers in there as well.
Absolutely every one of those drivers plastered to the right hand side of the track, the left hand side as we're looking at it from our camera point, to defend down the inside of Redgate. No one letting the inside line go at all. Absolutely not the racing line. So a little bit of a strap flapping in the wind there from one of the passenger seats. Straps Butler trying to make his way through past there, but yeah, everyone knowing that you've got to protect that inside line, and absolutely doing it to the nth degree, but no one wanted to step out to one side. So yeah, if you ever come here on a track day, definitely don't follow the racing line that these drivers are using right now. It's fully about defensive strategies as they head down here. Surprised that outside line hasn't worked at all, especially for the Roadsports with their screen. They sometimes get a bit more of an extra drag down and can get the momentum, but the outside line just hasn't been offering up any momentum to allow that overtake into there. But Kennelly going down the inside, Ryan will be on a tight line. They all managed to get it sorted out, but Cosy got contact. It was that tight line, so Cosy's been sent around in the middle of the pack. Hopefully everyone will be able to see him. There's lots of cars jiving around him. There's still a dodgy place to be. Hopefully they'll all see the yellow flags that will be there now. Oh, that tight line from Ryan Wilby, and Cosy was around the outside. They did eventually managed to sort it out, but Cosy got clipped and sent him spinning around. That was a very uncomfortable place to be sitting as a driver there. He'll be thankful that no one caught him.
Adelaide Lyle Tolmash as well, he's dropped a few places. I held my breath there as Edward Cosy was sitting in the middle of the road. That was a scary moment for the number 3. Luckily nobody hit him. They all saw the yellow and were able to go wide to avoid him. So we'll see what that's done to the race order in just a moment then, as Sol Rogers battling it out with Richard Harris, Toby Ballard closing up on them as well, and 44 car of Rob Lowe is closing up on them too. Had to start from the back after a retirement yesterday, and behind him as 55 gets going again as the gravel. He's been sat there several laps, Guy Crossman in the 55 gets it
trip
running
into that gravel.
So it's in exactly the same place if it is.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is exactly the same accident. Happened twice for the same driver. Lightning does strike twice sometimes, but yeah, Kennelly was over the line. I think I saw McEwing coming fully back into the battle there, though that scattering at the head of the chicane meant that brought everyone back in together, but it is still Kennelly looking like he is going to make the outside move, sweep across Ryan that time. Ryan will be, obviously you can see the damage on his rear wing where he got clipped by Cosy, or he clipped Cosy, whichever way round you want to view it. Then it's McEwing on the tail of Boyle, it's pulled out to one side, and it's Tolmash behind Tolmash. We've got Rogers and Harris going at it as well, and Sol Rogers on his ever increasing adventures in Caterham. That's going to be tight with Boyle and McEwing again, but McEwing holds strong out there of Redgate for this time through. 8 minutes still left of this race to go.
Frantic at the front of the field. So we mentioned Rob Lowe coming through from the back. He's one place behind Simon Sabin, who got a bit of damage in yesterday's race after a spin, is having to come through the field. That's the yellow and black car you can see there. Must wish a happy birthday to his son Ollie, who turns 14 today, is cheering on his dad. He's in 11th place at the moment, just ahead of the 44. There is Rob Lowe, and just behind him is Lower, Zach Lower that is. He also come from the back of the grid.
And doing well. I'd love to see Rob Lowe continue into the next step of the championship, because he's shown some really good speed late on in this year and really coming good. And there is Zach Lower right on the tail of Lowe there in that number 33 there for Lowe. But he's overtaken an awful lot of cars to get to this position. And he's only got a sort of half the pack left to go, and there's no saying he's got just under half the race to do. Why not? That rear wheel arch is definitely letting go, isn't it? It's sort of flapping away as the draft catches it every now and again. McEwing up into that third place. Boyle and Hope looking like they're going through side by side there. That's not going to be a good place to be as they string themselves out this chicane once more. Come across the line. So it's Wilby over Kennelly, over McEwing, Boyle, Davison, Hope, Tolmarsh, Rogers, Harris, all together out on track, and even more joining the party.
Zach Lower's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:20.75 that time through. He's somewhere at the back of this grid, that yellow and black car next to the 44 of Rob Lowe, which looks black and yellow. It's actually very dark purple. You can see the birthday message on there. Happy 14th, Ollie. It says on the back of Rob Lowe's car for Ollie Sabin. So we're all joining in the celebrations. They're a good, fun-loving lot, the Road Sports drivers, I have to say. Great camaraderie in the paddock. Oh, bad news for Lionel Tolmarsh. He's got a 5-second penalty.
Oh, that really will be bad news for him. That's going to push him well behind Ballard, and it's exactly what Ballard needs. But Ballard still needs to be up towards the top 6 before he starts scoring enough points to move or change the championship score on these drop scores. So still not all lost for Tolmarsh, but that really isn't what he needs at this stage of the race. Ryan Wilby up the inside of McEwing. There I saw Ryan Wilby with his indicator flapping, indicator on the right. I think it is still flashing away there, and that is often, it's not because they're indicating to go anywhere, it's because they've just knocked the little stalk, that you can see it flashing away on the screen there, but it's just knocked the little stalk as you get exuberant on the steering wheel.
Here comes Tom McEwing, the former Academy champion in the 89 car, chasing up onto the back of the two leaders now. He's yet to win this year. He's had a couple of podiums. Somebody running wide onto the grass there.
That was Ballard.
See, it was Ballard. Oh dear, the championship runner-up contenders are not making a good fight of it here. They're all having problems. We know that Tolmarsh has got that track limits penalty of 5 seconds. Ryan Wilby continues his fight with Rob Kennelly at the front of the field. Ryan Wilby's best result this year was a second place at the opening round at Donington Park. That wheel arch flapping away in the breeze as he comes down the crane curves. He's got Kennelly, yesterday's winner, behind him. Tom McEwing is in third. Just looking at his previous results, he's had 2 second places this year. He's yet to win at Road Sports level. Dan Hope going well. He's up into P4 now, along with Craig Boyle. They chase down the race leaders, and then it's 4 wide almost to Schwantz Curve behind.
Yeah, Schwantz Curve is not a place to be 4 wide. You're absolutely, again, flat out going about 100 and 110 miles an hour in this Road Sport car, no doubt. Boyle and Hope there fighting it out up into Coppice, this blind apex. You just have to really throw the car in there and hope that the corner was where it was last time through. Bit of dust being thrown up by one of our drivers, but Kennelly still leads. Come McEwing looking down the inside. Don't know if there was contact there, but it was close. Boyle to the outside. Ryan Wilby's really being quite assertive with his driving style at the moment. He's getting his elbows out. Tolmarsh right in there. We know, and it's not Hope, isn't it? Tolmarsh is a couple of corner cars back. But again, until Ballard makes it into the top 6, I still think Tolmarsh has got this done for the time being. Only 4 minutes left. I don't think Ballard's got enough time to make it to the front. Kennelly's been holding on, though, in that lead group, but McEwing's been making his way through. He's going to look to the inside. Can't make it happen this time, but he has dispatched with Wilby for the time being.
Still Rob Kennelly that leads the way, then will be back into third place. Tom McEwing, a brilliant showing here up into second place. He has bags of potential at the wheel of a Caterham. Dan Hope's got through there into 4th ahead of Craig Boyle. Looks like it's Alistair Davidson next in the order, recovering from a grassy moment or two earlier on. Here's Simon Sabin fighting it out with the number 33 of Zach Lowe. A little bit further back, Rob Lowe will be in behind them, and there is Rob Lowe bouncing over the gravel on the outside of the old hairpin. Loses a couple of spots as a result.
What a shot that would take if Snappy John's down there and got that captured, bouncing over the gravel. Quite a spectacular shot there, but bounced onto the grass and continued on as if nothing had happened. There is that battle. Rob Lowe has joined it again, and Butler's just following on. Butler's had a bit of a sort of topsy-turvy race as well, hasn't he? Not quite able to get through and past that pack of cars in front. McEwing heads this field, though. He does take the lead over Kennelly. Wilby's fighting is that Hope in the, it is Hope to the outside. He's going to hope that that works for him. Not going to get him the lead. In fact, it's going to lose him out to Boyle and Ryan Wilby. Boyle's down the tight line. Does make it stop, but Wilby had to get out of the accelerator to stop an accident there. Hope on his outside. Everyone using every single little bit of the track they can. That was Tolmarsh right out there onto the grass as well as they head down here side by side for the lead, and everybody else wants to be third.
This is more like a NASCAR race, the way they're drafting each other down the straights and through the chicane there. I really thought Craig Boyle was going to cannon into the side of somebody. He just about got the car stopped in time. That's Sol Rogers being forced out wide as Richard Harris comes through. There's Wilby behind them. He had to slow up. He anchored up to avoid Craig Boyle. McEwing under fire from Kennelly, who's going to retake the lead through the Craner curves. He is so quick here at Donington this weekend. Rob Kennelly, the man from Cheshire, gets ahead of Tom McEwing. He comes up from York as they race their way down the bottom of the circuit, trying to go with them. Now he's Dan Hope. This is, I think, the best we've seen Daniel Hope run this year. Yeah, he hasn't got near the podium this year, certainly. This will be by far his best result of 2023. The orange car there in third. Craig Boyle had a win earlier this year at Thruxton. Tom McEwing looking for his first win in the Roadsport Championship, his first win since graduating from the academy this season. Here they come down towards the chicane. There's just over 2 minutes left on the clock. We haven't been watching the clock. There's been so much going on here. So there's only a couple of laps left to go now. Down into the chicane.
McEwing, yeah, is one of our academy champions from last year. Took the step up, and as I said earlier, didn't do the whole season, and therefore hasn't been able to compete for the championship. But he would dearly, that's Zach Lower off onto the grass, maybe some damage. So he's pulled out of the chain of cars with Simon Sabin, so maybe some damage there. But McEwing, I know, would dearly love this win, but he's going to be denied by Kennelly as they come into here. I think, like you say, penultimate lap for the Road Sport, and Hope is up there hoping that he will get that podium finish. And Ballard still not making that move up. He's in 11th, still not in the point scoring position based on his drop scores, so he still needs more work to do. But Kennelly, McEwing, Hope, Boyle, and then we've got Tolmarsh diving down the inside, but he's got a 5-second penalty, so he is going to be pushed behind Ballard no matter what, and it's all going to be about whether Ballard does get up into those top paying positions. And then following on is just all action in this Road Sport action.
I reckon Lionel Tolmarsh will end up in about P15 with that penalty. They're so closely matched in this race. And coming up on a back marker here, it's the number 13, I think, of Craig Jarvis. The returnee is about to be lapped as Rob Kennelly tries to retake the lead. So they're going to meet Craig Jarvis possibly at the chicane. That's going to make things a little bit dicey as they go into their final lap. There is the number 13 car. Look out, Craig Jarvis. The pack is bearing down on you. They're going to meet him at the worst possible place in the braking area for the chicane. There's nothing Craig can do about it. They just about all get through on the inside. Kennelly retakes the lead once again. Hope in third, then Boyle and Tolmarsh fourth and fifth. Who's that closing up in sixth place? No, I think that's Davidson in the number 10 next in the order. Now Craig Jarvis able to get out of the way and let the pack go through. It's Rob Kennelly who leads into the final lap.
Yeah, you know that Tom McEwing was looking there, go, God, please let me go, please let me go. But Kennelly actually had an opportunistic overtakes as McEwing had to figure out what was going on. Looks like Harris has gathered it all back together a little bit further back and is still firmly a part of this lead group battle, which is still long in this late stage. There's only 13 seconds on the clock. The final lap of this Caterham Roadsport, the final action for them through this 2023 season. Who's going to take that second place? Well, at the moment it's still Tolmarsh, but Ballard is getting closer, one step closer, but he still needs to move up at least another 4 or 5 places on this last lap, so it's not looking likely. We've still got 3 wide, a little bit deeper in the field.
Up towards McLean's for the last time, then can Rob Kennelly hang on for his double? Toby Ballard is in P10 ahead of Ryan Wilby, just 1 place behind, having dropped back over the course of the last couple of laps. He was in the fight for the lead for so long, but never mind that, because here come the race leaders down towards the chicane for the last time. Can Tom McEwing snatch his first win, or is it going to be a double for Kennelly? What can the 2 pursuers, Dan Hope and Craig Boyle, do? It's between those 4, I think. Here comes McEwing trying to get round the outside on the first element of the chicane. He doesn't quite get alongside. He's going to have to squirt it towards the line, try and out-drag him. They're not going to do it. It's going to be a double for Rob Kennelly. 2 pole positions, 2 wins here at Donington this weekend. Second goes to Tom McEwing, and who was third? Dan Hope just held on ahead of Boyle and Davidson, completing the top 5. Lionel Tolmarsh ends up in P13 with that penalty. Ballard ends up in P9. So it looks like Toby Ballard will take second place in the championship. We'll confirm that in just a moment once the championship worker outerer has done its work.
Tolmarsh still takes it because Ballard didn't make it into the top 6 to move on his drop scores. So Tolmarsh does secure that by a single point over the top of Ballard. Yeah, it will be that order for them. But congratulations to Kennelly. Absolutely amazing weekend action for him, and really solidifying his scores and moving up through the championship late on.
Harvey Lawrence, Oliver Kibblewhite and a couple of others got track limits penalties too. Will Jarvis was one, and Zach Lower as well, although he didn't finish. He did get the consolation of the fastest lap though, Zach Lower, even though he retired. Rob Kennelly takes the win by 0.272 of a second ahead of Tom McEwing, equals his best finish of the season. Dan Hope gets his first ever podium in third. Craig Boyle in fourth, then Davidson, Richard Harris, Sol Rogers. Ryan Wilby down in P8, Toby Ballard ninth, Simon Sabian rounds out the top 10, and then Darren Butler, Henry Littlejohn, Lionel Tolmash, Rob Lowe, and Edward Cozzy after his spin recovered into P14. Confirm the rest of the result now, and yes, Lionel Tolmash ends up in P12. There's a correction there on the timing after they cross lines, thanks to TSL Timing for their service as always this weekend. We await the drivers to pull into Parc Fermé, but what an end to the season for Rob Kennelly. He hadn't finished on the podium up to now, and a double win here at Donington.
Yeah. Congratulations ever so much to Kennelly on that, and we'll see what that does for his championship, but it looks like it certainly moves him up at least a couple of places there. But yeah, and Ben Timmins already our champion, but it's Tolmarsh in second place in the championship, Toby Ballard in third, but over the line McEwing and Hope take those two podium positions for the race today, so they'll be taking home trophies, and will be a satisfying end for them, I think, to their Roadsport season.
Well, they've had a cracking season, some of the closest racing in the Caterham Paddock. We'll hand down to Parc Fermé with Sam very shortly. Next up on track today is the second race for the CSCC Gold Art Magnificent Sevens.
So Rob Kennelly has made it 2 from 2. I mean, it was getting close, wasn't it? Absolutely incredible racing from these guys. But this is Dan's first podium as well. Dan Hope in third place. But here's Rob's family behind. So I'll just wait for him to get out of the car. They are very happy. I'm sure he will be overjoyed with that. He goes well here, really well. There we go. Oh, congratulations from the rest of the... Oh, there's a wasp. Rob Kennelly, you've done it again. Two out of 2. Amazing. That must feel incredible.
Oh yeah, it feels really good. I like it around here. Get used to it, don't want to go home now.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's your track, isn't it?
Yeah, no, that was really really good racing. Obviously Tom came from 6th, had a really good battle, and again wasn't in a great position going down the final lap, and Tom and I hopefully Tom found it clean, but we had a good two-way into the chicane and just managed to keep it off. So yeah, absolutely delighted. Fantastic. From no wins to 2 in 2 days is yeah, I'm really chuffed.
Fantastic. Well done. Well done. Let's speak to Tom. Tom, it's lovely to see you back on the podium. I mean, this time last year we were crowning you Academy champion, and you know it's been a tough season, hasn't it? But you've been on the podium a few times.
Yeah, it's not seen you as much as I would like this year, but yeah, it's been a couple of races since I've been up on the podium. So yeah, it feels good to finish the season with a podium. Especially, I mean, the last couple of weekends I've not had the pace. Same this weekend, really. I was 12th in qualifying, and that's all the pace I had. So really happy to make the best of it across 2 races with kind of just moving forward and hopefully some decent racecraft. Congrats to Rob, he's been super quick all weekend. Ryan too, unfortunately I don't know where he finished, but he's been up there with Rob all weekend, and massive congrats to Dan for his first podium. He's a really great guy and he's not had the best of luck this year, so super chuffed to see him on the podium.
Thank you very much. Thanks Tom. Let's go and have a word with Dan Hope. Dan, you're on the podium, congratulations. First one of the season, that must feel great.
Feels amazing, yeah. First ever.
First ever?
I didn't get one in the Academy either, so feels great.
This is a special moment then.
Very special, yeah. Got good family here and people watching, so really
what way to end the season.
Happy. I know. Great drivers, great race, really enjoyed it.
Yeah. It was a great race to watch. We actually didn't know who was going to, with Rob being on the, leading the race on the last lap, I thought, I know how much Tom wants this.
Tom's so quick. He's so experienced at the front as well, right? He's won Academy, so yeah, they're very good at defending, very good at attacking. It was great fun, great battles all through the grid, I expect. So yeah, thanks, really good and really enjoyed it.
Well done. Thank you.
Very much. Cheers.
Right, I believe it's Mag 7's up next, so we might have some highlights for you in a moment, but we'll be back soon after the next race.
Let's have a look at some highlights. That brilliant frantic road sports race. Then it was Kennelly and Cozzy who had the battle between them early on. Alistair Davidson getting shoved out onto the grass down the home straight in the early stages. Ryan will be taking the fight to the leaders as well. So Ed Cozzy might be on for a second win of the season at one stage as he fought tooth and nail with Rob Kennelly. Guy Crossman ended up in the gravel on the outside of Redgate after a tangle with Harvey Lawrence. Alistair Davidson ran wide again, even further into the grass on the exit of the chicane. Ryan Wilby went a short while in the lead. Darren Butler did a bit of rallying through the old hairpin. He's had a wayward weekend. Richard Harris did a bit of grass tracking in the Dutch Barn vodka car as well. Ryan Wilby fought with Rob Kennelly and Edward Cozzy for the lead. It's all got tighter and tighter as they came through the chicane each time. Something had to give, and eventually that something was Edward Cozzy. Craig Boyle lucky not to be taken out as well. Edward Cozzy very lucky not to be rear-ended heavily on the exit of the chicane. Plenty of antics down at that chicane. One or two cars running out wide, including Toby Ballard. And then Tom McEwen came into the picture fighting for the lead, as did Dan Hope, the best run he's ever had for his first ever Caterham podium. A track limits penalty for Lionel Tolmash didn't hold him back. There were a couple of spinners down at the old hairpin as well, as Rob Kennelly raced to his double. Next up, we have a 30-minute race for the Classic Sports Car Club Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. Now, earlier on, we saw a dominant victory for Stephen Nuttall, number 46, but we won't see him in this race. That's because he has headed off to North Yorkshire to the Croft Circuit, where they've got their nostalgia weekend. He's currently attempting to win the Historic Sports Car Club Guards Trophy Sports and GT title in a Chevron B8. So he's dashed up there to take part in their race this afternoon, starting from the back of the grid. So we'll not see him for this race. Therefore, with the rest of the grid based on the results of race 1, Richard Webb in the MK Cup 200 moves up into pole position alongside 51 Christian Pittard. Second row, Tim Davis and Colin Watson, the two Boss Racing C400s. Row 3, Robert Forsdyke alongside Bruce Wilson. Stephen Boyles takes over Ashley Haig Boyles' car, the family Caterham 420. Starts on row 4 alongside Matthew Starbuck, number 94. Completing the top 10, William Redman and Stephen Collins. They had a good scrap in the first race. Row 6, number 54, Mark Lanyon will start alongside 35, which is Charles Holroyd. On the 7th row, number 7, Martin Dolan, 36, Andy Yeomans. Then we've got Richard Carter, who made a pit stop in the first race and dropped down the order alongside Peter French in the 99. 21, Malcolm Ash and 41, David Stephen, both won their classes in the first race. On the 10th row, number 16, Martin Ledbetter in the Pro Comp LA Gold, alongside number 81, Johnny Pittard, who pulled up in the first race with some problems. Number 75, Stephen Trinder, won't be starting. Accident damage from the first race when he spun coming out of the chicane and hit the tyre wall. Tim Bishop should be there, though he retired into the pits in race 1. At the back of the field, Jeremy Adams, bit of contact in the first race with, I think it was with Bruce Wilson up at Coppice. And Luke Zuru, another win in Group 1 for him, so he has another grid penalty. He's actually up to 30 place grid penalty, because you get a 5-place penalty every time you win your group. He's won it 6 times now. He'll be starting on the runway at East Midlands Airport if he gets any more. The cars are on their way to the grid. Then this will be a 30-minute race for this open series for any 7 type. We've got an MK on pole position. And of course, we've got the Pro Comp LA Gold. That's the really bright orange number 16 of Martin Ledbetter further back on the grid. Most powerful cars we'll see here today, the Class I machines with over 300 brake horsepower. They lap the Donington circuit a couple of seconds faster than the quickest cars in the Caterham 7 Championship UK that we'll be seeing out in our next race. 88 Rich Webb leads them up to the grid. Christian Pittard, who stalled on the grid from pole position in race 1 in the orange car alongside him. In orange and black, number 80 Tim Davis. I remember him winning a race here at Donington a few years ago. As he crossed the line, the engine blew in a huge cloud of smoke in that number 80 car. Let's hope it doesn't repeat here. alongside Colin Watson, the ex-national hot rod racer in number 92. Third row, the white and black car, 188, is Robert Forsdyke in his Caterham CSR. And he starts alongside number 89, the blue car of Bruce Wilson. 553, Stephen Boyles. I believe he's the father of Ashley. He used to race Porsches in the 553 on row 4. Jeremy Adams moves into line at the back, along with Luke Tsuru. I can't see if Johnny Pittard is there, the other Pittard further back after his problems in the first race. We'll wait to see if he comes through. I didn't see him come through on the green flag lap, but the red lights are on. 30 minutes of racing for the CSCC Magnificent Sevens gets underway. Super start by Rich Webb, the lightweight motorcycle engine car rockets away into Redgate for the first time. Tim Davis going with him again. Not the best of starts by Christian Pittard. He's lost a couple of spots in the orange number 51 car. Now, is Johnny Pittard there? Yes, he is. I can see the black car towards the rear of the field. The JPS, Johnny Pittard Special. And already, the most powerful and the lightest cars in the front of the field have cleared off as they head down into the old hairpin for the first time. Richard Carter, good to see him in there in the isotope green car, the yellowy green colour. There's 27 Luke Tsuru coming through from the back of the field, the Greek Cypriot driver. It's Rich Webb out front ahead of Davis. Colin Watson in third. Christian Pittard is fourth. Then we've got Forsdyke in fifth. Looks like William Redman up into sixth place. He's got away well from the fifth row of the grid in the number 241 car. Down the straights, the 88s of Rich Webb, the Atomic Racing car. That probably refers to the car's weight. It weighs absolutely nothing compared to its opposition, that 88. We saw him battling with the car of Stephen Nuttall at the front of race 1, but he dropped back as the race progressed. So will the heavier yet more powerful Caterhams behind him, the Boss Racing cars, catch him up here? We will wait and see as the race goes on. Charge down the hill, getting quicker all the time. The 80 of Tim Davis, the ex-TVR racer, in second place. There is Colin Watson, number 92, in third. The Boss Racing second, third and fourth. The Pittard cars, I believe, looked after by Boss Racing as well. The number 51 certainly is. It's Johnny Pittard is there. He gained 8 places on that first lap, and Jeremy Adams gained 10. The yellow number 3 is up into P13. He had some contact in the first race, went out on the second lap. Not sure if Tim Bishop made it out for this one, the number 10. I didn't see him come through on the first lap. Colin Watson challenging his teammates as they go into the chicane. Christian Pittard up behind them in the number 51. Over the line they go. Fastest lap of the race by Christian Pittard. 1 minute 9.204. He's going for third place in the Redgate. He takes third place. They're already the length of the Wheatcroft straight clear of everybody else, these four. Shows the gulf in performance between the cars this one. Johnny Pittard, meanwhile, has gained another 4 places. He's up to P8 now and will be catching this lot in a few laps' time, I would think. I'm running through the class leaders fairly shortly as well. Those of you who've seen the CNC Head Sports and Saloon Car Championship on BARC TV in the past, this is the same sort of concept, but A, they don't race for points, and B, it's only for 7 types. You can use any 7 type that you like. In CNC Heads, of course, you can use anything you like as long as it's not a single-seater. Luke Tsuru goes through, past Mark Lanyon in the 54 car. We normally see Mark and Simon Lanyon sharing that car, but Mark out on his own this weekend. Here's the battle for second place. Christian Pittard attacking Tim Davis, goes through into second position. Now they're not letting Rich Webb get away here. We know that Pittard's got the fastest lap of the race. The gap is 1.335 seconds. Christian Pittard does another fastest lap, 1:09.204. Tim Davis there in third place with the number 80. Probably the driver with the most wins in recent history in the Mag 7s. Classic Sports Car Club has been organising race meetings for some 20 years on the UK circuits this year, and we've got somebody off. That's 36 Andy Yeomans, the local man to Donington Park, lives just down the road. His Caterham 7 is off at, I think that's at McLean's. We've lost the 36. Confirmation that Tim Bishop didn't take the start in the number 10, as here comes the number 69 car. That is Stephen Collins, charged down the inside there of Jeremy Adams. It's the Class F car of Jeremy Adams. Collins in a Class E machine. He's leading Class E at the moment. We'll run you through the class leaders. Class K, the only motorcycle engined car in this, is Richard Webb. He leads overall, but only by 0.1 of a second now. He could be about to have a change for the overall lead. We'll pick that up in a moment. Yes, here we are with Christian Pittard challenging for the lead. He's going to go round the outside at red gate of the MK Cup 200, and the Caterham of Christian Pittard does take the lead. Tim Davis coming up behind them as well. They're both Class I cars for the most powerful Caterhams. Christian Pittard leads Class I, Webb Class K. Robert Forsdyke leads Class H. His only class rival is Tim Bishop, who didn't start. Class G is led by Bruce Wilson in 8th place. Class F by William Redman in 7th. He made a quick start. Class E by Stephen Collins in 11th. Class D by Stephen Boyles in 13th. Class C, and that's Group 1, by Luke Turu from the back of the grid. Class B by Malcolm Ash. Class A by David Stephen. Christian Pittard has taken the lead. They're going to lap Peter French in the number 99, so back markers being passed already. We're only 5 laps into this race as Tim Davis dives through at the chicane. Caterham gets ahead of the motorcycle engined MK. Back alongside him there, you can see it's so lightweight, that MK, even compared to the Caterhams. Must be like driving a go-kart out there.
You can see it twitching away as he soars at the wheel as he goes round the backpool, tries to go right down the outside. He's got early pickup, hasn't he, out of the corners, and really good on the brakes, but it's just the overall brute force down the longer straights that allow the other drivers, Webb and Davis, there to Davis and Pittard to pull away. So you'll see up this hill where it's a little bit more power focused, you can see the gap that already that Boss car has taken over Webb. Webb did it in race 1. It was the same with Nuttall, wasn't it? He made a little early scampering away into the distances. His car was up to speed and up to running quicker, but the slightly more beefy cars coming along behind and overtaking.
Let's see where Johnny Pittard is compared to Colin Watson for 4th place. He's lapping on about the same pace. He's made it up to P5, so he's maybe not able to match his fellow Class I runners here. Johnny Pittard in this race. 5 entries in Class I, of course. He's only got 4 out in this one because Stephen Nuttall has departed to head up to Croft as Malcolm Ash, number 21 in his Caterham Supersport, goes a lap down. Christian Pittard leads Tim Davis. And their lap time's about the same. Davis a few hundredths of a second quicker that time through, lapping in the 1:11s now. There's Colin Watson lapping number 41. That's our Class A leader, David Stephen. Indeed, the only entry in Class A in this race, because Stephen Trinder's car sadly too badly damaged to continue after his accident in race 1, but Stephen is fine.
The novice cross on the back of his car, so early in his racing career, but enjoying himself out here with the Mag 7 group, and they're having a little tussle backwards and forwards, aren't they? The number 41 and the number 21, as they exchange places and having their own battle as the leaders have scythed on through. We saw that with Nuttall, how he has to go left, right, around the outside, down the inside, all sorts to get past, and these two having their own battle. It's brilliant to watch.
There's 188, that is Rob Forsdyke. He's leading Class H, which is the second in the Magnificent Sevens power band, if you like.
The rear of the car a little bit around old hairpin, but he got it all back in a row. It's not the quickest way down there. He would have liked to have collected a bit more curving on the inside to hold that car steady, but he got it all back together and didn't lose too much, and no one around him at the moment to make the most of that.
Yeah, the classes A, B and C that form Group 1, that's basically for everything up to 152 brake horsepower. Anything more powerful goes into Class D and above for the more powerful cars, which is Group 2, just to give the drivers more reward to race for. There's no points on this series. It's a series, not a championship, unlike the other Caterham championships we see here this weekend. So there's no points for anybody to get over competitive over. It's just intended as a series which drivers can dip out on. There's no pressure to do every round. It's just purely for enjoyment, as are all the Classic Sports Car Club's race series. They run everything from 1950s and 60s sports cars right up to machinery from the present day. Their Magnificent Sevens, one of their core series of their package of races. Great to have them guesting with us here this weekend on the BARC's Caterham Motorsport package for this 50th anniversary weekend. There's the battle for second place. Tim Davis, see what his gap is to Christian Pittard here. 3.2 seconds between the two leaders now. He's closing very slightly on Christian Pittard.
But look at Webb coming back as well. He's closed right into Davis in that second place. Not so obviously for their same class, but nevertheless it is definitely closed in a lot on that last lap. Only half a second over the line. Last time out it was a second, and even before that it was even more. So he's continuing to try and make his own progress, Webb, in his number 88 machine as they head through the old hairpin. Hooks up the apex nicely. You can see again working away at that wheel to keep everything under control as they head up round Swanson up towards McLean's again.
Just under 20 minutes to go, so at 1/3 distance in this second race of the day for the CSCC Magnificent 7, sponsored by Gold Art Jewellers. Now here is Bruce Wilson. He leads Class G just ahead of Richard Carter. This is a battle for the lead of the class. This is for cars with a power output of 231 to 260 brake horsepower. Richard Carter, one of the Boss racing machines, made a pit stop in race 1 and dropped down the order. Less than a second between these two, though. Bruce Wilson and Richard Carter, both long-time drivers in this Magnificent 7 series, fighting for 8th place overall. William Redmond, the Class F leader, is ahead of them.
They often have pit stop races in this championship, but being in the pits this weekend is not the right thing to do, because they've only got half an hour and they're not supposed to make that pit stop. But yeah, still the group here coming up the hill then, joining their battle nose to tail, heading up into McLean's this time through.
Very close between these three. That's Luke Suru coming through. He's on the tail of Stephen Collins, going around the outside of Stephen Boyles in there. So Suru moving himself from the back of the grid up into the top 10 now. There's a green light showing there. Have we got some yellow flags out on the entry to Coppice there? There must have been. Yeah, 'cause you've got green flags waving there in the background. So there's yellow flags at the run between McLean's and Coppice. We know not the reason why. I couldn't see anything there.
No, I didn't see anything on my screen. Maybe it just happened after we went through, and that can quite often happen. Still the green flag there, so still something being held out to say the track is clear. See nothing too major. And number 69 coming towards us then. Collins heading his group there ahead of Zero in the 27, and he also heads his class out there, but he's fighting with Boyles up there as well.
Matthew Starbuck is showing us stopped out on circuit on the TSL timing screen, so that might be the reason he may have pulled over up at McLean's.
Right, well, let's watch out for him as we come up this north end of the circuit. This is out of McLean's at the top of the hill. See whether we can see any cars hanging around by the barrier. Barrier just coming along there. Can't see any as we head out around here, so not obvious immediately, or maybe he's managed to move it off track or even move off at the moment, but it's still the battle. Pittard Davis is 2.4 seconds. Webb's dropped back again a bit for that lead. We were watching the number 41 car coming down towards us now. That's Stephen.
Yes, these are the leaders of classes A and B. We saw them fighting in race 1 as well. Class B, cars with a power output of 136 to 152 brake horsepower on tyres as used in regular Caterham Championships. Toyota 7 Series graduates, the Mazda 7s or Caterham 310R Championships, and cars in Class A are up to 135 brake horsepower with the similar restrictions on tyres. Toyo 7s graduates, low cost Caterham Academy or 270R tyres. Just a little bit more restrictive on what tyres you can use in the lower classes here. Class E has tyre restrictions as well. We've got 2 entries, and that's Stephen Collins and Charles Holroyd. That's for R300 and 420R championship spec cars.
Tyres so important in these championships, and as far as how these cars work and the dynamics, so you can understand why they're controlled.
Well, mention that 420R championship specification cars run in Class E. When you consider that we've got 4 classes that are rated, power rated above that in this series, shows just how powerful the top class cars are.
Absolutely, yeah. There's like I say, without the restrictions, you can see the power of these cars coming through here. Then the 51 there of Pittard, our leader, race leader, cutting through the other cars and classes. But that's part of it. It's all about that power to weight ratio, and then, like you say, the fact that the very, very capable 7 Championship UK car isn't considered to be a top flight in this Mag 7s. But obviously they're different types of championship. They're meant for different things. This is an engineering and see what you can do with the 7 concept. And 7 Championship UK is all about having a a completely even championship and driving for that national level competition. There's a lot more spread out in the Mag 7's championship, as you can see on screen, but there's still battles happening everywhere on track.
Tim Davis is very slowly reeling in Christian Pittard for the lead now. 2.1 seconds is now the gap. He closed by 6/10 on the previous lap. Richard Webb is still there as well, but lapping a little bit slower now. He's 2.2 seconds back on Davis. Stephen Collins having a good little scrap there with Stephen Boyles. They're in classes E and D. They're class leaders. Now Martin Luke Zuru is up behind them, leading class C as well. This is the class G fights between Bruce Wilson and Richard Carter in the R300. Class G for cars 231 to 260 brake horsepower. As Christian Pittard continues to lead. We'll see what the gap is back to Tim Davis this time through. It was 2.1 seconds. We'll see if Tim has been able to reduce it anytime. So he's won many times at Donington in the past, in his Caterham and in his TVR Tuscan a few years ago as well. They come over the line this time. In fact, the gap has increased. Yeah, they've upped their pace a little, both of them, with Christian Pittard pulling away by a second on that lap.
Showing a lot of respect to the extra track sort of paraphernalia on the inside of the chicane there. There's some really big blocks that we've seen the other championships in official Caterham Motorsport sort of riding over and using as part of the track just to try and maximise their speed. This treating their cars with a little bit more care and respect out here in the Mag 7's championship, not over those big block curbs that we've seen earlier. But yeah, Pittard has still got a good clean pair of heels, and 3 seconds now with the gap as they kind of ebb and flow as they go through the traffic. It's about who's making that progress through.
This is the Class G battle, and the gap between Wilson and Carter was half a second last time through. It's starting to come down, so Richard Carter going for the lead of Class G at 8th place overall. There's the battle of our class leaders. Stephen Collins ahead of Boyles and Suru. These three have been swapping places for the last few laps. They're all leading their classes, these three. Boyles family, the only car with 2 drivers today. I mean, in the longer races, the 40-minute races, we do sometimes see cars change driver at their pit stops. There's heavily regulated pit stops in CSCC Magnificent Seven's regular events. Out of the chicane they come. Here comes Colin Watson. He's lapping this lot. He's in P4 overall, but 16 seconds back on Richard Webb in that 3rd place. Collins once again gets ahead of Boyles down the straights. Under 13 minutes of this race still to go, so we're past half distance now. Race 2 for the CSCC Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. With Christian Pittard continuing to pull away slightly in the lead. 3.679 seconds up now. It's pulled away another half a second, opening out the gap on that previous lap over Tim Davis, his long-time friend and rival in the Mag 7 series. Here's Tim Davis. He's lapping the Class G battle, and they've got ahead of the Class F leader as well there, William Redman. They've just got past the white and red machine. We normally see a couple of members of the Redman family sharing that car. That's another Boss Racing run car, the 420R, leading the most numerous class here today, Class F.
Great to see Boss in full attendance. So this is sort of like their heartland of the cars that they kind of like to engineer, put together and offer up for rental as well. They're a bit slow there for the
yes, Richard Carter's slowing down. He had problems in race 1 and called into the pits, so he's in trouble again here, sadly.
Maybe the hot weather not treating, as we heard earlier on from some of the drivers, saying they need the cool air coming into the car to keep it under control and keep that power levels up.
So that's a great shame for Richard, who's taken a couple of overall wins in his time in the Mag 7s as well, up against the might of the Boss Racing cars. Yes, there he is, going very slowly up towards Schwantz Curve. As Christian Pittard continues to lead. I think that's Peter Forsdyke. He's just lapped, who's in 6th place. Yes, the 188 car. And look, Tim Davis has closed up on him now. The gap was 3.6 seconds. Last time around it was down to 2.1 while we were watching the class battles. It's taken a second and a half out of him, and Tim Davis is on a charge. He can sense a chance to take the overall race lead here. The gap's now down to 2.04 seconds as they cross the line. Tim Davis is going for it.
Can you put that down to traffic, can't you, really? Because they are fighting left and right as they go and fight their way through all the other championships. You saw Forsdyke letting Davis know that he was go down the inside of me down the chicane. I'm not going to fight you, and I'm going to give you an extra bit of space. So that gap is as small as it's been for a little while now, and like you say, it was about 3.6 seconds, now down to 2, so quite a significant chunk off. But Webb is slightly more distant now in that 4.3 seconds. Let's see whether Davis can do anything in the final 10 minutes of this race then.
Just listening to Richard Carter going there, sounded like the car was misfiring as it came past us. Swing their way through the old hairpin once again, and a bit of damage to the 21 car there of Malcolm Ash. His nose cone has come loose.
Yeah, it's sort of sat back in place, but as the wind catches underneath it, it will ping up in the air again, and they're not insubstantial pieces of kit, those, and you can see as he tucks into the draft here, it'll sort of drop itself back down again, but as soon as he pulls out from alongside, it also affects the airflow over the radiators, so something to watch out for. It just looks like one of the Zeus clips has failed on the right-hand side of that nose cone.
He's keeping it going. He's leading Class B in 17th place overall in his Caterham Super Sports. Mark Lanyon ahead of him there is in P15, the number 54 machine. Yes, if that starts flapping around too much, you'll get the black and orange flag and have to call into the pits and remove it.
Yeah, so different circuits and different clerks treat them differently, but if it looks like it's fairly solidly on there and not going to release from the other side, they will keep it going. But it's so it's normally when you pull out from the slipstream where things like that do detach from the car, and they're pretty heavy bits of kit, so you don't want that to happen as this squabble of 5 cars all sort themselves out. That's led by, is that Collins or is that Wilson out front there? I think it's the 69 of
yes.
Collins. So he takes and moves through ahead of the number 3 there, Adams, all involved in this battle.
Well, the number 3 of Jeremy Adams gained 3 places on that previous lap. He's tearing his way through from the back of the grid after that contact at the on the second lap of race 1. He had to start this race from the back. Richard Carter, as we said, is in pit lane, so it looks like his race is done. Adams up into 10th now. His next target is Collins, just ahead of him, so that is for position. And the lead gap has opened out again to 4.6 seconds. Pittard has pulled away again, so it must have been backmarker traffic delaying it.
Yeah, and just the ebbs and flows of it, and not not taking any risks with traffic, because obviously you don't want to go down the inside of someone and they haven't seen you, especially with the speed differences here. If you catch someone in the wrong place, there's just nothing you can do about it, and you have to just wait until the next opportunity, which will be down one of the straights, or not so straights we've got here in Donington, but there's plenty of opportunity to pass. But if you catch them in the middle of the chicane, you're not going to be able to do anything, as we watch that battle once more then. As Collins comes down here alongside the number 27 car now, so Zero, the class leader there, fighting around with Collins, who's also leading his class against Hollerud.
Yes, all these 3 are leading their classes. They've been together all race long, Collins, Boyles and Zuru. Jeremy Adams second to William Redman in Class F. He's made his way through from the back and is now into the top 10 in 9th position overall. Pittard leads by 4.6 seconds. This is the main battle on track at the moment. If anything, Stephen Collins has got away slightly from Luke Zuru, now into 10th position. Just the 4 retirements so far. Tim Bishop didn't take the start. Andy Yeoman's out up at McLean's. And we asked, and as I say that, who's that's gone into the gravel? Is that Bruce Wilson? It looks like it's a blue car, I can tell you that. I think it might be the 89 of Bruce Wilson.
It's a Coppice, I think, isn't it, onto the exhibition straight. So he's made it all the way to the barrier, I think, or maybe just about missed it, but he's definitely beached. Oh no, he's trying to get it going, but I think the marshal's saying don't push it yet, don't do it yet, and we'll push you out. So maybe he hasn't made it to the barrier then. It'd be good if he hasn't, but you can see that the car's just coming down here and the marshal's ready to give him a shove.
Yes, Bruce Wilson starting to drop down the timing screen. So yes, he's got it. Oh, he's got caught up there. There was another car off on the inside, and that looked like an orange car. That looked to me like it could have been Tim Davis.
Let's see whether it was one of the leaders trying to overtake there. Like you say, there were 2 cars, one going to the left, one going to the right, and hopefully it wasn't one of our leaders. Let's watch the next time they come over the line, check they do come through.
Well, Christian Pittard's just gone over to the line to complete his 20th lap. No, Davis has come through, so it's not Tim Davis. We'll wait and see who that other car was there. It looked like a red or an orange car, I can tell you that was going off onto the grass on the left. Unless it was Davis and he quickly got it going again. But his lap time was on a par with his previous ones. Bruce Wilson's car is pushed through the gravel. He's going to try and drag it out. Yes, he's got it going again.
Great job, Marshals, well done.
Yes, indeed. So we don't know who the other car that was involved there was. They just seemed to trip over each other coming through Coppice corner.
It could, like I said, it could well have been Davis, and he did manage just to pull back straight into the track. He just sort of almost an avoiding action onto the grass on the inside. But either way, at the moment it looks like our leaders are still safe, but there is 6 seconds now between the lead, so that has nicely stretched out once more. We've got a car coming to the pit lane. I'm assuming that will be the car we've just seen in the gravel, sort of taking it back to have it checked over. So Wilson back into the pits then, have that car checked over. Don't really want stones and stuff in your brake systems, and you can cause a bit of damage, so I'm sure he'll get that checked over and be back out on tracks if he can.
Luke Suru around the outside of Stephen Collins. That's for 9th position. Both leading their respective classes. These three are all class leaders, we said earlier. They've been together all race long. Stephen Boyle's at the back of this group in number 553. He's in 11th overall, so this is all for position as well, these three. 9th, 10th and 11th covered by half a second.
I think they had a bit of a battle yesterday in the race earlier as well, so it's good to see them out there. And the class differences, you know, the difference between the cars, the drivers, the tyres, the conditions and everything else going together to make them have this battle that's been race long. Great to see, enjoying their race as we look just through the Starkeys Bridge there, and the remainders of it on the right hand side of the screen with the arches where they used to race through in the days of yore. But as they come up then towards around Stronson, up towards McLean's.
Coming towards the closing stages, just over 4 minutes of this race to go. Now, we had a change for 4th place. Johnny Pittard's black number 81. We haven't seen much of him in this race. Has got ahead of Colin Watson, although Colin Watson out of shape there at the old hairpin. Is he slowing down?
I don't think he was slowing down. He definitely missed the apex. I wonder whether that was a bit of endurance problem, as far as maybe his arms are starting to struggle. These beasts, you know, have to really muscle them around, and it may be just that he wasn't able to get the car to the inside. It didn't look like he was struggling as far as mechanical, just didn't get it to the apex, and again missed the apex on the inside there of Coppice, so maybe struggling.
Missing wing on the inside, is that an indication that the steering might be damaged? He may have had some contact somewhere, Colin Watson. Well, he's down to 5th because this man, Johnny Pittard, has come through in the JPS Johnny Pittard Special. Such a menacing looking car that is in its matte black and gold livery. Comes over the line in that 4th position. Over the line goes Watson. Now his last lap was a 1:13, so he's a couple of seconds off his optimum pace. This is the battle for 12th place. Mark Lanyon and the 35, which is Charles Holroyd in his Caterham 420R. Class are they in their classes F and E. So Lanyon's 3rd in Class F, Holroyd 2nd in Class E. Always had that older style roll hoop design, the M54 car of the Lanyon family. They've been racing that for many, many years in this series.
I think I like the full roll cage. I have to say I'm very used to driving with that full roll cage. I think I prefer a roll cage over the roll hoop, but what a traditional sight that is of a rollover hoop on the Caterham 7. It's been a silhouette that we've seen many, many times over the years. They come on then up through the field, and coming down to the last 2 minutes or just over 2 minutes of this race, so nearly there. And like you say, that wing on that car was missing. I think it may be not fair. It could easily be geometry slightly out, which is making apexes missed rather than a tired driver.
We've lost Martin Ledbetter in the bright orange Pro Compele Gold. He's dropped out somewhere as well. Here's Christian Pittard. 4.8 seconds was his lead over Tim Davis last time through. Phenomenal power of these machines. They have dominated everything else. Richard Webb is still there in 3rd. He's 7 seconds back on Tim Davis. There's William Redman. He's in 7th place, still leading Class F. Malcolm Ash's nose cone still hanging in there on the number 21 car as the leader comes over the line. There'll be a couple of laps to go. Christian Pittard, the way he cuts through the back markers, he goes past number 41 David Stephen there in the less powerful Class A. He just leaves it standing.
Yeah, just the top speed and just absolute brute force of the engine driving him across there, and no contest down the straights, are there? And the tyres they got on these things as well mean that there's a little contest in the corners as well. Like we said, from Steve Nuttall and these drivers, Pittard and Davis, they're just cutting their way through the field and making their way all the way around this 2-mile Donington National Circuit. 1 minute left for them to get over the line. See whether they will get back over the line. I'm sure they will from this top end of the circuit to start their last lap.
Yes, indeed. I'm sure Christian Pittard will get this flying number 51 Caterham 7 CSR 2.5 litre engine around to take the victory this time. Stephen Nuttall it was earlier on. He's headed off up to Croft as the cars head round to start their last lap. I'm just going to take a very quick look at TSL, see if whether we've got the result from Croft yet, so we can see how he's gone on.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see him at the moment. So 21 seconds as he crosses the line. The last lap board I can see on the right-hand side of the screen. Also the yellow flag, the blue flags to show an overtake. So as he heads into turn 1, red gate for the final time then. The clock will tick to 0 by the time he comes across the line the next time through. Great result for him. He's just got about 5 miles left of this to go. Here's the old hairpin track corner at the bottom of the hill. A fantastic bit of tarmac down here. Safely navigated one more time.
No result from Croft in the Guards Trophy as yet, so we can't tell you at the moment how Stephen Nuttall has got on, but certainly tell you how Christian Pittard is getting on. He's nearly 7 seconds clear of Tim Davis, having missed out after he fluffed his start in race 1 and stalled. No problem for Christian Pittard this time after he caught and passed the motorcycle engine MK Cup 200 of Rich Webb, who led the early stages. Caterham CSR is coming in to take an easy victory down into the chicane for the final time. He's won here at Donington in the longer pit stop races with the CSCC Magnificent Sevens before Christian Pittard comes in to win at Donington here on 50th anniversary weekend. Well done to Christian Pittard. Tim Davis will come over the line to take second place. We should have 5 cars on the lead lap. It should be Rich Webb, the winner of Class K. In third place there is the MK Cup 200. How's our battle of the class leaders going to finish for that? Collins, Boyle and Boyles along with Luke Tsuru. Well, Tsuru pulled away in the end. He comes across the line ninth. Collins just beats Stephen Boyles home for P10. That was the main battle of interest in the closing laps. Johnny Pittard, having started towards the back, will come through for 4th position ahead of Colin Watson. Slightly wayward handling, number 92 Team Boss Racing car. There is Johnny Pittard over the line. Rob Forsdyke comes through for 6th position, a lap down. Colin Watson will be the final car over the line. So Christian Pittard takes the win ahead of Davis and Rich Webb. Johnny Pittard, Watson, Forsdyke, Redman, Adams, Zuru and Collins. And we will give you the results and run you through the class winners in just a few months' time. But no denying Christian Pittard this time in the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. Great to have them with us this weekend for their pair of 30-minute races. So Christian Pittard, your winner, he wins Class I. Rich Webb in third won Class K. Class H went to Robert Forsdyke in 6th position overall. Class F was won by William Redman in 7th. Class C and Group 1 was by Luke Tsuru, so his grid penalty gets even higher for the next race. As we said earlier, next time he races at Donington, he has to start on the runway at East Midlands Airport. Only joking, of course. Stephen Collins wins Class E in 10th. Stephen Boyles wins Class D in 11th. Class B went to Malcolm Ash, despite that loose nose cone, in 15th place. And in 16th, it was David Stephen who won Class A. Class G, there were no finishers. We lost Bruce Wilson and Richard Carter. That concludes the CSCC Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens then. Next up on track fairly shortly, we will have the start procedure for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK, their 3rd race of the weekend. It was Rich Webb who led the early stages in the MK, but the Caterham brigades were not to be denied by the motorcycle engine machine here this weekend, and Christian Pittard soon swept his way at Hollywood into the lead, with Tim Davis following him through a few laps later after a decent little battle with Rich Webb. That's what happened to the 94 of Matthew Starbuck. That's why the yellow flag was out at Coppice earlier on. We didn't see it happen, but Matthew just ploughing off. And there's the tangle. I think it was Martin Dolan, the red car, that got caught up with Bruce Wilson. We could see it a little better there on the replay. So that's who got caught up with Bruce Wilson and put him out of the race, sadly. So we await the cars shortly then for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK. Race 3 of the weekend. Aaron Head comes into it a hat-trick.
His closest time was Stephen Lyle on 2.90 coming into the weekend, added to his score and moved up to 3.15 at the end of the last race. And they're the two really that are challenging for the championship. With the results of their second race of the weekend, and I say this with a big dose of not 100% sure, but I think Thompson is now on 3.53 and Lyle on 3.38, with Thompson scoring 22 and Lyle 23 in the last race. So it's like 15 points between them. Yes. And they've got another complete meeting to go yet beyond this score. 3 rounds at Silverstone supporting the British Touring Car Championship. So very much yet to be decided. But at this stage it does look like it's between Thompson and Lyle, with Paul Donkin, the leading AM, comfortably from Angus McLean. And Donkin also third overall in the championship. So the only race today was won by Aaron Head, the outgoing champion basically. Sorry, not still as quick as ever he was. Dropped Stephen Lyle by half a second. And third was Lewis Thompson. A couple of seconds back. So it's 1:43.79 first 2 places. Paul Donkin was fourth, winning the AM class. Fifth was Jake Swan with the fastest lap. New record was cleared. Number 66 and 6 was 77 Gordon Sawyer.
Okay, so the cars will be released to the grid fairly shortly then for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK, and hopefully Sam Parker is down there on the grid and can talk to 1 or 2 of the drivers.
So what a nice treat to get on the grid during the day. So we've got the Caterham 7 Championship UK cars out for their final race of the weekend. It's very hot on this grid right now. The sun there's hardly any clouds in the sky, but it's a beautiful day. Can't really complain about the heat. I mean, these guys probably would like it to be a little bit cooler, but we're going to go and see if we can have a chat now they're in their positions. So we won't speak to the front runners just yet. I was going to speak to Paul Donkin actually, who's leading the AM Championship. Hello Paul. So leading the AM Championship and you're starting fourth, but I mean you were going for the lead in the last race, weren't you?
Yeah, it's looking good. Obviously battling with these guys at the front, it's really enjoyable, but we're not quite there, but try and drag a result out this time, it will be good news.
I wish you all the best. Thank you Paul. Yeah, it's very noisy when there's a plane going overhead. We haven't had too many planes today, but enough. Let's have a chat with Gordon Sawyer. Hello Gordon, you were having a great battle with Jake Swan earlier, weren't you?
Yeah, we had a great battle. I think it's going to be a repeat today, I think.
Yeah, I think it will be, with him starting just next to you. He's quick though, he got fastest lap again today.
Yeah, I think he's been doing a good job managing his temperatures and stuff. He's been hanging back, keeping the car cool and then pouncing when needed. I think I'll try and copy him this time.
You got a plan? How much do you plan for these races, or can you plan?
I think it's more of a learning race by race kind of thing. We've seen so far that halfway through the race we're having to manage the temperatures quite a lot. So I think this race I'm going to have to think further ahead, try and manage it from the start and see what happens.
Yeah, brilliant. Wish you all the best. Thank you, Gordon. Right, let's move on down. Let's have a go. Let's go and speak to Chris Fraser. This is Chris's only second race in the 420s. Hello, Chris. I think you're enjoying the 420s, aren't you, compared to the 310s?
I'm loving it. It's brilliant. Just so much more to play with, more grip, more power, and racing with these boys is great fun. Really hard work though.
Yeah, it is hard. I mean, a lot of them have been here for quite a long time, haven't they?
Yeah, I know. Hopefully I'm giving a good account of myself. And
I think you're doing really, really well, because
I think I'm the most inexperienced on here, so, you know, I'm going to see what I can do this one.
So is this you for next year as well in this championship?
Yeah, hopefully. I was doing 310, then just thought, why not do actually couple of races, get used to the car and proper racing, and actually in some heat rather than snow and ice over winter. So hopefully we can start next year strong.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go and have a move along and speak to. Let's have a little word with Carl Jones. Hello, Carl. Is it warm enough for you?
Could be doing a little bit warm, actually, I think. Yeah, it's really, really warm.
So you enjoying the weekend, the 50th anniversary?
Yes, made some really big improvements this weekend, so I'm really happy. Had a bit of an incident on the last race, but that's to be, I suppose, experienced and whatever. But yeah, so hopefully I can make this one, I can stick on track the whole race and see where we come. So I'm hoping to get onto the back of the front pack. Don't think I'll take them, but yeah, and just stick there and make some real nice points.
Excellent. Well, it's nice and cool under this brolly. Well, I like it. Right, I'll let you get focused. I think we are moving off the grid, actually. Let's just have a quick word with Finley. Finley, you made up some great places in the last race, didn't you?
Good start, yeah.
Excellent. You looking forward to this one? Have you got much plan of action?
Not telling you.
Excellent. Good tactics. Wish you all the best. Right, we're going to get off the grid now, so we'll hand back to Chris and Dave.
Thank you, Sam. Good to hear from a couple of the drivers in the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK. Race 3 of the weekend. Aaron Head, the reigning champion. He may not be a factor in the championship with his limited season, but he's on a hat-trick going into this race. He may have messed up his Super Pole lap. It got disallowed for track limit. Started 6th for race 1. He's taken 2 wins out of 2 so far. Stephen Lyle, number 43, starts alongside him, and then the man to watch is in number 79. Lewis Thompson, 3rd on the grid. By our calculations, I believe if he wins this, he's champion.
Yep, if he wins this, he puts it out of reach from Lyle, who can't do anything, even if he absolutely scores maximum points next time out. So he will be our, as we say, champion-elect going into the final round. That'll be a nice, comfortable place to be, won't it? But nevertheless, Head going for that triple, and it's only that win that's going to put him in that position. So he'll be trying for it. He's been disappointed, hasn't he, with his 2-3 places, the 2 third places that he's had so far. So he'll want more of that. But Donkin absolutely firing on all cylinders in our Am Championship and looking like he's got that all sewn up. Stephen Lyle has been involved at the front of the race, but it's just Head's had the best of him in the last couple of sort of corners of the races. Jake Swan absolutely feisty, as we heard from his main competitor out there, Gordon Sawyer, in that yellow machine. So Jake Swan on the left in the white machine, Gordon Sawyer in the yellow. Jake Swan having to figure out some setups or tweaks that he made to his car, and it seems to be treating him nicely now as he's there ready to go. Matt Dyer being involved again, and Chris Fraser we spoke to on the grid as well. So stories all the way up and down this 20-car field, but it's the main story as far as the championship's concerned is Thompson going to be sewing it up today, and he does that by winning the race.
So it's Aaron Head and Stephen Lyle on the front row, Lewis Thompson and Paul Donkin on the second row. Row 3, Jake Swan in 66, 77 Gordon Sawyer. 4th row, 64 Dale Head alongside number 9 Matt Dyer. This grid, of course, based on the results of race 2 this morning. The 5th row, Chris Fraser alongside Ben Simmons. Row 6, Carl Jones, number 11, and number 5 Finley Cooper. Row 7, 93 Mike Evans alongside the 22 of Gary Curtis. On row 8, James Taylor in number 7 from Evo magazine alongside 99 Tom Eden. Row 9, Gary Lapidus in number 16 and 21 Harry Landy. Ollie Smith, number 4, and 61 Angus McLean had to make a pit stop after some contact in race 2. Finished a lap down, completes the grid. Can Lewis Thompson do it then? His dad Barry just came up short in the academy earlier on as he tried to win the green group title. We'll see him back out in the Autumn Trophy in a couple of races' time at the end of the programme. Incidentally, the grid for that race, the Autumn Trophy, a novel way of deciding it, they've used the drivers' fastest race laps of the races we saw earlier on. The fastest laps have been used to decide the grid for the Autumn Trophy, combining the groups together. So I'm looking forward to seeing that out later on. I can tell you Paul Goldstein will be starting on pole for that race in the gold car, looking for his first career victory.
Yeah, we've had absolutely consistent conditions, haven't we, over the course of this weekend, and there's still hardly a breath of wind out there. I can see the trees, just a little bit of movement now, whereas there wasn't any earlier on. But yeah, the consistent conditions mean that we can use the times for the Autumn Trophy. But we've got a bit of action to come before that happens, starting with the 7 Championship UK, the third of their 3 20-minute races this weekend. It's not their final weekend. They will be with the touring cars after in the next time out, 22nd, 23rd of September.
We've just had a bit of bad news for the Caterham graduates as well. I can tell you, unfortunately, after his victory earlier on, Thomas Horton's car has failed post-race scrutineering. It was found to be underweight, so he's lost his victory.
What a shame for Horton.
Commiserations, Tom.
Yeah, sad to see, but it shows that everyone's trying to keep everything as even as possible. Weight limits is unfortunately one of those things that you do have to comply with. Your car must end over the minimum weight for the championship. They're very strict on that. Obviously weight is a big part of performance, and shame that maybe he wasn't carrying enough fuel, but the cars are all lined up then for this race, and Aaron Head angled across, isn't he, aggressively there to try and stop Lyle.
Just as he was this morning in race number 2. The red lights are on then. Here we go with the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK. A blast off from the grid here at Donington. Aaron Head gets away well, so does Lyle. Lewis Thompson's going to be the one to watch in the dark green. Number 79's already looking to the inside. Paul Donkin trying to go around the outside as they head through Redgate for the first time. The first 4 already breaking away very slightly. Finley Cooper around the outside. Angus McLean from the back of the grid out on the curbs as well. Charge down the Craner curves. Of a spectacular sight these 20 cars make as they come down for the first time. It is Aaron Head who has got the lead just ahead of Stephen Lyle. Paul Donkin's up into 3rd place. Lewis Thompson hasn't quite got the start he wanted there as they head up towards the left-hander at Schwantz curve, then towards the right at McLean. It's Aaron Head who's got the lead. Stephen Lyle tucked in behind, and Lewis Thompson is in 4th place with Gordon Sawyer on his tail.
Still fighting Jake Swan. You see there, Swan making the opportunity, moves up the inside of Coppice this time through, because Sawyer was a bit disrupted there by Thompson. This national track here at Donington does move to all about momentum, and the drivers, sometimes if you lose that momentum you can lose many places. Thompson's just not sort of hooked up with this at the moment as we lose our truck cars just down the exhibition. There they are as they come into the Roberts chicane this time through. Then Chris Fraser over all those like bumps and bores over the chicane, but manages to keep it all pointing in the right direction. Matt Dyer was ever so close to making contact with him that time, but it's Aaron Head over Stephen Lyle, and Thompson does make it back past Donkin. Remember, Donkin's the lead amateur driver as we watch there the number 9 of Dyer just making it in front of Chris Fraser as they went through Redgate that time through.
Superb fast-paced start to this 3rd race of the weekend for Aaron Head, looking for his hat-trick of victories. Lyle, Donkin and Thompson giving chase. There's the number 7, that's James Taylor, holding off Gary Lapidus, who's had a quiet weekend so far. I love the eyes on the back panel of the number 16 car there, Gary. They've always been his trademark. Aaron Head a little bit wide there. This could allow Stephen Lyle to have a look up the inside, but this has allowed Thompson to close up onto the back of them as they go into Coppice. He's starting to shake off Paul Donkin now, so he's got past one of his targets, but the 2 toughest nuts to crack are ahead of him here as they weave their way down the exhibition straight. Lyle goes to the outside, Thompson tucks into his slipstream. Stephen Lyle goes ahead around the outside. Good move there by the 43, but he's overshot onto the gravel. That'll drop him back to, I think, P4 there, because Donkin will get ahead of him as well, and another target is removed from his path for Lewis Thompson. Now he's just got Aaron Head to go for. He's going for the outside, Lewis Thompson, side by side, but he's not quite going to get around Aaron Head at Redgate.
Not this early in the race, although he is persistent, keeping his foot in. Aaron Head will keep him out as wide as he can and as wide as he dares as they go through Hollywood this time. You can see how wide Aaron is away from the edge of the track there, positioning his car to say, you're not coming through around my outside there, Lewis. And Lewis, we saw him making some good moves up the inside of the old hairpin, so I'm sure he'll reposition as Gordon Sawyer gets awfully close to that gravel on the outside of the old hairpin. Lyle has managed to stop the rot as far as falling down through the field, but it is Donkin back into that second. In fact, is he up into 2nd place place over Thompson. No, it is Simpson in the third place. Lyle follows alongside him. Then we got Sawyer and Swan, and the rest of them following on. Dale Head, I think, leading this group, and then another Fraser, and I think it's Mike Evans up the inside. It's a bit of contact or a bit of dusty on the coppice there. I think someone's drawn some dust on there.
Here comes the lead battle down into the chicane. Paul Donkin making it 3 wide. Thompson in the middle, trying to go around the outside of Aaron Head, and he's done it. Into the lead for the first time in his third race of the weekend. We haven't had a race weekend this year where Lewis Thompson hasn't taken at least one victory in the Caterham 7 UK Championship, and Aaron Head fighting back around the outside. No, they've been to Alton Park, Croft, Zandvoort, Portimao and Snetterton, and he's had at least one win at each of them. Aaron Head fights back around the outside. The battle is on for third as well. Gordon Sawyer challenging Stephen Last. They've relegated Paul Donkin back to P5, and he's down to P6 now because Jake Swan has come through at Redgate as well. Aaron Head back into the lead around Lewis Thompson, then down the Craner curve. Battle really joined here at the front of the field. Donkin now being reeled in as well by, I think that's Ben Simmons in the white car at the back of that group.
Yeah, great result again for Ben Simmons. He's fighting with Donkin, so it's the first time he's been within that sort of striking distance, and a great entry to this championship he's made, and injecting himself in that AM Championship and moving towards the front of this grid as the rest of this field are absolutely together. Head by Mike Evans at the moment. There's Jones in the number 11. A little bit of contact there between. I think it was one of the white cars there. So was that...
that was Chris Fraser. I think James Taylor clipped the back of him.
Yeah, so a little bit of a dent on the rear end of that Dutch Barn Vodka car. So Jones to the outside, and in the front there's Dale Head versus Mike Evans. Mike Evans moving to the front of that. There's Matt Dyer ahead of the Jones and Fraser battle as they head on through, and Eden firmly ensconced in that. Angus McLean still attached. Meanwhile at the front it's going to be Gordon Sawyer down the inside of Stephen Lyle, then Thompson back to a fourth place again, or third place, as they head down through there, and Aaron Head looking like he might have a sniff of a gap there between him and the following cars. Sawyer set the fastest lap of the race last time through with a 1:12.11.
Gordon Sawyer looking for his best results of the season. The best he's had are a couple of third places at Portimao in the Algarve. This is the second group, with James Taylor being taken there by the number 21 car. That is Harry Landy, new to the UK Championship this weekend. Competes in the lower divisions of Caterham racing up to now, the Londoner. This will be coming down towards the exhibition straight shortly. This is the second group headed up by Dale Head, brother of Aaron. There's Gary Lapidus, number 16, and here are the leaders. Aaron Head has broken away a little from Stephen Lyle. Gordon Sawyer now in third place, and Lewis Thompson at the moment is going to have to wait until Silverstone to confirm his championship if he stays P4.
Yep, he needs to win it to actually confirm it, but I think he'll still be fairly relaxed. He's got a good grip on the championship. Aaron Head doesn't really affect him because he's not done the whole season. Stephen Lyle's the main man. He's been fighting for the championship, and you can see him just ahead of Thompson. But it's Gordon Sawyer. He's got the bit between his teeth. He said he was going to try and manage the car temperatures. I'm not sure whether that's still happening. A little bit of contact there. Lyle saying, I'm absolutely still alongside you as we're coming down here through Craner curves, and you cannot move across them. Lyle having to go out wide, but he will dive down the inside as they go into the old hairpin this time, and Sawyer misses the apex entirely. That's going to push him all the way out. He's going to move all those places. One little mistake and suddenly you're from second to fifth.
Yes, indeed, that's how quickly things change in Caterham racing, and it could be down to seventh because Ben Simmons and Jake Swan ready to make the move there as well. Yes, Swan comes through. Oh, not you again, thinks Gordon Sawyer. Those two have been battling in all three races this weekend. Sawyer thought he'd made the break into the top three, but he's battling his nemesis Jake Swan once again as the second place fight starting to intensify now. Lyle under fire from Thompson. Donkin's in behind them as well in the number 24 car. Lyle just about holds them off as they go into the chicane, and it's Sawyer, Swan and Simmons, the three S's in behind them. Aaron Head making a break slightly, leads by nearly 1.5 seconds.
Here comes Thompson, see what he can do about it though. He's out to the slipstream of Lyle, just slingshot past as they head into Redgate this time. A nice outside move, and the reason that works so successfully is because he's still getting a little bit of a tow from Aaron Head on the outside of the track there, so it dragged him clear. Even though that gap is quite significant, they will still be feeling the effect, and certainly the clock will show a few tenths here or there being gained from that tow. Such is the power of the tow of a Caterham, but Aaron Head will be absolutely ragging his 420R to try and get away away. There we followed Donkin around in the number 24 car, heading up towards Schwanson and towards McLean's as we're going side by side once more. Lyle against Thompson, so he didn't manage to ping himself off the front to try and catch up with Aaron Head. So 1.45 last time across the start line, but I don't think it's a 1.45 second gap, so I imagine they will reel him in over the course of the next lap and a half.
Second group still headed by Dale Head in the 64. He's got Matt Dyer on his tail. There's Finley Cooper, car repaired after his shunt in yesterday's race, going around the outside of the 21 of Harry Landy. That's Angus McLean in the blue and black car with the red cage on the inside, trying to make his move through as they come down the straight. You can see him in the background as we watch the leaders coming down the Wheatcross straight with Aaron Head weaving about. So is Paul Donkin. Lewis Thompson still holding off Lyle for second place, then a small gap back to Jake Swan in that fifth position. Sawyer and Simmons in behind him. Head, Evans and Dyer completing the top 10 at the moment.
3/10 of that lead gone then, 1.3 seconds remain. Finley Cooper didn't let us know what his tactics were. I wonder whether his tactics were being a massive clump of cars with cars all around me to the front, side and back. He's certainly having a lot of fun there as we see the Sawyer car trying to fight back against Swan. There is that gap. Again, it's looking like it's reducing each time. That tow is just going to drag the others back, and Thompson will be making full use of that alongside Lyle. It's Lyle who heads him at the moment. Donkin still in a bit of an air gap, and it's Swan and Gordon Sawyer following along by Simmons. Again, Simmons doing a great result, but he needs to get to Donkin if he wants to be AM class winner for this race.
As the second group comes through, Chris Fraser in the middle of it in the number 8, one of 3 Dutch Barn Vodka liveried cars here this weekend. They swing their way through Coppice once again. That's Harry Landy in behind in the number 21 car. And here come the leaders, and a little bit wide there for Aaron Head coming out of the chicane. Doesn't want to push too hard here. He wants that hat trick side by side down the straights. Stephen Lyle and Lewis Thompson. Lyle moves back into second place. It's Lewis Thompson maybe not trying too hard to catch Aaron Head here. He knows he's got a round to go at Silverstone to become the Caterham UK champion.
Eden just getting a track limits instruction, so the gap remained pretty much consistent that time, but there was a bit of that grass tracking which might have cost Head a bit of time. But it's Lyle versus Thompson for second. Thompson knows what he needs to do. He doesn't want another third place out of this race weekend. You can be sure he was saying he was not particularly happy getting 2 third places. He's never happy when he's not on that top step, is he? So, and as many of these drivers in this championship will be the same, but he's certainly taken his fair share already. Donkin now in a comfortable sort of gap on track. We'll be able to take his line, take the positions he wants, and also get some fresh air into his car. Everyone's talking. You can see him he's not trying to get in the tow. He's trying to get out of the tow of these cars, so he's weaving around just to try to find some cooler air, but with the track temperatures and the air temperatures out there sort of into the mid-20s now, there's not much of that going to bear.
9 minutes of this race to go then, so a past half distance, and Aaron Head, even though there's nobody behind him to potentially catch a tow, he still weaves habitually down the straight just in case. As Thompson back up the inside retakes second place on Stephen Lyle. They're having a good enjoyable scrap, these two. Paul Donkin trying to close up on them in the number 24 car. Then a gap back to the fight between Swan and Sawyer that's been going on all weekend. Ben Simmons in 7th place, second of the AM category. Dale Head heads the next group, then Evans and the number 11 of Carl Jones has got ahead of Matt Dyer.
That tow will still be pulling the 2 cars following along. Aaron Head knows this, so it's not just habit actually, that weaving. It genuinely does. It'll give them a few tenths each time, and obviously he doesn't want to see that because it's exponential as they get closer. They get more and more of that tow, but it will still be helping them out of some of these corners, dragging the air movement, a bit like in a swimming pool where you have a current of water that can carry you along from behind someone. In the same way, he is just weaving to absolutely make sure that there is no stationary bit of air moving that's going to help his rivals behind him, because he has got a nice little gap, and as they battle into these corners, you can see Thompson hasn't been pushing the issue. He's been trying to sort of say, right, let's work a little bit together to try and catch this gap, but at the moment it's looking like quite a substantial gap. Lyle having to drive in mostly in his mirrors rather than looking out front. His head down the inside of Mike Evans. That's going to get awfully close to the middle of the corner. They somehow sort that out, and it's Jones following along behind them with Dyer, then Fraser. Someone may be moving down the order a little bit there. I think is it Landy that's moving down the order?
Let's take a look at the timing screen. Yes, Harry Landy did drop back a little there. Here's Angus McLean fighting out with Finley Cooper, Ollie Smith. Yes, there's Landy, so he's lost a couple of spots in there. The number 21 is so close in the lower reaches of this field at the moment. We've been concentrating on the lead battle. That's Jake Swan in trouble. Cloud of smoke. And they've all gone off. There's oil down at the Craner curve. Everybody's on the
oil
grass.
Slick, yeah.
That will be a stoppage, I think.
So that was Jake Swan's engine.
Red flag.
Yeah, red flag. That was Jake Swan's engine giving way, leaving a trail of oil, just like we saw yesterday in that graduates race.
Exactly the same place.
Absolutely everywhere. So they will dye that back. I hope that other car knows that car's going to join us. It's going to get close. Ooh, it's like hold your breath time. He had to boot the car to get out that gravel trap, and there's the rest of the cars will be gathering themselves to do that. But yeah, Jake Swan's engine, you can see it's just let go. He's not really having any luck at all, is he, at the moment with Jake Swan? That'll be the end of his race, and we will have a full regrid of this 7 Championship UK. And that will probably really hurt his chances for third in the championship, as he's already got a few drop scores that he's trying to carry. The rest of the grid, well, the rest of the cars will be gridded up in a few minutes' time once they've cleared that slick, but there will be quite a little bit of time to get that speedy dry. There is, you can see the engine is expired. That's not it's not smoke of a tyre rubbing. That is an engine that's expired, and you can see behind. It's just unbelievable. On slick tyres especially, absolutely nothing there, and you can see cars still now spinning out. There's nothing you can do about it at that point, and everyone, just like the graduates yesterday, managing to avoid any contact, and thank goodness for that.
Yes, nobody hit each other there. That's the main thing. Everybody just went skittling onto the grass. That must have been like the Caterham Ice Racing Championship.
It's unbelievable when you have a slick tyre on either a wet surface or on anything less oil or fluid. It's just incredible how much it turns to immediate ice, and there's nothing you can do. You're a passenger at that point. There was no skill or anything else involved in that. It's just see where your car ends up as they head down here. So you can see them all lined up then. They're called short of the grid markings, but it will be a little while, and obviously in this heat you don't want to be sat in your car in your overalls and working out. I'm sure they'll reset the clock to something like a 7 or 8 minute race that they'll continue on with. We've got to be careful, obviously, the time that we've got here, but this is the National Championship. This is the head of Caterham Caterham Motorsport, and it's important that they do get the chance to run it. But Aaron Head made a massive gap for himself, had all the hard work done, and on the restart it's going to be as if all that counts for nothing. They're just going to be into a 7-minute sprint, and you've seen how frantic the races are when it's a 20-minute sprint, so let alone what it's going to be like. You can see all the speedy dry, the concrete dust or whatever else synthetic dust they use nowadays as absorbing the oil that's been left all over the track going down in through Craner curves.
Exactly the same place as where Gareth Cordy's engine blew up yesterday. Here we go again, think the marshals. Exactly the same place.
Yeah, I hope they stocked up on the speedy dry.
Just a quick message for one of our YouTube comments. Thank you, Michael Nelson, for getting in touch. So shout out to Johnny Jarrett, who made up 18 places from the back of the 310R race in their second race earlier on. Well done to his number 2 mechanic Jake Bailey for getting the car out for race 2. Thanks for getting in touch, Michael.
Yeah, it's great to hear those stories for on the grid, and yeah, it's not always possible to carry every single story that happens out there, but Johnny Jarrett, great to see him back out there in the Oakmere cars. So thank you for feeding that back as we watch this hard work. And again, I'm going to take the opportunity to say thank you to our marshals. They've had a lot of walking to do. It's another sort of 50-60 metre oil slick they've got to now work out how to get rid of before the cars can get out driving again. And the course marshal there also kicking the dust to check what the grip levels are like. It's got a long way to cover, and you can see the sweeping up of it. So all it does is it sort of absorbs that oil up, and it kind of makes it into a sort of substance which is slightly less slippy than just an oil slick across the surface. It's still, the drivers will still feel it. It will still feel unsettled, and they'll try and actually tuck to the inside of it. If I was going around on my green flag lap, I'd be trying to tuck to the inside of that oil slick to try and make that work for me, because you will still feel a little bit of unsettledness on the car as the balance adjusts as it crosses the line of that lack of grip in the middle of the track. But it didn't take too long yesterday for that all to come good. Did a fantastic job of the clean-up, so hopefully they can get that done once more again today.
Okay, so there'll just be a short pause in proceedings here while the clean-up takes place, and then we'll be back underway with the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK as soon as we're able, over a reduced distance. We'll bring you news of that as soon as we have it.
then after this, we will have the Motorsport KT7 210R championship race, the Mission Motorsport KT7 270R championship race, and then the Caterham Academy Autumn Trek, which is another little forward to, because the two green and white groups mixing for the first time in the season. 37 cars on the grid. Wow. Is that a road cycle? No. Right. The local Donington branch of the Caterham social club is met on the grid at the moment. 14, 77, 24, all parked close to each other in the shadow. So I think that's partly their home. Yes, that's three drivers that park themselves in the shadow of the gantry, which is probably a good idea. It's very warm out there. Especially wrapped up in the carpet. Ben Simmons and Paul Sawyer, who is trying to Podium and that second place battle. And Paul Donington, who was at the back of that second place battle at the time. Yes, definitely see the marshals now treating some fluid on the circuit, which starts in the right-handed element of the curve, so right at the top of the hill, and then becomes much more widespread before disappearing off onto the grass in the left-handed element of the corners, which means probably, and the driver track is still there on the inside of where you can see from this angle of our camera, and so when the fluid was causing the problem for the result of contact, we don't know. A very good point start, I think this is the reason for all this definitely
Clear up operation continuing on the Craner curves, as we can see. We've just had come up on the TSL timing screen in the box. It will be a 5-minute sprint for the line, and the cars are being re-gridded at the moment on the Wheatcroft Straight. So only 5 minutes. So that's I would say about 3 laps we will get as a sprint race out of this.
It's going to be frantic, and Aaron's going to be cursing in his car. I can see them lined up now back on the grid then, or they're just starting to get that sorted. But a 5-minute sprint to this line is no time at all. You've seen how much action we can cram into 5 minutes, but it's going to be frantic. Lewis Thompson's going to be given a little lifeline to see whether he can sew up that provisional championship. Gordon Sawyer has now not got his Jake Swan alongside him, so it's he's got Simmons, I think it is, alongside him now on the grid as they head into this 5-minute dash for the line. You can see the recovery vehicles, the sweep ups all happening around the circuit, but we saw also the main oil being tidied away and the dust blown off. So hopefully they'll be able to go back to full speed straight away. So there's going to be an important green flag lap. If you've only got 5 minutes, you've got to work out where that grip is. Be confident that you can throw your 420R at 120 odd miles an hour to the left-hander over, down and down the Craner curves, and find that there's going to be gripping when the last time you went through it, you just ended up on the grass.
Somebody else being towed in, I noticed there as well. I think that might be Carl Jones's car, the black car with the green roll cage. We obviously lost Jake Swan because his engine blew and put down the oil slick. Yes, I can't see Carl Jones on the grid, so I think that's his car being towed in by the flatbed there.
In the background you can see the other flatbed taking Swan's car back down the pit lane, so that will be nearly everything there. Gary Lapida's just coming to line up on the grid as well to take his position, and that will be the grid complete once more. We'll get another green flag lap for them to go and find out what the conditions are like down through Hollywood and down the Craner curves. You can see Kirsty there, and just radioing on just to make sure everyone knows what's going on. They'll have to tell all the drivers that there is a 5-minute race on offer as they head through here. The casino of Baywatch down on the grid there. Sunshine.
Baywatch? What's that going to do with it?
Absolutely. They're going down to the sunshine and the heat haze over the top of it. That was a Caterham reference there, Kirsty on the right. And looking out as the other recovery vehicle just coming to clear away. You can see there, that is, like you say, I think it is the Carl Jones car just being dragged back into the pit lane. Kirsty checking that all the drivers are okay and they know what's going on then. It won't be too long before we get up and running again. And it's never ending, the job of a championship coordinator, and Kirsty works relentlessly all over the course of the race weekend to make sure all the drivers, everyone's happy, and making sure everything's organised and everyone knows where they need to be at what times. Alrighty, so she's just jogging away there. What a sight. 5 minutes for these drivers. She clears the grid then and allows us to go racing once more. 5 minutes of the race. We will get heading off onto our green flag lap. They're going to see what the conditions are, and we're going to see whether Lewis Thompson can get to the front and take the championship, whether Aaron Hedge can spring a gap again. Can Lyle spring a one and put himself up there into what was a lost position? Can he go and grab the win from the jaws of defeat?
Once again, well done to everybody involved in the clear-up there. That was a very rapidly completed clear-up of the contents of Jake Swan's engine. So the cars head off then to get those Avon tyres heated up, ready for what's going to be a sprint of around 3 laps, I reckon, on this restart. We'll wait and see. Tension begins to mount. They've got to make every move count here. Got to get it exactly right. You can see there the bit of dust on that oil slick at the Craner curves. I'll just be taking it carefully through there. You can see some of the drivers exploring the lines, finding out where the grippiest part of the tarmac is.
You've only got one opportunity though, so which way do you pick to test out the grip, and then what do you do in the actual race? Well, most of the time that's dictated what's going on around you, but they will definitely be weaving their tyres after having gone over that dust to clear as much of it off of their tyres as they can. The Avon, the dedicated Avon slick tyre, they get 1 slick tyre new allocation per race weekend, and generally speaking they will use that throughout the course of the weekend, so it gets more and more used as time goes on. So we're coming out to the end of that the normal lifetime, although to be honest they hang on really well and they're great in that we can then go and use them for testing around other tracks, and they're still very representative. So fantastic tyre we've been running on here in the Avon tyres. Caterham 7 Championship UK then. A 5-minute dash to the line for the top flight. These drivers heading for or wanting to aim for the title of British Caterham Champion, and Lewis Thompson is in the hot seat for that. He trying to get it done this weekend ahead of the 22nd, 23rd of September, when we're going to be supporting the touring cars at the Silverstone National Circuit. So Thompson seeing whether he can do it. He's got a couple of cars blocking his path though to do that, and they have blocked his path most of this day. Stephen Lyle and Aaron Head having great results, and Thompson having a couple of third places. I'm sure he'll take it when he comes down to it, but he doesn't want it. as they all head then down to the line. Marshall there waiting to receive Aaron Head. He's going to angle his car just like he has for the last couple, slightly to his left-hand side towards Stephen Lyle as he lines up, and see whether Thompson can do anything. I'm getting nervous, and let's see what happens. In 5-minute race in a Caterham's, what could possibly go wrong?
I'm not sure I want to answer that. Let's hope nothing does go wrong. Let's hope the drivers keep it on the island, as they say. So Aaron Head once again angles his car towards the outside. The DPR Motorsport number 1 alongside the red and white of Stephen Lyle's number 43. Lewis Thompson in between the two of them, almost looking to try and cut through the middle down towards Redgate. Paul Donkin in the 24 alongside him. The green flag is shown at the back of the grid. 18 cars on the grid for 5 minutes of action. The Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK is go. Great start by Stephen Lyle. Good start by Paul Donkin. Lyle gets the advantage as they head down towards Redgate for the first time in this 5 minutes thrash for the line. Great start by Ben Simmons as well, coming up the outside in the number 14 car. He's up into 5th position ahead of Gordon Sawyer. A couple of cars run out wide towards the back. Who's going to get the lead? They're coming up to the cleaned up section of the circuit. They're side by side for the lead. Lewis Thompson's going to try and get through on the inside there. Everybody's got through. Okay, one car with 2 wheels towards the grass, towards the back of the field, but they've all made it round. Now let's see who's going to emerge with the lead. It looks like it's the red cage of Aaron Head who has got the lead ahead of Stephen Lyle. Lewis Thompson 3rd, Paul Donkin in 4th, so they are back into the order that they left the line. Despite that flying start by Stephen Lyle, it's Aaron Head who leads the way, chased by Lyle. Thompson in 3rd.
Thompson, instead of looking forward at the moment, he's having to look in his mirrors. Donkin's reigning big there, and Gordon Sawyer just behind him, Simmons behind him, so it really is nose to tail as you'd expect in this early part, but only a short race. Lyle to the outside then. The outside line has not worked. He's got a head of steam there, and he does work this time for Lyle. Lyle takes the lead then into the Robert chicane this time. We've got a bit of side by side with Mike Evans there. It does manage to make it out to the other end okay, and it's side by side once more for the lead. And Lyle down the inside, he's going to see if he can hold on. Thompson going to the outside. Head's thinking, do I cover him off? Thompson is going to sweep over the top of everyone to make it to the lead. Can he hold it in though? He's absolutely on the edge of what he can do, and Head might have a run on him as they go down Craner curves this time.
Oh, brilliant from Lewis Thompson. He knew he had to go for broke there around the outside. He hasn't quite held it ahead of Aaron Head, but he's into P2 now. Lyle under threat from Donkin. That looks like that's Gordon Sawyer up behind them as they drop down through the old hairpin. Once again behind him it is Ben Simmons. Those 6 starting to break away very slightly from the rest of the field. They now climb up towards McLean. Once again, Dale Head is heading the next group once more. Lewis Thompson to the inside at McLean, side by side with Aaron Head. They're going to go 3 wide. Stephen Lyle is never going to get room there on the inside. Aaron Head trying to defend into Covis. Here comes Paul Donkin up the outside. It's incredible stuff. They know they've barely got any time to make their moves. It's Aaron Head who still leads. The weave starts down the straight. Lewis Thompson to the outside into the chicane. Can he do what Stephen Lyle did a lap ago? I think he's just about going to get it done. Yes, Lewis Thompson takes the lead. Lyle in 3rd place. Gordon Sawyer tucks into a 4th position. Then Simmons. Paul Donkin's been shuffled back into P6 in the red and white number 24. Aaron Head goes to the outside, so does Gordon Sawyer. Stephen Lyle could go to the middle. They're almost 4 wide into Redgate. Aaron Head swoops back ahead around the outside.
Did the move that Lewis Thompson did to him last time out, didn't he? So he's around the outside and actually got a head of steam heading down. 2 minutes of this race left to go, so at least 2 more laps to go. So Aaron Head around the outside that time. It looks like they've all understood where the grip is around the Craner curve, so that's not going to be an issue anymore. Thompson in that 2nd place, having to decide who do I defend from, who do I attack on, and it's a really hard decision as we see Eden a little bit further back in the pack there behind Smith as they head on up the field. Schwanson is absolutely nose to tail as they go up into McLean's this time through. Who's going to come out in front? Head at the moment. Still Thompson, then Lyle, then Sawyer, and Donkin's drifted to 5th, but he's not going to worry about that for now.
Here comes Thompson on the inside, Lyle on the outside. Gordon Sawyer tucked in behind them in the yellow number 77. Donkin's back up into P5. He's got ahead of Ben Simmons as they head down the straight. So once again, 90 seconds left on the clock, so they may well get 2 more laps out of this. They're weaving about all over the place down the straight, trying to defend their position and break the toe. Head leads into the chicane. No change in the order at the moment. They should get, I think, just 2 more laps. They'll cross the line with about... yeah, they'll just get 2 more. Was that the last lap board I saw there? So there is only 1 lap to go. I was wrong. I apologise. Gordon Sawyer trying to take 3rd place away around the outside. Stephen Lyle holding that 3rd place. Gordon Sawyer runs a little bit wide as they come through Hollywood. It is still Aaron Head, so it's all going to be on the last chicane. Can Lewis Thompson do it? Can he snatch it from Aaron Head and snatch the title and confirm himself as the champion provisionally ahead of the final round at Silverstone. Along the bottom of the circuit they go.
At the moment, Heads, though, still trying to shake that toe, but it's nothing he can do this late on in the race. 3 wide then going up into McLean's this time, and see whether Head can still maintain that lead. He can at the moment. Thompson's trying to go around the outside. He's going to be shown the edge of the track. That means Lyle's got the inside. He's going to be able to concentrate on Lyle. Head going to be able to take the normal racing line around Coppice. That's going to give him a head start as Sawyer also sees whether he can get involved with this battle. Can he make it back to the podium? Is he going to demote Thompson down to 4th? He's got the inside of the track, and we know that's useful in this race.
Here they come then. They're almost going sideways. They throw the cars around down into the chicane. Stephen Lyle goes for the outside. Aaron Head moves to block in. They almost touch. Into the chicane they come. Thompson up the inside into second place. They're going to sprint for the line. Out of the final corner, Aaron Head comes up over the line, up towards the flag. It's a photo finish between Thompson and Head. Head gets it by 0.121 of a second. Great cloud of smoke there as they cross the line. Was there contact there just out of our view? I'm not quite sure what's happened there.
Looked like everyone was hanging on the brakes, wasn't it, at the end there? So I don't know what went on that. Yeah, so maybe just a lockup going.
That was just somebody lighting up the tyres there, and there wasn't a pile up after the line.
It's more than likely someone just lifting off a little bit too abruptly, and then someone else having to really stamp on the brake to try and avoid. Aaron Head taking it then by 1/10 of a second. It actually looked closer over the line, didn't it? Over Thompson and Lyle in that 3rd place then. So Thompson didn't quite do enough, but the championship is nearly in his grasp. It's so close, you can taste it, but Lyle just behind him. So I will do the totting up to make sure that he hasn't just grasped it. But Sawyer making it to 4th place there. Donking slipping to 5th, but he's in the AM Championship, so he won't be too worried about that.
Well, they say if you want to get ahead, get a hat, and what Aaron Head gets is a hat trick here at Donington. 3 wins out of 3, 0.066 of a second it shows on the TSL timing screen after 4 laps in that 5-minute sprint for the line, ahead of Lewis Thompson, the champion-elect. In 2nd place, Stephen Lyle completing the top 3. We'll as we say, Chris will just do the maths for us before we confirm
my initial
the
calculation on it says, and I do have to double check it, that he may well have done enough with Lyle being behind him in that race, scoring that point extra. I don't think there's anything Lyle can do in the next 3 races to overtake. He can get back to the same score, but he cannot overhaul him, so I think that might be Lewis Thompson being champion-elect.
Okay, so Aaron Head wins it by 0.06 of a second from Lewis Thompson. Stephen Lyle in 3rd ahead of Gordon Sawyer, and Paul Donkin, the amateur class winner in P5. Mike Evans came through for 6th on the line ahead of Ben Simmons. Then Dale Head 8th, then Matt Dyer, Finn Cooper, Harry Landy, Ollie Smith, Tom Eaton and James Taylor. The other finishers, Angus McLean, 22, Gary Curtis and Gary Lapidus, number 16. The other 3 drivers didn't take the restart.
Yep, and Simon Lambert also confirming he agrees that the champion-elect then for Lewis Thompson. That 1 position ahead of Lyle was so important on that final thing. The championship cannot go. I know Lyle knew it was a long shot anyway, but yeah, it is now champion-elect. So we can go down to Sam and we can hear from all our drivers, and hopefully we can hear from our champion-elect, Lewis Thompson.
We have a champion. We think the championship has gone to Lewis Thompson with a round to go, but it's still provisional. So he's going to be a very happy man. Plus, he's finished 2nd today on this race, which is fantastic. So I'm just going to have a quick word. In fact, you know what? Let's go to Lewis first. Lewis, so provisional champion. Congratulations. Did you think you could actually do it today with a round to go?
Do you know what? I really did think could do it. I don't know if I've won it or not. My team's going to let me know, but yeah, if I have won it, that is absolutely awesome. I mean, literally, I did it on the last corner of the last lap, had to overtake Stephen. Yeah, I just thought, you know what, last race of the day, if it don't work, it don't work. I go to Silverstone and just absolutely sent it in there. I mean, look at the wings, man. It's the most damaged my car's been all year, so it feels weird I'm hurting it, but yeah. Nah, I'm happy with that, actually. That last 5 minutes was just actually a lot of good fun. We was just a lot of brave moves and stuff, but yeah, all good.
Yeah, it made it a bit of a exciting race for us at the end, but it's It's always a bit discombobulated though, isn't it, when you've got like a stoppage in the race?
Yeah, it does, especially when you sat there baking in this heat, in these cars. Like, honestly, it's so hot. I was literally sat there sweating, and I was like, that cool, on that green flag, like everyone's warming up the tyres, I'm just there just kind of cool myself down. And, oh yeah, it'd be good if I've done it, but if not, you know.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Yes, well done, Lewis. Right, let's go. We're going to go and have a word with Aaron and Stephen. Hello, guys. Congratulations. Third place. I mean, goodness me, what a dash at the end. That was a bit manic, wasn't it?
Oh, it was do or die. I mean, I know I always talk about the championship, but obviously it is kind of important. And we worked out, I think if Lewis beat me, I think it ended today. So I don't know, we haven't worked it out properly, but it's so it was do or die. Some of the moves I just had to send it. I think I clipped Aaron at the end. He thought it was a bit his fault, which is unusual, but it wasn't anyway.
Oh, brilliant. Well, you never know. We'll see what happens. But you've still got Silverstone to go in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, we get to enjoy that one. That'll be good. Touring car event, and it'll be good fun.
It will.
Same bunch again, I'm sure, at the front.
Yes, excellent. Thank you very much. Well done, Stephen. And where's Aaron gone? Let's have a word. Aaron, let's have a quick word. Congratulations. Oh.
Trying that hard.
That was a very tough race. Before that red flag, you obviously had a bit of a lead.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we were literally just moving from in different people's different people behind the slipstream, and you know, Gordy was there was two others, so I just kept trying my best on the back straight to give each different person a slipstream so they're three abreast into the chicane, and it seemed to work out. You know, at one point I thought it was sort of equaling out, and then I just got my stuff together, you know, putting some consistent laps instead of pushing so hard, and it looked like it was just gapping a little bit then, and then obviously the red flag came out, and I was like, I could not believe it, you know, couldn't believe it, and we stopped and they said 5 minutes to go. I was like, well, could do well to get a gap in 5 minutes, so so yeah, it was battling all the way, you know, there was a bit of contact into the chicane on the last lap, and it made me go straight on, so I just dropped it second, became a roadblock in the chicane, and then thankfully still kept it. So yeah, it was a fun race, to say the least. Very hot.
Very hot. And will we see you at Silverstone in a few weeks' time?
Yeah, I'll be at Silverstone, so fingers crossed we get some good wins then as well.
Yeah.
So.
Excellent. Well done. Congratulations. Right, another race coming up next, so we'll hand back to Dave and Chris.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, Sam. The car's already on the grid for the season finale for the Motul Caterham at 310R Championship. We won't see the new champion, Jack Sales. He's elected to sit this one out to celebrate his championship. So it's Taylor O'Flanagan on pole in the number 11. This race based on the result of the race we saw earlier on. Alan Cooper, number 71, will be alongside him. Then Hugo Bush and Wes Payne on the second row. Alan Curtis and Graham McDonald will start on row 3 ahead of David Yates and Ryan Lovett. Completing the top 10, Phil Bianchi and Harry Eyre. There isn't much time to go through the full grid. Look out for Lars Hoffman, taken out in that tangle with Harry Cook in the race earlier on. He's back in 28th on the grid. Watch for the Motul livery car coming through from there. Harry Cook himself rejoined. He's starting on row 7 alongside Matt Shepherd. Sticking out of the commentary box window, yes, Harry Cook is there. And hopefully we've got Andrew Murgatroyd's blue car at the back of the field as well. He's back on row 16. We should see 33 cars out there for this one. The red lights are on and away we go with the Motul Caterham 310R Championship season finale. Down towards that first corner they go. Taylor O'Flanagan gets away best in pole position. Alan Cooper slots into second. Hugo Bush, winner yesterday, into third. Good start by Alan Curtis, number 43, coming through into fourth position. Regular in the CaterhamRacer.com sim racing championship as well. And they head down the hill for the first time. They've all made it round first couple of corners. Okay, somebody kicking up a bit of dust at the back. But it is Taylor O'Flanagan's yellow machine that leads the way, looking for his fourth win of the season.
See that car just trailing the field, so whoever it was went over the dust. With the sunshine getting lower in our horizon, it's getting harder to pick out those colour schemes as they go through the early part of the race. The 20-minute race, the final time we're going to see the 310Rs out this season in action. Taylor O'Flanagan, though, does lead Cooper ahead of Hugo Bush from earlier in the race. Taylor O'Flanagan looking to see whether he can win with the fastest lap, and then he has a chance at least of beating Hoffman. In fact, there's a car there spewing, I think it's liquid going out there. there, so we're going to have more liquid on the circuit. I think that's what caused that one, so that radiator's been burst, and that's going to be a bit of an issue next time they come through that bend for the rest of this field as they flow on through the Robert Chicane then for the first time this afternoon for them. But Hoffman not really making any progress up there. Only a couple of cars made it past early on in that race. And there is Taylor O'Flanagan then in the lead, heading at Alan Cooper, and then it's Hugo Bush. Harrier's made his good progress up there ahead of Alan Curtis, and then we've got the green of, I think that's Graham McDonald, isn't it, and David Yates following along behind him.
Rob Bullen was the car that suffered the damage up there. He's pulled into the pits. Tim Steele was the car going wide on the resulting liquid. Hopefully that's going to be okay up at Coppice as the leaders head down into the old hairpin once again. Harry Ayres made a flyer as well. He was in 4th place as he crossed the line, having gained 6 spots. He's back in that second group of cars as they head over the line. The loser off the line sadly was Wesley Payne. He dropped 4 spots down the order. Let's have a look how many. Well, Hoffman actually lost a couple of places further back, so we're keeping an eye on our runners who started slightly out of position after incidents earlier on. The leaders are heading down towards the exhibition straights. Taylor O'Flanagan that leads. Hugo Bush will have a look on the inside. Alan Cooper in 3rd. There's Harry Ayres in behind in the green and yellow, the classic Team Lotus colours. Graham McDonald going through into 5th position ahead of Alan Curtis. Then David Yates very close there with Wes Payne. Ryan Lovett in the bright green and black machine getting a bit crossed up there. Over the line they come. Taylor O'Flanagan from Cooper in 2nd place. He's got back in, and Harry Ayres up into 3rd place. Now he is going great guns here in the 55 car up into 3rd position. The classic Lotus livery car yet to take a podium this year. Best result he had was at Snetterton with, I think it was a 6th place.
Great to see him
for his first podium here.
Great to see him battling up here for the podium, isn't it? Showing he's carrying some speed into the late part of this race, and if he's going to join us again next year, which I hope he does, there's Ben Lopez-Appleton fighting his way back through. Yeah, if he joins us again next year, it's showing that he's got that speed back in the car in this late season. And O'Flanagan, though, does still lead this race, and obviously he's got to keep ahead of Hoffman to see whether he can get that second in the championship. Hoffman still needs to fight all the way through this field to try and protect from that, and if he doesn't, I'll work out what the scores are that if Taylor O'Flanagan wins, or if he can drift maybe down to 4th or so place. As we see the battles deep in this 310R field, they are struggling a little bit around the entry there to Coppice, so maybe there is still some fluid causing them a bit of issues. I think that's the other Cooper car there, so that's Cooper taking it down here into what will be a bit further down there for you. That's so number 77 there, down in 16th.
Somewhere hidden in there is that red and white Motzel livery car of Lars Hoffman. He cuts his way through at the chicane, makes up a couple of spots. It's still O'Flanagan hanging on to the lead ahead of Alan Cooper in the 71, the black and white car. Running wide there, Graham McDonald kicks up a bit of dust. He's in 5th position behind Bush and Ayres. 6th behind them is Alan Curtis, then David Yates in the blue number 15 car. Wes Payne's back up into 8th place now in the number 50. Then Lovett and Phil Bianchi rounding out the first 10 with Ben Lopez-Appleton and Harry Cook up behind them. Harry Cook had done the fastest lap of the race. That's now been superseded by Wes Payne. 117.414.
Taylor O'Flanagan leads at least to 4th place if Hoffman doesn't score well in this race, so he's looking good at the moment for that. But if he takes that 4th place and Hoffman doesn't make it through the field, that will see him, I think, into 2nd place in the championship. What wasn't looking possible, unfortunately, that incident for Hoffman last time out meant it is now possible for O'Flanagan. He will be taking the head of this race, but he's ahead of Alan Cooper, and Alan Cooper's looking to see whether he can take his first victory. We saw Hugo Bush take one earlier this weekend. Harry Ayres back down the inside, not managed to make it stick that time through. Graham McDonald looking feisty in that, just following along, and Lovett not too far behind in the green flames as we see. I think that's Ben Lopez-Appleton again, for drifting a little bit wide out of the chicane, just ahead of Matt Shepherd, who's making his way back through the field.
Yes, Matt Shepherd had problems in race 1, so he's been on the comeback trail throughout the weekend. Here's Wes Payne around the outside, that extraordinary pearlescent livery car. It's pink or blue or silver, depending on which angle the light hits it at, really, the number 50 car. You see it there coming down the Craner curves.
David Yates making a move down the inside there. That was a brave move, wasn't it? I think that was on Curtis. It was on the number 43 of Curtis. So David Yates, after what was a spectacular start to the race in the first race yesterday, didn't manage to make that stick and hasn't sort of really figured in the results, has he? He had to make a decision about which championships he wanted to take part in. He's one of those drivers that does take part in multiple championships through the year, but he's chosen to join us in the official championship. Taylor O'Flanagan got a little bit of a comfort gap now over the top of Alan Cooper in second place. Hugo Bush is still trailing in that third place, and Harry Eyre still holding on to fourth doggedly, but he's got Graham McDonald big in his rear view mirrors, and we'll see whether Graham's going to make any move down here into the chicane this time.
Hugo Bush going for second place at the inside on Alan Cooper. Number 22 takes the place away. Harry Eyre looking on from fourth place ahead of McDonald. There's Payne. David Yates in behind him, retired from one of the races at Snetterton after several body panels fell off his car after some contact, and he elected to pull the machine over. Alan Curtis in behind them, then the battle further back with Bianchi trying to make a move, and trying to make a move here at Redgate is Graham McDonald on the inside of Harry Eyre. They touch and Eyre goes wide. That's going to lose him a couple of spots there.
A bit of a dodgy move, that one for me. Graham McDonald definitely looked like he barged Eyre off into the gravel at that point, and Graham McDonald's wing is now flapping away. If I was Harry Eyre, I don't think I'd be too happy, but you can see the rear wing starting to detach company from his car. See whether he can get rid of that. There is the Ben Lopez Appleton number 5 car. He's fighting away with Cook there, so Cook having that issue as well, fighting his way nicely back through the field.
New fastest lap for Hugo Bush, 1:16.999. He's just by 1,000th gone under the 1:17 barrier. Ryan Lovett coming under fire from Ben Lopez Appleton, the Anglo-Spaniard, chased by number 9 of Harry Cook. Now, he hasn't made a huge amount of progress through the field. He's in P11 at the moment. Hoffman's up to 16th, a bit further back in the order. We've lost Jeff Price, number 38. He's pulled into the pits. I heard a car pulling in there outside my commentary box. O'Flanagan leads it then from Bush. Cooper holding off Graham McDonald now for fourth place. Harry Eyre's further back in this group now after that moment at Redgate. He is now down to 8th place. He's lost 4 spots there in the order. David Yates moving up on the back of Wes Payne. There could be a move here for second place as around the inside goes Alan Cooper alongside Hugo Bush, but Bush tries to hold him off, not quite, and through goes Cooper up into P2.
I thought Taylor O'Flanagan was going to lose the lead for a little bit there, but it didn't happen in the end. He was able to hold on just out in front of Cooper, and Cooper had his mirrors full of Hugo Bush, so he didn't really have anything else to look at but try and defend from that. But Graham McDonald's definitely interested in moving further forward. He's had a couple of podiums in the latter part of this season, and he's got a taste for picking up those nice Caterham trophies that we give out at the end of these races. The final chance for them, the final racing action for the 310i in the 2023 season. We'll see a lot of these drivers back as Alan Cooper looking to see what he can do. Hugo Bush moves himself back in front though of Alan Cooper at this stage. Alan Cooper desperately wants that win, and Graham McDonald definitely wants those trophies. As they come down once more, Taylor O'Flanagan fast in a straight line, isn't he? There's nothing Hugo Bush can do about him. He just moves out just to defend nicely from Alan Cooper. They're all a bit line astern at the moment, still got half of this race to go, so they all know that at the moment there's no importance other than just trying to make sure you're in the right place, or the kind of right place, as it looks like Ben Lopez Appleton and Cook are going to make it over the top of Lovett.
Absolutely side by side here for second place. Graham McDonald could get up the inside as well if he plays his cards right. Bush holds that second place ahead of Cooper, and here comes Wes Payne, the number 50 in behind them in what surely has to be the most distinctive livery I've ever seen in Caterham racing. There's a gap next back to David Yates and Alan Curtis. Then it's Harry Eyre, Phil Bianchi, and this group, which is being headed up by Ryan Lovett. He's got Harry Cook on his tail in the... No, it's number 5 now. Ben Lopez Appleton's got ahead of Harry Cook, I apologise. Behind them, Matt Shepherd in the number 80 has had a fairly lacklustre weekend, unfortunately.
Still enjoying it out there though. He's only joined us as a guest for the last few rounds, and I know he loves his racing. It's great for him to be out there in the Donington, on the Donington track. It's certainly a track that a lot of the drivers have had plenty of time, but it isn't the yellow car out in front. Hugo Bush has found a way through. Taylor O'Flanagan finds himself in that second place. Alan Cooper in that third place behind, and Graham McDonald still seeing what he can do behind him. So yep, is how Hugo Bush now heads, but Taylor O'Flanagan going for the outside. Is he going to have the momentum? He's not going to. Hugo Bush managed to get late on the brakes and managed to hold it through, and it sort of scuppers the speed of them all, doesn't it? It means that they do make that all stick. So Hugo Bush defends going into there down the inside, but Taylor O'Flanagan going to the outside to see whether it's going to work at Redgate this time. A little bit of debris there they're going to have to run over. That's all kicked to one side. Another wing sort of hanging out in the pit lane exit there.
Now Taylor O'Flanagan back around the outside of Hugo Bush, retakes the lead. Alan Cooper used the outside run as well, didn't quite work for him. Wes Payne now cutting to the inside to try and take P4 away from Graham McDonald. Doesn't quite work down the Crater curves. David Yates has closed right up on them, so it's going to be 6 cars line astern for the lead. This Mottall Caterham 310R Championship season finale. 9 minutes of this race to go. The yellow machine of Taylor O'Flanagan continues to lead the way up towards the right-hander at McLean. Second place is Bush, fresh from his first ever win in the category yesterday. Alan Cooper still looking for his first win, and Graham McDonald, the boss as we call him, used to be the CEO of Caterham Cars, up there in fourth and looking for his first win.
Yeah, and like I say, not got that win yet, but has taken trophies. Alan Cooper's blocking his path to one of those trophies so far. Taylor Flanagan with a little bit of I think it's a slippery surface flag, so maybe a bit of debris in the middle of the chicane this time through then, so watch out for that. Hugo Bush takes to the lead through the Roberts chicane. Is he going to be able to hold on into Redgate? There's Taylor Flanagan. Graham McDonald was deep and wide on that exit curve, using every single last bit of that, and Alan Cooper looks to the outside. He's got a head of steam, a little double toe. I don't think it's going to be enough though to carry him through. It isn't. He has to get on the brakes, and is it David Yates coming through now up into fourth place?
Yes.
There is David Yates. So I said he hadn't really figured so far this weekend. Well, he's about to start playing a big part in this race as he moves himself up into fourth.
Superb David Yates. He's had 2 podiums this year already, one at Silverstone and one at Croft, with a couple of third places. Could be on for podium number 3 of the season if he can chase down Alan Cooper, who's 6th in the points. He's had a second and 2 third places, I think, are his best results this year. The second place came at the season opener at Alton Park. He's up there in third place now behind Bush and O'Flanagan. Taylor O'Flanagan back in front in the yellow number 11, looking for win number 4 of the season. What a cracking tail end to the season he's had, trying to take that second place away in the championship. There's a yellow flag on the exit to Coppice. I noticed a yellow light flashing there, so we're not sure what's happened. Who have we lost? Let's have a look down the timing screen. Pete Wales, I can tell you, has pulled into the pits, and another car's not come through on the last lap. He's number 8, Darrell Cresswell, so he might be stranded somewhere there.
Yeah, slipping away in this sort of mid-phase of the race, isn't he? He's just gone back down to 7th place, maybe 8th over the line this time through. 7th place he maintains, but yeah, drifting is that attack that he had early on is just faded away, as has McDonald's actually. He's sort of fighting with Curtis there, but it's not. It's David Yates, the man on the move. He's coming up into that 3rd place. He's got side by side with Alan Cooper. These two have been racing together for a long time now, so they know each other's driving tactics. But it is Yates, I believe, in the Matt Blythe Motorsport car that's moved ahead, and we've got down the inside there another move into the old pair. That's Wes Payne, isn't it, on Alan Curtis. Alan Curtis got a head of steam coming out, but there's nothing you can do with it up round through Schwantz up there, and Air is just seeing what he can do, watching on, but slowly losing places.
Just over 6 minutes of this race to go. Then it's Hugo Bush who has the lead this time as they come through McLean's, and Wes Payne very sideways off the curb there, coming out of the corner. 22 Harry Air behind him. He's got Phil Bianchi, the man from Malta, on his tail. Who knows, maybe we could see Caterham's race in Malta someday. They love their motorsport on the Mediterranean island. Drag racing is their main sport there. They've also got a couple of stock car venues as well, as Taylor O'Flanagan retakes the lead to chicane once they've left that yellow flag zone. Out of the chicane now, David Yates is up into 3rd place. He's got ahead of Alan Cooper. It's 4 for the lead now down towards Redgate. Graham McDonald's on his own in 5th, trying to go after them. Wes Payne in 6th position. Bush back around the outside, retakes the lead once again.
Hoffman not making any real progress through. He's just gradually moving up 1 place by 1 place. Currently in 14th across the line this time through. Still half a second back from Lopez Appleton, who we've seen battling, so he is getting closer, but he needs to move firmly up into the sort of top 3 or 4 before he starts pulling points back on his championship. So at the moment, Taylor O'Flanagan is in the 2nd place in the trophy. Is there anything that Hoffman can do in these last 5 minutes? I'd say that's looking fairly unlikely, but it is Taylor O'Flanagan looking to see whether he can take the lead once more against Bush as they head up to McLean's this time through. That is the group that Hoffman was in, and there is Taylor O'Flanagan is now heading the group again. So he is doing exactly what he needs to do. It's Hoffman who has the fastest lap of the race though, with 16.5 back down in that 14th place that he currently sits in. So he is making progress through. It's just not quick enough, and he don't think he's going to make it to the head of this field. His number 53. A bit further down through the field there, deep in the order. But there's Hugo Bush taking the lead once more as Taylor Flanagan takes 2nd place. Remember, he can fall to about 4th place as long as Hoffman isn't up there and competing for the win.
and Hoffman's just been given a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, so he's up to 13th, but that's likely to drop him further down. Also Ryan Errol, number 33, has been given a 5-second penalty as well. Just double check that. Yes, 5-second penalty for Lars Hoffman for track limits.
So as long as O'Flanagan stays within anywhere near this lead group, he is fully protected. In fact, he could probably slip further back down the order even than that. But Hugo Bush is trying to chase him down. They're not thinking about that too much at the moment. They want this race win. That's what's in front of them at the moment, and that's what their racing heads will tell them they've got to do. And it is this front quartet of Bush, Flanagan, Yates and Cooper who are out front and clear. Cooper really out wide there. We've seen that a few times. He managed to drag it all back, loses a bit of momentum as that. But David Yates in that third place. Can he take himself home a trophy today? Be great to see that, wouldn't it? As we find our car's a little bit sort of, say, the livery's hidden by the sunshine that we've got late on in this race. Side by side, 3 wide then, coming down. David Yates seeing whether the inside line. Now, I think he got backed away from that quite sensibly, but he is going to take second place. So Hugo Bush is now down to third. David Yates is the man on the move.
It certainly is, yes. I reckon the sun could be causing 1 or 2 visibility issues facing down the 2 straights here as well, because the sun's starting to set, and it'll be right in the driver's eyes on the exhibition straight and on the Wheatcroft straight. They're heading right into it. Hugo Bush will retake second place from David Yates going through the right-hander at Redgate. Alan Cooper hanging on behind us. Between these 4 now, with just under 3 minutes of this race to go, but it is still Taylor O'Flanagan. Him and Hugo Bush have been swapping places almost for fun in this race. They drop down into the old hairpin once again. Graham McDonald's rather on his own in 5th position behind them. This is a battle further back. We've got Kevin Cooper in there. The number 14 car is Fraser Jones, and on his tail is the black and white machine of James Hall. That's further down the order, outside the top 10, sort of P19. Those 3 are battling, these 4 are battling it out. Just at the head of this group, we've got the number 33 of Ryan Errol. He's got a track limits penalty incoming, though. Here come the leaders. Hugo Bush back in front yet again. Every lap these 2 are. It's funny, for the first half of the race, Taylor O'Flanagan was able to hang on, and then since then they've swapped places at least twice every lap.
Yep, and kind of what happens, isn't it, as you give and take a look. Hugo Bush sideways as he clobbered the curb that time. David Yates had to take avoiding action. That's going to give Cooper a run, and McDonald's going to be firmly back in this battle. Wes Payne still looking in middle ground, not able to do anything, and just behind him it's that recovering Cook. Hoffman is up into 8th place now, but we know that penalty is going to shove him back down. He's starting to get towards the front of this field, but with only 1.5 minutes left, this is the penultimate lap, isn't it? Graham McDonald's wings still flapping away. It would have been maybe getting close had the circumstances been different, but he's just not going to have the time, and he's got the penalty as well. But O'Flanagan now in second place. Hugo Bush seeing if he can make 2 wins this weekend. Can he make 2 from the 3 out there? Taylor O'Flanagan's also looking to make it 2 from 3. David Yates just trying to recover his race weekend and the final event of the 310R Championship in the 2023 season.
5 cars together then, line astern. We head up into McLean's trying to go around the outside. Is Alan Cooper attacking David Yates, but he's got to be mindful that McDonald has reeled in this group as well. The first 3 absolutely together, line astern. Yellow, red and blue. The yellow of O'Flanagan, the red and grey of Hugo Bush, the blue and white of David Yates. They're starting to weave around now to try and break the toe as they come down to start the final lap. David Yates, could he go for broke up the inside here? Bush has taken the lead. Yates is going to go for second place. Yes, he's through. Taylor O'Flanagan, he's not been out of the top 3 all the way through this race. Been a good, consistent performer by the man based in Hertfordshire. But it's Hugo Bush in the number 22, the man from Guildford in Surrey, who has the lead. David Yates goes to the inside on O'Flanagan, but O'Flanagan sweeps back round the outside and holds that second place. And now McDonald trying to relegate Alan Cooper down to P5, side by side through the crane occurs. They're almost touching, they are touching wheels there already. There's been some contact involving McDonald today. There goes, I think that's flapping. No, it's still there. There it goes. More contact as they come through the old hairpin.
Didn't look like there was any need for that contact either from where I'm sitting. There was a little bit of gamesmanship going on there, but nevertheless Hoffman has made it up to 7th last time across the line, so making more and more points, plus fastest lap. But again, he's going to have that penalty. Hugo Bush sideways out of McLean's that time. He's lost a bit of momentum as they come. It's going to be feisty into the chicane this time through. Can David Yates make any places up? He's going to see whether he can come at least up 1 more place over the top of Taylor O'Flanagan. Hugo Bush is in the good seats at the moment. There's a yellow flag down into the chicane. That's going to really scupper them. if they can't make a move. It looks like Hugo Bush is trying to hold on. Just as they come in, they're going to hit that yellow flag and they have to run nose to tail as they come into the chicane.
Here they come then through the final chicane. Can't see what the reason for the yellow is, but it's going to be a win for Hugo Bush for the second time this weekend and this season. Les Taylor O'Flanagan can dodge past him on the run to the line to photo finish. Bush got it, I think, by 0.14 of a second. David Yates is third ahead of Alan Cooper, and Graham McDonald got a track limits penalty on the final lap. He drops down to P9, so it's Wes Payne in fifth place ahead of Harry Cook. Good run through by him. Fair play to Andrew Murgatroyd as well, starting from the back of the grid. He ends up in 8th place. Good run through by the 84 car. Ryan Lovett rounds out the top 10 because Hoffman is penalised down to P11. Ryan Errol drops down the timing screen as well. So Hugo Bush the winner by 0.14 of a second. O'Flanagan tried to slipstream him after the chicane, couldn't quite get there alongside. There's still yellow flags out at the chicane. Who hasn't come through? Philip Bianchi hasn't come through, so I think we may have lost the number 92 down there. We couldn't see him on our cameras, so I assume that's who's gone off there.
Just did the calculations, and it does indeed look like Taylor O'Flanagan has taken over that second place in the championship there, with his 28 points, just leaving him 3 points clear of Hoffman in the overall running.
Provisional result then: Hugo Bush the winner by 0.14 of a second over Taylor O'Flanagan. David Yates in third, a further 3/10 back. Alan Cooper in fourth, ahead of Wes Payne. Good run by him. Then Harry Cook coming through after his problems in race 2 earlier on. Harry Eyre in 7th place, was at one stage a contender for a podium. Andrew Murgatroyd from the penultimate row of the grid up to 8th place. Graham McDonald, 5-second penalty for him, drops him down from 4th place to 9th. Ryan Lovett rounds out the top 10. Hoffman, also with the penalty, ends up in P11, having come through from towards the back. Alan Curtis has to settle for 12th, then Ben Lopez Appleton, Matt Shepherd and Johnny Jarrett rounds out the top 15. We lost Philip Bianchi late on there as well. Pete Wales, Jeff Price and Rob Bullen all retired into the pits. Bullen picking up some damage on the opening lap, and Darryl Cresswell also failing to finish. That concludes the season for the Mottall Caterham 7 310R Championship. Then the season finale for the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship is coming up shortly. We'll hand down to Sam shortly in Park Fermé.
Wow, that was a fantastic race. I'm still a little bit out of breath because I left my microphone in the garage. So excited about that race. But let's go and have a word with Hugo. When he gets his helmet off. Actually, while he's still talking, just going to come to Taylor and tell him he's second in the championship.
Yes!
Fantastic.
Thank you so much. Yeah, amazing. I didn't think it was possible coming into the weekend, and then obviously instant with Lars and Harry in the first race today. So yeah, it was a playing it safe, trying to string them out and not let Lars catch us kind of race. But yeah, so super happy. It worked out.
Fantastic, and nearly a win as well. I mean, it was almost like last year with you two.
I know. I teed him up. You know, I was going to get the overtake on the last straight and then yellow flag. So yeah. But there you go. I'm super happy anyway.
Well done. Hugo, congratulations, another win for you. That's awesome this year.
Yeah, so me and Taylor 2 races in a row with yellow flags going into the last corner, so nice to be 1-1, I think.
That's it. I was just saying to Taylor, it's like a glimpse of what was going on last year, wasn't it, in today's race, this weekend?
Yeah, exactly. So if, Dom, you're watching at home, you're missing out, aren't you? Yeah,
you want to be fighting in the mix with you two.
Yeah, exactly, but no, it's been a great weekend.
It has, yeah. Nice way to end the season.
Exactly, yeah.
Cheers, well done, Hugo. I've got to speak to David Yates. Well done, guys. David, well done.
Leave it to the last minute, you know. A little bit tired.
Just a bit. That was quite hard work in this heat, and it was fighting every lap, wasn't it?
Every single lap, every bend. Towards the end, I got Alan coming round, attacking me at every corner, and I was like trying to keep an eye ahead whilst keeping an eye behind. He was still shaking a little bit at the moment.
I'm not surprised, but you've had a lot of bad luck recently as well, so hopefully this makes up for it.
Hopefully this will be the end of it, and we can just now carry on and enjoy some racing.
Yeah, excellent. Well done, congratulations. Podium shortly for these guys, and next is the 270R Championship. So we'll hand back to Chris and Dave.
Thanks, Sam. We are looking forward to the 270R race, then the final for them over the course of this race weekend here at Donington for the Caterham's 50th birthday celebration festival. And what a festival of Caterham's it has been over the course of this weekend. Really enjoying the action from our 310R grid there. So Taylor O'Flanagan managing to make it to the second place on the podium, and Lars Hoffmann slipping in that final place to third. But we're looking forward to 270R, which has all been wrapped up a bit earlier. Freddie Chiddick's taking it over Charlie Lower, and David Rook securing that third place. And I understand there's a couple of drivers not going to be entered into this race as the last one where they can't make a difference to their championship.
Yes, indeed. And it's actually, well, we should have seen this grid based on the results of the race we saw earlier on, but it's actually the guy who finished fourth, Duncan Mallet, is going to be on pole position. The reason being, Jonathan Ramsey finished third. He got a one-place penalty in that race for overtaking under a yellow flag. And Freddie Chiddick and Matt Larby, who were first and second, have elected to sit this one out. Freddie Chiddick's already celebrating his championship, no doubt. So a couple of other cars are withdrawn as well. Mark Kendall's not coming out for this one, nor is Charlie Vincent, number 88. So a few withdrawals from our Michelin Motorsports Caterham 270R Championship finale. It will be Duncan Mallet, number 4, who starts on pole, with Jonathan Ramsey, after being penalised one place, starting alongside him. Second row, number 15, James Cook, and 17 of Alex Vincent. There's a bit of recovery, I think, going on at the moment, because we had a couple of cars stop out on circuits during the previous race for the 310Rs.
It's, you know, interesting though. I can imagine Duncan Mallet is only the third race weekend with the 270s, having not done any other racing for his getting his education sorted and his university career up and running. So fantastic for him to start on that pole position in the 270R class. He doesn't sound intimidated at all though, does he? When we spoke to him earlier on, Sam had a word and he was no, I'm just interested in getting involved and doing my own thing. And it'd be interesting to see whether him and Ben Timmins, because the whole grid is sort of being taken over by the original academy from last year, who've all taken the step, and some of them skipped out Roadsport, but people like Ben Timmins won the Roadsport and now is stepping up. So we've got we've got Mallet on the pole position, we've got Ben Timmins on in the third row, and then we've got people like Rog Patke. We're obviously not seeing Matt Larby out there after he's withdrawn, but nevertheless takeover for the Roadsport and the academy grids.
All I'll say is watch row 11. Charlie Lower is 21st on the grid, and he is going to be angry after what's happened so far this weekend with 2 non-finishers. Watch him fly through this field.
This weekend has not gone Charlie Lower's way. He took the Academy Championship back a few years back, and so he's had that championship taste. Freddie Chiddick, though, has not yet won a championship, and he has now. He is champion-elect, and after this event is done, he will be reigning the champion for 270. So I'm happy for Freddie. I'm disappointed for the weekend that Charlie Lower's had, and it's been the first time we've seen anything where they haven't really been nose to tail throughout. So yeah, Chiddick isn't even there to race with him in this final race. Let's hope that they take their battle onto 310 and add their championships and skill level to that 310R champion. What an exciting proposition that is for the next year's racing.
We'll confirm the grid shortly then for our penultimate race of this Caterham 50th Anniversary Festival weekend. We've got the Caterham Academy Autumn Trophy to round out the day. So Duncan Mallet will start on the pole, as we mentioned. Jonathan Ramsey will be alongside him. James Cook and Alex Vincent, row 2.
Maybe an opportunity then to call out the champions and the championship positions we've called today so far, as we've pretty much done everything we can to announce championships. But Academy White Group taken by Dan Neal, Istvan Demes takes second place, Adam Keane and came third. Academy Green Group today, Nick Heighton took the championship over John Emery in a fabulously exciting last corner overtake ahead of Barry Thompson in third. In Roadsport, we'd already knew that Ben Timmins was there. Lionel Tolmar secured second place over Toby Ballard after a great weekend for him. Freddie Chiddick, after a disappointing weekend for Charlie Lower, managed to take that championship win, and David Rook came third. Jack Sales, we saw him earlier on taking that 310R championship. Taylor O'Flanagan just leapfrogged Lars Hoffmann for second place in that championship. And in the 7 Championship UK, we've also provisionally crowned Lewis Thompson. They've still got a round to go at Silverstone, 22nd, 23rd of September, following the touring cars. But fantastic for all of our champions here today, and we've, like I say, we've got the 270R race still to come, and then we'll also have the Academy Autumn Trophy, which is, let's say, exciting proposition, and what a way to finish off the racing here today.
So awaiting the cars to be released from the assembly area then for our Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship. And then we've just got the Autumn Trophy, a 20-minute race for the Caterham Academy, all in together to go. The grid decided on drivers' fastest lap times from their championship finales earlier on. I'll tell you, it will be Paul Goldstein who will start in pole position for the first time in his career for that one, because he got the fastest lap from either of the two races. Slightly different way of deciding the grid. We see it in supercar racing. If you were watching at Snetterton a few weeks ago, the British Supercar Racing Club decided its grid by lap times from the previous race.
Clearly was something out there to tidy away, wasn't there, as through that course of that 310R race. Definitely something to be looked at. We've not seen cars out on track just yet. In fact, as I say that, I now hear them. They are rumbling down and out from the Grand Prix loop, which we're not using this weekend, and out across onto their green flag lap. So here come the 270R race grid then for the final standard championship action for this weekend. But remember, just stick around on the feed afterwards. We've got the Caterham Autumn Trophy to bring you as well, which is always exciting.
Let's have a look at the grid then in full. Mallet and Ramsey on the front row, Cook and Vincent on row 2. Ben Timmins, the Roadsport champion, on row 3 alongside Peter Mott. Then Roger Patke, who's had a quiet weekend so far, on row 4 alongside Chris Ephraimidis. Giles Perry, number 71, and number 2, Mark Jones, complete the top 10. He could be one to watch, Mark Jones, and off in the early part of race 2, restricting his position. Then on row 6, we've got number 74, which is Alan Venters, alongside 99 Toby Boys. He was dropped back by a track limits penalty in race 2 earlier on. David Rook, third in the championship this year, in row 7 alongside number 6 Marcus Eels. On row 8 we've got the two ladies, 65 Lydia Gould and 22 Louise Deason. Row 9, 23 Alan Bateman, 98 Rob Mason, and row 10, 63 Andy Palmer. Number 5 Chris Broom, who ended up in the gravel at the end of race 2. Row 11, that's where we need to keep an eye on. 21 Charlie Lower, if he's there, alongside number 10 Gareth Lucas, James Empson, number 20, and Theo Theato, 72. He's had a very quiet weekend by his usual standards, failed to finish earlier on. And 84 Joe Priday was a first lap casualty when he spun at the Craner curves and was clipped by James Empson in the second race earlier on. He'll start from the back of this 25 car grid.
So how far up can Charlie Lower make it from that position on the row 11 of the grid? How far can he make it through in this field? And is there anyone else going to take the opportunity whilst Charlie Lower is well back there? Is Duncan Mallet going to be able to convert his pole position? We've seen also Ramsey there alongside him in second place. So whilst he was ahead of Duncan Mallet in the last results when we last saw them, he's been moved back after a penalty. Then we obviously have the Cook battle on the in that second row of the grid alongside Alex Vincent and Ben Timmins. He's been showing so much pace and speed alongside Peter Mott in the purple car you can see on the left side of your screen. Let's see whether he can carry that speed and maybe take his maiden victory.
Yeah, I don't normally make bold predictions because I'm wary of putting the curse of the commentator and so on, but I'm going for Ben Timmins in this one.
And I don't think I'd be too far behind you, although Duncan Mallet's definitely, from that pole position, he's shown a good heck of speed as well. Head of speed is the word I was looking for then in the number 4 car you can see on the left-hand side with the turquoise nose cone, dark blue sort of other colour scheme. Ramsey, though, was fully involved in that battle last time out, and he will be aiming to be fully involved through. But again, you'd never count out Charlie Lower. He's been there once before, and if he is on our grid, I think he is, then why not make it all the way back through to the lead of this race?
This is going to be a very interesting one indeed. We await the red lights to come on then. The Mission Motorsport Caterham 7270R Championship Grand Finale about to get underway. Lights go out. Here they go. It's a good start by Duncan Mallet. Decent start by the number 17 of Vincent as well, trying to cut across to the inside. Ben Timmins holding the tight line. It's going to be Duncan Mallet who just about has the lead. Interrogate Ben Timmins up the inside. James Cook has got away into second place, the number 15. It's side by side between Ramsey. We've got cars going everywhere. Further back, there's a spin across the track where Louise Deason is involved. Can't quite see the number of the other cars in the gravel there. It's a black car, I can tell you that. Down they come into the old hairpin for the first time. The glare of the sun making it a little tricky to identify cars through there. Louise Deason survived that. She's there in the number 70, the number 22. 72 just ahead of her is Theo Theato. Watch for him coming through, a very quick driver on his day. As they come through, it looks like it is Ben Timmins who has taken up the lead.
What an amazing move from far down on the grid there, sort of starting sort of 5th or 6th, wasn't he, on the grid. Now he's straight up into the lead of this race, showing his intent and the speed that he's got in his purple machine. Ahead of Duncan Mallet then. These two would have been going at academy level together. And just behind them we've got Cook looking to see how he can convert. He wants a good weekend result from the tail end of this Donington Park Festival 50th birthday celebrations.
David Rook up the inside, attacking the 71 of Giles Perry. Didn't quite get the overlap through there. There's Gareth Lucas with the green wheels. Ben Timmins just ahead of Duncan Mallet. Here comes Alex Vincent down the inside, attacking James Cook. Next is Jonathan Ramsey, the number 14. They swing their way through. Rog Patke with a better getaway this time, the former Academy champion. There's that car that's in the gravel on the first corner. It's Andrew Palmer, number 63. That has gone off there.
Charlie Lower up 8 places into 12th, so he has made a great deal of progress in that early runs. As I say, Andy Palmer, they're a bit stranded. They're going to try and push or grab him out of the gravel, clearly beached down there, so not a good start for Andy Palmer in this final race of the season. And I think that will be his race over, as he's receiving assistance from the marshals. They'll sort of drag him off the circuit. So they head up then into McLean's for the second time. Ben Timmins heads this field. Still Duncan Mallet in that second place, and he's still ahead of Cook. And then it is the number 17 of Alex Vincent's made his way up into that 4th place, and following along with that Union Jack liveried on the back of his car. As they head down then into the Roberts chicane, it's going to be a side by side between Mallet and Timmins. Mallet's got a bit of a momentum around the outside. Timmins is going to go for the late brakes. He does. He makes a move further down, and Ben Mallet has to settle for that 3rd place. Cook there, Vincent, then Ramsey, who's dropping away a little bit in this early phases.
Union Jack on James Cook's car. It's the Welsh flag on there, the number 15.
Vincent's car has got a Union flag, a green Union flag on the back of Vincent's car.
Yes, it has, of course. My apologies. It is late in the day there. Sorry about that. It's Timmins that leads the way. There's yellow flags out at Redgate because we've got the telehandler dragging Andy Palmer out of the gravel there. A couple of other big winners on that first lap. Charlie Lower, we mentioned, gained 8 places. Also, Gareth Lucas gained 8 places, and Theo Theato gained 9. He's up into the top 15 now as well. Things have settled down a little on that second lap. There is Charlie Lower in the number 21 car. He's up to P11. He's gained 10 places so far then, trying to chase down this lead group. It's heading up into McLean's corner. Change for the lead. Duncan Mallet has come through ahead of Ben Timmins, the two relative newcomers to the 270R category. It's Duncan Mallet's 3rd meeting, Ben Timmins 1st. James Cook in there in 3rd place with the number 15 car, still looking for his first podium of the season. Chased by Alex Vincent, looking for his best ever result. He's down in P15 in the points coming into this round, so he could get his maiden podium here if he plays his cards
got
right.
ahead of steam, just about manages to get it all stopped behind Timmins there. He was awfully close to whacking the rear panel of Ben Timmins there and bursting his radiator. Did well to just about hang on to the brakes with a little bit of a lock-up. Cook, though, back up his inside, and Ramsey still trying to figure out where he fits into this mix at the moment. Rog Patke coming up in his pink machine on the inside there, and actually making good manoeuvres down the inside of Jones, I think that is. We said Mark Jones might be one to watch, but at the moment he's not able to make that move forward and just yet, and it's not going to be too long before Charlie Lowe. He's made another place up that lap. He's up into 10th place, so he's at the rear of this long chain of cars that is continuous all the way to the front of the field. Duncan Mallet, though, headed them as they went over the line, but it's Timmins as they head down into the old hairpin this time through. Fastest lap, this Empson has got that currently.
He's in P17, James Empson, recovering after a retirement in race 2 after some contacts with Joe Priday. Joe Priday's down in P25. In fact, is he out there? No, I don't think he is. He's retired again. Duncan Mallet leads, but has got a 10-second penalty. Duncan Mallet's being adjudged to have jumped the start, unfortunately.
I was watching Duncan Mallet out the window, and he was definitely, his car was creeping, unfortunately. Sometimes when they get creeping, and if you don't press the brake before the lights go out, that will be adjudged to jump start. He was in front of his box by the time the lights went out, so unfortunately I did see it. I didn't say anything on their stream just in case there was nothing to be done on it, but car was definitely rolling forward. Unfortunate on this slight downhill start-finish straight.
Yeah, so bad luck to Duncan Mallet. He's in 2nd place there, but a 10-second penalty. That's a very, very big penalty in Caterham racing. That'll drop him right down, possibly down to outside the top 20. We'll see how things play out as the race goes on. Still got 14 minutes left to go. There's Theo Theato charging his way through the field, up on the inside of Giles Perry in the DPR Motorsport number 71. Gareth Lucas just ahead of them. Down the hill they come. Duncan Mallet will continue the fight. Ben Timmins, who's got the lead now, sliding wide there. I think that was Mallet who slid out there onto the curbs at the old hairpin. There is Toby Boys. Duncan Mallet has rejoined just in front of Rog Packley. There's dust being kicked up a little bit further back there as well.
I think that was Boys getting squeezed onto the grass as Lower was on the charge through the field there. And there is the Lower. He's ahead of that whole pack that he was slightly behind. Gareth Lucas is tailing that pack, but Charlie Lower has moved up another number of places that time through. He was 2 places over the line, but I think he's another 4 places forward as we see him coming up here into Coppice. We're going to see him towards the top 5 very shortly.
Here they come then down towards the chicane once again, trying to move out wide. Alex Vincent looking to take the lead of a 270R race for the first time in his career. Jonathan Ramsey back up into third ahead of James Cook as over the line they come.
Mallet's dropped a long way back. We didn't see where that happened. Maybe he was part of that grassy experience. Gareth Lucas over the grid, but you can see it's now Charlie Lower ahead of Mallet.
Yeah, Mallet ran wide at the old hairpin. That's dropped him down the order into 7th place. We saw Gareth Lucas run wide there as well on the chicane. So things are going from bad to worse for Duncan Mallet, unfortunately, in this race, as the leaders nose to tail head down the hill. Alex Vincent briefly led at the line, the number 17, the man from Marple in Cheshire. But Ben Timmins now back ahead. He comes from Chelmsford in Essex in his purple machine. Up there in 3rd place, Jonathan Ramsey. Then it's Cook and Mark Jones in number 2 starting to come on strong in this group as well. Charlie Lower, though, is tailing them and closing fast.
Absolutely, and again, as I often say, play that Jaws music, because here he comes. He's across that gap almost, bringing everyone else with him as well. All the other cars clinging on to his coattails and dragging themselves forward with the extra speed of that 21 car that's on an absolute mission to try and end this season with that win. As the number 84 there, Friday, is making a little bit of progress up through the field then, as he heads on down. Timmins, though, leading them into the chicane this time. Vincent seeing whether he can hold on. He does hold on over above Ramsey. That was very tight going through the middle there. It's Cook next up. Jones is in the queue, and there comes the Lower. He's up early with them now, and so is Mallet. He's brought Mallet right back into this action. You know he's got the 10 seconds, but still, the car's still on track, and he still will be part of this battle.
Goodness me, he nearly put the ram into Ramsey there, didn't he? Look at this, they squeeze around Mark Jones. Where did he come from there up the inside? James Cook around the outside, and Ramsey got swallowed up there in the middle of all that. Look at this down the hill. Ben Timmins is escaping in the lead. Everybody else is trying to be second. What order are they going to come out in here as they go into the old hairpin this time?
That was 3x3 going through Hollywood. That never works out. I have no idea how they managed to make that work. That's like the parade from the cars that we saw yesterday for all the 7s as they went 3x3 going through the top of that field. But off we go up the hill then, and yeah, see whether Lower can make it back. And it would be a nice story and a nice finish for this weekend, which has been a bit torrid for him as far as the championship goes. But it is Timmins who's escaping a little bit over the top of Alex Vincent in that 3rd place, and is it still Mark Jones in that 2nd place? So Cook still holding on, but there is the 21 of Charlie Lower, now 5th in that queue. Vincent ducks out around Mark to see whether he can get past Jones along this straight, and it's going to go 4-5 wide as we head down into the chicane this time.
Goodness me, Charlie Lower trying to get up the outside there. Jones holds the place, Vincent in behind him, then it's Cook, then it is Charlie Lower. This is incredible stuff for 2nd place, but Ben Timmins being allowed to escape as a result of all this frantic fighting. Apologies to Joe Priday, by the way. I did say that I hadn't seen him on the grid, but he is there. He's in P15. I'm making a right mess of this in this penultimate race of the day here at Donington Park. As they head over the line here, come the leaders down towards the Craner curves. It is still Ben Timmins leads the way. That's the pairing of, I think that's Jones and Vincent in 2nd and 3rd. We said Mark Jones might be one to watch in this race. Everybody else is then trying to be 4. Things just beginning to break apart. There's Ramsey just ahead of James Cook as they head up towards McLean's once again, through the left at Schwantz curve, up the hill into the right hander at McLean's. It's Timmins still a few car lengths clear Jones in second place and Alex Vincent in third.
We're only just over halfway through this race. We can do this. We can make it to the end. Come on, let's go. 9 minutes of this race left to go. Timmins has broken clear, but can he stay clear? We've not seen anyone manage it this whole weekend, and it doesn't look like he's going to. Mark Jones firmly in his wheel tracks. You can see visibly the car closing up as they head down the exhibition straight this time through. Vincent still holding on to that third place, but there is Charlie Lower into fourth place. Another position made up late in the race, using every single last bit of track. Vincent there, a little bit of track limits as well, just of a good measure, but he's holding on in there at the moment. Mark Jones defending down the inside. Charlie Lower's found a Charlie Lower shaped hole. He's going to go down the inside of Vincent as they head into Redgate this time, as the rest of the field flan out, and there is Theato also making a good progress up, and he's alongside Mott, who's had a great weekend really, but he just hasn't had so many of the finishing results that he needs. A little bit of a wing flap there, so who was that? Is that Mark Jones with a bit of wing flap as he goes down there, but was it Charlie Lower? Did he make it into that second place? It's really difficult to see with the win as it is. No, it's Mark Jones in second place, so it's Timmins out front, Mark Jones in second, and did Lower make it up into third?
We'll have a look as they come towards McLean's this time. Very tricky to see with the low sun here at Donington Park, as you can appreciate. Mark Jones has just taken the lead away at Schwanzker from Ben Timmins. It is Lower up into third ahead of Alex Vincent. 8 minutes of this race still to go. Charlie Lower's going to be all over the leaders like a rash very shortly. But Mark Jones, it is who leads. And from Crawley in Sussex in car number 2. He's yet to score. No, he has scored a podium this year. That was in race 2 at Snetterton. He got a third place, his first podium of the season. He wants his first win here, but he's attacking Ben Timmins down into the chicane. Ben Timmins cuts across. I thought there was going to be big contact there.
It was close, wasn't it? There wasn't much in it, and Mark Jones did see the car coming across. He just had the momentum as they went into that corner, and he absolutely assertively pushed his car across. Mark Jones probably had to just get off the throttle a little bit, and that's compromised him on the way out. Charlie Lower seeing if he can swoop around the outside, but all he does is leave the door a little bit open for Vincent, but he's got a nice little momentum that should be able to hold Vincent off as they go down to the Craner curves this time. Timmins showing that he's not scared of this group of drivers, is he? He's actually inserted himself there. He's ready to take them the racer. His break time's over. He had a little bit of a breather while he had a bit of a gap behind him, but now he's going to have to get himself back in race mode and seeing what he can do, and showing there that he's not lost any of that fight that he took to the Roadsport Championship this year.
Ben Timmins, you wouldn't know it was his first weekend racing in the 270R, having upgraded his Road Sports car, and he will certainly be a championship favourite if he does go fully into the 270R Championship for the full season in 2024. 2 groups of 4 at the front of the field. Now this is the second of them. Cook, Ramsey, David Rook in the number 45, and Duncan Mallet. We know he's carrying that penalty, but he will race on to the checkered flag. Here comes Mark Jones trying to make a move for the lead as they head down towards the chicane for what will be the 10th time this time through in this incredible finale for the Mission Motorsport Caterham 270R Championship. Mark Jones retakes the lead in car number 2, looking for his maiden win. Third place is Charlie Lower, started back in 21st on the grid, up into P3, chased by Alex Vincent. Now the second group is towing up onto the back, and it's going to be 8 cars for the lead very shortly. James Cook having a look down the inside. Is that Charlie Lower there in third? Yes, it is, on the tail of Jones as Ben Timmins retakes the lead once again. This is brilliant battling, 8 of them going at it for the lead, and there could be a couple more closing up because Theo Theato is now through into P9, and Toby Boy is completing the top 10.
Got to imagine that Lower's overtaken the most cars in this weekend, having had to come from the back of the grid at least a couple of times, and then when he's got to the front, still overtaking many more times. So he's definitely been passed and been passing by cars more than many will have done this race weekend, and that's saying something in a Caterham weekend, isn't it? But I think he was looking for second place, and in fact has inserted himself into that second place at the moment. So he's moved all the way from near the back of the field up into second place now. So Mark Jones has to settle and look to the rear panel of the quad lock sponsored Charlie Lower as they head up around Coppice this time through. Timmins though heads this field and has done for the majority of the race. Can he hold on for the last 5 minutes?
Well, Charlie Lower in race 2 earlier on from position 29 up to position 1 briefly. He's gone from position 21 in car number 21 in position 2 at the moment, and running wide. Oh my goodness!
Big accident for Ramsey
there. Massive accident at the chicane. That was Jonathan Ramsey.
Yeah, Ramsey.
That'll be a red flag straight away.
Yeah, red flag for this race. A big accident there. Contact through the middle of the chicane, and the car sent barrelling over top and sits on top of the barrier. So a big accident there. We will wait to hear news from everyone and before we feedback.
quite a spectacular accident, though. It's ironic, isn't it? You get to the very end of the day before all the first racing's gone on. That was a quite spectacular accident that was very exciting at the time.
Okay, the red flag is out here at Donington Park following a big accident at the chicane in our Mission Motorsport Caterham 7270R Race 3 involving number 14 Jonathan Ramsey. We can tell you Jonathan is out of the car. There he is on the left-hand side of your screen talking to the medics, but thankfully Jonathan appears to be okay. That is full credit to the strength of the car and to the circuit environment here at Donington. That was a major rollover.
Yep, the drivers, having come around through that chicane, won't like to have seen that either. They'll be glad to see that he sat on the edge of the course there. We will be waiting to see whether they're going to get this race back up and running. They still have 5 minutes left on the clock, and they may well bring it back up to another 5 minutes for dash to the line, or they may call it at this point, depending on the timescales and how long they think it might take to clean up that accident. But good to see Ramsey out the car with the medics, chatting away, helmet off, and whilst obviously not happy that he's been in an accident, great to see him sat there on the edge of the track. A bit of a contact through the middle of the chicane, just sending him into that barrel roll, and yeah, a big accident, but good to see him sat there. We will feed back as soon as we hear a bit more about what they're going to do about restarting this 270R championship.
Screen shows the check flag has been not literally but figuratively waved. So that's the end of the race. There won't be a restart for the 270R, and finishing positions will be a lap back from those that we have on our screen. So we have to wait for the timekeepers to do their calculations. and with the mood changing on some occasions 2-3 times a lap, it's very difficult to remember now who was leading across the line on the lap in question. Certainly it was between Jones and Timmins on those last couple of laps. Charlie Lowe was just coming into the picture, and Alex Vincent had been in there. He may well have been up in the top 3 on a particular lap before the red flag went out, so we'll have to wait for those official results to be issued. The most important good news is that although the driver has been walked to the ambulance, he was walking, and the medical crews attended to him, but seemingly okay to walk. After that really quite spectacular rollover, which is currently being recovered.
Yes, the Caterham, almost since they began racing them, the Paddock roller very busy. It just shows how important they are.
Yes, over the years, I've seen some really high speed, particularly Truxton, high speed, end over end rollover accidents, and the car contact with no wheels, but the driver is protected within the very comprehensive roll cage. So comprehensive that I think I drove one once at the Silverstone driving centre place, and I'm driving within the thing. It's a real work of art to jump in and out of these copings.
Oh, wriggle in and out.
Yes.
So the car's being led away. It doesn't result, I assume.
Well, I've said that we'll get no result yet because
they took it back in, right?
We're back. There's so many rule changes.
Well, more tyre wall repair required, but again the tyre wall doing its job of absorbing the violence of the accident. Well, I don't think it's going to be too long before we're ready to roll for the final race. The scheduled start time for which was 17:55, which it is now, but with that many mistakes, it starts making before. So let's have a look at this very large entry. Got your own grid there, as you know, yes. So they've done it on what basis? The driver's fastest lap in this particular race?
Yes, that's right, and the second race was quicker than the first. So the fastest lap in the first race, the driver is,
who is right rather than green?
Yes, he's over somewhere. I think they're on your file. That's a challenge to find.
What is that short?
Henry Speaks was still looking for the result, but I recall now Henry Speaks had the fastest lap in the first race and was 9th on the grid, so the first 8 fastest times were set by race 2. So it's not finishing positions, it's fastest lap time.
Fastest lap time, yes, because Nick Hyde won that one, didn't he?
Yeah.
Paul Goldstein started pole because he had the fastest lap of all in that second race.
Well, it looks as though the Mission Motorsport Caterham 270R Championship finale has been declared, because the cars have been taken into Parc Ferme. Barriers being repaired, Jonathan Ramsey's car being retrieved. Jonathan has been taken to the medical centre for a check-up as a precaution. Provisionally, the race win will go to number 2, Mark Jones, ahead of Ben Timmons and Charlie Lower, but we'll confirm that officially when we have that confirmed. There you can see Jonathan Ramsey's car.
You can see that safety cell and the drivers and the rollover cage there, giving him the space that he was able to jump out, even though he ended up upside down on those barriers. Exactly where you don't want to do, but the car will have its various bits returned back to the pit lane. But it is a conclusion of the 270R race there with them back in Parc Ferme. That is, they're just trying to work out what the actual result of the race was. They have to figure out when exactly the red flag went out and what that means as far as dialing back the results and dialing back and who finished actually, who's confirmed to have finished where. So we'll wait for confirmation of what that result is in the 270R, and then once this barrier and the tidy up's been completed and Ramsey's car's safely back in the paddock area, we should be good to get going with the Academy, the Autumn Trophy race. An exciting proposition for all our Autumn Trophy drivers. They'll be safely in the sort of assembly area, so they won't see any of this on our screens now, which would be unsettling to say the least, I would say, to our drivers. So good to have them in assembly away from this, and we'll get this all tidied up and ready to grid them up for their Autumn Trophy race. All right, I think Sam is now down in Parc Ferme, and we can find out what the results of that 270R race were. So we'll find out here with you today. We watch and present the trophies.
So we're going straight into the podium for this one, so hopefully we'll grab a interview with them afterwards. So in third place is Charlie Lower, second place Ben Timmons. What a drive from him in his first weekend in 270s.
And first place for the Mark!
Mark Jones wins. They might spray champagne though, so I'm going to stay away from that, but then I will go in for an interview. But we're also going to be getting Freddie Chiddicks up on the podium as well, I believe. Moving back, move back, so that we don't get covered in champagne. Whoa, that cork came all the way over here. And here we go, we're going to award our champion with his big board. Oh, they're going to do a group driver shot first, so I'll hopefully grab an interview after that, if the Autumn Trophy race hasn't come onto the grid. What a lovely shot. They're all messing around now. Right, I'm going to dive in there. Ben, quick word from you, Ben. Congratulations on a fantastic drive this weekend and your first outing in the 270. I mean, you nearly had that win, didn't you? And you were determined as well.
I was. I feel like I've been super close each race. First two wasn't meant to be and just ended up being pushed off track, but that's what comes with racing. And then that last one there, I let Mark through on the one lap that we got rolled back to, but most importantly, I hope obviously the driver is okay, and also the marshals have been absolutely legends today. It's been so hot in the car, it's been so difficult, so I don't know how they do it. But no, it's been good. Everyone's been very, very warm in the welcome, but it's a very, very intense level of racing.
It's been amazing.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you. But no, it's great. I'm looking forward to going again next year, very much so.
Got a long wait now, haven't we?
Well, it is a long time, but lots of testing to do over winter. But I think most importantly, I'm looking forward to just not having a race every 2 weeks. It feels like at the moment. It's been very, very intense.
It's quite intense, isn't it?
Yeah, it's proper packed calendar, but it's been really, really great. Obviously everyone around the paddock's amazing. So yeah, it's been really good fun. Looking forward to going again next year.
Excellent. We can't wait either.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben. Well done. Well, actually, all the drivers have now disappeared. I've just seen Mark Jones go off on a golf buggy down there. But the Autumn Trophy cars are out on the track. So we'll head back to Chris and Dave for a run through of that.
Okay, thanks very much indeed, Sam. It is time for our last race of the weekend here at Donington Park. It is the Autumn Trophy for the Adrian Flux Caterham Academy. It does feel a bit autumnal now the sun has sunk lower in the sky here at Donington. And we have got no fewer than 38 cars scheduled to take part in this race. This is going to be fun. It is the white versus green group. It's not a team race officially, but I'll probably treat it as such knowing them. And it's cars from the green group that have locked out the first 4 rows of the grid. So Paul Goldstein set the fastest lap in the green group race, so he takes pole position with Nick Heighton alongside him. Row 2, Barry Thompson and Barry Hanif. Jonathan Emery and Henry Morris will start on row 3. Megan Bruce and Arif Hanif on row 4. Then we've got the first 2 cars from the white group. Henry Speaks on row 5, got fastest lap in their race, starts alongside Paddy Cunningham in number 89 to complete the top 10 on this huge grid. Row 6 has got number 2 Matthew Kirtland and number 19 Lee James. Row 7 62 Graham Handy and 21 Orlando Morris. Row 8 number 30 Gerthet Ducey and 55 Istvan Demesh. Row 9, number 13, Jack English and 88, Adam Keane. On the 10th row, 23, Sheraz Ramzan and 76 on Monty Hind. Row 11 is number 18, Ollie Brown, alongside 34, Rob Cowan. Now, row 12, we've got number 28, Dan Neal, quite a way down for one of our championship contenders from earlier on, alongside the 17 of Andrew Porter. Row 13, Chris Coates, number 25, alongside 96, David Jarvis. Then Joel Meyer-Potts and Andrew McKee. And we've got row 15 is Tim Payne and Chris Tuck. Row 16 is Neville Sykes and Miles Aine. And we'll quickly go through these because the cars are already on the grid. Row 17, Dean Pollen and Anthony Nichols. Row 18, Neil Bell and Brian Joyce. And at the back, Andrew Miles and Anne Hall.
38 cars to make up this autumn trophy then. The white group and the green group, they're getting ready to start the race now. The lights won't be long away, but 38 cars are going to be ready to set sail on their autumn trophy. 20 minutes race for them. Who's going to come out on top? Is it going to be white group? Is it going to be green group? It's an awful lot of cars to get through here, as we see them all still. In fact, they're all still trying to work out how to get themselves lined up. It's not an easy task, is it? We've seen it's a bit complicated through the course of this race weekend, but a 20-minute race for them to set off on the Adrian Flux Academy Autumn Trophy.
Well, they're struggling to line up at the back. There's no points on this. This is their end of season thrash around Donington Park. This is going to be an absolute free-for-all. I'm really looking forward to this.
Yeah, it's going to be hard picking out. We've been so used to seeing them all race independently. This is their first time they've actually come together and will race all as one. And like you say, no points on offer, nothing other than a trophy and the honours of taking the autumn trophy, but another chance to get out on track, and why wouldn't you do that? This is the tail end to their academy season. All of them were brand new racing drivers at the start of this year, and how far have they all come along then into the new as become racing drivers, and they just work out where they're going to sit on this grid. But it's fantastic to see them all out here in the tail end as the sun was setting on this Donington Park weekend. It's been a fantastic weekend's racing. Green flag showing towards the rear of the pack there. In fact, no, there's cars still moving around as the red
red light's
anyway.
coming on. Here we go. Then we said this is going to be a bit of a free-for-all. Here we go. Cars everywhere towards the back of the grid. Paul Goldstein in pole position for the first time in his career. He leads off down towards Redgate for the first time in the gold car. Side by side for second place, Barry Thompson with the red windscreen coming through there into second place. Now, are they all going to make it round Wedgate? My voice has got complete.
They have made it wound Wedgate for the first time as they head on down through Hollywood, down through the Craner curves and over that piece of dirt and dust that was there before. They're still finding it a little bit tricky to find that apex, but this swarm of Caterhams, I'm not sure what the collective term for a Caterham is, but they head down through here, through this late evening sunshine. It'll be the last action we have for you this racing weekend. 20 minutes of action from all these Caterhams. Who's going to come out top? As I said, it's Goldstein at the moment who heads this field, and can he take that first and inaugural victory out front? He didn't even use the full width of the track there, so intensely and defending up the inside, and I think that's a statement of intent from our lead group there, that they just will not let that inside line go, and it'll be not until we get to the start finish straight that we're going to find out exactly what order everybody's in.
How about a slipstream of Caterhams? I quite like the sound of that. So Goldstein leads the way, Barry Thompson in second, it's Barry Hanif up there in third, we've got Jonathan Emery in fourth position. That's Nick Heighton in there with the yellow windscreen tucked in behind Henry Morris. Megan Bruce up there behind them. Much better start than she made in her championship finale earlier on. She's got Arif Hanif on her tail as they go over the line. Goldstein leads the way, heading into the setting sun in his glittering gold car. Love the wrap on that machine. As they head round Redgate for the second time. He leads Barry Thompson by 0.4 of a second. Barry Hanif is in third place. Then Jonathan Emery in fourth position. Are we going to see a first-time winner? Goldstein under pressure from Barry Thompson as they head down the slope, down the Craner curves into the old hairpin. The drivers have loved their inaugural season of motor racing, and they're aiming to go out on a high here.
I'd love to see Megan Bruce do this and push it to the front of this grid. She's had a lot of momentum in the tail end of this season, and what a way this would be to highlight and bookend her season up to try and get up there. 7th place at the moment, see whether she can make any progress forward. But Goldstein currently heads it over Thompson and Barry Hanif and Emery. So Heighton is still behind his championship rival that he beat over the top of Emery. Emery looking to see whether he can recover some of that pain that he felt a little bit earlier in the his 4th place He's currently in the purple machinery to see whether he can. In fact, he's in third place and coming out to the outside of Thompson and Goldstein as they head into that the Rumson chicane. Excuse me, the chicane as they come through this time. Holding on just there, a little bit cautious, aren't we? Just watching that grass tracking as they use every single last bit of this circuit. But it's Goldstein that comes over the line again. Thompson in second, Emery in third, Barry Hamiff is in fourth, and it's Morris and then Heighton. Bruce still in that seventh.
Megan Bruce having go up the inside there to take P6 away from the new group champion Nick Heighton there. There is Paddy Cunningham, the number 89, putting Arif Hanif under pressure. They're just ahead there of, I think that's Orlando Morris. Next in the order, side by side, down the Craner curve. Somehow Paul Goldstein able to hold his lead there over Barry Thompson. I think that's Hanif still in third position. No, it's Emery that's got through now into third, of course, ahead of Barry Hanif. I will apologise, I'm struggling. It's been a very tiring weekend.
It's been an awfully long day. We've been chatting away about Caterham action, and you know how fraught that is. We've got cars on the gravel there. That's Goldstein disagreeing with Barry Thompson about who owned that bit of tarmac, and Goldstein's finding himself on the dust, dirt and gravel. That's going to promote everyone up, including Megan Bruce and Heighton, into those top-paying positions. So let's see where they come over. I think that's Megan in about 5th place now as they head up around a little bit of, you can see both of his rear wings. I think they've had a bit of wheel-to-wheel contact there as they head over. But it's Emery who leads that. Can he seal his weekend with a bit of a better news with the lead of this autumn trophy as the others come flying through the chicane this time through. The number 11 there of Barry Hanif still looking slightly out of control and wayward, isn't he? But it's Heighton also involved in that, and whereas Cunningham is the first of the other group champions, the white group champions, and he's down in about 10th place.
Here they come then down into Redgate. Barry Hanif having a go at Henry Morris for second. Nick Heighton up there in 4th position. Next through we've got Megan Bruce up in the top 5. Goldstein still going despite that bit of damage in 6th. Then it's Arif Hanif. Barry Thompson still there in 8th. Then Cunningham and Orlando Morris rounding out the top 10 places. Henry Speaks, our earlier race winner, is only down in P13 as well. First white group car is Paddy Cunningham. Not that it matters in this one, of course. It's the green group who are holding bragging rights at the moment if this was an inter-team competition, which it is not. This is just a bit of fun for the end of the season for these drivers. Jonathan Emery out in front at the moment. Yeah, Goldstein's got some tyre rub off that damaged wing, but it's still going. Hope it's not going to burst the tyre and put him out of the race. It'd be great if everybody could finish this final race of the season.
Yeah, that's what everyone wants to see, and certainly you don't want to end with any kind of damage. A bit of damage there to the rear, the wings of Goldstein's car, but yeah, the tyre rub only seems to appear when you go to the left-hand side, so hopefully not too much of a problem. There's Megan Bruce looking to the outside down to the chicane over the top of Barry, but not able to make it stick, so she's made another position up over Heighton, our new champion, and 89 there is also Cunningham. That is our first of the white group cars, moving his way up a little bit further up the order this time, but Megan Bruce in that 4th place, seeing whether she can make the podium of the Autumn Trophy. Looking down the inside then of Hanif into Redgate, does make it alongside. We'll see whether she can have any momentum on the way out of the corner as we watch Cunningham, our white group leader, and can't see at the moment whether there's whether we've made it through for Megan Bruce. I think she might be in 3rd place there. Let's have a look as they come down the hill.
Elliot, ignore class leaders in this one, it doesn't matter.
See that tyre rub there for Goldstein as he went through the left-hander of the Craner curves heading down the hill, and just ahead of him it's Arif Hanif, so the two Hanif brothers figuring fairly high up in this autumn trophy so far, as the smoke of that tyre just sort of leaves a little bit of a mist as you can see this long train of cars heading off all the way up around Redgate as the leaders come out of McLean's. They really are stretched out over this 2-mile Donington National Circuit. There's Thompson. You saw Lewis Thompson, his son, taking the champion-elect position from the 420Rs, the 7th Championship UK, the British Caterham champion. So he's trying to put on a good show himself, currently finding himself in 8th after contact. We've got number 19 spun out the chicane. That looks like out the chicane, so a little bit of an issue there. Marshall's pointing to one side to keep the cars away from them.
Yes, Lee James stuck there on the inside where Stephen Trinder went off earlier on in the Mag 7's race. Yellow flags out at the chicane. Then here comes Megan Bruce up the outside on Henry Morris now trying to take 2nd place away, making up for a slightly disappointing run earlier. Megan, who finished one of the races at Snetterton. In fact, the red flag is coming out because of that car stuck at the chicane. There's 12 minutes 42 seconds left on the clock, so we'll almost certainly get a restart here.
The restart will happen. They will sort of grid them up. It won't be a complete restart. They will dial it back a lap from that red flag when it got shown. They didn't all complete that lap, so Megan Bruce unfortunately will probably end up back in 5th place or so, as that's where I think she crossed the line the last time the whole field went through. But look at this train of cars. The reason that they can't really clear that car is because the train of cars is so long. There's no gap where there are no cars going past the point where the car is stuck currently, and with marshals in the line of fire, they've decided a red flag is the better option. We're still clear of curfew, I think, at the moment. Curfew is at 7 o'clock this evening, so we've still got a little bit of time left before we have to clear the track and stop at any action. So they've taken the opportunity to red flag. They will pull round then back to the start-finish straight. They'll get gridded up in the right order. It'll take a little while to sort that out. It won't take too long to clear that car, though, because it's right by the pit entrance.
Simple push into the pit lane, hopefully, for Lee James there. A couple of cars have pulled into the pit lane as well. Following that, Dan Neal was one of them. A few highlights of that race so far. Jonathan Emery trying to get round the outside on the chicane, attacking Barry Thompson. That took Barry Hanif wide onto the grass. There's the clash between Barry Thompson and Goldstein. It looks as though Barry Thompson tried to go through on the inside. There wasn't enough room, and they clashed at rear wheels there. Barry Thompson had his rear wheels off the deck at one point through there. That's allowed a swathe of cars to come through, and Jonathan Emery to take the lead of the race. Now, this is what happened to Lee James. He got caught up with Henry Speaks. Oh, he tags Dan Neal. That's why Dan Neal's in the pit lane. And then into the tyre wall. That car stood up very well to that, because there's no real visible damage on that car when it came to rest.
Yep, we hadn't realised it was quite that significant, and also taking out Neil as well, so that won't be the way he wanted to end that race. It was a similar accident to start with, wasn't it, with just the drifting over the edge of the curb and the grass not offering up the connection. So yeah, to Neil there, losing a wing at least, and maybe a little bit of damage there to the rear of that car that you need to get fixed.
Full credit and great reaction from the marshals there, who had the yellow and green flags in the air even before those two cars had hit each other.
Yep, again, thank you ever so much to all the efforts of the marshals this weekend. They've had a bit of a busy end to this weekend, haven't they? Putting cars and getting everything tidied away. There's the ambulance back on site, ready to just check on the drivers. He's just getting out now. Again, it's whilst even a low-speed accident, if the wheel gets caught and you get your thumb caught in the steering wheel, it can be an issue. We tell all our drivers to make sure they let go of the steering wheel before hitting anything. But sometimes it's not obvious it's going to happen, and sometimes your reactions is not quick enough to get that certain. So we're just getting they're kind of waving the cars on as like they're going to just get them into a position where they can quickly line them up. They've got plenty of marshals there ready to line them up into the grid, and we'll just make sure that all our drivers are okay. Like I say, we've seen already earlier in the year, Rook had what was quite a speedy crash into the barriers at Thruxton, but he unfortunately got his thumb caught, and it hurt him, so he's still suffering a little bit from that, but it will be back and fixed, and it didn't seem to slow him down anyway. But nevertheless, it's a lesson that all our drivers have to learn, and hopefully that's all that we're talking about at the moment as we get the drivers clear and maybe back down to pit lane.
Okay, so we'll bring you news on a restart as and when we receive it. The car's being held on the grid at the moment while Lee James gets a quick check over from the medical staff. See there Lee James's car, looks like front suspension deranged, missing a headlight as well, but not too much damage there. It stood up well to that impact with the tyre wall. Lee James just being taken for a check-up by the medics there. White group driver from Hereford. Telehandler being brought in because of the damage to the front suspension there means it can't be wheeled away. We're back underway just as soon as we can. A few repairs to the tyre wall as well, and we await news on the length of a restart for this Adrian Flux Caterham Academy Autumn Trophy. Then we have the gold car of Paul Gonstein, number 12, yeah. And then, I can't see the number, but it's the swirly black and white one, which is 79, Barry Thompson. Right, that's row 4. Okay, looks like we are now almost ready for a restart then. The restart will be 10 minutes for the Caterham Autumn Trophy. It will be Jonathan Emery on pole with Henry Morris alongside him. The cars in the order that they were in when the red flag went out. Second row, Barry Hanif and Megan Bruce. Third row, it's the number 78 of Nick Heighton. Alongside him is Arif Hanif. Good weekend so far for the Hanif brothers. And Paul Goldstein, his mechanic, just removing that errant rear wing, so it won't be rubbing on his tyre. You can just see him walking across there in the black shirt.
It's Darren Phillips, the head of the repair squad for Caterham, who look after all of these academy cars. So he's out there making sure they're all in one piece.
You must have a collection of those wings.
I tell you what, the mechanics were pretty sick of putting new ones on. As I spoke to them last night, as drivers we push the limits out here on track all the time, and Darren pushed the limits of his curry eating ability, taking something that was a little bit too hot and spicy on the Friday night meal, but sweating away, but he got through it in the end, and here to tell the tale as well. But he was certainly giving it all that before we started eating, and after that he went very, very quiet. But we are here for the Autumn Trophy 10-minute race then to conclude the action here from the Caterham 50th birthday celebrations, as we watch them just getting all these amazing number of cars. There's still a lot of cars to get onto the grid, so it's still going to be quite a few minutes. But like I say, curfew's not until 7 o'clock, and so we've got a little bit of time to get the last 10 minutes of this action to go, and hopefully we will see the conclusion. And Megan Bruce moving up into that what is going to be 4th place on the grid as last time through, so see whether she can do it. And as he said, the Hanif brothers have been fully involved at the front. It's been very green car focused, but as the white group were sort of starting to make a little bit of a progress as we came to before we stopped, and I can see Keane sort of firmly in the middle of that pack there in the number 88, the green car.
What do you call the colour of that car?
It's almost like an RAF old bomber colour, isn't it? They're that kind of dark khaki green, I think.
Expect to see it with that shark's teeth design painted down the side, like you see on Morgan three-wheelers.
Exactly that. I think it has got a sort of if you go and look at it closely, it has got a sort of pattern on it. But yeah, so I'd say a dark khaki green, certainly army, or that kind of military focus as you come down here. But with Megan with her retro livery and Emery's purple machinery, kind of similar to Timmins, isn't it? In that purple, it really does stand out well when we're racing around. So great to see all these.
That's a shade I call dairy milk purple.
Yeah, absolutely.
Other brands of chocolate are available.
Yeah, everyone's going to be reaching for their chocolate in this late afternoon, and so it looks like they're still they're halfway through this field. Such is the enormity of these 38 cars that were starting. We've lost a couple to the pit lane, haven't we? And Goldstein, I can see out my window. So he was a bit abused, wasn't he, by Barry Thompson in that race? And actually, it looked like Barry Thompson let him go back ahead, sort of as an apology there. So when they all both recovered, Barry Thompson also found himself a little bit further back down the field. But they are lying alongside each other as they head into the start line. They will have that green flag lap, obviously, to go and see the condition of the track and get themselves up to speed. And lots of them will hopefully be wearing and using their sort of iridescent visors, because we need those sort of sunglasses type effect, because the sun is getting lower and lower in the sky.
I've noticed as well, not only does Paul Goldstein lived up to his name with the gold livery on the car, he's got a gold crash helmet as well.
Yeah, absolutely, he's gone full hog.
Has he got a gold race suit as well, like the great hot rod racer Barry Lee used to wear when he was world champion?
We'll have to get the binoculars out and see whether he's gone that far, but maybe there's always a step up in Roadsport, isn't there, to take it to the next level.
Well, his nickname is Goldmember from Austin Powers, so yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
He's definitely a character out there in the paddock. As are we heard from Emery earlier on. Even though he'd lost the championship, he said after the memories he's going to take forward from this year of friendship and the paddock and the camaraderie and just a shared experience. And we get that a lot from the academy group. And they, all the drivers up and down the paddock really do love to come and watch the academy, just because it reminds them of why they started racing and all the adventures that they've gone on over the years. And we really do generate lifelong friendships in this paddock, and a lot of these drivers will go on and they will be friends for a long time. We saw Matt Larby, we saw the Wolf Pack, didn't we, earlier on? That's Matt Larby and Thea Theato. They just hang out all the time at these race weekends and have a fabulous time.
And they have a vibrant, as we mentioned earlier this weekend, a vibrant sim racing community among some of the drivers as well, competing in the CaterhamRacer.com Championship. Mentioning retro liveries, of course, we've got number 2, Matt Kirtland, out there. We mentioned the Williams lookalike.
Yep, he's out there, and it's great to see. I tell you, all the wrap technology that everyone uses nowadays, it really does give an opportunity to express yourself and really live your dream about what you want your race car to look like as they head off then for their green flag lap. And we've got the Iron Man car out there as well. I can't remember who it is that has the Iron Man, but it's brilliant.
It's Graham Pandy, I think, number 62 in red and gold.
It's brilliant looking car out there as well. Come through. Yeah, some fantastic. As this 36 cars, I think it's going to be going past us to start their green flag lap before getting back onto the grid, and then off they'll go for the final 10-minute sprint then for the Caterham Autumn Trophy, the final event for our weekend, the final event for the Academy, and a final event for the 2023 motorsport season for the majority of our championships. But don't forget, we are at Silverstone on the 23rd, I think it's 22nd, 23rd of September, 23rd, 24th of September for the Silverstone National, supporting the British Touring cars. So come and look and watch the 7 Championship UK cars decide the second and third on the podiums there. We can't wait to bring you or to see you on the banks over there as we see these snake of cars coming down through the Craner curves for the last 10 minutes of action.
You got me thinking now what livery I'd have on my car if I was racing in the Academy. Given I'd probably be at the back, how about the 40 Corsair colours from the mid-1990s, the yellow and blue with green wheels? That'd suit me, I think.
Yeah, there'll be some good retro geeky hints to slowness, isn't there, that you could sneak onto your car. But no one ever knows how quick or slow they're going to be, and that's why people join up with the Academy. You just don't know how competitive you're going to be. This Donington circuit's still looking resplendent out there. There is the exhibition hall on the right-hand side as they go past it. Down, you can see those two humps on screen now that I mentioned a bit earlier on, where it really does unsettle the car just a little bit as you go over those humps, and it's just about when you want to brake. So a braking point for a Caterham is after that second hump you can see on the left-hand side of the screen there, and it really is quite a late break into the chicane, and you carry an awful lot of speed through it, and we've seen plenty of action over the course of this weekend, haven't we, into that chicane.
Going up to the grid in the sunset here at Donington Park, then the purple car of Jonathan Emery on the front row alongside the grey and green of number 5 Henry Morris. Green and black of Barry Haniff on row 2 alongside the Marlborough lookalike of Megan Bruce. Blue and grey on row 3 with the yellow screen, that's Nick Heighton. Blue and black of Arif Hanif alongside him. Then we've got Paul Goldstein alongside Barry Thompson, the black and white car with the orange screen. Completing the top 10 is Paddy Cunningham in the black car alongside the military green of number 88 Adam Keane.
So they're pretty much all lined up, aren't they? Just the final few cars. We wait for the green flag, snap of the wrist from the green flag marshal as he did last time, just as someone else is still pulling into their grid spot. But we're going to get that green flag. We'll get this line, 10 minutes of action up and running with all our drivers. There is a little bit of shuffling still going on at the rear, isn't there? But we're nearly there, ready to take flight for this next set of action. Final action here at Donington Park.
What a cracking weekend it has been, celebrating the 50th birthday of Caterham cars. Let's finish off in style then. 10 minutes for the Academy Autumn Trophy. The red lights are on, and here we go. Down towards that first corner, the front row both get away well. Nick Heighton trying to get up the inside. One car on the grass at the back of the field, snaps across, just looking not to hit anybody there. And it is, looks like Henry Morris that has taken up the early lead from the outside of the front row. Everybody around the outside, one car into the gravel. I think that might be that Ironman car you mentioned, the red and gold of Graham Handy there, quite possibly.
Maybe the commentary curse already. Heighton looked like he'd got back through. Megan Bruce, you can see this cloud of dust where Handy was rejoining out the front there, but it's flowing down. It looks like everyone is making it through Craner curves this time through, and through the old hairpin, and they'll make it their way up then the hill until we can see their colour schemes once more and their numbers as they head along from McLean's into Coppice for the first time. So here is that wide shot as they head up here. Even up here it's pretty sunny now, so to pick out, I think it is Emery's purple car out front, and Megan Bruce, I can see there, I think she's dripped to 5th place at this early stage.
They swing their way through Coppice for the first time. A couple of cars getting a wheel onto the grass. It is Emery who leads the way, ahead of Henry Morris in second. Looks like it's Barry Haniff in third. Somebody in a spot of bother there possibly in the background. Nick Heighton's up to 4th. Megan Bruce rounding out the top 5. Down into the chicane, Barry Haniff up the inside will try and take second place. He clipped Henry Morris. There they go, either side of that tyre stack. They somehow missed it. A bit of grass tracking going on there. Nick Heighton's been able to close up as a result of that. You can tell it's the end of term, can't you? Then it's Megan Bruce up the inside trying to take 4th place away from Nick Heighton, the new Green Group champion. Jonathan Emery aiming to get a bit of revenge here. He's out in front.
Yeah, Haniff sort of been involved in quite a bit of shenanigans late on in this race, hasn't he? So he's looking like he really wants to do well, but there are some cars at the exit of Coppice. I thought I saw some tyre squeal and what looks like a Matt Kirtland. So one of our Academy was contending, but he finished a bit further down, didn't he?
Our earlier winner, Henry Speaks, is the other one.
Indeed, so they came together in the mid-pack. I thought I saw some issue halfway through Coppice, and I did indeed. There was a great break in the field as well, where they were all sort of scattered to try and avoid that, but it looks like Speaks is deep in that gravel trap. We've got other cars grass tracking across at the bottom of the field as it's Heighton, isn't it? It's up into that second place then, trailing away in the number 78 car there.
Heighton Yeah, Heighton in P3, just behind Henry Morris, because Jonathan Emery has rather escaped at the front of the field. Barry Haniff is somehow still fourth after that bit of mayhem at the chicane, with Megan Bruce rounding out the top 5. The yellow flag's out at Coppice there, with Henry Speake's car stuck in the gravel there, and Henry Morris has a lunge at Nick Heighton for that second place. Matthew Kirtland has made it back into the pits in car number 2. His race is run. So they start to sort themselves. A bit of dust being kicked up again at the chicane. Down there we see Matthew Kirtland's car there in the background in pit lane. That's Megan Bruce holding off Barry Haniff. She's up into 4th position now. Arif Haniff is in 6th place. Then we've got Adam Keane just ahead of the number 13 Jack English. She's running well ahead of the 89 of Paddy Cunningham.
Yeah, Keane making some good progress up then from that mid-pack start that he had at the line there. So he's moved himself now into 7th place on the track, first of the white cars there. But he's making it just behind Arif and Barry, who are in just behind Bruce this time through. Morris, Heighton and Emery make the top 3 up currently. 6 minutes 25 of the clock to go. Again, you can see how far the cars are stretching around this 2 miles Donington circuit as they go nose to tail, as the leaders are in McLean's and Coppice. The tail of the field is still coming around the old hairpin. A bit more grass tracking there from one of our drivers out back, just losing a bit of the edge of the track. There's the mid-pack race going on. It's hard to pick up numbers at this stage as we go through this race, but 6 minutes left of this race. I hope it's not 6 hours. There is Emery out front, ahead of Heighton and Morris. So this top 3 have been consistent for a little while. There's Morris though into that 4th place, and then it's the 2 Haniff brothers following along behind her.
Jonathan Emery over the line to complete his 4th lap, 3rd lap I should say. 0.7 of a second in it. Arif Haniff has just done the fastest lap of the race, 1:23.344. The Haniff brothers together. Yes, Arif has moved up into 5th position past Barry, who's handling rather waywardly in this race. The leaders heading down the Craner curves. It is Emery from Heighton and Henry Morris, with Megan Bruce holding 4th position. The first 3 starting to get away just a little now though. First car from the white group is Adam Keane. He's in 7th place. English, Cunningham and Gurthesh Juicy round out the top 10. So purple cars bookending the top 10 at the moment.
There's 11 of Haniff, so that's Barry Haniff there, currently leading his brother in the blue car, the number 74. But there's Emery, so he's been caught up now by Heighton in that with that yellow windscreen surround. Makes it easy to spot him. It's easy to spot Megan in her sort of retro livery there. The 2 Haniff brothers now together on track, and let's see whether they can treat each other look kindly towards the end of this race. But Emery, again, seeing Heighton, this is almost like a deja vu for him, isn't he? Seeing him close up as they head down the exhibition straight, diving to the inside. In fact, it was around the outside he went into the other race, but Emery's going to have to give up that lead for now.
Not again, thinks Jonathan Emery. Well, this is not the last lap this time, and he's got time to fight back here. And coming on to the back of them there, number 5, Henry Morris, the man from Cobham in Surrey. Back down the outside goes Jonathan Emery, thinking 2 can play at this game. Nick Heighton side by side into Redgate. The 43 tries the sweep around the outside. That's a bit like shades of Aaron Head there as he goes round him back into the lead.
Lost the rear of the car on the exit though. It sort of cost him a bit of time. He had to get out the throttle to bring it all back together again. As we see these cars heading over the start finish line, then you can see all their number plates and lights all ablaze as it's a car with indicating to the inside. I think he must have just gone over the chicane a little bit. He's certainly wasn't up to speed, but it's Heighton in the number 78 that now is in the lead, ahead of Emery then in the 43. Henry Morris is behind them, and Megan Bruce is closing in for that 4th place, but she's bringing both the Haniff brothers with her.
3.5 minutes just over of this race to go. Let's see a 6-foot car fight for the lead then in the closing stages of this festival of Caterham racing here at Donington Park. Nick Heighton got the lead back through Hollywood after Jonathan Emery briefly lost the rear end of the number 43 car. Third behind them it is Henry Morris. Here comes Megan Bruce. I think there's still yellow flags out possibly at Coppice. I saw a green flag there on the exit, so whether somebody else has gone off there, I'm not too sure. We've lost Paul Goldstein as well. He's pulled into the pits, unfortunately. Possible damage after that collision with Barry Thompson. Side by side into the chicane. Nick Heighton is that holds the lead. Somebody's gone straight on there. Was that Henry Morris?
No, it might have been. Yeah, I think it was Morris.
Yes,
actually.
Yes, it was there. He's just through the escape road.
So at the moment he's sort of saved that place. Megan's alongside him, so she's booked up into that 3rd place. Morris outbraking himself as Emery looks down the inside then of Heighton as we come to the last 2.5 minutes of this race. Heighton, Nick, that's quite close around the outside there. Emery couldn't hold on. Heighton squeezed him a little bit, didn't he? But Megan Bruce is now going to be brought right back into this action. Henry Morris is still hanging on there in 4th. 4th, ahead of the two Haniff brothers, who are going to see what they can do. It's still a green group washout at the top 6 before we get to Keane and Cunningham, who are head of English now.
Down into the old hairpin, it is now 6 cars, line astern for the lead. Arif Hanif still has the fastest lap of the race, 1:22.6, and Barry Hanif spins coming out of the old hairpin onto the infield. That's going to lose him 6th position, unfortunately. He does a 360. That's more of a 540 now. He's facing the infield again. He'll try again to get it rejoined. There's not much grip on the grass down there as the leaders head back up towards the top of the circuit once more.
Got to be so careful on the throttle if you're on the grass to stop the rear end of your car, especially on the off camber that we saw. But he is going to be able to rejoin, but he's going to be deep further down the field. So it's a top group of 5 now. Emery looking to the outside of Heighton. Megan Bruce seeing as she can flow on through and looking like she's got ahead of Steve. Because there anywhere to go? There's nowhere for her to use that extra steam. She had so much pace on them both, but just didn't have anywhere to go. She's going to just about hold on for Morris's tail slide. She's going to go onto the grass, bit of grass track, and gets back onto the circuit. Going to lose a place for all that, but he's going to see whether she can hold on above Arif Hanif, and who's there in that 5th place still.
5 of them together for the lead then. It's possibly 2 more laps to go. It may be just 1. I didn't see if the board was out there because we were watching the action on the other side of the Wheatcroft Straight there. Megan Bruce gets relegated down to P5 then, as Jonathan Emery retakes the lead from Nick Heighton through Redgate. Now here comes Henry Morris. He's not finished yet in the number 5 car, making up for going straight on up the chicane and having to take the escape road a lap ago. Arif Hanif upholding family honour with Barry having spun down the order, and Megan Bruce starting to fight back now on the tail of the number 74. The rest of the pack getting a little more spread out now, rounding out the top 10. Keane, English, Cunningham, Brown and Tim Payne in the number 26.
Not easy to keep in that top 10, but 43 seconds, like I say. We'll have to see whether the checkered flag comes out this time. Emery currently leading with Heighton. Again, there's a bit of deja vu for him as he heads coming down into the straight to the as he goes through Coppice this time through. Is Morris back into that 3rd place after that chicane trip, and Megan seeing whether she can get back underneath the Hanif, and she is going to do that as they come down the exhibition straight side by side. This is exactly the same as it was
He's not
for
going to
the
do it again,
championship. He is. He's got the momentum around the outside. He's late on the brakes. He pulls across. That is an absolute carbon copy, but this time he couldn't make the chicane. He's got a sideways. He's going to spin out and just go to the inside. So that's not how it ended this morning, but it could have done. And that is now Heighton is going to be back in that 6th place. There's a big gap, and it's going to be Emery going across the line. There was 1 second as they came across the line that time, so I don't think the checkered flag was shown. They are going to continue racing.
We've got one more lap to go.
Emery is already it's clear of Heighton. Can he hold off against Morris?
Well, there's going to be no repeat for Nick Heighton, sadly, after he was a bit over-exuberant there. I think he thought it was the last lap coming through there, but there is 1 lap to go. We're on the last lap of the Caterham 50th Anniversary Festival here at Donington Park. Jonathan Emery, Henry Morris down through the old hairpin. It's Arif Hanif up there in 3rd place. Megan Bruce has dropped away just a little bit in 4th after going onto the grass to avoid the spinning Nick Heighton. Here they come up towards McLean's for the last time at the end of this wonderful celebration of one of Britain's iconic sports cars. And what a race to finish it off. Is Jonathan Emery going to hang on for victory this time? They're coming up towards Coppice for the final time. It's between him and Henry Morris in the number 5. Can Henry get close enough on the run down to the chicane? I don't think he's quite going to be in the slipstream. I think Jonathan Emery in the number 43 car, the man from Willand, has done enough. Here they come then, down to the chicane in the sunsets here at Donington Park. Jonathan Emery.
This is going to be a good result, isn't it? Yeah.
Through the chicane. He's going to get revenge for his disappointments earlier on. They're coming up towards the final checkered flag of the weekend at the Caterham 50th Anniversary Festival. They think it's all over. It is now. Jonathan Emery wins the Caterham Caterham Academy Autumn Trophy. Megan Bruce snatches 3rd place on the line.
I think she came across the chicane, though. I think she went across the gravel, so whether that will stand, I'm not sure, but she's in the podium position right now.
Well, provisionally she is in 3rd. Well, and Nick Heighton, who kept going in 5th place there after his spin. There's dust being kicked up everywhere at the chicane in the background as well. They're still at it coming through the chicane here. That's the number 4 of Neville Sykes trying to make a move there a little bit further back as well. We saw him have a couple of spins earlier on in the white group race. Wow, what a weekend.
What a race weekend. The 50th birthday celebration from Caterham, and what a celebration it's been with action galore on track. We started with drift days on a Friday and obviously testing for the drivers out here. They've come through a full race weekend of 2 or 3 races for each of our championships, and then we've coming tomorrow. We've got it doesn't end because we've got a track day tomorrow, celebration track day for everyone who's got their 7 and wants to get out and track, and it'd be great to see all the cars out here. It's been fantastic to be a part of this.
The provisional result then, Jonathan Emery the winner by 0.898 of a second ahead of Henry Morris. Megan Bruce just pipping Arif Hanif for a deserved podium. Then Nick Heighton in 5th. Adam Keane, the first of the white group drivers, home in 6th ahead of Cunningham, Brown, Payne, English, Cowan, Hine, Pollen and Barry Thompson, who was delayed before the stoppage. 30 cars went the distance in that one. We lost Paul Goldstein, Matthew Kirtland and Henry Speaks to a couple incidents.
Yep, that's fantastic weekend's action, and it's not quite the end of the Caterham Motorsport season for 2023, as we've still got the final round, 23rd, 24th at Silverstone for the 7 Championship UK, but we have crowned 5 champions today, because we did also have Lewis Thompson claiming that championship. And whilst we wait for the cars to come back down into pit lane and to go to Parc Fermé, congratulations to all our champions, Dan Neal, Nick Heighton, Ben Timmons, Freddie Chiddicks, Jack Sales, Lewis Thompson, for all your efforts this year. Congratulations.
Yes, congratulations to all of our Caterham drivers for a wonderful weekend, a wonderful season of racing this year. It's been an absolute honour to have been part of it this year through BARC TV. We've served up some truly memorable racing action. We'll wait to hand down to Parc Fermé for one last time to hear from our podium finishers down there, and then we will sign off on this wonderful and very tiring weekend here at Donington Park.
Wow, what a fantastic way to end today's racing with Caterham. I've only got Megan here at the moment. The other ones may have gone round for a second lap, I'm not sure, after the... but we're going to go and speak to Megan as she's here, and I'm absolutely delighted for her. Megan, I'll let you take your helmet off first. The cars are still just coming in behind us, but yeah, I don't know where first and second have gone. Megan, fantastic! I mean, how amazing was that to have both grids on the both championships?
And also, yeah, racing with other people in the other championship was great, and to race on such a big grid as well and to finish high up is great. So yeah,
that's brilliant. Yeah, they must lovely way to end the season, isn't it?
Yeah, I needed a clean start this time after everything went wrong before, so yeah, it's a good way. Hopefully everything's alright. My windscreen's not alright, but yeah,
it's alright where you were looking. It's not so good on the other side.
But yeah, it was really fun. Hard work.
Yeah, definitely. Well done. Congratulations. And hopefully the others will be in here in a moment. I mean, I think did they go around, Megan, did they go around for another lap? They must have done. They just didn't want it to end, did they? They wanted to go around for another lap. Hopefully they'll be here in a minute. They're just at the back of this queue. But obviously we are trying to squeeze in 2 championship grids of cars in here. So it's going to be a little bit of moving about, shuffling the cars to get them all in. So, but what a fantastic weekend for the 50th anniversary. It's been, I've absolutely loved it. I hope everyone at home has loved it as much. So we've got, yes, some crashed cars here in Parc Fermé as well, but looking very sad. But thankfully all our drivers are okay. But here we go. Jono is coming. I can see him now, the purple machine. And Henry Morris. He'll be pleased to win that one. He almost won the race earlier today, but not quite, came second, so he'll be delighted with this one. But they just wanted another victory lap.
Well done.
Was it another victory lap there, guys? Did you go round again?
Oh, I might have done.
I think the sun's very low in the sky, so it's difficult to see. So we're just waiting for them to get out the cars. But wow, they'll all have great discussions about that race. Henry Morris is already out. let's come to Henry Morris. Henry, before you go and see your family and friends, congratulations on the second place with both grids together. How was that?
It was good because we hadn't managed to get a podium this season in Academy, so been close to 4 places. But yeah, really good. Really good. It was
Well
a really
deserved.
good race. Thank you.
It was.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you. Right, and let's go and speak to John O.
I'm so pleased.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Sam. How
Like,
are you? You're right.
I'm fabulous. I've had a lovely day watching you guys race. It's been awesome. So what a way to end the day.
Great, super chuffed. I was a bit gutted losing out on the championship earlier, but what way to come back to beat everybody. So I'm well chuffed and just stuck in there really. Barry and Nick, you're always going to be strong with them coming up you. But I'm well chuffed for Henry. He's been on the verges all season, so I'm glad he's on the podium. And obviously Megan's up there again, so everybody's going to love that one. So my friend Tim Payne, I think he comes 9th. So he's been struggling like 11th or 12th all the time. So it's just awesome, so much fun, and I'm glad I hope everybody's okay from the crashes as well, because I think there were a couple of incidents earlier. So great stuff, great way to end the Caterham weekend.
And what are you going to do with your time off now from racing?
I'll probably buy more bits for the car.
And go testing?
Yeah, just don't tell my wife.
Excellent. Whoops. Right, I think we'll be having the podium shortly, but let's move round. We'll just have a quick word with let's go and have a move through and speak to some of these guys. Having a discussion here. Hello guys.
Hi.
How was the race for you with everyone together?
Great
that must have been amazing.
Yeah, really good fun, thanks.
Yeah.
Dying for more.
And it's the last one.
It is. It's a terrible shame, but it's been a great year. So really enjoyed it.
And your first year of actual racing, though, I mean, that's, it's quite something, isn't it? You've learned a lot this year.
Yeah, we really have. And main thing is we all got back in one piece.
Yes, exactly. Well, thank you, guys. Let you go to the podium. So we're just going to move. They're going to move round to the podium. So I'll hand back to Chris and Dave to say their goodbyes, and then we might show the podium in a moment. Thank you.
Right, a fair opportunity for me just to say, as a concluding for 4 of our 5 championship levels here, a big thank you to everyone at Caterham and BARC for everything you do to put these championships together and bring it to these fantastic championships. All the marshals, officials, all the TV and media crew that come to bring you these pictures out here. I know we work hard behind the scenes to get everything out, and it's fantastic to be part of the whole team that brings it here. So thank you, and thanks to Dave as well for being my buddy for most of the rounds this year. It's been fantastic, and I hope we've entertained everyone involved, and we look forward to more action on the 23rd, 24th at Silverstone to conclude the full year for Caterham Motorsport, but we'll be looking forward to getting back and out on track in 2024.
Well, Chris, it's been a pleasure to join you this year in the box to cover the Caterham Motorsport season. It's been an absolute honour to be part of some quite superb racing, some of the very best motorsport scene anywhere in the UK, in my opinion, and a great way to sign it off with this very special 50th birthday celebration for Caterham cars. Graham Nairn and his team back in the 70s, that one was for you guys, for bringing us one of the iconic British sports cars over the past 50 years. We'll sign off properly in just a few moments' time, and I think we can go back to Sam for the podium.
That was the last Academy event of this year.
Down for the podium now. Simon is just making a few announcements about the fact it's the last one of the season, but they're going to do a few
pleasure it's been to look after you this year.
a few awards.
For actual racing drivers. It's been fantastic. We have genuinely enjoyed it, and it's sad for us it is for you today, okay? We have got the awards in January. We hope to see as many of you there as possible. But we still have this podium to do, and I'm going to get out of the way in a minute. That was a very too exciting, that race. Right, in 3rd place it was Megan. I didn't want to drown out Sam. Henry. There we go. I mean, it was the battle of white versus green, so he just missed out on the championship, and maybe he can say he's the ultimate winner. It was Jono! All up on the top step, please. Right, try it. Whee!
Everyone moves back.
We are going to move out of the way because they are going to spray the champagne. Oh, he's actually pouring it in his race boot. Go on, Jono. Fantastic. Right, I don't know if they're going to do a group photo. We'll definitely do a photo for the top three. But maybe they might. Oh, they're going to do this shot. This is always good. Oh, poor Henry. It's so lovely for these drivers. What a season they've had. And now they are proper racing drivers. So yeah, I don't think there's going to be a group photo. So that is it. That is it for it's the end of the season. It's the end of the racing. I'm upset it's over, but we've got next year to come, which I'll be very excited to be back for. And I hope you've all enjoyed it at home. Thank you to everyone that's watched. Thank you to our marshals. Thank you to all the cameramen, Cheesy, Dave. It couldn't be as great as it is without you guys. So thank you very much, and obviously to all our racing drivers as well for taking part, and the Lotus 7 Club. Everyone at Caterham, we've had a fantastic season, and thank you from me. We've got some highlights to show you now, but thank you very much.
Let's have a look at some highlights of that last race then. Collision between Barry Thompson and Paul Goldstein as they were fighting for the lead. Let's drop them back down the order. Let's another swathe of drivers through the front. Then a red flag as Lee James tangled with Daniel Neal and piled into the tyre wall on the entry to the pit straights. Note the marshals in the background. They had the flags up even before the two cars had hit each other. Fair play to our volunteer marshals as always.
Yep.
On the restart, it was Henry Morris who led off from the outside the front row, pacing Jono Emery, with Barry Haney slotting into third place. Look at the size of that grid as they headed into Redgate. It was the 23 car of Sheraz Ramzan who ran wide into the gravel. Jono Emery taking the lead around the outside as Henry Morris and Barry Hanif rather tripped over each other at the chicane. Sending a couple of other cars off wide in avoidance. Henry Speak's season came to an early end. He tangled with Matthew Kirtland and a couple of others at the top of Coppice. A few other incidents we didn't see during the race. There were a couple of cars that went off around. That was what happened to Paul Goldstein. That's why he retired into the pits, went over the gravel after a collision at the old hairpin. Great shame for him after he'd started on pole. Barry Thompson was dropped back as a result of that as well. So that's the second time they've come together.
That was twice, wasn't it?
We saw that before the red flag as well. It looks as though history might repeat itself from earlier on as Nick Hyton went round the outside of Jono Emery. Their battle was resumed with Megan Bruce getting involved. Oh, great run by Meg in that final race of the season. She's got a big future ahead of her in Caterham racing, I reckon. Give or take a bit of grass tracking. And then Nick Hyton round the outside. It looked as though history was going to repeat itself. Jono Emery thought, oh no, not again. But Nick Hyton spun it on the exit of the chicane. And that left Jono Emery to lead home the last lap of the season. We see another angle there of the spin for Nick Hyton and Meg Bruce again running wide there. But she was able to fight back for a podium as Emery took the win. Into stage right, Megan Bruce, as she just tipped Ari Fanny following a bit of a contretemps as she came.
Didn't want to follow the track for the last few corners of that race for the last few laps. In fact, Keane came over there as well, so a number of drivers out there doing the same thing.
Well, that is time to end then. Any last words, Chris?
No, just thank you ever so much. As I say, I've given all my thanks already, but to everyone who makes this happen. 2023 season not quite over, but very nearly, and we will see everyone again to do it all again 2024. I can't wait. It's the long winter break now, but let's get out on track, and tomorrow with the track day, I can't wait to give some passenger rides. So if you're around Donington and want some passenger rides, why not come down? Dave, thank you. It's been emotional and great. It's been a fantastic season.
Thank you very much indeed, Chris Hutchinson. A pleasure to have you on BARC TV with the Caterhams this season, and it is now time to end, so I will say my own thank you to our volunteer marshals. They've put in some fantastic service today. We couldn't go racing without them. Also the medical staff, the recovery crews, the race control staff, everybody else here at Donington Park, everyone from Caterham Motorsports and everyone from the British Automobile Racing Club for making this meeting what it was, a fabulous 50th birthday celebration for Caterham cars. Thank you very much indeed to all the drivers, their entertainment and all their backup teams and crew members in the pits and paddock. Thank you to all our camera crews, directors and everybody else as well for bringing us the action. We'll be back on air in a couple of weekends' time on BARC TV. We go to Snetterton with the British Truck Racing Championship plus supports over in Norfolk, so please join us for that one. On behalf of Chris Hutchinson and everyone else here at Donington Park, this is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here on BARC TV. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Bye for now.